Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 679 to Chapter 729. Sixth Princess, given how knowledgeable you are, do you know what's going on? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xianxia asked. Yu Feier was on the verge of tears. As a princess, she had seen many secret manuals of the royal family and heard of many of their secret arts. However, to be able to stand up after being pummeled to the point that one was no different from plasticine, this was something that she had never dreamed of. What about you? She turned to Wu Zhen. The latter was skilled in mechanisms, so he might be able to tell what was going on. Wu Zhen's face twitched uncontrollably. He was well versed in mechanisms, but before such a monster, he was completely bewildered. While the group was frenzied, the two puppets were even more frenzied. To be able to stand up after being pummeled to such an extent, are you still a human? Hoo. The puppet with the slanted head seemed to be horrified as well. It patted the shoulder of the other puppet and pointed to the flattened fellow, gesturing for him to help as well. The other puppet hesitated for a moment before nodding its head. Then, it charged toward that fellow as well. The two puppets charged at Xianxia with frenzied killing intent. However, this time, Xianxia, whose face was already contorted, didn't wait to be pummeled. Instead, he turned around and fled. With a jolt, he disappeared into the darkness. Roar! Not expecting the other party to be able to run so quickly even after being pummeled to such an extent, the two puppets were on the verge of going insane. They hurriedly chased after the other party, and soon, they disappeared into the darkness as well. Yu Feier and the others didn't expect the other party to still be able to run even after being pummeled to such an extent, and they were dumbfounded. Since you can run, what were you doing a moment ago? To run only after being pummeled to death, aren't you courting death? Hurry up and open the light barrier. We have to leave as soon as possible. Just as they were perplexed by the situation, Xianxia's voice sounded. Taken aback, they turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, only to see that the one who spoke was the puppet with the slanted head. Xianxia? The group stared at the puppet before them with widened eyes. It's me. I used a secret art to lure those two fellows away. Hurry up and leave with me. Otherwise, it'll be too late once the other puppets arrive. The puppet with the slanted head said anxiously. Are you really Xianxia? Seeing this fellow holding his head with one hand and a ferocious expression on his face, no one dared to believe it. He had clearly seen him being beaten into a meat patty. How did he become a puppet? Even those who were the best at disguising wouldn't be able to disguise themselves so well. I really am. You lost a bet to me, and even now, you're still my maid. Xianxia knew that he couldn't afford to waste any time. Given his current appearance, it was only natural for the other party to suspect him. Thus, he dared not hesitate. After which, he turned to Xianxia and said, You specifically looked for me at the cleansing lake and wanted me to admit defeat. I believe you, you're Xianxia. Yu Feier's face reddened while Xianxia's face darkened. There weren't too many people who knew that Yu Feier had become a maid, and only they knew about the bet that Xianxia had with her. If it wasn't for Xianxia, there was no way they would have been able to speak of it so clearly. Whoosh, after confirming Xianxia's identity, Yu Feier waved her hand, and the barrier of light around her vanished. Go. Knowing that his clone could only delay the other party for a moment, Xianxia clutched his head and strode forward. However, after taking 2 steps, he realized that no one was following him. Thus, he hurriedly turned around, only to see the 4 of them still sitting on the ground with pale faces. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. Our injuries are a little too severe. So, we might not be able to walk anymore. Xianxia and Yu Feier had awkward looks on their faces. The other party had put in so much effort to save them, and yet, due to their severe injuries, they couldn't even stand up. They had truly let the other party down. We might not be able to leave anymore. I'll have to trouble you to bring Elder Wu Yangzi's corpse back and tell the Academy that we've completed our mission and didn't embarrass the Academy. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. Given how severe their injuries were, and the distance to the stone steps was at least 7 to 8 li. It was impossible for them to escape even if they wanted to. Rather than letting none of them escape, it would be better for him to bring their corpses back. At the very least, they would be able to prove that they had completed their mission even in death. What's the point of bringing their corpses back? Xianxia didn't expect the other party to say such words at a time like this. Shaking his head, he accidentally missed and his head fell to the ground. He hurriedly picked it up and placed it back around his neck. Then, he turned to Wu Zhen and asked, "Do you have any more wine?" "Wine?" Wu Zhen was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Flicking his wrist, he took out a gourd. He was fond of wine, so he often carried it with him. Grabbing the gourd, Xianxia began communicating with the corpse in his storage ring. As he was only a soul at the moment, he didn't have any heaven's path Xianxi in his body. Thus, he had to rely on his physical body to absorb the Xianxi. If it was before, he would have had to release his physical body first before allowing his soul to enter his body. However, with his current physical body, he was able to release his Xianxi even from within his storage ring. Gugugugu, Xianxia infused 8 surges of Xianxi into the gourd before passing it over to Yu Feier. "Drink a few mouthfuls." Even though Yu Feier didn't know what Xianxia was up to, seeing the grim expression on his face, she didn't dare to hesitate. Uncorking the bottle, she gulped down the wine. As soon as the wine entered her stomach, she felt a warm current flowing through her entire body. In less than 2 breaths, her severe injuries were completely healed. Looking at her healed body, Yu Feier was dumbfounded. Could this be the saint recovery medicine that Wu Zhen spoke of? Could it really be that effective? She hurriedly fed the medicinal wine to the other 3, and soon, all of them recovered. "Xing Yuan, keep Elder Wu Yangzi's corpse. Let's go." Seeing that everyone had recovered, Yu Feier instructed. The others hurriedly followed behind Xianxia. The only problem was that Xianxia had to hold on to his head continuously, or else he might just fall off from a moment of carelessness. Faster, knowing that time waits for no one, Xianxia couldn't be bothered anymore. He plucked his head off, hugged it to his chest, and led the way forward. Even though his soul hadn't fully fused with the puppet yet, the latter was simply too powerful. With just a single step, he was able to cover a huge distance. Yu Feier and the others had to exert their full strength before they could barely keep up. Soon, the 4 of them and the puppet had already covered 2 to 3 kilometers, and they were getting closer and closer to the stone steps. "Everyone, hurry up. As long as we get out of the stone steps, we'll be safe," Xianxia urged. Once they got out of the stone steps, they would be able to set up a new formation to block the other party's path. That would mean that they would be able to escape safely. Roar! Just as they were running for their lives, they suddenly heard a furious roar. Due to their incredible speed, they finally caught the attention of the other puppets. Along with that roar, silhouettes flickered in the surroundings. The puppets that had gone to the river to replenish their energy earlier rushed over to block their path. "This is bad," Xianxian's face darkened. He had been worried that these fellows would return after replenishing their energy, so he had rushed over as fast as he could. Yet, he was still late by several dozen breaths. "What do we do?" Not expecting to be surrounded by so many puppets after escaping here, Yu Feier and the others' faces paled. Previously, they had many means to protect themselves, so they were still able to stand against the puppets. However, now that they had exhausted all of their means and were surrounded, how could they possibly escape? Roar! Just as Xianxia was about to explain himself, one of the puppets abruptly rushed forward and stomped its foot on his chest. Pung! His head was separated from his body, and his body was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. These puppets are actually able to differentiate between friend and foe? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Xianxia's body was still that of a puppet. Even though his head would fall off from time to time, his external appearance was still identical to that of a puppet. They were all puppets, so under normal circumstances, they shouldn't have been able to recognize one another. Thus, they should have treated the other party as their comrade and made use of this opportunity to bluff their way out. Yet, they actually made a move on the other party. In other words, the other party was able to differentiate between them. Weren't puppets a type of mechanism that didn't possess intelligence of their own? How could they differentiate between friend and foe? Damn it! Xianxia slapped the ground, and the headless puppet stood up once more before charging toward the puppet that had attacked him. A gust of wind howled as he channeled all of his strength into his fist. Pung! The fist collided with the palm, and the headless puppet was sent flying once more. No matter how powerful the puppet was, Xianxia's soul cultivation was only at consonant spirit realm pinnacle, so he was unable to exert his full strength. Naturally, he wasn't a match for the other party. Jai, while the battle was going on, the remaining puppets also began to surround Yufei and the others. They could easily surround and kill them at any moment. At this rate, they will surely die. Xianxia was only a soul oracle at the moment, so he might still be able to escape with his life. However, Yufei and the others would surely be killed on the spot. What should he do? Was he really going to fail after saving them for such a long time? I'll just have to give it a try. Just as Xianxia was at a loss, he suddenly recalled the massive heart he had seen in the river and the respectful looks of the puppets. Gritting his teeth, a thought surfaced in his mind. Since you want me dead, let's die together. I'll crush that heart right now, and we'll all die together. With a furious roar, the puppet under Xianxia's control leaped up and charged in the direction of the river. Roar, roar. 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 Hearing Xianxia's roar and seeing the direction he was heading in, the puppets were stunned for a moment before going berserk. Ignoring Yufei and the others, they hurriedly chased after Xianxia. Hurry up and leave, don't worry about me. Seeing that the puppets were really interested in the heart and had chased after him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and bellowed at Yufei and the others. Xianxia, not expecting Xianxia to lure all of the puppets away in order to save them, Yufei, Xingyuan, and the others felt their hearts clench, and their eyes reddened. If they had harbored some resentment or even envy toward Xianxia before, at this very moment, all of it had turned into gratitude. In order to save them, Xianxia had risked his life despite knowing that there was only a slim chance of survival. It was no wonder Xianxia was able to earn the respect of his students and gain the unconditional trust of those from Myriad Kingdom City. His character was worthy of everyone's admiration. Xianxia, thank you. Let's go. Xingyuan clenched his teeth and led everyone to fly towards the stone steps. For their sake, Xianxia had lured the puppets away. If they were to remain here and wait for their deaths, they would be letting everyone down. Tears streamed down the faces of the few of them. Exerting their strength, they ran swiftly, and in a few dozen breaths, they were already back at the stone steps. Looking back, the underground city seemed to have been shrouded in darkness. The glow of the night illumination pearls was no longer visible. Roar. Roar. Boom, boom. 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 Vaguely, they could hear the roars of the otherworldly demon puppets and the sound of something exploding. This place isn't safe either. Let's head up first. Xianxia should be able to get out. Knowing that the stone steps weren't a safe place either, Xingyuan said. If another puppet were to charge over, they would be doomed. Knowing that it was futile to wait here, the group turned around and headed up. Not too long later, they arrived back at the stone bridge. You're out. Are you all right? Upon seeing them, Luo Qiqi's eyes lit up in excitement, and she hurriedly rushed forward to welcome them. We're fine. Yufei and the others didn't seem excited at all. Instead, they couldn't help but look at the stone steps worriedly. What's wrong? Seeing their expressions, Luo Qiqi frowned. Then, her body stiffened. Where's teacher? Xianxia, Xingyuan clenched his fists tightly. In order to save us, he was surrounded by the puppets. Surrounded? Luo Qiqi's face paled, and her body stiffened. How many puppets are there? If there's only one or two, teacher should be able to get out. Her teacher had many means up his sleeves. If it was just one or two puppets, he should be able to escape safely. It's more than 20 puppets. Xingyuan said with a pale face. More than 20 puppets? Luo Qiqi's body slumped. She trusted her teacher, but it was impossible for him to stand against so many puppets. Back in the underground chamber, there was only a single puppet, and the duo had expended a tremendous amount of effort to deal with it. To face 20 puppets simultaneously, this wasn't saving them but suicide. No, I have to save teacher. Gritting her teeth, Luo Qiqi was just about to charge into the underground chamber when Yufei suddenly pulled her back. Calm down, Qiqi. Xianxia was surrounded because he wanted to save us. If you go in now, wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts? Although he was unwilling, he knew Xianxia's intentions. They were too weak. If they rushed in, they would only become more and more passive. No one could save the other. Luo Qiqi trembled as her eyes became moist. Bean-sized tears slowly rolled down her fair cheeks. When they were in the small stone room, in order to let her go first, her teacher fought the puppet alone without any fear of death. In order to save Yu Fei, even though her teacher knew that it was the nest of puppets, he didn't hesitate at all, and now, in order to save someone, he had fallen into a tight encirclement. Teacher, how are we supposed to repay the kindness you have shown us? Luo Qiqi, we can understand your feelings. You're not the only one who wants to save him. Don't we want to? But if we were to do so, we would only be sinking deeper into the abyss. By then, we would be letting down the friendship and hope that Xianxia had for us. Xing Yuan also stepped forward and said, there's only one thing we need to do now, and that is to wait here obediently for him to come out. Let's hope that he can create another miracle. As a genius of the Master Teacher Academy and a 5-star master teacher, they were well aware of the situation they were in. In the eyes of others, they possessed extraordinary strength and talent, but against those puppets, it was no different from smashing an egg against a rock. If they were to charge in, there would only be one outcome, and that was death. Indeed. If Xianxia is alone, there's a higher chance of him escaping. If we were to charge in, not only would we not stand a chance, we might even end up harming him, Yi Qian said. I know. Luo Qiqi's crimson lips trembled as tears flowed down her cheeks. Indeed, that was indeed the case. After such a long period of time, she finally understood what kind of person her teacher was. Teacher was such a person. When faced with a choice between life and morality, he would choose the latter without hesitation. He was a person who was worthy of respect no matter how one looked at him, and there was no flaw in him at all. They were right. If they were to charge in to save him, they would only be implicating him instead. We can only wait here. Seeing that Luo Qiqi had understood the situation, Xing Yuan was just about to speak when his body suddenly swayed. Hong long long, cracks appeared on the surface of the bridge, and the underground river seemed to be boiling. What's wrong? Everyone was taken aback. Why would the bridge suddenly shake so violently? Voila, just as they were perplexed over the matter, they suddenly saw rocks falling from above, and the bridge and the stone steps that led downward collapsed in an instant. This is bad, the underground palace is going to collapse. Xing Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly shouted, hurry up and get out. Knowing that they would be buried in the underground palace if it collapsed, there was no way they would be able to save them. Thus, without any hesitation, they dashed toward the stone steps not too far away. The stone steps weren't too long, so it only took him 7 to 8 breaths to make it out. As soon as he returned to the valley, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet softening. The valley that wasn't too big had collapsed into a massive crater. It was as if everything that had happened in the underground palace had vanished without a trace. Teacher, Luo Qiqi's body swayed, and she fell to the ground. If there was still a chance for her teacher to escape just a moment ago, now, there was no hope at all. Yu Fei's face also paled, and her legs caved in as she fell to the ground. She had always wanted to challenge the other party to a duel, but she had never thought of killing him, not to mention, if not for the fact that Xianxia was trying to save them, how could he possibly have met with such misfortune? Recalling the memories she had with the other party, she suddenly felt that the other party was just ignoring her. In truth, be it in terms of strength or experience, he was far superior to his peers. In fact, even the proud Yu Fei couldn't help but feel impressed by him. I'll return to the royal palace now and request for my father to dispatch an army. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'll definitely save Xianxia. After a moment of silence, Yi Qian clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his head bulged. That's right, I'll accompany you. If Yi Wendian refuses to dispatch an army, I'll report this matter to my father. Hearing those words, Yu Fei stood up, and gritting her teeth, she prepared to leave with Yi Qian. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. He mustn't die. You can't go. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Xing Yuan suddenly stepped forward to block them. Why? Are you trying to stop me? Narrowing her eyes, Yu Fei's aura surged. The strength of a transcendent mortal 6-dam cosmos bridge realm cultivator burst forth in an instant, carrying a fearsome might. She had been suppressed in every aspect during her duel with Xianxia, but against Xing Yuan, she didn't pale in comparison. I won't stop you, but, have you thought it through? Not expecting the sixth princess to make a move on him, Xing Yuan's face paled. Gritting his teeth, he said, Wu Yangzi and the otherworldly demonic tribe are involved in this underground palace. What do you think will happen if news of this gets out? What about the consequences? Get out of my way. Yu Feier harumphed. Xing Yuan is right. Luo Qiqi stepped forward. Even though her body was still trembling, her voice had already calmed down. If the otherworldly demon puppets in the underground palace are dug out, just a single one of them is more than enough to destroy the entire Miryu Empire. That isn't something that my teacher is willing to see. Yu Feier clenched her fists tightly. My teacher is a compassionate person. If he can't bear to see you being killed, how can he bear to see billions of lives being lost? Luo Qiqi's eyes reddened. Saint Realm puppets, and more than 20 of them at once. This was too fearsome. A Tier 2 empire wasn't a force that a Tier 2 empire could stand against. Putting aside Emperor Yi Wendian, even if all of the soldiers were to come, they wouldn't be able to save her teacher. Only a true saint would be able to do so. With the puppets slaughtering all around, her teacher wouldn't be able to rest in peace. That was because that was the kind of person he was. Then, what do we do? Yu Feier's face paled. We should return to the Master Teacher Academy and report this matter to the elders so that they can deal with it personally. Luo Qiqi said. That's right. If we really want to save Xianxia, we should hurry back to the academy and report this matter to the higher-ups. Otherwise, there's nothing we can do about it. Xing Yuan nodded. All right then. Xing Yuan, Elder Wu Yangzi's corpse is in your storage ring. You should return to the academy with Yi Qian right now. Qiqi and I will wait here, for him to come out. Yu Feier said. This, not expecting her to stay here, Xing Yuan was taken aback. Feier is right. I'll wait here with her, you should hurry back. This matter has too many implications, so we have to report it personally. Otherwise, there's no way the academy will send a saint over. Luo Qiqi nodded. Even though they could send a message over, there had to be sufficient evidence to convince a saint to come personally. With Wu Yangzi's corpse here, it would be hard to convince the other party without going there personally. All right then. Knowing this, Xing Yuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. If we take the aerial spirit beast with us, how are you going to return? The four of them had only traveled on a transcendent mortal 6-dan aerial spirit beast. If the two of them were to leave, what would happen to them? There's no need to worry about us. The Huanyu Beast Hall is in the vicinity, and with my identity as a master teacher, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to borrow an aerial spirit beast. Luo Qiqi waved her hands as she turned her gaze to the sinkhole below. She hoped that her teacher, who was younger than her, would be able to climb out of it. If that was the case, no matter how dirty and messy she was, she would surely rush over without any hesitation. All right, we'll be leaving then. Knowing that there was no time to hesitate, Xing Yuan gestured for Yi Qian to leave. A sharp cry echoed in the sky, and an aerial spirit beast landed before them. Let's go. Leaping onto the back of the aerial spirit beast, the duo soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from sight. Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier stared blankly at the sinkhole below, waiting patiently. Xianxia had so many incredible means up his sleeves, there was no way he would die. Even though they thought so, they didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in him. As time passed, their confidence began to fade. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, but there was no movement from below. The hope that the duo had harbored gradually turned into disappointment. Could it be that, was Xianxia really dead this time around? Even if he was really dead, it would still be a consolation for him to come out and play with his corpse for a while, requesting monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Returning back to when Zhang Xian parted with Xing Yuan and the others. In the underground chamber, a puppet clutching its head was running frantically, and the 20 otherworldly demon puppets were chasing after it relentlessly. Each and every one of them roared frenziedly, as if they were going to devour a human. Seeing how his idea had driven the puppets into such a frenzy, Zhang Xian's curiosity was piqued. It was impossible for him to kill his clone, and his soul was formless and intangible. If he wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. Besides, he still had the golden page in his library of Heaven's Path. Even if he were to be trapped, he would still be able to escape. That was also the reason why he had the group escape first to lure the puppets over. He thought that it would already be a blessing if these puppets could follow him, but who could have thought that they would chase after him as if he was their father's murderer? To be able to drive these unintelligent puppets into such a frenzy, what in the world was that heart? Who cares what it is? I'll know once I touch it. In order to allow the group to escape successfully, the only way was to stop the puppets from pursuing them. Without any hesitation, Xianxia rushed forward with the head in his hands. In just 8 breaths, he had already arrived before the river. The small altar and the heart were still there. Let's head over. Seeing that the puppet behind him was already right before him, Xianxia immediately leaped into the river without any hesitation. Roar! 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 Seeing Xianxia leaping into the river, the puppets panicked, but none of them dared to charge forward. Instead, they glared at him furiously, as if wanting to tear him into shreds. This is really, seeing that the puppets were indeed not chasing after him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had been perplexed when he saw the puppets entering the river one after another to receive the spiritual energy from the heart, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like his guess was correct. The river could only allow a single puppet to enter at a time. Even if the others wanted to, they wouldn't dare to do so. Let me see what the heart is. Falling into the river, Xianxia noticed that he wasn't too far away from his heart. He turned around to take a look before walking forward. Voila! As soon as he focused his gaze, he felt an intense killing intent piercing right into his mind, as if a dagger. Heaven's Path Divine Art. Knowing that such a situation would occur, Xianxia drove his soul energy. Indeed, Xianxia felt that the massacre chi had weakened significantly. However, he still felt a splitting headache, and he could barely hold on any longer. My soul doesn't have the Heaven's Path Xianxia, so I won't be able to withstand it, he stopped. The killing intent was far stronger than that of the otherworldly demon that Hongshi had taken out back then. Even though Xianxia had cultivated the Heaven's Path Divine Art as well, without the support of his Heaven's Path Xianxia, he was unable to withstand the killing intent. As such, it was already extremely taxing for him to reach this point. If he were to advance any further, the killing intent might corrode his mind and inflict severe damage on him. Turning around, Xianxia noted that while the puppets around him were infuriated, they did not dare to get too close to him. In fact, they did not even dare to attack him from afar. For the time being, there was no need to worry too much about his safety. Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind. Hula, the physical body in the storage ring appeared before him. Thus, he drew his primordial spirit out of the puppet and returned to his main body. Only after entering his body did he feel much more comfortable, and he heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the puppet from before was much stronger than his current physical body, his own body was still the best. He could control it with ease, and it was indescribably comfortable. Heaven's Path Xianxia. Xianxia drove his Xianxia swiftly, and the killing intent that had been assaulting his mind a moment ago vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed in the first place. Heaven's Path Xianxia was effective against the bizarre aura of the otherworldly demons, and he had experimented with it before. Thus, he was able to utilize it with ease. Roar! Seeing that the puppet in the lake had vanished and a human had appeared, the other puppets grew even more enraged. They roared furiously, but they seemed to be fearful of something, not daring to approach. Seeing that they were unwilling to approach, Xianxia decided not to worry. Thus, he began walking over to the heart. In any case, he would have to touch it if he wanted to use the library of Heaven's Path, so there was nothing for him to fear. Walking up to the heart, Xianxia placed his palm lightly on it. Ha ha ha! Barely after Xianxia's finger came into contact with the heart, he shouted flaws. Before he could even open the book to take a look, a frenzied laughter suddenly echoed in the air. Following which, his vision darkened, and a massive figure appeared before him. This body, this is great, this is great. Even the heavens are on my side. The massive figure roared frenziedly, and the massive heart pulsated non-stop, as if it had just been nourished. With this body, I can finally come back to life after sleeping for tens of thousands of years. The massive figure roared in agitation. Opening its eyes, a sharp glint of lightning gleamed in them. Xianxia, didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? Just you wait and see how I destroy your master-teacher pavilion and your heritage when I return. Roaring furiously, the massive figure charged forward to grab Xianxia. At the same time, the heart on the altar also flew toward Xianxia's chest. From the looks of it, it was intending to dive into his body and replace his heart. If it were to succeed, his consciousness would be devoured, and he would lose his sense of self. Xianxia's face tensed up. Before the other party, he felt as if he was an ant before a towering mountain. He was completely helpless before it. Powerful, so far, the strongest otherworldly demon he had met was Pavilion Master Mo of the Han Yuan Empire, but even he was no different from a worm before the heart. This feeling was similar to when he met Xianxia back then. Be it his state of mind or spirit, he was completely at the mercy of the other party. Am I going to be possessed by that fellow? Xianxia asked anxiously. He had been curious to see what the heart was, but who could have thought that it was actually alive and capable of possession? Once one was possessed, one would lose their consciousness, and by then, they would be no different from a mere body. Heaven's path Xianxia. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia tried to communicate with his Xianxia, only to realize that his body no longer belonged to him. This feeling was similar to a nightmare. No matter how anxious he was unable to move his Xianxia at all. There's no need to resist. The figure in the heart seemed to have seen through Xianxia's situation, and it sneered coldly. Even Xianxia suffered a loss in my hands back then. You might be a celestial master teacher, but your cultivation is simply too weak. You don't have the right to resist. Obediently allow me to possess your body. I'll bring your body with me and make the world tremble once more. Xianxia suffered a loss in your hands? Who are you? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Xianxia was an unparalleled figure from several dozen millenniums ago. With his strength alone, he created the Mingxi Tang to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe and drive them away. His contribution to the otherworldly demonic tribe was unparalleled, and his cultivation was unparalleled. Yet, this fellow said that he had suffered a loss in the hands of Xianxia? Who in the world was he? I can't remember what my name is anymore. With a heartbeat, the illusory figure emitted a distant aura. However, at that time everyone addressed me as Vicious. Vicious? That's right. Are you afraid? Vicious asked. I've never heard of it before, Xianxia replied. Heart. The ancient history was recorded in the higher tier Mingxi Tang. As a 4-star master teacher, Xianxia wasn't qualified to view it yet. As for what vicious or werewolf was, he had never heard of it before. Today, I'll show you my prowess. Not expecting to meet such an ignorant celestial master teacher, the heart pounded furiously. With a furious roar, the figure's hand reached out to grab Xianxia. Jai, with his throat grabbed, Xianxia's breathing hastened, and his vision darkened. In the other party's hand, he was no different from an infant, unable to retaliate at all. You want to possess me? Xianxia asked anxiously. That's right. As a celestial master teacher, my body has been acknowledged by the heavens. Even if I were an otherworldly demon, I would still be able to possess you. In fact, I could even disguise myself as a human without anyone noticing. The heart harumphed. You can tell that I'm a celestial master teacher? Xianxia. So far, no other master teacher had been able to tell that he was a celestial master teacher. To think that the heart would recognize him so easily. Could it be that the other party was an expert of the same generation as Xianxia, to be able to stand against Xianxia? What kind of existence was he? How could he have survived until now and not died? It's Xianxia. I have fought with him for my entire life, how could I not recognize him? The heart harumphed coldly. If it had been anyone else, it might not have been able to recognize him. However, it had fought with Xianxia for its entire life, and the other party was a celestial master teacher. If it couldn't even recognize this, it would be in deep trouble. You are an expert of the same generation as Xianxia while I am just an insignificant figure. Why don't you put me down first? I won't be able to resist you, Xianxia said anxiously. Why? Are you trying to play tricks? The heart asked. Given how powerful you are, I won't be able to play any tricks even if I want to. Xianxia said. I will be possessed by you soon, and I won't be able to resist you either. I just want to know a few things before I die so that I can rest in peace. Humph, there's no use trying to play tricks before me, the heart said. Why? You don't believe me? Could it be that you are just bragging? You don't even trust a lad of my cultivation? Xianxia said. Audacious. When I dominated the world, even Xianxia was wary of me. Even a 9-star master teacher could be crushed to death easily. Do you think that I would be afraid of a lad of your cultivation? Hearing Xianxia's doubtful words, the heart flew into a rage. If you aren't afraid, release the shackles on me. With my strength, no matter how many tricks I have up my sleeves, I won't be able to hurt you, Xianxia continued. The heart replied. It seemed to feel that the other party wouldn't be able to stand against him no matter how many tricks the other party had up his sleeves, so it relaxed. If the one being possessed was unwilling to die, even he would find it hard to resolve the problem. Since this fellow wanted to die in peace, it wouldn't be a problem for him to satisfy him. Feeling the shackles on his body disappearing, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. All right, feel free to ask whatever you have to say, the heart said calmly. All right, Xianxia nodded. Feeling the connection between his soul and his physical body once more, he suddenly smiled. I would like to ask if you recognize this thing? After which, a golden book suddenly appeared before his eyes. This? What is this? The heart was taken aback. Just as it was perplexed, the book suddenly pressed down on it, shrouding it. Following which, a frenzied roar echoed in the underground chamber. What the F***CK? Who the F***CK are you? Xianxia was intending to take a look at what the heart was, but as soon as he touched it, the other party took control of his body, rendering him unable to think. Left with no choice, he could only play along. He didn't expect that the other party would really release him. After releasing him, he quickly flipped through the books in the Library of Heaven's Path, and after reading them, he finally understood what was going on. Even though the other party was imposing, he had just regained consciousness not too long ago. Even if he could possess Xianxia's body, he would have to pay a heavy price for it. On the other hand, if Xianxia was willing to allow the other party to possess him, things would be much simpler. Knowing that the other party was only putting up a strong front, how could Xianxia show mercy? He immediately took out the Book of Heaven's Path. The Book of Heaven's Path was the strongest artifact in the Library of Heaven's Path. Even if the other party was from the same era as Xianxia, there was no way he would be able to withstand it. As expected, as soon as the Book of Heaven's Path appeared, the other party seemed to have been shackled. At the same time, the energy that he had infused into Xianxia disappeared, and he regained his freedom. Who am I? I am your grandfather. Xianxia slammed the Book of Heaven's Path on the round platform. Unable to withstand the pressure, it immediately cracked open. Hong Long, as soon as the round platform collapsed, the formation of the underground chamber seemed to have been destroyed. Spiritual energy scattered everywhere, and the underground chamber began to shake violently. Damn it, I forgot that this is the core of the formation. Xianxia's face turned green. He had just escaped from danger, and he wanted to smash the heart to death with the Book of Heaven's Path. However, he forgot that the heart was located at the very core of the underground chamber. This underground chamber was protected by a formation that maintained spiritual energy and life. The core of the underground chamber was where the heart was located, which was the round platform. Without the support of the formation, how could the underground chamber, which had been buried for tens of thousands of years, withstand the pressure? It collapsed immediately. He was currently in the depths of the underground chamber, and it was at least 2 to 3 minutes away from the exit. His clone was also chased to an unknown location. If the underground chamber were to collapse completely, it would be impossible for him to escape. He would be buried alive. Don't kill me. I can bring you to a safe place. Seeing the Book of Heaven's Path continuing to press down on him, the heart cried out anxiously. All right, I'll believe you this one time. He knew that there was nothing he could do even if he did not trust the other party. The underground palace had completely collapsed, and with his strength, there was no way he could escape. He could only rely on this heart. The other party had lived for several dozen millenniums, so he should know the secrets of the underground palace very well. Perhaps he might really be able to bring him out. If we don't kill him, can we seal him? Just as he was about to put the book away, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. There was a time limit to the golden book. Once it was retracted, it would disappear. Without this powerful tool, it would be difficult for him to control the other party once more. Since this thing was capable of increasing his soul depth, allowing him to memorize knowledge, and killing enemies with his will, was it possible for it to turn into something and seal this heart? As long as he was able to seal them, they would be unable to make a move on him, so there was nothing for him to fear. Hula, but before Xianxia could finish his thoughts, the book suddenly flickered, and opened up. With a light shake, the heart was clipped into the book. Following which, the golden page lost its color and turned into an ordinary book before falling to the ground. Huh? Xianxia caught it and opened it up, only to see a heart beating nonstop. No matter how hard it struggled, it refused to jump out, reminiscent of a bizarre painting. Let go of me, the heart bellowed furiously, and a savage face appeared on it. Bring me to a safe place. Xianxia didn't think that the golden page would really possess the ability to seal, not to mention, it was so simple. He chuckled softly. I am the vicious whom even Xianxia fears. How dare a mere junior like you disrespect me, the heart bellowed furiously, but before it could finish its words, a finger suddenly flicked toward it. Pong, as if struck by lightning, the heart jolted violently, and it flipped several times in the air. Vicious? Very well, come, give me a smile. Let me see how vicious you are. Xianxia glanced at the heart of the heart. The heart clenched tightly, and tears welled up in its eyes. He was truly a vicious who had dominated the world. Even though he had been killed back then and recovered several dozen millenniums ago, he was still able to kill Saint Realm experts for fun, yet, he was actually sealed in a book by a 20-year-old lad and flicked here and there. The heck, where is my dignity as an immortal's envoy? Even though he had no idea what kind of artifact the book was sealing him, he could feel the overwhelming authority of the heavens emanating from it, leaving him unable to stand against it. Putting aside escaping, it was already a blessing for him to be alive. Why? Not smiling? Just as the heart of the heart was about to rage, the other party suddenly bent his finger and flicked it over. I'll smile, I'll smile. The heart immediately morphed into a human face, and a smile appeared on its face. He had no choice but to smile. Now that he was sealed in a book and could be killed at any moment, no matter how formidable he was, it was useless. Despite the smile on his face, his heart was dripping blood. I've really fought with Xianxia before. He was an expert who dominated the world, an existence that even 9 stars master teachers could easily crush. Yet, here he was, smiling apologetically. That's more like it. Hurry up and bring me to a safe place. Seeing that the other party was under control, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the ground was shaking more and more violently, and it seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Yes. Seeing that the other party had stopped flicking his finger, the heart heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he bellowed, hurry up and lead the way. Roar, hearing the command, the surrounding puppets immediately rushed forward, not daring to utter a single word. Holding the book in hand, Xianxia followed closely behind the puppets while communicating with his clone through telepathy. Not too long later, his clone flew over and was kept into his storage ring. His clone was forged using the 9 Hearts Lotus, so it was practically invincible. Even though it was being chased around by 2 puppets, it was still impossible for it to be killed. It was just that it had expended too much of its Xianxia, so it would require a good rest before it could recover. With the heart in hand, the puppets dared not show the slightest disrespect toward him. In fact, 2 of them even lifted him up, thinking that he was walking too slowly. The Saint Realm puppets ran with all their might, and in less than 2 breaths, they arrived at a relatively small room. At this moment, the underground chamber finally reached its limit, and it began to collapse. Darkness immediately descended upon the room. Xianxia tossed out a night illumination pearl to illuminate the surroundings. This is a refuge left behind when the underground chamber was being built to prevent humans from exterminating the underground chamber. Even if the underground chamber collapses here, one can still survive. However, there's no exit here, Xianxia said as he flipped open the book. Back then, the otherworldly demonic tribe had been hunted down by humans, and as one of the strongest of the otherworldly demonic tribe, it had left behind a way out for itself. Even if a human were to chase after it, it would still be able to bring them down with it. However, in order to prevent others from finding it, there was no exit here. It could only be said that it was safe for the time being. As for how to get out, it was still a mystery. There's no exit? Xianxia frowned. If he couldn't get out, was he really going to be trapped here to death? Yes, the heart nodded. Very well. Since I can't get out, I'll just have to find a way to tame you. Perhaps I might be able to raise my cultivation. Xianxia said as he flicked his wrist and pressed down on the page. This fellow was sealed by the Book of Heaven's Path, so with just a thought, he could crush it to death. Wait a moment, the heart felt like crying. Back then, when he had dominated the world, there was no one who didn't fear him. Even Xianxia had to show him some respect. Yet, this fellow actually dared to beat him up as he pleased. This was driving him mad, but what was the point of going mad? From the looks of it, the other party really did dare to tame him. What the heck was this? It had not been easy for him to wake up, and he thought that he would be able to roam the world once more. Who would have thought that before he could even leave the underground chamber, he would meet with such a monster and such a formidable artifact? Back then, the great codex of spring and autumn that Xianxia had painstakingly forged was said to possess the ability to reverse yin and yang and alter time. Even so, it did not seem to possess such formidable effects. Who in the world are you? Where did you come from? There's indeed no exit, but, now that we're safe, we can dig a way out. However, it'll take a few days. Knowing that the other party really dared to tame him, the heart dared not say anything else. Dig a way out? That's right. Have your puppets hurry up then. Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. Even though they were underground, since he had been able to dig out such a massive underground chamber back then, it was not too difficult for him to dig a way out. In any case, he had so many puppets with him, so there was no need for him to do it personally. Yes. The heart replied. Through some unknown means, it said those words, and the puppets immediately began digging. These were all Saint Rome puppets, so it was not too difficult for them to dig a passageway that a single person could pass through. It was just that the underground chamber had just collapsed, so it was easy for it to collapse a second time. While the other party was busy digging a passageway, Xianxia continued waiting here. In any case, he was not in a hurry. He lowered his head to look at the book once more. All right, I'll ask you some questions, and you'll have to answer them truthfully. Yes. The heart replied. Since you were from the same era as Xianxia, and you even crossed blows with him, have you heard of his innate fetal poison? Xianxia asked. Through the Library of Heaven's Path, he knew that the other party was speaking the truth. This fellow was indeed from the same era as Xianxia. Since that was the case, there was a good chance that he knew about the innate fetal poison. Innate fetal poison? I don't know. I was enemies with Xianxia. The first time I met him, he was already very powerful. The heart replied. The heart replied. Back then, the otherworldly demonic tribe ruled over mankind, but Xianxia suddenly rose up from nowhere. Despite his young age, he possessed extraordinary strength, and he managed to reunite mankind and defeat them. They didn't know much about this pinnacle powerhouse of the human race. You don't know? Are you lying to me? Xianxia widened his eyes in disbelief. I wouldn't dare. The heart hurriedly explained. However, before it could finish its words, it saw the other party's finger flicking toward it once more. Pung 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 pung, after flipping several times in the Book of Heaven's Path, as if struck by lightning, the heart convulsed uncontrollably, and white foam spewed from its mouth. Brat, how dare you lie to me? Do you believe that I won't kill you within minutes? Xianxia. Yes. The heart spasmed uncontrollably as tears flowed down its cheeks. I'm really a vicious, a person who dominated the ancient era, a person whom even Xianxia feared. Please believe in me. Congratulations to China Volunteer for becoming the 37th Alliance Master of this book. Continue begging for votes at the start of the month and try to get into the top 10. Originally, he didn't want to write so many chapters, but seeing that the monthly votes were almost at the bottom, he couldn't help it. When others asked for votes, their monthly votes would increase by a few thousand votes. But we only have around 1,000 votes and have fallen to the top 10. Our book has close to 30,000 original readers supporting it. On Qidian, there are more than 6,000 readers who have received the Border Army badge. Our results aren't any weaker than many gods. Monthly votes, we can't be a coward. Where are the 30,000 readers? Where are the 6,000 Border Army? There are guaranteed monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Please vote for Laowa and let us rush up. Let's kill until the sky turns dark. Laowa thanked them. Let's change our conditions. Seeing that this fellow was actually interested in them, Luo Qiqi frowned and waved her hands. If the other party wasn't the young master of the Beast Hall, she would have surely slapped him unconscious for daring to speak to them in such a manner. 2 5-star master teachers and the princess of Hongyuan Empire, how could a mere 4-star beast tamer like you possibly covet them? However, they didn't know much about beast taming. If they were to offend this fellow, it would be troublesome if they were to make things difficult for him. Change our conditions? Not expecting the other party to reject even a meal, Qin Zhong frowned. He was a handsome man, and his standing was high as well. As such, it was rare for anyone to reject his invitation. Yet, not only did these two not agree to his request, they even looked at him with displeasure. What was the meaning of this? They didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. It's just a meal, surely you can't possibly reject my request, right? If you keep rejecting me like this, I fear that it won't be easy for me to find a good aerial spirit beast in the Beast Hall. Harumphing coldly, Qin Zhong said. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Do you know the consequences of threatening a master teacher? Luo Qiqi narrowed her eyes. Threaten? How would I dare? I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Besides, aren't the two of you the ones who are begging me to give you a ride? Why are you behaving in such a manner when you have a favor to ask of me? Qin Zhong chuckled impassively. He waved his hands and said. I've already stated the price, so it's up to you whether you are willing to accept it or not. In any case, I'm not in a hurry. As long as I'm here, no one in the Beast Hall will dare to give you a ride. Not expecting this fellow to be so shameless, how could someone as hot-tempered as Yu Fei possibly hold herself back? Sneering coldly, she was just about to rush up and teach the other party a lesson when the sound of soil rumbling suddenly echoed from the heavens pit. Gugu, soil bubbled continuously, as if a huge bubble was trying to burst out of the sinkhole. Could it be? Yu Fei and Luo Qiqi's bodies stiffened. They couldn't be bothered with this arrogant fellow anymore. Instead, they stared intently at the sinkhole, fearing that they might miss something. Could it be that Xianxia was coming out? Could it be that he was really still alive? The duo's eyes reddened. They had waited for 5 days, experiencing all kinds of despair. Could it be that they were given hope once more? Gulong, just as Zhang Xian was feeling nervous, the soil suddenly burst open, and a massive head popped out. It's a puppet. The two women's bodies tensed up, and their faces turned pale. As expected, he was still disappointed. He had thought that it was Xianxia, but who would have thought that it was this thing? Whoosh, the puppet crawled out of the cave and looked around. Then, it stood outside and looked around warily, as if it was waiting for someone. Seeing that there wasn't the slightest injury on the puppet, Luo Qiqi and Yu Fei felt as if their hearts were being ripped apart. Xianxia had risked his life in order to keep the other party here, but it seemed that he had failed in the end. Otherwise, how could this guy have come out before he did? Qin Zhong was waiting for the two beauties to submit to him, but who could have thought that not only would they ignore him, they would turn their gazes toward the massive crater instead. Frowning, he turned his gaze over as well, and his eyebrows shot up. What was this guy? How did it come out from underground? Even though he was a 4-star beast tamer, the otherworldly demonic tribe was one of the greatest secrets of the master teacher continent. Other than master teachers, it was rare for him to meet an otherworldly demon. As such, he wasn't aware that the puppet was made from an otherworldly demon's corpse, so he thought that it was an ordinary human. An ordinary otherworldly demon was only slightly more than 2 meters tall. The reason why the one he saw in Myriad Kingdom City was 3 meters tall was because he was the offspring of an otherworldly demon and a spirit beast. Even though it was rare to see a 2-meter-tall otherworldly demon, it wasn't as if they didn't exist. Isn't he just a little bigger? He doesn't seem to be strong at all. Could it be that they prefer bigger ones? Seeing how the two beauties who had ignored him before were agitated upon seeing this huge fellow, a glint flashed across Qin Zhong's eyes. It's just a little bigger. I'll make you understand very soon. No matter how big you are, you're useless before me. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Zhong stepped forward and arrogantly said, I am Qin Zhong, a 4-star beast tamer of the Beast Hall. May I know how I should address you? Is it convenient for you to come up for a chat? Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier were still wallowing in grief when they heard Qin Zhong's words. Was there something wrong with his head? You want to have a chat with an otherworldly demon puppet? Do you think the other party can understand your words? Seeing the astonishment of the duo, Qin Zhong's eyes lit up. He knew that he had found the right direction. Turning his gaze back to the huge fellow, he saw that the huge fellow was completely ignoring him. With his back as straight as a javelin, Qin Zhong exuded an air of elegance. Why? Are you looking down on me? Very well, I would like to see what you have up your sleeves then. After which, he bellowed coldly. The green leaf-winged dragon beast roared furiously and leaped into the air. With a swift leap, he landed on the back of the green leaf-winged dragon beast and charged forward. Aren't you looking down on me? Are you interested in this huge fellow instead? Fine, I'll pummel him right now so that you'll know how bad your eyesight is. Before the green leaf-winged dragon beast could reach him, Qin Zhong had already leaped into the air, and with a flurry of movements, he charged straight for the huge fellow. In this leap, he had executed his strongest movement technique. Making use of the inertia, it felt as though he was gliding through the air, creating an indescribably elegant sight. With this movement technique, he had attracted the shrieks of innumerable beauties, making them want to devote themselves to him. While in midair, Xianxia couldn't help but raise his head to take a look. He thought that the two beauties he had just met would be so excited that their eyes would light up in admiration, and they wouldn't reject him anymore. Instead, he saw the two beauties closing their eyes in sympathy. Closing their eyes, was my performance not impressive enough? While Qin Zhong was perplexed, he had already arrived before the puppet. However, before he could make a move, a massive fist suddenly appeared before him, and it grew larger and darker. Pung, a powerful might struck him, and before he could even react, he felt a stifling sensation in his chest, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. In an instant, he was sent flying into the air at an even faster speed. A strength beyond transcendent mortal 8 Dan, Qin Zhong's vision darkened, and he felt as though he was going insane. The puppet was powered by a spring, so before it exerted its strength, it was impossible to gauge its strength. As such, Xianxia was unaware of the other party's true strength. He thought that it would be easy for him to deal with the other party with his strength. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the other party's strength would be boundless. It was even more fearsome than his father, the transcendent mortal 8 Dan pinnacle master of the Beast Hall. Didn't this mean that the other party's strength had already exceeded transcendent mortal 8 Dan? How could that be? He had met and recognized most of the transcendent mortal 8 Dan experts in the Miryu Empire, but he had never heard of such a huge fellow before. After spurting several mouthfuls of blood, Qin Zhong finally felt a little better. His body crashed heavily into the wall of the sinkhole, and he felt as though his bones were falling apart. With a single punch, he was already severely injured. If not for the fact that he had many means to preserve his life as the young master of the Beast Hall, preventing the other party from killing him, he would have already lost his life. Even so, his injuries were still severe. It would take at least a month or two for him to fully recover. Struggling to open his eyes, Qin Zhong was just about to summon the green leaf-winged dragon beast to carry him away when another huge fellow walked out. The two of them stood respectfully outside the sinkhole. Could it be that they are welcoming someone? Qin Zhong was taken aback by the appearance of the duo. However, this wasn't the end of it. More huge fellows walked out from the sinkhole and stood by the two sides. With their heads lowered, it seemed as though they were waiting for an important figure. Around 18 of them walked out from the sinkhole, and only then did Qin Zhong see a soft chair being carried out. Seated on the soft chair was a young man. Gazing at the sunlight outside, he stretched his back lazily. It was as though he hadn't seen the sun for several days. For transcendent mortal 8 Dan experts were carrying him, and 17 of them were welcoming him respectfully. Who in the world was this fellow? Why did he crawl out of the sinkhole? Qin Zhong widened his eyes in shock. For a moment, he forgot about the pain he was feeling. Xianxia, just as Qin Zhong was perplexed, an excited shout sounded from above, and two figures leaped down. Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier thought that they would never see this young man again in their lives. Who could have thought that he would appear once more in such an unimaginable manner? Unable to contain their agitation, they leaped down from the sinkhole. The sinkhole was around 40 meters deep, but to a Cosmos Bridge realm expert, this wasn't a problem at all. Little Qi, Princess Feier? What are you two doing here? Naturally, the one seated on the soft chair was Xianxia. After cultivating underground for 5 days, the puppets finally managed to dig out a passageway. In any case, since he had the heart in his hands, he didn't have to worry about those puppets being disobedient. Thus, he had them prepare a soft chair and carry it up. He thought that the two of them had already left, so he didn't expect to see them after so long. You're fine. Seeing that the person before them was indeed Xianxia, Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier were perplexed. Weren't you being pursued by the puppets? Why would the puppets carry you up here? More importantly, there wasn't the slightest aura in the sinkhole. How did he survive? I'm fine. It's a long story, just a fortuitous encounter. Xianxia waved his hands. I thought that I was doomed, but I managed to activate the life-saving artifact that my teacher left behind for me. Not only am I fine, I even managed to get these puppets to obey my commands. I must say, I'm really lucky. There was no way he could talk about the heart. If he were to do so, the Book of Heaven's path wouldn't be able to explain the matter. Thus, he had already thought of a plan before coming here, and he decided to push the blame to his teacher. In any case, they had seen their teacher's astounding performance. If he were to say too much, it would only make them think that he was an unfathomable figure. Xianxia? Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier glanced at one another before heaving a sigh of relief. The sight of Xianxia descending from the sky and subduing the puppets with a single kick was still fresh in their minds. Even Xianxia wasn't capable of such a feat with such strength. It wasn't impossible for the puppets to stop fighting and even submit to him obediently. It's good that you're fine. Knowing that a low-ranked master teacher like Xianxia was involved, they knew that they couldn't ask too much about the matter. Thus, they decided to drop the subject. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he couldn't help but turn to look at Qin Zhong, whose face was flushed from the punch earlier. That fellow. Who is he? The second day of the month, I'll continue begging for monthly votes. I can still vote for the minimum. He is. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Qiqi recounted what had happened earlier. You want to take a ride back to Hongyuan Empire? Understanding the situation, Xianxia nodded. Indeed. We have been delayed for another 5 days, so we should hurry to Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. 5 days had passed since he had entered the underground chamber, and adding on the 3 days he had been unconscious, it had been 9 days since he had left the cleansing lake. If he didn't hurry, he might really be unable to enter the academy before the start of the semester. Even though he didn't have much interest in the Master Teacher Academy, given that there were many grades within, it was bound to have a comprehensive collection of books. It would be much easier for him to collect them, and it would be much easier for him to raise his cultivation. Luo Qiqi nodded. Since teacher is fine, let's head back together. The reason why she was in a hurry to call for reinforcements was to save Xianxia. Now that the latter was fine, it was indeed about time for them to head back. All right. Getting down from the chair, Xianxia had the puppets walk into the cavern and seal it up. At the same time, he also destroyed the passageway below. On the surface, it seemed like he had them return to the underground chamber, but in truth, he had already collected all of them into his storage ring. These fellows were lifeless, so he could bring them with him wherever he went. Since he could control them with his heart, it would be a waste for him to do so. With so many Saint Realm puppets, even if a true Saint Realm expert were to come looking for him, he would surely be pummeled into a pig's head. With his safety guaranteed, he wouldn't have to rely on Xianxia for everything. Of course, the implications of the otherworldly demon corpse were simply too great, so it would be best for even Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier not to know about it. Not to mention, there was a fellow with a pig's head not too far away. Thus, he had to keep them in his storage ring discreetly to avoid trouble later on. As for the people from the academy who came later and failed to find the puppets, that was none of his business. Given that puppets were alive, couldn't they run away? Even if he wanted to admit it, others would have to believe him first. You are Qin Zhong, right? We would like to ride on your spirit beast. I hope that you can do us a favor. Having made up his mind, Xianxia turned to Qin Zhong, who was lying on the ground not too far away, and bellowed. All right, Qin Zhong struggled to stand up and looked at Xianxia with jealousy and ruthlessness in his eyes. The reason why he was beaten to such a state was because of this fellow. Although he didn't know who the group of big men who dug back into the ground were, since this guy was so respected by them and was beaten up so badly, he must have been the one who incited it. I can't deal with you now, but when we're in the air, won't I be at your mercy? Swallowing a pill, Xianxia recovered slightly, and the corner of his lips curled up. The three men before him were young, and while they had not displayed their cultivation yet, it was unlikely that they had reached Saint Realm yet. Without reaching the Saint Realm, one couldn't fly. There was nothing one could do in the air. My spirit beast didn't prepare a house, and the wind is strong in the air. Please be careful. Jumping onto the back of the flying beast, Qin Zhong was filled with complacency, but he spoke with good intentions. It's all right. Xianxia didn't care at all. Who? The green leaf-winged dragon beast soared into the sky and soared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Even though there wasn't a house, the back of the spirit beast was spacious. Even with the group standing on it, it didn't feel cramped at all. The spirit beast soared higher and higher, and it didn't take long for it to reach an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. The cold wind howled, and due to its incredible speed, it exerted a heavy pressure on the group. The group released their Xianxia to form a protective barrier to fend off the vicious wind. Xianxia, it's obvious that this fellow is up to no good. Why did you board him? Seeing the nonchalant look on the young man's face, Yu couldn't help but send a telepathic message to him. Even she could tell that this fellow was up to no good. If it was up to her, she would just ignore him and leave. There was nothing urgent at the moment, and they could just walk to the beast hall. There was no need for them to take the risk. If they were to ascend to the sky, they would be in deep trouble. Haven't you always been smart? Why did you make such a low-level mistake? Fair, just watch. Teacher knows what to do. Luo Qiqi smiled. Yu didn't know that Xianxia was capable of flight, but she had seen it with her own eyes. Since he dared to board him, he must have thought of a countermeasure. What a joke. Ever since she started following her teacher, he had always been the one to scam others. When had she ever seen him suffer? Damn it. Seeing the two cold-faced beauties chatting merrily with this unremarkable-looking fellow, Qin Zhong's face warped in agony. As the young master of the beast hall, he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. On top of that, he had a graceful demeanor, and he had always been respected by others. When had he ever had to help others tame a spirit beast after being pummeled? This was a huge humiliation to him. This brother over here, are those huge fellows your servants? Even though Qin Zhong was furious, he didn't act rashly. Those huge fellows were likely to be transcendent mortal 8-dan cultivators. If they were his servants, it would be a huge loss for him to offend him. No, they're my friends. They just happened to send me out. Xianxia replied calmly. Friends? Qin Zhong frowned. May I know how I should address you, and what is your identity? This time around, the question was a little more direct. I'm just an insignificant figure. Naturally, I can't compare to the young master of the beast hall. Xianxia continued. Insignificant? Qin Zhong sneered coldly. That was to be expected. He knew almost all of the young talents in the Miryu Empire, but he had never seen or heard of this person before. Thus, it was unlikely for him to be an important figure. However, it was still best to be careful. May I know, if you have learned the occupation of a master teacher? Qin Zhong asked. Oh, it has only been half a year since I started. Xianxia scratched his head in embarrassment. He was speaking the truth. It had only been half a year since he took the master teacher examination. Half a year? The occupation of a master teacher is vast and profound. It is indeed impossible for you to learn anything in half a year. However, there's no need to feel inferior. Qin Zhong thought that the other party was a master teacher as well, but upon hearing that the other party had only studied for half a year, he couldn't help but feel disdainful. Every single occupation had a complete system and knowledge that required a lifetime of research. This was especially so for a master teacher, the #1 occupation in the world. Most probably, he wouldn't even be able to become an apprentice in half a year. If he wasn't a master teacher, things would be much simpler. Brother, you seem to be a valiant person. It can't be that you went to study other occupations, right? Have you learned pill forging before? Xianxia continued asking. I've learned it for a few days. Xianxia replied. Only for a few days? That's a pity. Learning pill forging allows one to focus their mind and cultivate faster. If you have only learned it for a few days, you probably won't be able to nurture that quality and lose the habit of being serious. Xianxia sighed. Then, have you learned beast taming before? I've only come into contact with it a little, Xianxia replied. Beast taming allows one to get closer to nature. It's impossible for you to only learn it a little. You will lose the opportunity to come into contact with nature. Xianxia shook his head. Have you learned the way of medicine, smithing, and formation? Soon, Xianxia had asked about the top few occupations, and when he heard that the other party hadn't learned any of them, he sighed. In any case, it was a blow to his confidence. Finally, when he found out that the other party hadn't learned any of the occupations, his confidence soared. Those who were truly powerful would have at least a few occupations, and they would also be persistent in their studies. On the other hand, this fellow only took a few days to learn everything. It was clear that he had no patience at all. Since that was the case, what else was there to worry about? Ha ha ha, everyone, stand still. I'm going to speed up. With a light chuckle, Xianxia bellowed. The green leaf-winged dragon beast beneath them flapped its wings, and it immediately dashed into the sky. Voila, the abrupt acceleration and the slight movement on the back of the green leaf-winged dragon beast made Xianxia and the others feel their legs wobbling, and they nearly fell from the sky. It was a walk in the park for beast tamers to deal with the passengers on the back of the green leaf-winged dragon beast. Knowing the other party's intentions, Yufei's face reddened in anger, and she nearly exploded on the spot. Just as she was about to berate the other party, she suddenly felt a surge of Xinqi gushing into her back, stabilizing her. Turning around, she saw Xianxia reaching out a hand to steady her body, allowing her to stand more stably. The winged dragon beast's abrupt movements didn't seem to affect the young man at all. Xianxia thought that he would be able to frighten the incompetent lad into crying for his parents and begging for mercy with a light flick of his wrist. Who could have thought that the other party would remain calm and fearless? Xianxia's complexion darkened once more. If the other party wasn't afraid at all, wouldn't his efforts have been in vain? Just as Xianxia was about to control the winged dragon beast to perform another 2 somersaults, the young man's impassive voice sounded. Right, Brother Qin kept asking me about it, but I didn't have the nerve to ask you that. May I know if you know how to fly? Fly? Not expecting the other party to ask such a question, Xianxia was taken aback. Flying is an ability that only Saint Realm experts possess. How could I possibly know how to fly? Right after Xianxia said those words, the young man's apologetic voice sounded once more. Oh, I understand then. My apologies, but I do know how to fly. You know how to fly? Xianxia was perplexed by the other party's words when a thunderous voice suddenly echoed in the air. Pung! Right after the voice sounded, the winged dragon beast beneath him abruptly froze, and it plummeted straight to the ground. Ah! Xianxia screamed in horror, and he nearly fainted on the spot. The spirit beast beneath him had lost its ability to fly, and he didn't know how to fly either. Falling from an altitude of 1,000 meters, even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Just as Xianxia was in the midst of his screams, the young man's impassive voice sounded once more. I don't know what I've lost, but since you can't fly, it seems like you've lost your life. Xianxia hurriedly raised his head, only to see the young man looking at him impassively. Under the support of his Xinqi, the other 2 ladies were standing quietly by his side as they slowly glided downward. You can fly? Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the 20-year-old fellow who had only learned a few occupations for a day or 2 would actually be able to fly in the sky. What the heck was this? If he had known that he could fly, he would have never tried to act cool in his dreams. Xianxia burst into tears. You know how to fly? Seeing the human and beast plummeting to the ground, Yu Fei'er stared at the young man before her with widened eyes, as though she had seen a ghost. Wasn't flight a privilege that only Saint Realm experts possessed? You were only at Consonant Spirit Realm, how did you manage to do it? Chi-Chi, you already knew about it? Recalling Luo Chi-Chi's fearless attitude, Yu Fei'er couldn't help but ask. In the underground chamber, in order to save me, Xianxia used this move, Luo Chi-Chi said. Then, she turned to Zhang Xian and asked curiously, Teacher, how do you know how to fly? She had been wanting to ask this question for a long time, but she hadn't had the chance to. To be able to fly before reaching Saint Realm, if news were to spread, it would surely cause a huge uproar among the populace. Oh, it's an artifact that teacher gave me. Actually, it doesn't allow me to fly but glide for a short period of time. Furthermore, it has a flaw. It consumes a lot of Xianxia, so I won't be able to sustain it for too long. Zhang Xian explained. Since he couldn't explain it, he decided to pass it on to Yang Xian. Artifact? Xianxia is indeed formidable. Upon hearing that it was Xianxia's artifact, the duo couldn't help but feel envious. To have such a formidable teacher who was willing to give his students so many artifacts, it seemed like Xianxia really valued him highly. Seeing that he had pushed the blame onto teacher, the duo fell silent, and Zhang Xian chuckled. This artifact is rather rare, so I hope that the two of you won't spread it around to avoid trouble. Don't worry. Luo Chi-Chi and Yu Fei'er nodded. Since a master teacher of Xianxia's caliber was involved, they wouldn't dare to speak of it. Besides, if word were to spread, Xianxia would surely be in trouble, and they wouldn't do so either. As the trio spoke, they slowly descended from the sky. Zhang Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Given his current cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fly alone for an hour. However, it would be a little taxing for him to carry two people with him. It was fortunate that they were only descending and not advancing. Otherwise, they would surely fall from the sky just like Qin Zhong. That guy won't fall to his death, right? Luo Chi-Chi could not help but ask. Not far away, a man and a beast were lying in a large pit. The beast was still conscious, but the man had been injured before. Falling from such a great height, he could no longer bear the new injuries and fainted. That Qin Zhong is a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert. It's just 1,000 meters. It won't be that easy for him to fall to his death. Zhang Xian shook his head. Back then, when Fengshe and the others surrounded him, they had fallen from an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, but they had still managed to survive the fall. Even if that fellow had been severely injured by the puppets, as the young master of the master-teacher pavilion, how could he possibly be injured? At most, he would be severely injured. How could he die so easily? He has fainted, but you are still conscious. Hurry up and bring us to the beast hall. After explaining, Zhang Xian looked at the green leaf-winged dragon beast lying on the ground not too far away. At this moment, the big fellow was also injured, but it wasn't unconscious. It glanced over at Zhang Xian and trembled in fear. Roar! Hearing those words, even though the green leaf-winged dragon beast was fearful, it still struggled to its feet and walked over. Possessing the dragon bloodline, it was innately fearful of Zhang Xian's dragon language. Since the latter was instructing it, it naturally obeyed obediently. Hoo! Leaping onto the back of the green leaf-winged dragon beast, the trio ignored the dumbfounded Qin Zhong and flew toward the beast hall. It was enough to teach that arrogant fellow a lesson. Most probably, he would remember this matter for the rest of his life. Given that the green leaf-winged dragon beast had already flown quite a distance, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the beast hall. The beast hall of the Miryu Empire was clearly much grander than the one they had seen before. Countless spirit beasts flew in the sky, and the cry of their beasts echoed in the surroundings. Even before arriving, it already felt like a bustling city. When they were still several hundred meters away from the beast hall, Zhang Xian, Luo Chi-Chi, and the others alighted from the back of the green leaf-winged dragon beast. The green leaf-winged dragon beast was the tamed beast of the young master of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy. If they were to ride it in, it would surely cause a lot of trouble, and it would be a waste of their breath to explain the situation. As for why they didn't ride it to the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, that was even simpler. Hanyuan Empire was more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from here. Even though the green leaf-winged dragon beast was at consonant spirit realm, it would take at least a month and a half for it to fly there. By then, it would be too late. It was less than a month away from the start of the semester, and the Miryu Empire Beast Hall was bound to have higher-tier spirit beasts. Walking into the main hall of the Beast Hall, the trio was immediately shocked by the huge crowd. The Miryu Empire was vast, and there were countless people who came to the Beast Hall to borrow spirit beasts every day. There were more than a dozen rows of people, and each row had several hundred people. Some of them had even been queuing up for a month or two in advance. The Beast Hall has a limited number of spirit beasts and savage beasts, and only a portion of them are sent out every day. As such, no matter how many people queue up, it's impossible for everyone to get a slot. Looking at the crowd before her, Luo Qiqi smiled bitterly. There were limited beast tamers and spirit beasts in the Beast Hall, so naturally, it was impossible for everyone to get a slot. Those who didn't get a slot had to wait for the second day, third day, or even longer. Indeed. In the Hongyuan Empire Beast Hall, there are some who queue up for a month or two without a slot. Even though there are fewer people in the Miryu Empire Beast Hall, it's impossible for them to get a slot without waiting for at least 10 days. Yu Fei nodded. Every empire had countless experts and occupations, but the Beast Hall didn't have many of them. Traveling on spirit beasts had always been a huge problem. If only Yi Qian was here. He's familiar with the people here, and it would be more convenient for him to borrow spirit beasts. Perhaps we wouldn't have to queue up. Luo Qiqi smiled bitterly. If only he was here, why would we be here? The royal family should have spirit beasts, so we could just get him to bring some over. Yu Fei nodded. In terms of spirit beasts, the Beast Hall had the most. However, the Miryu Empire royal family had quite a few aerial spirit beasts as well. Back then, Hongshi and the others had boarded the royal family's flying ship to leave the Beast Hall. If Yi Qian was here, given his identity as the crown prince, he could easily borrow one or two powerful spirit beasts. With so many people here, it was simply too troublesome to find a suitable spirit beast. Forget it, the procedures to borrow spirit beasts from the Empire are extremely complicated, and we have to repay a favor on top of that. Why don't we just reveal our identity and look for the Hall Master of the Beast Hall? Luo Qiqi said. Given Yu Fei's identity, even if Yi Qian wasn't around, she could easily borrow a few spirit beasts from Yu Wendian. However, as the princess of the Hongyuan Empire and a master teacher, she would surely owe the other party a favor if she were to ask for one. Thus, she might as well just rent a spirit beast from the Beast Hall. While others had to queue up to rent a spirit beast from the Beast Hall, master teachers didn't have to. This was a privilege. Besides, they were 5-star master teachers, so they could easily look for the hall master or a superior beast tamer and spirit beast. Let's head over. After which, Luo Qiqi took a few steps forward. Suddenly, she recalled something and stopped. Turning to the young man not too far away, she asked, Xianxia, you're a beast tamer. Do you know anyone here? This is my first time here, so how could I possibly know anyone here? Xianxia shook his head. This was his first time coming to Huanyu capital, and he hadn't been out since then. How could he possibly find anyone he knew? That's true. Recalling that Xianxia had arrived later than them, even a beast tamer couldn't possibly know anyone here. All right then. Sighing, Luo Qiqi scanned the surroundings. Just as she was about to ask someone where she could find the manager of the Beast Hall, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded. Xianxia. Why are you here? Turning around, Xianxia saw an elder walking over excitedly. Hall Master Han? Upon seeing the elder, Xianxia was taken aback. He was the Hall Master of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Beast Hall, Han Chong, whom he met when taming the demon sink beast back then. Why was he here? It's all thanks to Xianxia's treatment that I was able to defeat Luo Ming in the competition and obtain the opportunity to study in the Miryu Empire. Han Chong said with a smile. He had suffered from internal injuries in the past, and he had been bent on taming the demon sink beast to defeat it. Eventually, he met Xianxia. Not only did the latter save him, the latter even treated his internal injuries, allowing him to achieve a breakthrough. Only then did he have the opportunity to enter the higher-tier Beast Hall and study more profound beast-taming knowledge. It could be said that Xianxia was his benefactor. Without Xianxia, he wouldn't be where he was today. He thought that it would be difficult for him to meet this genius ever again, but to think that he would actually meet him here. You are indeed stronger than me. I only helped you out along the way. After hearing Han Chong's explanation, Xianxia came to a realization. Back then, Xianxia had indeed heard from Xianxia that if not for this opportunity, he wouldn't have spent 3 whole years taming the demon sink beast. Xianxia, you're being too polite. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Han Chong asked, is Xianxia here to take the 5-star beast tamer examination, or? Oh, we intend to head to Hongyuan Empire, and we would like to borrow a spirit beast with superior speed and agility. Xianxia chuckled. May I know if Hall Master Han is willing to help us? That's simple. I'll bring you to the beast region. Hearing that it was just a small matter, Han Chong hurriedly nodded. Even though he was from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance branch, as a former Hall Master, his standing wasn't low. It wasn't a big deal for him to help Xianxia find a spirit beast. Thank you, Hall Master Han. Xianxia chuckled. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Xianxia. Also, you don't have to call me Hall Master anymore. I'm just an ordinary 4-star beast tamer here. You can just call me Beast Tamer Han. Han Chong shook his head. He was the Hall Master of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance branch, and there were many beast tamers of a higher rank than him here. As such, he could only be considered as an ordinary beast tamer. Addressing him as Hall Master would be overstepping his boundaries. All right. Xianxia nodded. Following behind Han Chong, they headed to the beast region where the spirit beasts were kept. Seeing how Xianxia left happily with a 4-star beast tamer right after saying that he didn't know anyone, Yu Feier and Luo Qiqi glanced at one another, and their eyelids twitched uncontrollably. You say that you don't know anyone? Who are you trying to fool? Why is this Xianxia so righteous at times, but at other times, so unreliable? The beast zone of the Miryu Empire Beast Hall was built in the midst of a vast forest. Countless spirit beasts lived there leisurely, and many of them were natural enemies. However, under the taming of beast tamers, they were able to coexist peacefully. Hongyuan Empire is more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from here. May I know how long you intend to take to get there? Han Chong asked as they walked forward. Xianxia calculated for a moment before replying, of course, the sooner the better. It would be best if we can make it within 20 days. Hongshi and the others had already traveled for 9 days, and they were traveling on the imperial flying ship of the Miryu Empire. If they wanted to catch up to them, they would have to shorten the journey from a month to 20 days. Even if spirit beasts were capable of flying 200,000 to 300,000 li per day, it would still take more than 10 days to cover a distance of more than 1,000,000 kilometers. On top of that, they would have to rest and recuperate along the way. 20 days? Han Chong came to a halt and frowned. To reach Hongyuan Empire within such a short period of time, one would need to be at least a transcendent mortal 7-dan spirit beast. Different types of spirit beasts possessed different speeds. Some of them possessed the speed of a transcendent mortal 7-dan or even 9-dan beast, and there were also some who possessed superior cultivation but were significantly slower. But regardless of which, it was impossible for one to reach Hongyuan Empire within 20 days without a transcendent mortal 7-dan or 8-dan. Xianxia nodded in agreement. As a beast tamer, he had a deep understanding of spirit beasts. Only 5-star advanced or pinnacle beast tamers are capable of taming spirit beasts of that tier. Why don't I bring you to the Elder Hall to take a look? Han Chong frowned. If it was a transcendent mortal 4-dan or 5-dan spirit beast, he would be able to borrow it from them easily. However, even a 5-star beast tamer would find it difficult to tame a 7-dan or 8-dan spirit beast tamer. Furthermore, there weren't many of them. Elder Hall? Will it be too troublesome? Xianxia asked. It wouldn't be too troublesome. My teacher is a 5-star pinnacle beast tamer. If he were to know that you are a 4-star beast tamer at such a young age and a grandmaster physician on top of that, he would surely be delighted. Han Chong chuckled. While the four were chatting, they had already passed through a forest and arrived at an average-sized firewood yard. The courtyard was built with trees and mud. It looked very simple and did not have the luxury of the buildings outside. Pushing open the door, Xianxia walked in. The spacious courtyard was filled with all kinds of cages, and every single one of them contained a different animal. There were spirit beasts and savage beasts of varying sizes, and there were at least 70 to 80 of them. Looking at these cages, Xianxia was puzzled. This should be the residence of the teacher that Han Chong spoke of. The cultivation of the animals in the cages wasn't too high, and there were quite a few savage beasts below Xianxia realm. He could flick this fellow to death with just a flick of his finger. Why would a 5-star pinnacle beast tamer, a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert, raise such a beast? Oh, my teacher is, Han Chong knew what Xianxia was puzzled about, and just as he was about to explain, the door in front of him creaked open, and a spirited old man walked out. The old man had white hair and a white beard, and was holding a book in his hand. He didn't seem to notice the group, and instead, he walked forward while muttering to himself. It was impossible to tell what he was saying, but the more he muttered, the more excited he became. It was as if he had found some truth, and his eyes shone brightly. Teacher, Han Chong stepped forward. Without even glancing at the other party, the old man waved his hands and walked over to a cage with the book in his hand. Don't disturb me. We'll talk after I'm done. There were 8 Jizuan realm red-furred hamsters locked in this cage. These hamsters weren't large in size, but they were extremely adept at digging through the ground. There were some people who reared them in captivity and used them to dig underground caverns. But of course, this wasn't the old man's motive for imprisoning them in the cage. That's how my teacher is. Once he's immersed in his research, he doesn't care about anything else. Seeing that his teacher was ignoring him, Han Chong turned to the trio and smiled bitterly. It's fine. Xianxia smiled faintly. Even though he was in a hurry to get to Hongyuan Empire, he wasn't in a rush to do so right now. Even he couldn't help but be curious about how the old man was able to gather so many cages with a book in his hand. Ignoring the crowd, the old man flipped through a few pages of the book and finally found something. His eyes lit up as he stared at the few red-furred hamsters in the cage. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and shouted, "What is it?" Pu piu 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 luo mi xian. Along with the voice, the red-furred hamsters seemed to have heard something extremely disgusting. Their eyes widened, and they vomited. They vomited? That doesn't sound right. The old man scratched his head as he flipped through a few more pages. My pronunciation is probably wrong. Let me try again. Pu piu 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 luo mi xian. Hu hu hu. The eyes of the red-furred hamsters rolled back, and they fell to the ground. Their legs twitched uncontrollably, and their eyes rolled back. 2 of them tried to escape, but they knocked into the cage and fainted. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Even Xianxia's eyes were rolling around in disbelief. What in the world did this fellow say to frighten the red-furred hamsters to such an extent? He would rather knock them out than to stay a moment longer? This is the ancient beast language? Recalling something, Luo Qiqi turned to look at Han Chong. Even though she wasn't a beast tamer, as a master teacher, she was well versed in the ancient beast language. It was said that it was compiled by Kongshi himself, but it was lost due to the passage of time. Even if there were people who knew it, it was only in the hands of a select few. Could it be that Han Chong's teacher had already learned it and was experimenting with it? Just that, experimenting with the ancient beast language didn't mean much. What in the world could he have said to make the red-furred hamsters vomit to such an extent? Teacher is currently studying the ancient beast language, and he has already achieved some results. Han Chong nodded. Results? Xianxia and the others were speechless. What do you mean by vomiting? I can even beat them until they vomit. Cough cough. Hearing the conversation, the old man closed the book awkwardly, tidied up his robe, and turned around. Han Chong, didn't I tell you to study on your own? Why are you looking for me? Teacher, this is Xianxia. He is my benefactor, and he wishes to borrow a transcendent mortal 8-dan spirit beast to bring him to Hongyuan Empire. Han Chong hurriedly replied. Transcendent mortal 8-dan? The old man frowned. There are only 3 such aerial spirit beasts in the entire beast hall, and 2 of them have been borrowed by the Huanyu royal family. As for the last one, it has just returned from a long journey and is exhausted. I'm afraid that it won't be able to make a move. Furthermore, even though I'm an elder, I don't have the final say in borrowing a spirit beast of this level. I'll need the approval of the Elder Guild or even the Hall Master. This, Han Chong's complexion turned awkward. The management of the Miryu Empire Beast Hall was much stricter than that of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Transcendent mortal 8 Dan spirit beasts were considered to be at the very top of the empire, so they wouldn't be sent out on missions. Even if they were, they would have to obtain the approval of the Elder Guild. Back then, as the Hall Master of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Beast Hall, he could mobilize any spirit beast with a single word. He thought that his teacher, as one of the top elders of the Beast Hall, would have the authority to do so as well. Then, are there any more transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beasts? Since it was so troublesome to mobilize 8 Dan spirit beasts, even though 7 Dan spirit beasts were a little slow, it was still acceptable. There are a total of 14 7 Dan spirit beasts in our guild, and they are all the tamed beasts of the elders. Only 5 of them are capable of flight, and the elders will have to drive them personally. The old man shook his head. Furthermore, most of these spirit beasts aren't suited for long-distance flight. Heading to Hongyuan Empire. I'm afraid that they won't fare much better than some transcendent mortal 6 Dan spirit beasts. The spirit beasts in the Beast Hall were either rented or privately owned. The rented spirit beasts were usually tamed by beast tamers before being reared by apprentices or low-ranked beast tamers for others to ride on. The privately owned spirit beasts were usually tamed beasts, and they were usually used as combat partners. These spirit beasts possessed incredible speed over short distances, making them suitable for combat. Even though there were many transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beasts in the Beast Hall, most of them were land-based. Even if they were capable of flight, they could only travel short distances. Traveling to Hongyuan Empire was a long journey, and few spirit beasts were capable of doing so. Is there no other way? Han Chong's face reddened. Xianxia had helped him greatly, and it wasn't easy for the other party to raise a request for him. This was truly embarrassing. There's no other way, the old man shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, unless we can communicate with that beast and convince it. If we can do that, it won't even take 10 days to reach Hongyuan Empire. That beast? Han Chong shook his head with a bitter smile. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly recalled the incredible capability of the young man beside him, and his eyes lit up. Right, teacher, I'm afraid that we might not be able to convince it, but Xianxia might be able to do it. Seeing how agitated his student was, the old man frowned. Glancing at Xianxia doubtfully, he asked him. It wasn't that he didn't think highly of the other party, but the other party seemed to be in his early 20s. No matter how talented he was, he could only be a 1-star or 2-star beast tamer at the very most. That was a fellow whom even the Hall Master was helpless against. Even though Xianxia is young, he's a true 4-star beast tamer. Back then, I was unable to tame the demon sink beast, but he was the one who tamed it. Han Chong hurriedly explained. Then, he suddenly recalled something and added, furthermore. Xianxia seems to know the beast language as well, and it seems like he's even more effective than teacher. Beast language? You know the ancient beast language? The old man was taken aback. Doubt surfaced in his eyes. The ancient beast language had been lost for more than 10,000 years. Those who were able to grasp it were all top-notch beast tamers, and they were unwilling to reveal it to others. How could such a young fellow possibly know it? I have learned it a little, and I've read a few books. Xianxia nodded. A little? I've studied it for more than 50 years, but I've only managed to scratch the surface. What's the use of learning a little? Hearing that the other party had only learned a little, the old man revealed a disappointed look. He waved his hands, and just as he was about to continue speaking, the young man before him suddenly took in a deep breath and opened his mouth. Moo! Walla! All of the spirit beasts and savage beasts in the courtyard immediately collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. The old man also felt his body trembling, and his vision darkened. He staggered and fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Even though Zhang Xian's dragon language was the most effective against the dragon tribe, the savage beasts and spirit beasts in the courtyard were simply too weak. Thus, it was still effective against them. It was already a blessing that they didn't faint on the spot upon hearing it. He could understand why the savage beasts and spirit beasts would react in such a manner, But, perplexed, Xianxia looked at the other party and asked, "This elder over here, are you, alright?" Spirit beasts were lying on the ground due to the overwhelming might of the dragon tribe, so they didn't dare to retaliate. Yet, as a human, what were you doing lying on the ground? Furthermore, you were convulsing and spitting nonstop. Could it be that my draconic language disgusts you as well? Teacher. Shocked, Han Chong hurriedly pinched the other party's philtrum and channeled his Xianxia into the other party's body. Only then did the other party recover. Did you just say, the voice of the true dragon? As soon as he regained his senses, the elder hurriedly stood up and looked at Xianxia in agitation and disbelief. I don't know either. I just casually learned a few syllables, Xianxia. Back then, he thought that it was the ancient beast language, and out of the 3 syllables he had learned, this was the most useful one. Thus, whenever he encountered spirit beasts, he would use it once. Yet, as soon as he roared, all beasts with the dragon bloodline would stiffen up in fright. Casually learned? The voice of the true dragon, can humans learn it as well? The elder exclaimed in disbelief. Halfway through his words, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a moment." After saying those words, he hurriedly rushed into the room, and a moment later, he took out an ancient book and casually flipped it open. Take a look. Xianxia lowered his head to take a look, and the syllables he had just learned were indeed on the cover of the book. This is the voice of the true dragon? Taking the book, Xianxia casually flipped through a few pages, and upon seeing the cover, he couldn't help but ask. This is the conclusion of an ancient beast tamer, and it's known as the 8 Notes of Heavenly Dragon. 8 Notes of Heavenly Dragon? Xianxia was taken aback. The elder nodded. Legend has it that due to the overwhelming might of the dragon tribe is restricted by the laws of nature, and they are unable to produce too many syllables. As such, they only produce 8 syllables to express their joy, anger, sorrow, joy, remembrance, and sorrow. However, do not underestimate these 8 syllables. They can express the entire language of the dragon clan, and they are even richer than the human language. Xianxia nodded. As a beast tamer, he had read the records regarding beasts. Some beasts were too powerful, and for the sake of fairness, some flaws would be left behind. Sound was one of them. However, although the dragon race only had 8 syllables, they had more than 8 meanings. When combined, there were more than 10 million combinations, and they could express anything they wanted to say. It was even richer than the human language. 8 syllables, various combinations, 8 to the 8th power, 167777216, as the saying goes, the greatest sound is silent, and the elephant is invisible. There are too many variations in the dragon language. Every combination represents a different meaning. Without a true dragon to communicate with, no one knows what it means. More importantly, at this point, the elder's eyes widened in disbelief. The 8 Notes of Heavenly Dragon requires one to possess the pure-blooded dragon bloodline in order to execute it. The body of an ordinary human is unable to withstand it at all. How did you do it? Don't tell me, you're a true dragon? The body of a true dragon? Xianxia looked at the elder with a doubtful expression. Indeed. The body of a true dragon is one of the unique constitutions, and it's even stronger than pure yin and yang. Once it is awakened, the bloodline in one's body will be infinitely close to that of a pure-blooded dragon, and one's cultivation and strength will rise by leaps and bounds. The more the elder spoke, the more agitated he became. The body of a true dragon was one of the top unique constitutions. For the young man before him to be able to speak the dragon language that humans were unable to, could he be a true dragon? If that was the case, that would be truly fearsome. Teacher, are you really a pure-blooded dragon? Hearing the elder's words, Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier glanced at one another in bewilderment. Based on Xianxia's legendary experiences, his rate of cultivation was indeed too fast. They had thought that it was because he had a good teacher, but could he really be a pure-blooded dragon? If that was the case, many things would make sense. Xianxia scratched his head in confusion. The only reason he was able to speak the dragon language was due to his Heaven's Path Xianxia and Heaven's Path Golden Body. Of course, he couldn't say those words aloud, so he could only change the topic. Does this book record all 8 syllables? 8 syllables? Of course not. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to divulge too much about it, the elder shook his head and said, "The 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon is the language of the dragon tribe, and humans aren't qualified to steal it. This book records all of these matters, but it doesn't explain the exact meaning and pronunciation of the syllables." "I see." Xianxia casually flipped through the book while his consciousness entered the Library of Heaven's Path. Not only was it faster to browse through books in the Library of Heaven's Path, it was also easier for one to discern the authenticity of a book and find its flaws. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia swept through the book and came to a realization. Just as the other party had said, the book only recorded the origin of the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon and its relationship with the dragon tribe. As for the rest, it was unclear. The 8 syllables were written in the book, and one of them was the mu that Xianxia often said. However, there were more than 30 suggestions on how to pronounce it, but none of them were correct. As for the other 2 syllables that he had learned previously, they weren't in the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon. It was no wonder those 2 syllables were useless. All along, he had been using them to tame spirit beasts. It turned out that it wasn't the dragon language at all. The book detailed the difficulty of learning the dragon language, and just as the elder had said, the structure of life was different. Even if humans knew how to pronounce it, they wouldn't be able to imitate it. As such, the 30 or so suggestions were all based on Xianxia's assumptions. There's actually one of the syllables that is correct? After finishing the book, Xianxia's eyes suddenly fell on the last page. At the very end of the book, there was actually one of the correct syllables. It was the 2nd syllable of the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon, mu. Xianxia memorized the syllable of the syllables in his mind, intending to give it a try when he had the time. However, a thought suddenly came to his mind, and he turned to the elder before him. "It's written here that the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon only suppresses life forms that possess the dragon bloodline, and it's known as the suppression of the pure-blooded dragon." In truth, Xianxia wasn't the only one who was perplexed. Luo Qiqi, Han Chong, and the others were perplexed as well. Even though Xianxia's voice was loud, it didn't affect them at all. Why would a transcendent mortal 8-dan pinnacle elder be lying on the ground instead? On top of that, he was spasming nonstop and foaming at the mouth. Wasn't that unsightly? Hearing those words, the elder's face paled and reddened. After a long moment, he sighed and said, "Follow me." After saying those words, he began walking toward the back of the straw hut. Teacher, seeing that his teacher was actually bringing them along, Han Chong was perplexed. It had been some time since he had learned from his teacher, but his teacher had never allowed him to go to the back of the straw hut. There was once when he tried to approach the back of the straw hut out of curiosity, but he was reprimanded and warned not to approach the back of the straw hut unless necessary. Over the past few days, he had been wondering what was behind the straw hut. He didn't think that his teacher would actually take the initiative to bring them there. Xianxia and the others didn't know of these stories, so they followed behind the elder and walked around the straw hut. Behind the straw hut was a small hill, and in front of it stood a massive stone tablet. Lifting their heads to look at the stone tablet, there were 5 words inscribed on it: Tomb of the Draconic Granite Beast. A transcendent mortal 8-dan continental overlord. Draconic Granite Beast? Frowning, Xianxia couldn't help but turn his gaze over. That's right. The elder nodded. Gazing at the hill before him with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, he said, "It is my spirit beast." "Yours?" Han Chong was taken aback. His eyes widened in shock. Teacher's spirit beast is dead? He knew that his teacher was a 5-star pinnacle beast tamer, but he had never seen his teacher's spirit beast before. He thought that his teacher had gone off to do something, but who could have known that it was actually dead? Beast tamers were allowed to have many tamed beasts, but in order to win their trust, they had to pay a heavy price. Most beast tamers would treat their tamed beasts as their closest friends or even kin. The death of a spirit beast was a huge blow to a beast tamer, and there were many who would be unable to recover from it. His teacher had never interacted with the other elders, living alone in such a remote place. Could it be that his tamed beast had died because of it? My tamed beast is dead, and to be more precise, it's because of me. The elder shook his head. Because of you? This draconic granite beast is the spirit beast that I tamed after I became a 5-star beast tamer. The elder sighed deeply as he began recounting his story. After taming the draconic granite beast, he successfully became a 5-star beast tamer. Back then, he was filled with confidence and fearlessness, but in a battle, he met with danger. Back then, he was severely injured, and he was on the verge of death. It was this draconic granite beast who used its blood essence to save him, and eventually, it succumbed to its injuries. This was precisely the reason why he felt so guilty. Thus, he buried the draconic granite beast here and erected a tombstone, vowing to accompany it until his death. It's because I have fused with the draconic granite beast's blood essence that I'm sensitive to the voice of true dragons. The elder said. Xianxia nodded. It was no wonder. Even though the draconic granite beast was massive, it had a limited amount of blood essence. In order to save someone, its blood essence had to be even purer. Even though the draconic granite beast didn't possess the body of true dragons, it was still affected by the voice of true dragons. The reason why you are diligent in studying the ancient beast language and even the 8 notes of heavenly dragons is probably because of this, right? Xianxia asked. Perhaps, the reason why the other party was so diligent in studying the ancient beast language was due to this experience as well. That's right. Back then, I was severely injured, and it was the draconic granite beast who saved me. There was another spirit beast on the scene as well, and it was the one that I said would be able to reach Hunyuan Empire within 10 days, the great violet wing beast. The elder clenched his fists tightly. Before the draconic granite beast died, it told me many things, but I was unconscious at the time, so I didn't know what it was. Over the years, I have been diligently studying the ancient beast language, hoping to find out what it said and what kind of dying wish it had for me to fulfill. At this point, the elder's eyes reddened. Normally, beast tamers would have to spend several years to tame a pet beast. They would have to build a close relationship with the pet beast and contribute selflessly. They couldn't do what Xianxia did and just beat it up. For this reason, the bond between beast tamers and their pet beasts was extremely deep. In fact, for those who had been together for a long time, they would even cultivate together and merge their bloodlines. The draconic granite beast had accompanied the elder for a very long time, and it had even sacrificed its life for him. Clearly, it had already viewed the elder as its closest companion. No matter how difficult it was determined to fulfill the other party's final wish. That great violet wing beast isn't from the beast hall? Xianxia frowned. Most of the spirit beasts in the beast hall were tamed, and even if one didn't know the language of beasts, it was still possible for one to communicate with one's tamed beast. Now, he wanted to learn the language of beasts and understand the last words of the draconic granite beast from this big guy. Of course, the latter had not been tamed yet. Otherwise, he could just ask the beast tamer directly. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Even though a mature great violet wing beast is still at Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan, this one has already reached half 9 Dan. There's no one in our beast hall who is capable of taming it. The elder shook his head. Half a step into the 9th tier? Even though it's only at half Transcendent Realm, with its bloodline and strength, even Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan experts wouldn't be a match for it. Furthermore, due to the death of the draconic granite beast, it harbored a deep prejudice against humans, making it impossible to tame it. The old man said. Is it friends with the dragon granite beast? Xianxia was puzzled. They are lovers. The old man hesitated for a moment before replying. Couple? Xianxia suddenly understood. Some powerful spirit beasts were usually limited in number. It was very difficult to find another spirit beast of the same race. Under such circumstances, they would form a partnership with another powerful life form. Of course, it was not certain whether this partnership could continue the bloodline. It was just a spiritual companionship. They fought together and survived together. Even some of the human Tao companions were like this. When one's cultivation reached a high level, spiritual communication was the most important thing. Complex evolution and physical pleasures were no longer important. Since the great violet wing beast and the draconic granite beast were lovers, it was only natural that the draconic granite beast would value it greatly. After witnessing the death of his partner, it was only natural that he harbored resentment toward the old man. It would have been strange if the old man told him about it. As for the old man, he was wholeheartedly learning the language of beasts because he wanted to communicate with them and resolve the knot in his heart. Teacher, since the great violet-winged beast is the companion of teacher's tamed beast, why does it keep coming here to wreak havoc and attack the beast hall? Han Chong seemed to have some understanding of the great violet-winged beast as well, and he couldn't help but ask. Sneak attack? Luo Chichi glanced over. Indeed. That massive fellow comes several times a month to raid the beast hall and devour one or two spirit beasts and savage beasts. Every single time, the beast hall would pay a huge price to capture it, but due to its strength and speed, they were unable to catch it at all. Han Chong explained. Even though he hadn't been in the Miryu Empire beast hall for long, he had seen many things that had happened there. Every single month, the great violet-winged beast would launch multiple assaults on the beast hall, feasting on spirit beasts and savage beasts. This left many people frustrated. However, due to the other party's strength, there was nothing the beast hall could do about it. Initially, they thought that the great violet-winged beast was unwilling to see spirit beasts being dominated by humans. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like it was out to exact vengeance. It was indignant that the draconic granite beast was killed, so it came to the beast hall to wreak havoc. The reason why I learned the language of beasts over the years was to ask it what it was up to. The elder shook his head. After which, he turned to Xianxia and asked, since you even know the voice of true dragons, shouldn't you know a little about the ancient beast language as well? Even if one possessed the body of a true dragon, one had to learn the voice of true dragons from a master teacher. Since the other party could even teach him the 8 notes of heavenly dragons, could he possibly teach him the ancient beast language as well? Even though the other party said that he had only seen a little about it, could it be that he was just being humble? Xianxia scratched his head. Ancient beast language. I don't know it. Back then, he did learn a few phrases, but it had left the spirit beasts roaring furiously and nearly going insane. Since he didn't know what it meant, there was no difference between him and not knowing it at all. You don't know it? Hearing the other party's confirmation, the anticipation in the elder's eyes dimmed. He asked once more, then. What about the 8 notes of heavenly dragons? Even if the great violet-winged beast didn't possess the dragon bloodline, if the young man before him could speak the dragon language, he might be able to communicate with it and force it to tell him what had happened back then. In fact, he might even be able to force it to tell him why it was so hostile toward humans and intentionally wreaked havoc in the beast hall. I only know a single syllable. Xianxia replied sheepishly. The other party thought that he really knew the dragon language, but in truth, he only knew a single syllable. Whenever he had nothing better to do, he would just use it to scare spirit beasts with the dragon bloodline. It was impossible for him to speak the entire dragon language. A single syllable? The elder staggered. He thought that he had found hope when he heard the young man speak the dragon language, but from the looks of it now, it was no different from before. Forget it then. The elder shook his head helplessly. Over the years, he had gathered quite a few books to study the ancient beast language, but it was simply too difficult. Even he was unable to discern the truth from falsehood, so he was only able to decipher a few phrases of the ancient beast language. He had thought that he would be able to learn a thing or two from Han Chong, but who could have thought that Han Chong would be equally clueless as well? Actually, there's no need to be discouraged. Since Elder has studied the ancient beast language for so many years, you must have gathered quite a few books. Can I borrow them? Perhaps I might be able to gain some insights. Xianxia asked. Borrow? Insights? The elder smiled bitterly. You mean to say that you want to learn it now? Xianxia nodded. Do you know how difficult it is to comprehend the ancient beast language? Seeing that the other party had such intentions, the elder couldn't help but shake his head. The ancient beast language has been lost for a long time, and most of the records that have been passed down are vague. Putting aside whether you can pronounce it or not, even if you can, do you know what it means? I have studied it for more than 50 years, but to date, I haven't made any progress. But now. Even though he didn't finish his words, the meaning behind his words was clear. He felt that the other party was simply toying with him. He had studied the ancient beast language for his entire life, but he didn't understand anything at all. Yet, the other party wanted to learn it just by reading books. If the ancient beast language was that simple, it wouldn't have been lost for so long. I am also interested in the ancient beast language, so I just want to take a look around. It would be best if I could learn it, but if I can't, there's nothing I can do about it. Knowing the other party's concerns and thoughts, Xianxia nodded. Alright, you can enter then. My straw hut is filled with books on the ancient beast language. In the past few years, I have collected almost all of the books on the ancient beast language in the Miryu Empire. The elder waved his hands dismissively. Even though he had put in a lot of effort into collecting these books, they weren't anything important. Since the other party wanted to take a look, it wasn't a big deal. Thank you. Xianxia clasped his fist before pushing open the door and walking in. Seeing the other party's silhouette disappear from sight, the elder couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Even if someone imparts the ancient beast language to us, it would take at least several years for us to learn it. If I can learn it so easily, wouldn't I have wasted the past 50 years? He thought that since the other party was able to speak the voice of true dragons, he would surely be a calm person. Yet, he didn't expect the other party to be so impetuous. The ancient beast language was one of the greatest secrets of the Beast Hall. If it was that easy to learn it, beast tamers like them wouldn't have to be so passive when taming spirit beasts. Teacher has always been a calm person. Since he went to read books, he must have his own thoughts. Perhaps I might be able to learn a thing or two from him. Hearing the doubt in the elder's words, Luo Chichi couldn't help but ask. Teacher? You're his student? Hearing how the young lady addressed him, the elder was taken aback for a moment before turning to look at her. Regardless of cultivation or temperament, the girl in front of him was outstanding. She could be considered one of the best among her peers. How could she recognize someone younger than her as her master? Yes. Luo Chichi nodded. Seeing the young lady admit to it, the elder suddenly recalled Han Chong's words. I heard you addressing Xianxia earlier. Could the person who just entered be a master teacher? Han Chong pondered for a moment before replying. Xianxia is a 4-star master teacher, the champion of the League of Nations Master Teacher Tournament. Most likely, he's heading to Hongyuan Empire to study at the Master Teacher Academy. He had left Myriad Kingdom City before the Master Teacher Tournament, so he didn't know much about it. However, he did hear some news about Xianxia becoming the champion and intending to study at the Master Teacher Academy. Champion of the Master Teacher Tournament? The elder was taken aback. Not only so, Xianxia is also a 4-star beast tamer and a 4-star master physician. Han Chong hurriedly added. 4-star beast tamer? The elder frowned. Since he's a 4-star beast tamer, he should know the difficulty of the ancient beast language. Surely, he can't be so careless. It was one thing if the other party was only a master teacher and didn't know much about beast taming. A 4-star beast tamer could be considered as an expert in beast taming, so how could he possibly not know the difficulty of the ancient beast language? If he knew, how could he possibly have said something as lame as asking for a lesson from her? Inform me when he's out, and I'll bring you all to the pavilion master. Shaking his head, the elder decided not to dwell on the matter any further and waved his hand. Look for the pavilion master? Teacher, you want to help us find an aerial spirit beast? Han Chong's eyes lit up. Since you're a 4-star master, teacher and a beast tamer, I can't possibly refuse your help. If I recall correctly, the pavilion master has a transcendent mortal 7-dan aerial spirit beast. Even though he doesn't lend it to others, if I ask him personally, he might be able to give him some face. The elder said. Thank you, teacher. Seeing that his teacher had agreed to help, Han Chong hurriedly nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Jia, the door opened, and the young man walked out. Ah? Everyone was taken aback. Even the elder frowned. Wasn't he going to study the ancient beast language? He had only been in there for 10 minutes, why was he already out? Is it because you know that the ancient beast language isn't that simple? You don't want to learn it anymore? The elder couldn't help but ask. That fellow must have cowered after seeing the sea of books before him. Otherwise, how could he have come out so quickly? It's indeed difficult, but it's not that I don't want to learn it anymore, it's just that. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. I've finished learning it. You're done learning it? Everyone was stunned. This was especially so for the elder. His face turned livid. Others might not know how many books there were in the room, but he was well aware of them. Over the past 50 years, he had gathered all sorts of books on the language of beasts through the help of the guild. There were at least several 100,000 of them, and even he had to spend an entire 10 years before he could finish reading them all. Yet, the other party walked in less than 10 minutes and said that he was done. Even if he was lying, he should at least be more reliable. What do you mean by done? The elder harumphed. Oh, it means that I've roughly mastered it, so there shouldn't be any problems with basic communication. Xianxia. As soon as he entered the room, he had started searching for books. In just a few minutes, he had already memorized several 100,000 books in the Library of Heaven's Path. Then, through the Library of Heaven's Path, he found the correct content. With a quick search, he managed to find quite a few books. Even though there were many conjectures in these books, and most of them were scribbles written haphazardly, the sheer number of books allowed him to compile quite a few correct phrases. There was an entire book that covered the common phrases of the ancient beast language, as well as the way to pronounce them. While it might be difficult for Xianxia to comprehend these, it shouldn't be a problem for him to communicate with others. You're saying that there shouldn't be any problems with basic communication? Hearing the other party's words, the elder's face turned livid. Nonsense. He had been studying for 50 years, but he hadn't learned anything at all. Yet, the moment he opened his mouth, the red-furred hamster vomited its guts out. Yet, you're saying that you've mastered it in just a short while. If that's the case, have all my years of research been wasted on a dog or a pig? Even if you're lying, you should at least be more reliable. Knowing that he would be doubted if he were to speak the truth, Xianxia was just about to explain himself when a young man suddenly rushed into the room. Elder, bad news. That great violet-winged beast is here again. Again? The elder's face darkened. Lead the way. Yes. The young man hurriedly walked out, and the elder followed closely behind him. Seeing him leave in a hurry, Xianxia glanced at Luo Qiqi and the others before following him. Let's go and take a look as well. Since the great violet-winged beast was already at half 9 Dan, it would definitely be of great help to him if he could tame it. If he were to head to the Hongyuan Empire, he would be able to reach there much faster. Yes. Han Chong also knew the severity of the matter, so he hurried over. While chatting with him on the way, Xianxia learned that his teacher's surname was Qian, and he was one of the more esteemed elders of the Beast Hall. As the great violet-winged beast was related to him, every time it appeared, he would rush over to deal with it. Even though it hadn't been long since Han Chong came to the Beast Hall, he had experienced this several times already. Therefore, he had a deep impression of this big fellow. That fellow is either wreaking havoc or killing other spirit beasts as soon as it arrives, causing many customers to complain about it. Speaking of the great violet-winged beast, even Han Chong couldn't help but sigh in frustration. It was one thing for it to injure customers, but more importantly, it had injured many spirit beasts as well. There were some who had queued up for several days before they could finally get their hands on a spirit beast, but due to its injuries, they were unable to move. This had caused the reputation of the Beast Hall to plummet. The Beast Hall had set up plenty of traps, but every single time, that fellow seemed to know about them beforehand. On top of that, it possessed incredible strength. Even if it fell into an encirclement, it would still be able to escape successfully and return with even more ferocity. They had also reported this matter to the headquarters, and the Hongyuan Empire Beast Hall had dispatched a 6-star beast tamer to deal with the great violet-winged beast. However, knowing that it was dangerous, that fellow didn't appear for several months. As soon as the 6-star beast tamer left, it would immediately return. This happened several times, and even though everyone in the Beast Hall was helpless, they could only allow the other party to wreak havoc. However, every single time, Elder Qian would be the one to deal with it. But strangely enough, as long as Elder Qian was there, no matter how ferocious the great violet-winged beast was, it would turn around and leave, not daring to lay a finger on him. All this while, Xianxia couldn't figure out the reason behind this. He thought that it was due to his teacher's superior beast-taming ability that the great violet-winged beast didn't dare to make a move on him. However, from the looks of it now, it was probably related to the death of the draconic granite beast. If he wasn't mistaken, the great violet-winged beast must have made a promise to the draconic granite beast. Even though it was displeased with his teacher, it didn't dare to do anything to harm him. It's right ahead. After chatting for a moment, Han Chong's eyebrows shot up, and he hurriedly rushed forward. Xianxia and the others followed closely behind him, and soon, they saw a massive violet spirit beast circling in the air. On its thick claws was a transcendent mortal three-down little fellow. Elder Qian was standing not too far away with an anxious look on his face. Not too far away from Elder Qian were 8 white-bearded elders, and the one at the very center bore a striking resemblance to Qin Zhong. Most likely, he was Hall Master Qin. I didn't expect that fellow to return so quickly. Behind the white-bearded elders, Zhang Xian saw a familiar face. It was the incapable of flight Qin Zhong. He thought that it would take some time for that fellow to return after losing his spirit beast, but who could have thought that he would already be at the beast hall? That draconic granite beast must have gone to fetch him. Luo Qiqi whispered. Zhang Xian nodded. They had released the draconic granite beast as soon as they arrived at the beast hall. Knowing that its master was still unconscious in the pit, it was bound to save him. The beast hall wasn't too far away, so it didn't take long for it to make a round trip. At this moment, Qin Zhong's body was wrapped in bandages. Even though his injuries were severe, they weren't life-threatening. His eyes were fixated on the great violet-winged beast in the air, oblivious to the presence of his enemy. Hurry up and put it down. Even if there's a conflict between us, I hope that you won't implicate the beast. Hall. Otherwise, even if the draconic granite beast comes back to life, it won't be happy. Elder Qian clenched his fists tightly as he stared at the great violet-winged beast in the air. Roar. Upon hearing the mention of the draconic granite beast, the massive fellow in the air bared its fangs. Not only did it not release its grip on the spirit beast, it even tightened its grip, as if it would crush it to death at any moment. Elder Qian, Hall Master Zhang, please save my spirit beast. A 4-star beast tamer stared at the sky anxiously, and he was on the verge of tears. Clearly, the spirit beast in the air was his tamed beast. It took him so much effort to tame it. If it were to be crushed to death, all of his hard work would go to waste. Beast Tamerly, don't worry. I'll definitely save it. Elder Qian consoled. He knew how painful it was to have his tamed beast killed, and he didn't want his juniors to follow in his footsteps. Great violet-winged beast, as long as you release it, the beast bloodstone is still a spirit stone. As long as it's within my means, I'll do anything. After consoling the other party, Elder Qian turned to the sky and said. Elder Qian, you mustn't agree to it. You've already given away all of your savings over the years. If this goes on, I fear that your cultivation will be affected. Hearing those words, Hall Master Qin couldn't help but frown. Given Elder Qian's talent, he should have been able to reach Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan by now. However, it was a pity that he had given away all of his savings to that fellow, resulting in a lack of cultivation resources. On the other hand, that fellow had made use of those resources to achieve a breakthrough to half 9 Dan every once in a while. If Hall Master Qin continued to nourish the great violet-winged beast, that fellow would only grow stronger and stronger, and it would pose a greater threat to the beast hall. I'm the one who owes the draconic granite beast. Elder Qian shook his head. But. Hall Master Qin's face turned livid. There are no buts. If not for the draconic granite beast, I would have long been dead. It's already a huge favor for me to be able to survive for so long. Putting aside my savings, even if I were to die right now, as long as it can appease it, I'm willing to do so. With a resolute gaze, Elder Qian flicked his wrist, and a pile of beast bloodstone, middle-tier spirit stones, and some valuable medicinal herbs appeared before him. There wasn't a lot of them, so it seemed like the elder had really plundered everything he had in the past few years. You are the one who owes the draconic granite beast, but you don't owe the great violet-winged beast. Elder Qian, it's indeed inappropriate for you to do so. Just as Elder Qian was about to pass the remaining items to the massive fellow in the sky, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Hearing the voice, everyone turned their heads over, only to see a young man walking over. Father, he's the one who put me in such a state. You mustn't let him off. Not expecting that fellow to strut right in front of them, Qin Zhong's eyes turned green in anger. Him? Hall Master Qin's face darkened. He turned to Elder Qian and asked, Elder Qian, do you know this young man? He's Han Chang's benefactor, a 4-star master teacher and beast tamer. Elder Qian frowned. Turning to the young man, he waved his hands and said, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you wish to continue borrowing the spirit beast, please leave immediately. The young man walking over was none other than Zhang Xian. Seeing how Elder Qian was bent on compromising, he felt helpless, so he stepped forward. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian was just about to say something when Yu Feier's voice sounded from behind. What if we don't leave? If we don't leave, don't even think about borrowing the spirit beast anymore. Flinging his hands, Elder Qian was just about to finish his words when Hall Master Qin's face suddenly paled, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. At the same time, he shot a glance at Elder Qian and said, cough cough, Elder Qian, don't be in such a hurry to speak. What's wrong? Seeing Hall Master Qin acting so strangely, Elder Qian was perplexed. However, before he could ask anything, the young lady behind Xianxia had already walked up to Hall Master Qin, and she smiled faintly. If I recall correctly, your name is Qin Zhao, right? So, you're the head of the beast hall here. Qin Zhao pays respect to Princess Yu Feier. Hall Master Qin's face paled, and he hurriedly clasped his fist. You still recognize me? Harumphing coldly, Yu Feier placed her hands behind her back, exuding the authority befitting of a princess. I accompanied my teacher to the royal palace, and I was fortunate enough to meet your highness once. Hall Master Qin Zhao hurriedly clasped his fist. However, before he could finish his words, the furious roar of his severely injured son sounded once more. Father, it's that woman and that young man. They're in cahoots with one another, and none of them are good people. You must stand up for me. Qin Zhong was blocked by the crowd, so he wasn't able to see his father's attitude clearly. Thinking that his father was going to stand up for him, his eyes reddened in excitement. While he was overjoyed, Hall Master Qin staggered upon hearing those words, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Don't call me that. I'm not your father, but you're my father. Everyone else is a filial son, but you're a scammer. Author's note, there was a side event a while ago, and there were only a few who didn't participate. Laowa was extremely displeased, and in a fit of rage, he decided to write his own side event. Mou, Luo Qiqi, and the others voted on the public account. Everyone, please pay attention to the votes, and Laowa wrote his own side event. Follow Sweeping the World on WeChat, just check the news history. Princess? Seeing Hall Master Qin's distorted face, Elder Qian couldn't help but ask. Yu Wendian did have a few princesses, but regardless of age or appearance, none of them matched the one before him. Besides, so what if she was a princess? As the head of the Beast Hall, a transcendent mortal 8-dan pinnacle expert, even Yu Wendian wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Do you have to be so afraid of a princess? Yes, 6th Princess of Hongyuan Empire, Her Highness. Seeing the confusion on Elder Qian's face, Hall Master Qin sent a telepathic message to him. Hongyuan Empire? Elder Qian's body twitched, and he nearly fainted on the spot. The person who followed behind Xianxia silently like a maid was actually the princess of Hongyuan Empire. Hongyuan Empire was a Tier 1 empire with countless experts, and on top of that, the Master Teacher Academy. Even if Yu Wendian were to reprimand her, he wouldn't dare to retaliate. Are you sure you're not mistaken? If she was really a princess, what kind of identity did Xianxia have for her to follow behind him so willingly? Seeing Yu Feier's stern expression, Luo Qiqi walked up and asked, Feier, do you know him? Elder Bai of the Beast Hall gifted me a white-tailed green fox for my birthday, and he happened to be following behind me. I have a deep impression of him, so I remember. Yu Feier said calmly. Oh. Luo Qiqi nodded. Now that you mention it. I thought that he was just an ordinary disciple of Elder Bai, but to think that he would be the head of the Beast Hall. As her close friend, she had attended Yu Feier's birthday as well. Back then, Elder Bai had gifted her a white-tailed green fox, and even she was a little envious of it. Thus, she suddenly felt that Hall Master Qin was a familiar figure. You are Luosher? Hall Master Qin recognized her as well, and his lips twitched. You have a good eye of discernment. I am a 5-star master teacher, Luo Chichi. Luo Chichi nodded. 5-star master teacher? Elder Qian's body swayed weakly. Why didn't you say that you were a 5-star master teacher? I would have helped you find a spirit beast long ago. He glared at Han Chong resentfully. Didn't you say that Xianxia is a 4-star master teacher from Myriad Kingdom City? Why were all 5-star master teachers his students? Han Chong looked at Zhang Xian innocently. Didn't you just take the 4-star master teacher examination a few months ago? Since when did the princess of the Hongyuan Empire and the 5-star great teacher become students and follow behind them? These people were not the only ones who went crazy. Qin Zhong, who was at the back of the crowd, finally realized where the problem lay. After listening to the conversation, he almost cried. To think that he would actually tease the princess of the Hongyuan Empire and a 5-star master teacher, and even have his father teach the other party a lesson. Fortunately, the other party didn't make a fuss about it. If he really did, he could have killed him on the spot, and his father wouldn't have been able to say anything. Alright, this isn't the time for pleasantries. Let's deal with the great violet wing beast first. Zhang Xian shook his head. The transcendent mortal 3-dan spirit beast in the sky was already on the verge of being strangled to death. If the both of you were to continue exchanging pleasantries, you might just end up giving your meat to the other party. Solve. How do we solve it? Does Xianxia have any ideas? After confirming that Princess Yufei and Luo Qiqi had acknowledged Xianxia as their leader, Hall Master Qin knew that the latter was no ordinary person. Let me discuss with it and see what it wants. Frowning, Hall Master Qin pondered for a moment. Zhang Xian. If the other party possessed the dragon bloodline, he could try using the who or the mu that he had just learned. But if it didn't, those two sounds wouldn't be of much use. Rather than wasting his time, he might as well ask the other party what it wanted. Discuss? Hall Master Qin and Elder Qian were perplexed. If they could negotiate with the other party due to the language barrier, they wouldn't be in such a passive position. Just as they were wondering what the other party was up to, the young man suddenly stepped forward. And %% at yen #3, the great violet wing beast was taken aback for a moment before roaring, roar 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 roar. Young man, #yen%, great violet wing beast, roar 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 roar. This is beast language? Seeing a man and a beast conversing with one another, Hall Master Qin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. For a beast tamer who could speak the beast language, no matter how mediocre it was a walk in the park for them to take the 6-star or 7-star examination. As long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, they would be able to pass the examination easily. It was unthinkable for such a person to appear here. Elder Qian, didn't you say that you wanted to learn the beast language? You can learn it from Xianxia. Excited, Hall Master Qin quickly turned to Elder Qian, and with a single glance, he couldn't help but be stunned. The upright Elder Qian's mouth was wide open in frenzy, and he looked as if he was on the verge of going insane. It was no wonder he was on the verge of going insane. Just a moment ago, that fellow said that he was completely ignorant of the ancient beast language, and yet, he claimed that he had learned it within 10 minutes. He had thought that the other party was just spouting nonsense, but who could have thought that it was true? When did the ancient beast language become so easy to learn? Could it be that his 50 years of research had really been wasted on a dog? Otherwise, how could he possibly be unable to match up to the other party's 10 minutes? Just as Hall Master Qin was on the verge of a mental breakdown, he saw that the young man had already finished his discussion with the great violet wing beast, and he walked over with a bizarre look on his face. How is it? Elder Qian hurriedly turned his gaze to Zhang Xian and asked, what did it say to you? All these years, he had been wanting to know what the great violet wing beast had said, and even more so, what did the draconic granite beast say before it died? This was also the reason why he had tirelessly studied the ancient beast language for the past 50 years. The great violet wing beast said. Zhang Xian scratched his head. It wants you dead. I knew that it wants me dead. I was the one who caused the death of the draconic granite beast and its lover. It must hate me to the core. Elder Qian's face paled. The draconic granite beast was a pair, and if not for his stubbornness, it wouldn't have died in the first place. It would be a wonder if it didn't hate him. Cough cough. That's not the reason. Hearing Elder Qian blaming himself, Xianxia could only interrupt him. It's not? Then what's the reason? Elder Qian was taken aback. It's because of the words that the draconic granite beast said before its death. Xianxia said. The words that it said before its death? It told you about it? Elder Qian's body trembled in agitation. All these years, he had been wanting to know what the draconic granite beast's final words were, but it was a pity that the great violet-winged beast refused to speak of it. Or perhaps it didn't understand what it meant at all. As such, he had been feeling guilty about it all these years. Now that Xianxia had spoken with the great violet-winged beast for so long, could it be that the great violet-winged beast had told him about the draconic granite beast's final words? Xianxia's complexion turned even more bizarre. What did it say? Did it tell me to live on and extend its life? Recalling that loyal tamed beast and the memories he had with it, Elder Qian's eyes reddened, and tears flowed down his cheeks. The draconic granite beast said. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, the draconic granite beast said that. I'm not dead yet. Not dead yet? Elder Qian staggered, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. He nearly fainted on the spot. But I buried it. All along, it had thought that the great violet-winged beast's final words were for him to live on, but it ended up saying that it was not dead yet. The heck, I touched it, and its body was cold and stiff. How could it not be dead? Furthermore, even if it wasn't dead yet, it should have died by now that it had been buried underground for 50 years. Not only was Elder Qian frenzied, Luo Qiqi and Yufei also widened their eyes in shock, and they nearly spurted blood. It was just a moment ago that they heard the other party say that his tamed beast had died for him, and they thought that it would be a beautiful and tragic story, but who could have thought that it would be a freaking horror story, to bury it alive? Most probably, even if the draconic granite beast wasn't dead, it had still been buried alive. Not too far away, Hall Master Qin and the other elders also staggered, and they nearly spurted blood. Your tamed beast sacrificed its blood essence for you, and yet, it ended up being buried alive by you. It would be a miracle if its lover let you off. Honestly speaking, he was already giving you a lot of face by not killing you over the years. Upon hearing this news, Xianxia shared the same thoughts as the others. However, knowing that the other party really didn't know the truth, and he had suffered enough over the years, he turned to Elder Qian and asked, buried him? You didn't cremate him, right? I didn't. Elder Qian shook his head. Back then, he had prepared to cremate him, but due to the great violet-winged beast's interference, the cremation didn't succeed. Thus, he could only bury him in the forest. It's good that you didn't. Based on what the great violet-winged beast said, the draconic granite beast was only in a state of suspended animation. As long as it recuperates, it should be able to come back to life. Even though you were buried, you weren't cremated, so there's still a chance. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. According to the great violet-winged beast, the draconic granite beast possessed the dragon bloodline, and due to its rock-like body, it was named after the draconic granite beast. After losing its blood essence, its body would turn into a rock, and its breathing and heartbeat would stop. However, in truth, it was still alive. As long as it was nourished with medicine, it should be able to wake up soon. The draconic granite beast had always been rare, and it had never lost its blood essence on a large scale. As such, there was no record of it in the books, and even a 5-star beast tamer like Elder Qian was unaware of its existence. Since it didn't need to breathe or have a heartbeat after losing consciousness, even if it was buried, as long as it didn't decompose, it should still be able to come back to life, right? No matter what, it was a transcendent mortal 8-dan spirit beast that possessed the dragon bloodline. There was no way it would die so easily. There's a chance? Elder Qian looked as if he was on the verge of tears. But, it has already been 50 years, if it had just been buried for 2 months, half a year, or even a year, he would still think that there was a chance. However, it had been 50 years since the draconic granite beast had been buried. Even if it was faking its death previously, it should be on the verge of death by now. Calm down, let's head over to take a look. It would be best if it can be saved, but if it can't, there's nothing we can do about it. Xianxia could only shake his head helplessly. Who asked you to bury it alive? It would be best if you could save it, but if you couldn't, there was nothing we could do about it either. Elder Qian nodded, and the crowd hurriedly made their way to the straw hut. However, before they could get far, Xianxia suddenly recalled a matter, and he raised his head to look at the great violet-winged beast in the sky. With a frown, he said, "Hurry up and put that spirit beast down." Roar! The great violet-winged beast replied as it released its claw indignantly. Boom! The spirit beast fell to the ground, and its tongue fell out. In an instant, it fainted. Did you laugh? If you did, please vote for me. Laowa thanks you. After saving the spirit beast, the group hurriedly rushed to the straw hut. Soon, they saw the tombstone and the hillside of the tomb once more. Open it. Knowing that the matter was urgent, Xianxia waved his hands grandly. Elder Qian nodded. Then, his eyebrows shot up as he grabbed the tombstone. Hong long long, the vigorous Jin Qi surged, and the violent power wandered in all directions. Under his push, the vegetation on the hillside was gradually cleared away, revealing a huge tomb chamber. You built a tomb chamber? It seems like there's still hope. Seeing that Elder Qian wasn't burying it forcefully, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Regardless of the size of the tomb chamber, at least it had a certain amount of space. On top of that, there were gaps in the soil that allowed air to flow in, so it was unlikely that the spirit beast would be buried alive. This could be considered as a blessing in disguise. Pushing open the doors of the tomb chamber, the group entered in a single file. Soon, they saw a massive corpse of a draconic granite beast lying on the ground. This fellow's body was as tough as stone. Even though it had been buried for 50 years, there were no signs of decay. As expected of a draconic granite beast, after taking a look, Xianxia nodded. If it were an ordinary spirit beast, after being buried for 50 years without anyone caring about it, even if it didn't die, it would have rotted away. However, the draconic granite beast possessed the dragon bloodline, and its body was as tough as stone. Even though it had been several decades, it didn't seem to have any problems. Hurry up and call a physician. Seeing that there was no change to the corpse, Elder Qian turned to Han Chong in agitation. Teacher, Xianxia is a formidable physician. Han Chong hurriedly said. Oh, right. Xianxia, I beg of you to save the draconic granite beast. Elder Qian's knees buckled, and he was just about to kneel down. The draconic granite beast was his companion, and he had been living in self-reproach for the past few years. He thought that he would never meet the other party again, but who could have known that the other party was still alive? If the other party could be saved, putting aside kneeling down, even if the other party wanted him dead, he wouldn't hesitate at all. Of course, more than that, he felt guilty. In order to save him, the other party had nearly died. Yet, because he couldn't understand the other party's words, he ended up burying the other party underground for 50 years. If the other party couldn't be saved, he might really have been unable to live on anymore. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Elder Qian. If I can save him, I will. Knowing how the other party was feeling, Xianxia walked up to the massive draconic granite beast and touched it lightly. Then, he pretended to turn around and lowered his head in contemplation. A moment later, Xianxia walked over, and upon seeing the grim look on Xianxia's face, Elder Qian's body stiffened in anxiety. He couldn't help but ask, can it still be saved? It's indeed still alive, but... Xianxia hesitated for a moment before continuing. After being buried underground for 50 years, the vitality in its body has been severed. If we wish to save it, we'll need pills that can stimulate its vitality and spirit stones. An elixir that activates vitality? I have 3 ethereal treading creation pills here. They'll be effective even on transcendent mortal 8 Dan ethereal treading realm experts. Hall Master Qin stepped forward and passed a jade bottle over. I also have 2 life spirit pills here. They are the best pills for activating one's vitality. Another elder walked over. I don't have any pills here, but I do have quite a few spirit stones. Here are 500 middle-tier spirit stones. They had been close friends with Elder Qian for decades. If they could save the draconic granite beast, not only would it be a huge consolation to Elder Qian, it would also be a huge boost to the strength of the entire beast hall. Not bad. Seeing the items piled up, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. I also need the 5 elemental formation flags, purple bamboo ink, and 3 large buckets of beast blood. I don't need anything else, just the blood of the great violet-winged beast outside will suffice, and the faint green incense, purple chestnut smoke. Seeing that Hall Master Qin and the other elders had gathered the required pills and spirit stones, they couldn't help but be impressed by the wealth of the beast hall. After which, Xianxia continued listing out dozens of items. Hearing the names of these items, everyone frowned in bewilderment. They could still understand why Xianxia needed vitality pills and spirit stones. After all, they were related to vitality. But the faint green incense, purple chestnut smoke. What were the uses of these items? I've heard of the faint green incense before. It has the effect of stabilizing one's soul, and it's commonly used by soul oracles. An elder suddenly recalled something and said. Soul oracles? Everyone was taken aback. This occupation had disappeared from the annals of history several dozen millenniums ago. Could it be that the young man before them knew of it? It's just some unique means. It doesn't have much to do with soul oracles. Xianxia waved his hands. Right, prepare 108 3-chi long silver needles and a cup of the green-tailed serpent's saliva. The soul oracles were destroyed by the master teachers back then. Even if he knew of them, he couldn't admit to it. In any case, the other party wasn't aware of the situation either. Green-tailed serpent's saliva? That's lethal poison. Hall Master Qin exclaimed. He didn't know what the faint green incense and purple chestnut smoke were for, but he knew what the green-tailed serpent's saliva was for. Just a single drop was enough to poison a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert to death. What was the use of it for? Not only can poison kill, it can also save lives. Xianxia waved his hands. Using poison to save lives? That's a means that only poison masters are capable of. Everyone's mouths twitched. Even though the young man before them didn't say anything, poison shouldn't be used carelessly. If one wasn't a poison master, it would be impossible to use it to save lives. Wasn't he a physician? Why would he know the means of a soul oracle? And the means of a poison master, beast tamer, master teacher, ancient beast language? Is there anything that you don't know? Alright, that's all I need. Hurry up and prepare it. After handing over everything, Xianxia waved his hands. Yes, I'll get someone to prepare it now. Elder Qian nodded and hurriedly left. It had to be said that the beast hall's wealth was indeed astounding. Not only were the items that Xianxia needed rare, they also involved several occupations. It was impossible for an ordinary guild to gather all of them. Yet, the beast hall only took 6 hours to gather them all. In fact, they even prepared a few extra sets for some of the items, fearing that they wouldn't run out at the crucial moment. Alright, since everything is ready, you all can leave now. While I'm conducting my treatment, I require absolute silence. I hope that everyone can guard the area outside for me and not allow anyone to disturb me. Xianxia thought that it would take at least 3 to 4 days to gather all of these items, but he didn't expect them to be completed within such a short period of time. He glanced at the surroundings and waved his hands. There were too many things involved in his treatment, and he would have to make use of the Library of Heaven's path as well. If others were to observe him, it would be hard to avoid trouble. All right. Elder Qian nodded before leaving with Hall Master Qin and the others. Luo Qiqi and Yufei glanced at one another before leaving as well. Soon, Xianxia was the only one left in the chamber. Looking at the items that he had prepared, Xianxia flicked his wrist and stowed them into his storage ring. Then, with a frown, he flicked his wrist and tossed the 5-star spirit gathering formation plate out. He didn't intend to keep these items for himself but to use them on the draconic granite beast. Back then, in order to save Elder Qian, the draconic granite beast had exhausted its blood essence. Under normal circumstances, as long as the draconic granite beast was nourished with spiritual energy, it should be able to revive within a few years. But Elder Qian didn't do anything at all. The spiritual energy in the underground chamber was extremely sparse, such that the draconic granite beast couldn't even sustain its vitality. Even if it was still alive after 50 years, its life was already hanging by a thread. If it had been any other physician, even a 7-star, 8-star, or even 9-star physician, they would have been unable to save the draconic granite beast. However, Xianxia was different. he possessed the heaven's path Xianxia, which was as pure as water. As long as there was vitality, he would be able to survive. However, just the heaven's path Xianxia alone wasn't enough. After losing its blood essence and being buried underground for several decades, it still needed medicinal herbs that could boost its vitality and abundant spiritual energy to sustain it. More importantly, the means of the soul oracles, just as that elder had guessed, the faint green incense and purple crystal smoke were indeed items that only soul oracles used. Even though the draconic granite beast's soul wasn't in a state of hibernation like Lu Chang's, it wasn't too far off from it. Thus, it needed these soul-summoning items to revive it. As for the green-tailed serpent's saliva, Pavilion Master Qin was right, it was indeed a lethal poison. However, it wasn't meant to be used to kill the draconic granite beast but to stimulate its acupoints so as to awaken it. It could be said that beast tamers, soul oracles, physicians, poison masters, master teachers, and many other means had been used to treat the draconic granite beast. If it had been anyone else, it would have been difficult for them to pull off such a feat. Only a monster like Xianxia would be able to pull it off. Xianxia placed the spirit stone that the elder had given him into the formation plate, and spiritual energy immediately shrouded the corpse of the draconic granite beast. With a flick of his finger, the silver needles that he had prepared beforehand appeared in his palm. Dipping them into the green-tailed serpent's saliva, Xianxia flicked his fingers lightly, and in the blink of an eye, 108 silver needles flew out and sealed the 108 acupoints of the draconic granite beast. The draconic granite beast was an extremely rare spirit beast. Over the past several dozen millenniums, the number of beast tamers who had managed to tame it could be counted on one hand. As such, no one knew of its feigned death, and it wasn't passed down either. Xianxia had only learned of its acupoints after browsing through the books in the Library of Heaven's Path. After sealing the acupoints, Xianxia moved faster and faster. He lit the faint verdant incense, purple crystal smoke, and the other incense sticks according to their respective positions before sitting down and meditating. Hong Long, Xianxia drew his soul out. While floating in midair, Xianxia activated his eye of insight and scanned his surroundings. Then, he suddenly pointed his palm at a certain spot and beckoned. His movements were light, as if he was responding to the beckoning of his lover. Wang, as if sensing his beckoning, the silver needles in the area immediately buzzed, reminiscent of wind chimes in the wind. Unique art of the soul oracles, soul beckoning. Back then, Xianxia had obtained the complete heritage of the soul oracles from Imo Huncheng, and the soul beckoning was one of them. Once executed, even a soul that had fallen into a trance would be forcefully pulled out. In fact, even a living person would be pulled out easily. The draconic granite beast's soul had been in a deep slumber for 50 years, and it was too difficult to awaken it through normal means. Thus, Xianxia had no choice but to resort to such an extreme method. It was either succeed or die trying. Gugugugu, the silver needles buzzed for a moment, and the draconic granite beast suddenly jolted. It slowly raised its body, as if it was about to come to life. This isn't right. Upon seeing this sight, not only was Xianxia not delighted, his face darkened instead. Xianxia had used the soul beckoning palm, and under normal circumstances, it should have been the soul that was summoned. However, the fact that the corpse was moving meant that not only had the soul not awakened, it had fused with the physical body instead. Putting aside the fact that the soul was fused with the physical body, it would be even more difficult to wake it up. Humph. Harumphing coldly, Xianxia flicked his finger, and the 5 elements formation flags he had prepared beforehand pierced into the ground in 5 different directions. Gathering the 5 elements to nourish yin and yang, this was the art of the soul oracles, soul genesis formula. Humans had 3 souls and 7 spirits, and so did beasts. No matter how many souls fused with a corpse, there was bound to be a soul and a spirit that were incompatible with one another, just like oil and water. The soul genesis formula made use of this incompatible soul and spirit to forcefully separate the other souls from the corpse. Of course, this required the assistance of the 5 elements. Through the circulation of the 5 elements, yin and yang could be formed, and only then could turbidity and purity be separated. Hong Long Long, as soon as the 5 elements formation flags were activated, the flowers, grass, and trees in the surroundings began to turn yellow. The aura of wood was stripped away, the soil turned white, and the aura of earth was stripped away. Metals began to rust, and the aura of metal was stripped away. In the blink of an eye, the 5 elements fused into the glabella of the draconic granite beast. As the 5 elements grew more and more vigorous, the yin and yang energy of the draconic granite beast grew denser, and the withered corpse gradually turned a shade of red. Knowing that his preparations were effective, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he waved his hand once more to summon the draconic granite beast. Tz-la, a massive soul of the draconic granite beast was summoned, and it floated quietly in the air. However, its eyes were tightly shut, and it didn't wake up. Under normal circumstances, once a soul left its body, it would swiftly weaken before dissipating into the air. However, with the faint green incense in the surroundings stabilizing the soul, the chaotic aura in the underground palace didn't affect it. Go. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia flicked his wrist once more, and the vitality pills that the elders had given him earlier dissipated into a mist that gathered in the surrounding spiritual energy, opening up his pores. These pills were effective even on transcendent mortal 8-dan experts, so they would be of great help to him as well. However, due to the nourishment of the heaven's path Xianxia, his body was already brimming with vitality. It would be a waste if he were to consume these precious pills. The last step. Holding his breath, Xianxia stopped thinking about it. Gritting his teeth, he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. Come out. 108 rays of true qi shot out from his palm, connecting with the end of the silver needles and lifting them up at the same time. Bzzz, the silver needles immediately flew out. The acupoints that were previously blocked by the venom were instantly like floodwaters that had been opened. With a thunderous sound, the surrounding spiritual energy was directly absorbed into the acupoints. The suction force was too strong, and the soul that was just stabilized in the air was immediately sucked in. Hula, medicinal herbs, spiritual energy, and soul energy flowed into the draconic granite beast's body in an instant. With a flick of his finger, Xianxia produced a drop of beast blood, which flowed into the draconic granite beast's body. Following which, the draconic granite beast's rock-like shell began to change. It turned bright red, and veined patterns appeared on its surface. The big guy who had been unconscious before also began to breathe and have a heartbeat, as if he would wake up at any time. Success, Xianxia's body swayed, and he fell from the sky with a pale face. It hadn't been long since he had treated the other party, but he had used all of his abilities, be it jinqi, soul, or physical body. Sitting on the floor, he flicked his wrist, and a spirit stone appeared in his palm. After absorbing more than 20 middle-tier spirit stones, Xianxia finally recovered his jinqi. I really made a loss. Looking at the remains of the draconic granite beast before him, Xianxia sighed helplessly. He had thought that it wouldn't be too difficult to treat the other party, and he might still have some leftovers. Who could have thought that not only would he not have any leftovers, he would even have to use up more than 20 middle-tier spirit stones to replenish his energy, to end up in such a state just by saving the draconic granite beast. It was truly infuriating. But no matter what, it was still a success. At least his reputation wasn't tarnished. Shaking his head, Xianxia pushed open the door and walked out. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Elder Qian and the others looking at him anxiously. How is it? Elder Qian's face was pale from worry. Oh, he's fine now. However, due to the long period of time that he has been unconscious, he might need a few more days to recover. Xianxia replied calmly. The other party's soul had been in hibernation for 50 years. Even with his various means, it would take at least a few days for him to wake up. Great. I'll go in to take a look. Hearing Xianxia's confirmation, Elder Qian's eyes lit up. He quickly rushed in, but before he could even get close, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his body. A massive claw had pushed him to the side. Great violet-winged beast, that fellow had lost 3 buckets of blood, so its body was a little weak. However, its eyes were still filled with vigor, and the frenzied look from before had vanished. With a twist of its massive body, it dived straight into the underground chamber. Seeing that the other party was even more enthusiastic than him, Elder Qian chuckled bitterly as he hurriedly followed the other party. A moment later, he walked out, and with a look of gratitude on his face, he kneeled onto the floor. Elder Qian, this is, not expecting Han Chang's teacher, a 5-star pinnacle beast tamer, to kneel on a whim, Xianxia was taken aback. he hurriedly reached out to pull Elder Qian up. Xianxia, please don't stop me. You have saved its life, so I owe you one. If there's anything you need from me in the future, I'll be willing to risk my life for you. After kowtowing several times, Elder Qian raised his palm and made a vow. To him, the draconic granite beast's death was no different from death. For the past 50 years, he had been studying the ancient beast language, hoping to decipher the meaning of the great violet-winged beast's final words. It was due to this conviction that he had managed to survive until now. He had thought that he would remain like this for the rest of his life, but who could have thought that the young man before him would be able to decipher the great violet-winged beast's words and even save his tamed beast that had died due to his mistake? It could be said that even if Xianxia were to order him to commit suicide, he would do so without any hesitation. Seeing the determination in the other party's eyes, Xianxia knew that it was impossible for him to change his mind. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and said, "All right, I don't need your life. Just find me a transcendent mortal 8-dan aerial spirit beast. I'm heading to Hongyuan Empire." The purpose of his trip to the Beast Hall was to find an aerial spirit beast. Since Elder Qian was willing to help him, finding one shouldn't be too difficult. "Leave it to me." Elder Qian nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Jia, the doors of the underground chamber opened once more. The door opened once more, and the great violet-winged beast walked up to Xianxia. Just like Xianxia, it kneeled to the ground and rubbed its massive head against Xianxia. "This is submission?" Seeing the appearance of the great violet-winged beast, a huge uproar broke out. Even Hall Master Qin was taken aback. The Beast Hall had been wrecked by this fellow, and no matter who they found, they were all helpless before it. They had thought that due to its stubborn nature, it would be impossible for it to submit to a human. Yet, who could have thought that it would submit to Xianxia in less than 8 hours? This fellow is even more sentimental than humans. It's only because Xianxia saved it that it submitted to him out of gratitude, Luo Qiqi remarked. Indeed. Sometimes, beasts are more reliable and sentimental than humans. Yu Feier nodded. Even though the draconic granite beast had been dead for 50 years, not only did the great violet-winged beast not leave, it even stood up for it. Seeing that its lover had been revived, it was so grateful that it was willing to become Xianxia's tamed beast. This was indeed something that most humans were incapable of. "You want to be my tamed beast?" Xianxia also came to a realization, and he shot a satisfied glance at the other party. It just so happened that he was lacking a spirit beast to head to Hongyuan Empire. Since this fellow was willing to do so, it was for the best. Roar! The great violet-winged beast nodded its massive head. "All right then." With a flick of Xianxia's finger, a droplet of fresh blood flowed into the other party's glabella. In the blink of an eye, the acknowledgement ceremony was completed. "All right, you should recover as soon as possible. Once the draconic granite beast wakes up, we'll set off for Hongyuan Empire." Xianxia. After losing 3 huge buckets of fresh blood, the great violet-winged beast's body was extremely weak. Even if it were to force itself to fly, it wouldn't be long before it recovered. This was the Beast Hall, and there were countless treasures to nourish spirit beasts. With Elder Qian's help, it shouldn't be too difficult for the great violet-winged beast to recover. Besides, it was the lover of the draconic granite beast, and it had waited for 50 years. It wouldn't be right if it didn't wake up and meet with him. In any case, as a half 9-dan spirit beast, the great violet-winged beast was much faster than the great violet-winged beast. Seeing that the great violet-winged beast had submitted, Elder Qian knew that the other party didn't need a spirit beast anymore. Thus, he took the initiative to arrange for Xianxia, Luo Qiqi, and the others to stay in the Beast Hall. Since he couldn't leave at the moment, Xianxia didn't feel anxious. Thus, he spent 3 days collecting all of the books in the branch into the Library of Heaven's Path. Then, he spent an entire day to learn all of the Heaven's Path beast taming art that he had compiled. In just 4 short days, his understanding of beast taming had already surpassed Elder Qian and Hall Master Qin, reaching 5-star pinnacle. Due to the fact that he had tamed the great violet-winged beast and his mastery of the ancient beast language, he had obtained a quasi-5-star beast tamer emblem. At the moment, he was only at 5-dan consonant spirit realm pinnacle. As long as he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would automatically become a 5-star beast tamer. After all of the preparations were done, on the 8th day, the draconic granite beast finally woke up. This made the great violet-winged beast and Elder Qian even more delighted. At the same time, they couldn't help but be impressed by Xianxia's means. Even Hall Master Qin and the others couldn't help but be impressed by Xianxia's capability. To be able to revive a spirit beast that had been dead for 50 years. This was no longer an ordinary medical skill but a true grandmaster in the way of medicine. On the 10th day, the great violet-winged beast finally made a full recovery. Thus, Xianxian, Luo Qiqi, and Yufei bade farewell to the Beast Hall and flew toward Hongyuan Empire. That Zhangshi will surely become the brightest star in the Master Teacher Academy. Watching the trio leave, Elder Qian couldn't help but think of the miraculous deeds that the young man had done. Star? I fear that the Master Teacher Academy will be doomed. Han Chang's lips twitched upon hearing those words. He had heard a little about what Zhang Xian had done in Myriad Kingdom City and Miryu Empire over the past few days, and everything that he had passed by had been reduced to rubble. Whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for the Master Teacher Academy to accept him as a student was hard to say. It seemed like he could only hope for the innumerable years-old academy to fend for himself. In the sky, the great violet-winged beast was flying. Behind it was something that resembled a ship. It was around 8 meters long, and there were many pavilions on it. It was divided into 3 rooms so that each of them could have a room to themselves. Flying ship, in order to thank Xianxian for taming the great violet-winged beast, the Beast Hall had specially built it for him. It was equipped with everything he needed, including food, clothing, and lodging. Upon hearing that the flying ship was worth at least several thousand middle-tier spirit stones, Xianxian felt much better. It seemed like he didn't come here for nothing. If the others in the Beast Hall were to know of his thoughts, they would surely spurt blood. Not only did he manage to tame the strongest spirit beast in the Beast Hall for a few days, he even managed to forge such a valuable flying ship for himself. Wasn't he a little too ambitious? Would he only be satisfied if he emptied the entire Beast Hall of its wealth? In truth, Xianxian didn't have any intention of plundering the Beast Hall. He only hoped that the other party would give him a few high-tier spirit stones. However, it was a pity that Elder Qian had become so poor over the years that he couldn't even fork out 100 middle-tier spirit stones, needless to say, high-tier spirit stones. Teacher. On the deck of the flying ship, Luo Qiqi walked up to Xianxian. You came at a good time. I heard that the Master Teacher Academy has an apothecary school and a blacksmith school. What's going on? Xianxian asked. He was going to head to the Master Teacher Academy soon, so it would be inappropriate for him to remain ignorant about it. Master teachers require sufficient supporting occupations in order to pass the Master Teacher examination. As such, the Master Teacher Academy isn't just a place for students to learn the various supporting occupations. Luo Qiqi explained. After many years of development, these supporting occupations have been divided into 10 schools. They are the Apothecary School, Blacksmith School, Celestial Designer School, Formation School, Painting School, Martial Arts School, Beast Taming School, Physician School, Demonic Tunist School, and Terpsichore School. The Pill Academy is a place to learn alchemy. I learned alchemy there. On the other hand, the Blacksmith School is a place where one can learn smithing. Previously, my smithing skills couldn't even be ranked in the top 100 there. With teacher's guidance, I will surely be able to hold my head high. As for the Celestial Designer School, Formation School, Painter School, and Physician School, I believe that teachers should know what they mean even if I don't elaborate on them. Let's talk about the Martial Arts School, Demonic Tunist School, and Terpsichore School. Xianxian nodded. Without a doubt, the Celestial Designer Institute was a place to nurture celestial designers, and it involved mechanisms and mechanisms. This was something that could be seen from Wu Zhen. As for formations, medicine, painting, there was no need to even mention them. He had also learned some of these professions, so he had a good understanding of them. As for the remaining 3, he didn't know much about them. Actually, the martial arts school isn't a specialized occupation. Rather, it's a place to temper the fighting prowess of master teachers. Through the examination, one can learn battle techniques and grow stronger and stronger. The demonic Tunnist institution is a place where demonic Tunnists are nurtured. Have you ever heard of demonic Tunnists? Luo Chichi asked. I have heard of them before. It's said to be a lower 9 paths occupation, but they are skilled in using music to bewitch the hearts of others. Even experts would find it difficult to withstand them. Xianxia nodded. Of course, he knew of demonic Tunnists. In fact, he had even met 2 of them before. However, one of them had been driven insane by him while the other had fallen from the sky. Oh, that's easy. As for the terpsichore school, it's a place where terpsichore is nurtured. Luo Chichi said with a smile. Terpsichore? You mean dancers? Xianxian was taken aback. That's right, it's dancers. Luo Chichi nodded. Dancers are similar to demonic Tunnists in that they use their dance to enthrall others. The strongest of them are capable of drawing innumerable birds to their presence. Xianxian nodded in agreement. Since there were dancers in the world, the occupation of dancers naturally came into being. The person who created this occupation went by the surname of Gongsun, and with a single dance, even saints would be mesmerized by it. Legend had it that this Gongsun clan's entire clan was massacred when he was young, and he was unable to exact vengeance. One day, while watching a swan fly across the sky, he attained enlightenment and created the occupation of dancers. After cultivating diligently for 30 years, he was summoned to a conferred empire to showcase his skills. The enemy of this Gongsun clan was the emperor of the conferred empire, an incredibly powerful saint. In the end, Gongsun Wu appeared with a deluge of heavenly flowers and dazzling brilliance. The saint was dazzled and easily killed. Just as she was about to escape from the royal capital, she was surrounded by 1,000,000 soldiers and forced to perform a dance together. In the end, the 1,000,000 soldiers put down their weapons and allowed her to leave. When Kongsher learned of this news, he specially went to look for this Gongsun clan and watched her dance. He couldn't help but be awed by her words, saying, "What worries me is that I won't be able to catch her, so I will chase after her." Then, he personally confirmed the occupation, and from then on, the name of terpsichore spread across the world. This occupation was also one of the lower 9 paths, and it was even rarer than demonic Tunnists. As such, not many people knew about it. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy happened to obtain the heritage of this occupation and established it. However, due to its lack of students, it could be considered as the weakest of the 10 great Master Teacher Academies. Yu Feier has been studying since young, and she just passed the 5-star terpsichore examination a while ago. Luo Chichi chuckled. Xianxian nodded in response. In truth, the Master Teacher Academy was somewhat similar to the universities in his previous life. Even though it was just an academy, it was divided into many different faculties. The master teachers who studied here could choose any occupation they wanted to advance to a higher rank. It was indeed a good place to groom master teachers. It was no wonder why it was so famous even in Tier 1 empires. Even though the Master Teacher Academy is a sacred land that many master teachers yearn to enter, it is an extremely cruel place. Regardless of whether it is to study or listen to lectures, one has to earn sufficient academic credits. Without academic credits, one will find it hard to advance. In order to earn academic credits, one has to complete all kinds of missions or clear some difficult examinations. Many master teachers couldn't withstand the pressure and chose to withdraw from the academy. There are also quite a few who were expelled due to their poor results in the year-end examinations. At this point, a grim expression appeared on Luo Chichi's face. Withdraw? Expelled? Zhang Xian had thought that entering the academy would be equivalent to stepping onto the ladder of success, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case at all. Indeed. Back when Kongsher established the Master Teacher Academy, he once said that master teachers are the stepping stones for mankind to advance. Only when the teachers are strong will mankind be strong. As such, the Master Teacher Academy doesn't need students who slack off. You can either improve or leave. It's as simple as that. Luo Chichi said with a bitter smile. Only when the teachers are strong will mankind be strong? Zhang Xian's body jolted. The other party was right. If mankind wanted to advance, teachers were of utmost importance. If a teacher couldn't imbue them with a correct outlook on life, their achievements would be limited. If teachers were to be complacent, How could they possibly groom students who were motivated to improve themselves? Through this, mankind would be able to advance. Xianxia had to admit that this was a good theory. Survival of the fittest. Even the #1 occupation in the world couldn't afford to slack off. Teacher, there's no need for you to worry. Given your strength, it's impossible for you to be eliminated. Recalling how monstrous this teacher of hers was, Luo Qiqi smiled bitterly. Then, she suddenly recalled something and said, however, if you wish to rise above the others and enter the master teacher rankings, you'll need at least several years of hard work. Master teacher rankings? It's a ranking created by the Master Teacher Academy, and it automatically displays the names of the top 100 master teachers in the academy. Those who are able to enter the rankings are all the cream of the crop in the academy. Luo Qiqi said. Top 100 in the academy? How many people are there in the academy? Xianxia asked. The Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy doesn't just accept students from Tier 1 empires. There are at least 100,000 students in the entire academy, and those who are able to enter the rankings are all geniuses among geniuses. Luo Qiqi explained. Those who were able to enter the Master Teacher Academy were all geniuses who were picked out of 10,000. To be able to select 1 out of 1,000, the difficulty was unimaginable. Xianxia might be an incredible genius, but in her view, it would be nigh impossible for him to enter the rankings. You aren't on the rankings? Xianxia asked. After interacting with Luo Qiqi, regardless of whether it was pill forging, smithing, or cultivation, she seemed to be one of the more outstanding students of the same grade. Could it be that she wasn't on the rankings as well? Me? How is that possible? This ranking is related to one's academic credits, cultivation, and knowledge. Those who are able to enter the rankings are usually higher grade students. I am just a grade 2 student. Luo Qiqi shook her head with a bitter smile. If it was possible for one to enter the rankings so easily, those higher grade students would be dead by now. They had studied in the academy for many years and completed innumerable missions. Their accumulated points were as high as a mountain, and it was impossible for someone who had just entered the academy a few years ago to surpass them. All right then. After listening to the other party's explanation, Xianxia gained a deeper understanding of the Master Teacher Academy. He had thought that it was a place where he could learn freely, but the difficulty was far beyond his imagination. It was no wonder why even the princess of the academy, Yu would choose to come out to temper herself. It seemed like the academy wouldn't change just because of her status. In truth, this was even better. It would be more challenging for him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun at all. In an instant, boundless fighting spirit rose in Xianxia's heart, and his curiosity toward the Master Teacher Academy deepened. Over the next few days, whenever Luo Qiqi was free, she would talk about the Master Teacher Academy in detail, and Xianxia would offer her pointers on pill forging and smithing as well. In just 10 short days, her pill forging and smithing mastery had improved significantly. Teacher, we have arrived at Hanyuan City. On this day, while Xianxia was lecturing, he suddenly heard Luo Qiqi's voice. Lowering his head, he saw a massive city that was countless times larger than Huanyu Empire. The city was incomparably vast, such that even Xianxia's eye of insight was unable to see the end of it. It was like a dazzling pearl amidst a vast plain. The capital of a Tier 1 empire is indeed majestic, Xianxia remarked. As expected of the capital of a Tier 1 empire, its grandeur made Tianxian Kingdom seem like an insignificant village in comparison. In fact, the size of this city was already close to the size of an entire country. The entire city was shrouded in spiritual energy, and it seemed like there was a massive formation controlling the weather and climate in the city, making it easier for those living in the city to cultivate and improve. Altering the weather and climate is a means that only saints can do, Yu said proudly. All along, the fellow before her had been behaving arrogantly, making her feel like a poor country bumpkin. Now that she had finally met the other party, she couldn't help but feel smug. And even though he was capable of setting up formations as well, and his mastery of formations was on par with 5-star formation masters, it was still difficult for him to set up a massive formation that could control a radius of several thousand li. Not only did formations of this level require precise control, more importantly, one had to have absolute control over their strength. A single mistake could cause the formation to crumble, resulting in massive destruction. Recovering from his shock, Xianxia said, "We returned 20 days ago, and there are still a few days before the start of the semester. Hongshi and the others should have just arrived, so I'll meet up with them first." He had spent 3 days fusing with his soul, 4 days in the underground chamber of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and 20 days in the beast hall. There were still 3 days left before the 1-month deadline. Under normal circumstances, Hongshi and the others should have just arrived. The freshmen from the Miryu Empire will be staying in the Scholarly Sea. I'll bring you there, and we'll have to report back to the academy after that. Yu Feier said. Not only had they completed the trial, they had also discovered such a huge secret, so they had to report it back to the academy. Even though Xing Yuan, Wu Zhen, and the others had returned in advance, Wu Yangzi's letter and the cauldron were still in Luo Qiqi's hands. On top of that, Zhang Xian had returned as well, so they had to report the matter to him personally. Zhang Xian nodded. Teacher, the Scholar Sea is where the academy's new students live. Not only are there new students from the Miryu Empire, but there are also geniuses from other second-tier empires and even the Han Yuan Empire. You must be careful and not get into a conflict with them. Luo Qiqi instructed. Those who could be considered as geniuses were bound to be arrogant and obstinate. The Scholar Ocean was the place where the freshmen of Han Yuan Empire were welcomed, and there were countless geniuses there. Even a princess like Yu Feier wouldn't be able to step in if she were to get into a conflict with them. Don't worry, I'm an honest person. I won't get into trouble. Zhang Xian smiled. Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier glanced at one another before shaking their heads. If you were an honest person, wouldn't the rest of us be obedient? On the first day he arrived at Huanyu Empire, he first smashed Fengshi into a pulp before pummeling the top 3 experts of the other vassal kingdoms. After which, he threw them into the cleansing lake and turned them into corpses. In any case, wherever you go, there will be chaos. Yet, you still dare to say that you're an honest person. The Scholar Ocean was a place where freshmen gathered from all directions. It was also known as the Scholar's Residence or Freshman Residence. The Scholar Ocean was located on the side of Hanyuan City, not too far away from the Master Teacher Academy. Due to the speed of the great violet wing beast, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Scholar Ocean. Alighting from the flying ship, Zhang Xian kept the artifact given to him by the beast hall into his storage ring before bidding farewell to Luo Qiqi and the others. Walking through the entrance of the Scholar Ocean, Zhang Xian was greeted by countless buildings. Young master teachers were walking around, and they exuded an energetic aura. These people seemed to be in their 20s, but they had all reached 4-star. In fact, there were quite a few of them who were even at consonant spirit realm. As expected of the geniuses of the various sects, kingdoms, and empires, they were indeed extraordinary. Following the directions given by Luo Qiqi and the others, Zhang Xian swiftly arrived at a residence. Why isn't anyone guarding the entrance? Taking a look, Zhang Xian confirmed that this was the residence of the freshman from the Miryu Empire, and he couldn't help but be perplexed. The residences of the other empire's freshmen were either tightly shut or guarded. Yet, when the entrance was open, there wasn't a single soul in sight. Could he have guessed wrongly and Hongshi and the others hadn't arrived yet? Perplexed, Zhang Xian walked into the residence. The residence was clean and tidy, indicating that it had been cleaned frequently. Furthermore, there were signs that someone had just moved in recently. It seems like they have already arrived. Why aren't they here? As a half 5-star master teacher and possessing the eye of insight, it wasn't too difficult for him to discern whether anyone had lived in the residence before. Just as he was perplexed by the situation, he suddenly heard a loud whistling sound. It seemed like something had crashed into the wall, causing a cloud of dust to fly into the air. Someone is fighting. Zhang Xian's face darkened as he hurriedly walked forward. Circling around a corridor, he saw a small dueling ring in the middle of the courtyard. There were people dueling on it. Below the dueling ring was a bunch of people, and Hongshi, Fengshi, and the others were among them. Ruohuan Gongzi, Bai Jianghai, Luo Xian, and the others who had come with him were also seated below the dueling ring. However, their faces were ruddy and swollen, as if they had just been pummeled. It just so happened that Zhang Xian recognized the person dueling on the dueling ring. He was a genius led by Fengshi, and his name was Han Ling. His cultivation had already reached consonant spirit realm intermediate stage, and it had been a month since they last met. Even without making a move, he was already giving off a powerful aura. Opposite him was a gray-robed young man. That fellow was also at consonant spirit realm advanced stage, but his fighting prowess seemed to be stronger than the other party. In the battle, Han Ling was forced to retreat continuously, and he was already at the edge of the dueling ring. "Xianxia, you can do it. We can't lose anymore, indeed. If we lose again, we'll have no choice but to listen to them." Below the dueling ring, Luo Xian and the others clenched their fists tightly, and their faces reddened in indignation. What's going on? Seeing how everyone was so focused on the dueling ring that they didn't even notice his arrival, Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Why are they fighting? Haha, stop struggling, just admit your defeat. I can't even last 3 moves against Senior Feng. You can't even defeat me, and yet you want to challenge Senior Feng? Dream on. As the dueling ring approached, the gray-robed young man before Han Ling laughed gleefully. Don't worry, you'll be rewarded if you follow us. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for getting nasty. While speaking, the gray-robed young man launched one attack after another. With a pale face, Han Ling forcefully defended himself. Xianxia, what's going on? After watching for a moment, Zhang Xian knew that Han Ling wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves. Thus, he walked down the dueling ring and turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia, you're fine? It's great that you're back. Upon seeing Xianxia nearly leaped up in excitement. The faces of the others below the dueling ring, including Luo Xian and the others, reddened in excitement as well. Even Xiulian Gongzi, who had been pummeled into a pig's head by him previously, had reddened eyes. It was as if they had just seen their kin, and they were overwhelmed with agitation. What's wrong? Seeing the reaction of the crowd, Zhang Xian was perplexed. It had only been a month since they last met. Was there a need for them to be so agitated? It's the freshman examination. Knowing that Zhang Xian was confused, Xianxia hurriedly explained, the topic of the examination has already been decided. It's a hunt in the Hongyuan mountain range. Soon, Xianxia explained the matter to Zhang Xian. After hearing the explanation, Zhang Xian also came to a realization. Unlike the top 10 of the Master Teacher Tournament, one had to pass the entrance examination before one could enter the Master Teacher Academy. The content of the examination was different every time, such as clearing the entrance examination, challenging the Master Teacher Academy, challenging the Master Teacher Academy, and this year, it was a hunt. The location of the hunt was Leiyuan Peak in the Hongyuan mountain range. Leiyuan Peak was a massive mountain range near the Master Teacher Academy. It was as steep as a blade, making it extremely difficult to scale. Even consonant spirit realm experts would find it difficult to scale it. Needless to say, hunt there. Depending on the tier of spirit beasts one hunted, one would be awarded a different score. The time limit was 1 day, and one would be considered to have passed the examination by killing a clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle spirit beast. Even though spirit beasts were capable of fighting beyond their cultivation realm, with the eye of discernment of the master teachers and their consonant spirit realm cultivation, it wasn't too difficult for them to hunt down spirit beasts of that level. However, there was a limit to the number of spirit beasts in the mountain range. Furthermore, if spirit beasts knew that they were going to be hunted, they would either flee or go into hiding, making it difficult to find them. On top of that, the more spirit beasts one hunted, the more one would be able to earn academic credits. This could easily lead to conflicts among the freshmen. More importantly, the spirit beasts in the mountain range didn't just consist of clarifying turbidity realm spirit beasts. There were consonant spirit realm, cosmos bridge realm, and even higher spirit beasts as well. Not only did one have to hunt in the mountain range, one also had to guard against being killed by the spirit beasts. In every examination, there would be many casualties among the freshmen. It could be said that the start of the examination was a battle. It tested the temperament of the master teachers, their fighting prowess, their ability to adapt, their eye of discernment, and many other aspects. Only the truly powerful would be able to stand out from the crowd. Those who were weak or had a weak temperament would probably suffer a mental breakdown shortly after entering the examination, resulting in their eventual defeat. This examination was a test of survival of the fittest. If one failed, one would have no choice but to leave. In order to ensure a better chance of passing the examination, many empires formed an alliance as soon as they arrived. Since there were many people in the alliance, they would be able to stand their ground against the stronger freshmen and spirit beasts. However, there were pros and cons to forming an alliance as well. Needless to say, it would ensure the safety of the examinees. On the other hand, if there were too many people in the alliance, the spirit beasts would easily notice them and flee. Even if they managed to capture the spirit beasts, there would be a problem with the distribution of the spirit beasts. The main faction would be able to enjoy the distribution of the spirit beasts first, but there was a chance that by the end of the examination, the supporting faction wouldn't be able to obtain a single spirit beast. It could be said that whether one would be able to pass the examination or not would depend on the results of the hunt and how the main faction would distribute the spirit beasts. As such, in order to gain the upper hand in the selection process, those who formed an alliance would strive for the position of the main faction. The ones fighting against the freshmen were the master teachers from the Golden Ocean Tier 2 Empire. The two factions had decided to form an alliance, and they were currently vying for the position of the main faction in the alliance. How many matches have there been? How many matches have there been on our side? After hearing the explanation, Xianxia came to a realization, and he couldn't help but ask. If the other party had only lost half of the spirit beasts, he might still have been able to salvage the situation. According to the rules, the winner of 6 out of 10 matches will be the victor. Xianxia said. Han Ling is currently competing in the 10th match. Hearing that it was the 10th duel, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Since the duel has progressed to the 10th duel, it means that there's a victor on both sides. If the other party had been winning all the way, 6 matches would have been over. The fact that they were able to reach the final match meant that they were evenly matched. There are winners and losers, that's not true. Xianxia's face reddened in embarrassment. We have fought 10 matches, but we have lost all of them, to the same person. Lost to the same person? You are saying that the fellow on the stage has fought 10 matches without losing a single one? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. That's right, Xianxia clutched his forehead, and the others were so ashamed that they couldn't even lift their heads. 10 of them had challenged a single person consecutively, and yet, they were still sent flying off the dueling ring. More importantly, it was clear that the person on the dueling ring wasn't the strongest of the other party, and it was indeed a little embarrassing. Peng, speechless, Xianxia was just about to speak when a dull thud sounded from the stage. Before Han Ling could react, he was already sent flying into the courtyard. He has lost all 10 matches. How can he be saved? Looking at the fellow lying on the ground in agony, Xianxia's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had thought that he could still be saved, but now that he had lost all 10 matches to the same person, how could he be saved? Even if he wanted to find an excuse, he wouldn't be able to find one. Alright, the 10 matches are over. None of you have won a single match. What else do you have to say? After sending Han Ling flying, the young man on the stage smiled as he surveyed the surroundings. The faces of Xianxia and the others flushed red. If they had won 2 or 3 out of 10 matches, wouldn't they have the cheek to say that their strongest wasn't here? But now that they had lost to the same person, how could they say that? Furthermore, what if Xianxia wasn't a match for the other party as well? Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Losing even more thoroughly? Xianxia might be a talented master teacher, but he was still only at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle. It would be extremely difficult for him to defeat this fellow who was able to take on 10 of them without panting at all. Not to mention, this fellow wasn't even the strongest among them. Xianxia's breakthrough to consonant spirit realm happened after he became a corpse, so the others weren't aware of it. There's nothing more to say. Then, we'll follow Senior Feng's arrangements. The young man chuckled before clasping his fist. Senior Feng. After which, a young man walked up with widened strides. This person's aura was much stronger, and his cultivation was much higher than that of Ruohuan Gongzi. In Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes, the young man who had defeated 10 people consecutively was already a formidable figure. However, he was still far from matching up to the young man before him. It was no wonder why the geniuses of Huanyu Empire were unable to stand against him. If the other party were to make a move, putting aside the fact that they wouldn't be able to defeat him in a group of 10, even if they were to make a move at the same time, they would still be defeated easily. Since we're in an alliance, let's make the rules clear. Standing on the stage, Senior Feng scanned the crowd and said with a voice reminiscent of clashing metal, "The hunt will begin in 3 days' time. Everyone, listen to my arrangements, and we, the Golden Sea Empire, will be the first to choose our prey. Don't worry, as long as we work together, it won't be a problem for all of us to clear the hunt." They will be the first to choose? If the number of prey isn't sufficient, won't we all be eliminated? Even though they understood that the alliance was entitled to special privileges, the other party's straightforward words still left them clenching their fists tightly. The advantage of being in an alliance was that they would be able to deal with formidable spirit beasts easily. However, the disadvantage was that they had no say in the distribution of prey. If the number of prey they hunted was insufficient, there was a good chance that the entire Miryu Empire would be eliminated. Why, are you still unwilling? It's your fortune that someone of our Senior Feng's strength is willing to form an alliance with you. Don't be so stubborn, the young man harumphed coldly. Given their strength, it would be fine if they didn't form an alliance with Miryu Empire. However, it would be beneficial for them to form an alliance with them. There were many teachers in the academy who were watching the examination. If they performed outstandingly, they would be highly favored by the teachers and rise swiftly. You. Hearing the other party's words, the faces of the crowd flushed red. They wanted to refute him, but they couldn't find any words to refute him. It was their fault for being weaker than him. I am indeed a little unwilling. Just as everyone was caught in a difficult situation, Xianxia's calm voice sounded. What do you mean by that? As a master teacher of the Miryu Empire, you are thinking of going back on your words after deciding to form an alliance with us? Seeing that someone had interjected, the young man's eyebrows shot up. They were all esteemed master teachers. Since they had agreed to form an alliance and went through the trial, could it be that they were going back on their words just because they couldn't defeat the other party? If that was the case, they would become a laughingstock before even participating in the examination. I wouldn't go so far as to go back on my words, but I do have an idea. Xianxia said. Idea? Xianxia, that's right, I am also a master teacher from the Miryu Empire. I wasn't aware of the outcome of the duel earlier, but since the duel has already ended, there's nothing much I can say about it. I just want to make things fair and split the spirit beasts equally among us. Split equally? Since there's an alliance, there should be a division between the main and the secondary. If there's a division between the main and secondary, it's impossible for it to be fair. The young man sneered coldly. I also know that we have lost the duel earlier, and it will be difficult for us to make things fair. How about this? Xianxia chuckled. Placing his hands behind his back, he said, have your Senior Feng make a move. If he can withstand 3 moves from me, I won't talk about fairness anymore. You can split the spirit beasts however you want. In fact, we can even give up on the spirit beasts we hunt. What did you say? The young man narrowed his eyes. This fellow actually allowed Senior Feng to make a move, and he could even withstand 3 moves from him. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as this. Do you know how powerful our Senior Feng is? You dare to boast shamelessly here? 3 moves? With your current state, it's hard to say whether you can withstand a single move from Senior Feng. Why? Are you not confident? How about this, 1 move? As long as your Senior Feng can withstand a single move from me, our Miryu Empire will give up on the spirit beasts we hunt. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Xianxia thought that he had raised the price too high, so he changed his words. The heck? Seeing the other party's serious expression, the young man nearly exploded on the spot. Senior Feng's vision also darkened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. His cultivation had reached half Cosmos Bridge realm, and he was on par with some of the Grade 2 seniors. Yet, these fellows from the Miryu Empire actually wanted to defeat him in a single move. You must be joking. The duo nearly fainted from anger. On the other hand, Ruohuan Gongzi, Luo Xian, and the others nearly spurted blood. They had long guessed that Xianxia would cause trouble here, but never in their dreams did they expect him to say such words. Given how many of them were unable to defeat that young man, it went without saying that Senior Feng was even more formidable. Yet, you want to defeat him in a single move. How is that possible? If we really lose, are we really going to give up on the spirit beasts for free? If that's the case, everyone will be eliminated. Why? Is a single move too much? How about this? I'll just use a single finger. That should be fine, right? If you still don't dare, then I have no other choice. If even a single move was too much, he couldn't possibly just use a single move to defeat the other party. Even though he could do that, he would surely expose his soul and other means. It would be best for him to keep a low profile. He had just arrived at Hongyuan Empire, so it would be best for him not to expose too much of his strength. Xianxia said with a troubled look on his face. Pooh. The young man and Senior Feng nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Many your head, besides, what do you mean by that troubled look? Am I really that weak for you to worry so much? Fine, I would like to see how you are going to defeat me with a single finger. Unable to stand it any longer, Senior Feng bellowed furiously. Senior. Allow me to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Seeing that Senior Feng was enraged, the young man stepped forward and said. There's no need for that. I want to see for myself what kind of means you have. Senior Feng glared at Xianxia coldly. For this fellow to boast so shamelessly, he must have something up his sleeves. Senior Feng was also interested to see whether the other party was just spouting nonsense or not. This friend over here, come on up. If you can defeat me, we'll forget about the matter regarding the alliance. However, if you lose, remember your words. You won't be taking a single spirit beast from the hunt. Narrowing his eyes, Senior Feng flung his sleeves. All right. Hearing the other party agree to it, Xianxia walked up to the dueling ring. Can Xianxia win? I don't know either. Seeing how Xianxia made such a bet with the other party, everyone stared at one another in shock. Defeat Senior Feng with a single finger? Xianxia, are you serious? Even though I know that you are anxious about our loss, this bet is simply too huge. Senior Feng, allow me to teach that fellow a lesson. Seeing how furious Senior Feng was, the young man couldn't help but step forward. If I lose, it won't be too late for Senior to step up. Considering how arrogant the other party was, it was likely that he did possess some strength. Since that was the case, why not test the other party first? If he was weak, he could just beat him up to vent his anger. Senior Feng hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, the impatient voice of the young man sounded, if you are afraid, the both of you can come at me together. I'll offer 2 fingers. Upon hearing those words, Senior Feng and the young man's vision immediately darkened. There's no need for that. Let me see how strong you are. Harumphing coldly, Senior Feng dashed forward. The words of the fellow before him were simply too infuriating. He feared that he might just die from anger if he were to continue speaking. Stepping on the ground, he charged forward as though a ferocious beast. Even before reaching Xianxia, one could already feel the might of a dragon and a tiger. Exerting the full might of a half-cosmos bridge realm cultivator, the wind howled furiously, and it felt as though a black cloud was looming over one's head. Powerful. The eyebrows of Xianxia and the others twitched. Even with their Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage cultivation, it was unlikely that they would be a match for the other party. They hurriedly turned to look at the young man, wanting to see how he would deal with the situation. However, the latter simply shook his head, raised a single finger, and tapped it leisurely. It's really just a finger? Fengshi, Luoshi, Hongshi, and the others felt frenzied. Given the other party's strength, even Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage experts like them would find it hard to deal with him. Yet, you, who had just reached Clarifying Turbidity Realm a month ago, were you insane to face him with a single finger? Moreover, even if he only used one finger, he had to be fast, slow and unhurried, trembling like an old lady on the verge of death. Was she really fighting? In the world of martial arts, there was nothing that could not be overcome, only speed could not be overcome. This senior brother Feng's figure was as fast as lightning, and his entire person was like a cheetah. Even if you hadn't seen him for a month and your strength had improved greatly, to the point where you could defeat him with a single finger, you would still have to accumulate your strength in advance and use an even faster technique. It was one thing that he did not have any martial technique, but his finger was so slow. Even the weakest person could easily dodge it. Not only were Xianxia and the others on the verge of fainting, Ruo Huangongzi, Luo Xian, and the others also felt their vision turning dark. They had heard the bet just now. With such a huge bet at stake, couldn't he be more serious? This kind of speed, even killing a fly would be difficult to achieve. I was wondering how strong he would be. I didn't expect him to be a blockhead. Seeing Zhang Xian's actions, the young man who was fighting against the crowd earlier harumphed coldly. Earlier, this fellow was so eloquent with his words, saying how powerful he was. Did he really think that he possessed the strength to fight with senior brother Feng? Never in his dreams did he expect that he would be exposed the moment he made a move. What kind of effect could such a powerless and defenseless finger have on senior brother? Senior brother Feng would probably be able to kill him with a single slap of his palm. Just as he was sneering in his heart, he heard a commotion below. Something's wrong. Look. Hearing the rapid breathing of the crowd, the young man frowned and turned his gaze over. With a single glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, Zhang Xian thought that Senior Feng would be able to strike at the other party's slow finger, causing him to lose his bearings. Yet, unexpectedly, Senior Feng reacted as if he had seen a formidable foe. With a grim expression on his face, he halted his charge and shifted his body, intending to dodge. However, barely after taking half a step, the other party's trembling finger suddenly pointed at him once more. His eyebrows shot up, and he hurriedly dodged to the back. Before Zhang Xian could dodge, he pointed his finger at Zhang Xian once more. Looking at the direction Zhang Xian was pointing at, senior brother Feng looked as if he had seen a ghost. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he jumped away once more. Every time the other party's finger moved, he would jump, as if he was being controlled by a remote control. It was indescribably strange. Is senior brother Feng having a seizure? It looks like. Ruo Huangongzi, Luo Zhao, and the others were bewildered. Xianxia's finger didn't seem to have much attack power, so why did this guy jump around when he just casually pointed at him? And he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Did he take the wrong medicine, or did he see a ghost? Even if you want to cooperate with Xianxia, you don't have to cooperate like this. It's not that he's suffering from convulsions. Rather, Xianxia has found the other party's flaws. Even though the speed of his fingers isn't too fast, he's still able to pinpoint the other party's flaws every single time. It would still be fine if the other party doesn't launch an attack, but once he does, his Xianxia will burst forth from his fingertips and defeat him on the spot, or even kill him. As though coming to a realization, Hongxi's body suddenly stiffened. Not bad. Fengshi, Luoshi, and the others nodded in agreement. As 5-star master teachers, their eye of discernment was far superior to that of Luo Xian and the others. While the latter was still oblivious to what was going on, they had already noticed it. Clearly, Xianxia had seen through the other party's flaws. Fearing that he would be struck, the other party could only dodge in advance. In a battle between experts, especially those of equal cultivation, the moment one's flaws were discovered, one's life would be in the hands of the other party. No matter how powerful Senior Feng was, he wouldn't dare to face such a situation head-on. Senior, at this moment, the young man also noticed that something was amiss. He clenched his fists tightly in worry. He was well aware of Senior Feng's strength. Even an average Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage expert wouldn't be a match for him. Yet, the other party was actually controlling his movements with his finger. This showed that the other party's strength wasn't just for show. To be able to see through his senior's flaws. With a single move and force him to retreat, what kind of eye of discernment was this? Damn it. While everyone was shocked, Senior Feng gritted his teeth so hard that they were on the verge of exploding. Just as Hongxia had guessed, even though the other party's finger was moving slowly, it was still pointing at his Ming men. As long as he dared to advance forward, the other party's Xianxia would surge forth, and he would surely be struck. He had already executed 5 movement techniques and 8 battle techniques, but the other party was still able to accurately pinpoint the Ming men of each of his moves. His eye of discernment was so sharp that even his teacher, a 5-star pinnacle master teacher, was incapable of such a feat. When in the world did such a formidable fellow appear in the Miryu Empire? Screw it. After jumping a few more times, Senior Feng knew that it was only a matter of time before he lost. Gritting his teeth, he extended his body and pounced forward. This move was reminiscent of a tiger hunting its prey. It was a killing move that an elder of his sect had come up with while observing tigers hunting. It was invincible in close combat, and there was almost no one in the same cultivation realm who could stand against it. Spirit Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, Howling Tiger Bear, Roar, his body relaxed, and with the roar of a tiger, his spirit, energy, and spirit were pushed to the limits. This is great. Seeing that his senior had executed his ultimate move, the young man heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was thinking that he would surely achieve victory this time around, the fellow opposite him suddenly sighed helplessly. "What are you shouting for? You scared me." Pada, with a dull thud, Senior Fang's Ming Men had already been struck, and he was lying on the ground with a pale face and white foam spewing from his mouth. Senior, narrowing his eyes, the young man hurriedly rushed forward to help Senior Feng up. Howling Tiger Bear was one of the strongest battle techniques in the sect, and only someone of Senior Fang's talent was capable of executing it. Executing this move, the Xianxia in his body formed a vortex around his body, making him resemble a ferocious tiger. With a single roar, even a Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage cultivator would be shaken to the core, not daring to stand against him. He thought that the fellow opposite him would surely be defeated in a single move, but who could have known that someone would be defeated instead? However, it wasn't the other party but his senior. With just a light tap of his finger, the other party had pierced through his senior's defense and struck the intersection of their Xianxia. How in the world did he do it? This move might have seemed simple, but he knew how fearsome it was. Putting aside how Senior Feng was able to find the flaw in his attack so swiftly, he had specially cultivated this flaw, such that even ordinary swords and sabers would find it hard to pierce through his defense. Yet, not only did the other party's finger pierce through his defense so easily, it even reduced him to such a state. How powerful must the other party's attack be? If he really wanted to kill me, even if he didn't find the flaw, he would still be able to send Senior flying with a single finger. His strength probably exceeds 5 million ding. After making a quick calculation, the young man's face paled, and his body stiffened in disbelief. Senior Feng was extremely confident in this move. Based on his calculations, even if a Cosmos Bridge Realm intermediate stage cultivator were to strike his Ming Men directly, he would still be able to withstand 1 or 2 blows without losing. Yet, not only did the other party's finger pierce through his defense so easily, it even left him foaming at the mouth, nearly losing his life. The other party's strength had already exceeded that of a Cosmos Bridge Realm intermediate stage cultivator. Cosmos Bridge Realm intermediate stage possessed a strength of 4,800,000 ding. In other words, the other party possessed a strength of at least 5 million ding. With such absolute strength, was there a need for the other party to find the other party's flaws? Who could possibly withstand a single slap? It seemed like the other party was intentionally going easy on him when he said that he would only use a single finger, otherwise, Senior Brother Feng would definitely die on the spot, unable to resist anymore. "Thank you for going easy on me." While Senior Feng was still in shock, a voice suddenly sounded. Lowering his head, he saw that Senior Feng had already opened his eyes, enduring the excruciating pain. Even though the other party had struck his flaws with a single finger, it was clear that the other party had gone easy on him. "It's just a sparring session." Xianxia smiled calmly. Since they were both master teachers, there was no need for Xianxia to kill the other party. In truth, the young man's guess was spot on. If Xianxia had really intended to make a move, with a strength of 10 million ding, he could have easily killed the other party with a flick of his finger. There was no need for him to waste so much effort. "Since I am inferior to the other party, I shall forget about the alliance then." Struggling to his feet, Senior Feng gritted his teeth and left the dueling ring. To think that the #1 genius of Jinhai Empire couldn't even withstand a single finger from the other party. If he were to remain here any longer, he would only be embarrassing himself. He won? That arrogant Senior Feng was actually unable to withstand a single finger from Xianxia? Seeing the other party leave, a commotion broke out beneath the dueling ring. Luo Xian and Bai Jianhai glanced at one another with bitter smiles on their faces. It seemed like the gap between them had widened even further. Back at Myriad Kingdom City, they were still able to put up a fight. Even if they weren't a match for the other party, they would still be able to withstand a few blows. But now, if they were to charge forward, they would surely end up like Senior Feng, unable to withstand even a single finger. Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle? Xianxia. You've reached Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle? Xianxia's eyes glowed in excitement as he stepped forward. Even though Xianxia's attack had only lasted for an instant, he was still able to gauge the other party's strength. He had already reached Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle. It had only been 3 months since Xianxia achieved a breakthrough to clarifying Turbidity Realm in Myriad Kingdom City, and not only did he reach Consonant Spirit Realm, he even reached Pinnacle. Wasn't his rate of improvement a little too fast? A single clarifying Turbidity Realm was a bottleneck for countless people. Yet, not only did you achieve a breakthrough, you even managed to raise your cultivation by an entire realm. How in the world did you cultivate Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle? Han Ling and the others, who had been taught a lesson by Xianxia previously, were intending to challenge him to a duel once he returned. However, upon hearing those words, they couldn't help but feel helpless. How were they supposed to fight him? Even if they were to consume pills, they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. With such a rate of improvement, it would only get harder and harder for them to catch up to him. It's just a fluke. Xianxia chuckled. Deciding not to dwell on this matter, he asked, Xianxia, did my students follow you here? Where are they now? Xingyang, Wang Ying, and the others had followed them here. Since they were already here, they should be here as well. They. Hearing the question, Xianxia turned to Fengshi and the others, and he began to stammer a little. What happened to them? Seeing the other party's expression, Xianxia frowned, and his face darkened. Xingyang and the others were his direct disciples, and they had been through countless life and death situations together from Tianxian Kingdom. He had long regarded them as his closest kin, and if anything were to happen to them, he didn't mind stabbing the entire Hongyuan Empire into the ground. Even the heavens would stab a hole in them. If anyone dared to harm them, they would have to suffer his wrath. Xianxia, don't worry. Their safety isn't a problem. Seeing Xianxian's awful complexion, Xianxia realized that his hesitation might have caused a misunderstanding. He hurriedly explained, it's King Hui Manor. Someone came to take them away yesterday, and we didn't dare to stop them. He was in charge of taking care of these people, and yet, Xianxia had disappeared the moment he returned. Anyone in his position would have flown into a rage. It was already a blessing that he didn't fly into a rage. King Hui Manor? Xianxia frowned. He had never heard of this name before. Why would they take them away? I don't know either. Perplexed by the situation, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. King Hui, Yu Longxian, is the biological uncle of the current emperor of Hongyuan Empire. In other words, he is the imperial uncle of the current emperor. Even Princess Yu Feier, whom we met previously, has to address him as Grandpa Xian. Yesterday, they suddenly sent someone over to take them away to stay for a few days. Seeing that they didn't have any ill intentions, and they were influential figures in the empire, I didn't stop them. Stay for a few days? The more Xianxia heard, the more perplexed he became. There was no way that he had any relationship with King Hui. As for his 4 students, Xingyang, Wang Ying, Yuan Tao, and Lu Yang, only Wang Ying had a slightly better background, but it was only one of the major clans in Tianxian Kingdom. Yuan Tao was an orphan, and he had been wandering around the world since young. He couldn't even find a cultivation technique manual. Xingyang and Lu Yang weren't anything special either. It was impossible for them to be related to a king of a Tier 1 empire. Since that was the case, why would they take them away? This was way too bizarre. When did you arrive? Did they get into trouble? Xianxia suddenly thought of something. These few disciples of his, as well as his butler Sun Chang, were all fearless individuals. This was especially so for the latter. With Xianxia as his backing, he could be said to be lawless and unbridled. Could it be that he had caused some trouble and caught the attention of Duke Hui Palace, so he found an excuse to capture him? We arrived yesterday morning. We came here as soon as we arrived. We didn't cause any trouble. Xianxia frowned, carefully thinking about yesterday's events. Seeing that Xianxia was still in a daze, Fengshi interjected, what do you mean by not causing any trouble? Have you forgotten that we just arrived yesterday? Before we could find this place, Xianxia's plump student, a chubby student? Oh, right, Yuan Tao fought with someone else yesterday, but that was just a small matter. Moreover, the opponent was just a normal person, so he shouldn't be related to Duke Huai Palace. Xianxia stared blankly for a moment, then remembered, and couldn't help but say. What happened? Hearing that Yuan Tao caused trouble, Xianxia looked over with a steely face. Actually, this matter can't be blamed on Yuan Tao. Yesterday, when we just arrived, we got into a conflict with someone who looked like a wandering cultivator. That person intentionally picked a fight with Yuan Tao, and Yuan Tao taught him a lesson. As a result, he was injured and bled a little. However, the other party also compensated him with recovery pills. Judging from his attire, he seems to be a merchant. Could it be that he really has something to do with this matter? Recalling yesterday's events, Xianxia frowned. The person who fought with Yuan Tao seemed to be an ordinary traveling merchant, and his strength was mediocre as well. He shouldn't be related to Duke Huai Palace, so he didn't think about it. Duel? And he was injured? Xianxian's frown deepened. Even though Yuan Tao, Xingyang, and the others were lawless, they still knew how to restrain themselves when he wasn't around. Besides, the former's constitution had been activated, and his defense was invincible. It wasn't an easy task to injure him. Could it be that Duke Huai was really related to this matter? If that wasn't the case, why would a duke whom he didn't even know want to invite them over? Where is Duke Huai Palace? Unable to figure it out, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, where is Duke Huai Palace? Xianxia wants to go to Duke Huai Palace to look for someone? You won't be able to do it alone. Shocked, Xianxia hurriedly waved his hands. As the royal uncle, Duke Huai's palace was impenetrable, and there were many experts in it. There were definitely quite a few saint experts, and it would be extremely dangerous to head there just like that. Tell me where it is. Interrupting the other party's words, Xianxia harumphed. Even though his cultivation and rank were inferior to Xianxia's, he had just defeated senior brother Feng, and on top of that, he had a transcendent state of mind. He carried a powerful aura that no one dared to go against. Yes, knowing that the other party wanted to go, and even he couldn't refute him, Xianxia's face paled, and he could only say, Duke Huai Palace isn't far from here. Walk a few dozen kilometers from the academic sea, and you will see it. As he said those words, he pointed in a direction. Before Xianxia could finish his words, a sharp cry suddenly echoed in the air, and a massive great violet-winged beast descended from the sky. Xianxia leaped onto the back of the great violet-winged beast and flew in the direction Xianxia had pointed out. Xianxia, not expecting Xianxia to travel so quickly and head straight for Duke Huai Palace without any hesitation, Xianxia's face paled in fright. Who was Duke Huai? He was the royal uncle of the current imperial court, a person of great standing. Even the emperor would have to bow before him, not daring to overstep his boundaries. Yet, Xianxia dashed over on a spirit beast without any hesitation. If he were to be angered, the consequences would be dire. Ruohuan, hurry up and follow me to the royal palace to look for Princess Xu. She might be the only one who can avert this calamity. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia beckoned Ruohuan Gongzi out of the palace. At the moment, the only relative of the royal family they knew was Xu. They could only hope that she would help Xianxia on account of the time they spent together in the cleansing lake. The great violet-winged beast flew swiftly. Standing on the back of the beast, Xianxia lowered his head and looked down. Not too long later, he saw a massive manor. The manor was lavishly decorated, and there were many guards dressed in golden armor. Even before arriving, Xianxia could already feel an indomitable aura emanating from it. This should be it, leaving the great violet-winged beast to roam around the area, waiting for orders to come over immediately. Xianxia descended from the sky. He didn't barge straight into the manor. After all, the other party was the royal uncle of the current imperial court. Before confirming the identity of Yuan Tao and the others, it wouldn't be good for him to fall out with them. Landing on a deserted street several hundred meters away from the manor, Xianxia changed into a brand new master-teacher robe before making his way over. Arriving at the entrance of the manor, Xianxia saw the words Duke Huai Palace gleaming with golden light. It was hard to tell which star painter was the one who wrote it, but the words seemed to have come to life, and they seemed as though they would soar into the sky at any moment. It's probably the work of a 6-star painter. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. To be able to bring out the sharpness of the words, the person who wrote the words was at least a 6-star painter. The 4 guards at the entrance were dressed in green armor. Every single one of them emanated a powerful aura, and it felt as though one's soul was being crushed by them. Transcendent Mortal 6-Dan Cosmos Bridge Realm Expert? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the 4 guards at the entrance to be Cosmos Bridge Realm experts, even stronger than him. In the Miryu Empire, experts of such caliber would surely be influential figures. Wherever they went, they would be able to command an army of 10,000. Yet, here, they were only guards. This meant that Duke Huai Palace was far from ordinary. It was no wonder why Xianxia was so worried previously. From the looks of it, even if this wasn't the lair of a tiger, it wasn't far from it. But so what if it was the lair of a tiger? If the other party dared to do anything to Yuan Tao, Xingyang, and the others, even if it was the royal family, he would still cause a huge ruckus. At the very most, he could just toss out more than 20 puppets. With more than 20 Saint Domain experts with impenetrable defense and tireless defense, as well as that mysterious vicious, he was confident that he would be able to barge into any place no matter how formidable it was. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia walked up to the guards. Duke Huai Palace, unauthorized personnel are forbidden from approaching. Upon seeing Xianxia walking over, one of the guards raised his spear and harumphed. Master Teacher Xianxia is here to pay respects to Duke Huai. I beseech you to pass on the message. With a slight smile, Xianxia flicked his wrist, took out a name scroll, and passed it over. Before confirming the other party's motive, it was best not to antagonize him. Master Teacher? The guard glanced at the name scroll doubtfully before casually taking it from Xianxia. On the name scroll, there was only the name of the Master Teacher and the other party's name. 4-star Master Teachers were the pinnacle of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, but to a Tier 1 empire like Duke Huai Palace, a difference of 2 whole cultivation realms was insufficient. If Xianxia were to write the name scroll, it wouldn't be easy for him to meet Duke Huai. In fact, the other party wouldn't even send him a name scroll. Passing the name scroll to the other guards, the guard hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I know what rank Xianxia is at? Are you acquainted with our Duke? Do you have an agreement with him?" Since the other party didn't write down his rank scroll, they could only ask. Naturally, not everyone could meet their Duke just by passing a name scroll. "I have never met Duke Huai before, but I am friends with Princess Yu Feier." "Oh, Mo Shi is also an old friend of Mo Gaoyuan." Xianxia chuckled. If he were to say that he was a 4-star Master Teacher, the other party wouldn't allow him to enter. Thus, he decided to play the fool. However, what he said was the truth. Princess Yu Feier had gone through thick and thin with him, so it wasn't too much to call her a friend. On the other hand, Mo Gaoyuan was also an old friend of hers. Mo Shi's old friend? As expected, upon hearing those words, the faces of the guards immediately turned grim. Mo Gaoyuan was the head of the Hongyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Pavilion, a 6-star pinnacle Master Teacher. To dare address such a person as an old friend, he was probably a 6-star Master Teacher at the very least. Just that, why was a 6-star Master Teacher so young? "Xianxia, this way please. We will report this matter to His Highness right now." Even though the guard was perplexed, he didn't dare to slight Xianxia. He hurriedly led him into the residence to rest. The means of a Master Teacher were boundless. Even though the person before them looked young, there was no guarantee that he wasn't. In any case, regardless of whether the other party was real or not, as a Master Teacher, he wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Seeing that the other party was going to report this matter to His Highness, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Nodding his head, he followed the guard into the residence. King Huai Manor was vast and boundless, and there were all kinds of buildings stacked on top of one another. Countless golden-armored guards shuttled back and forth, giving off a feeling that even an army of 10,000 wouldn't be able to break through. It was no wonder why Xianxia was so worried. This was indeed a tiger's den. These soldiers seemed to be moving in accordance with a formation. Their fighting prowess is extraordinary. As a formation master, Xianxia could easily tell that even though the soldiers seemed to be moving in a random pattern, there was actually a pattern to their movements. As soon as someone attacked, they would be able to launch a counterattack immediately, releasing frightening fighting prowess. They should be fine. If the other party really wanted to deal with them, they could just send a team over, and no one in the Miryu Empire would be able to stop them. There's no need for them to go through so much trouble. Seeing how powerful the Qinghai matter was, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they sent a few of these soldiers over, Hongshi and the others would be hard-pressed to deal with them. Why did they have to go through the trouble of inviting them over for a short stay? In the face of absolute strength, it would be troublesome to explain too much. Xianxia, please wait here for a moment. I'll report to the king right now. Soon, they arrived at a gazebo, and the guard beckoned before heading in. Xianxia knew the rules, so he wasn't in a hurry. He took the tea served by a maid and slowly tasted it. It had to be said that the hospitality of Qinghai Manor was impeccable. The tea leaves were freshly picked, and their fragrance lingered in one's mind. While sipping on his tea, Xianxia made use of this opportunity to activate his eye of insight to observe the surroundings. After a moment of observation, he couldn't help but shake his head. Even though the layout of the Qinghai Manor was good and the soldiers were strong, under the illumination of the eye of insight, there were many flaws. If not for Yuan Tao and the others, even with his current strength, he would have been able to enter and leave without being noticed. Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was observing the surroundings, the guard who had just entered rushed over and said, "The king invites you in." Retracting his gaze, Xianxia stood up and followed behind the guard. After passing through several corridors, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a spacious hall. "Your Highness, Xianxia is here." Upon entering the main hall, the guard clasped his fist and retreated. Xianxia turned his gaze forward. In the spacious room, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat in the center. On the guest seat beside him was a white-haired old man, and behind him stood a young man. There were only 3 of them. The middle-aged man carried the disposition of an esteemed figure, so he was likely to be that king. As for the white-haired elder, he had an impassive expression on his face, making it impossible for one to see through his cultivation. On the other hand, the young man was releasing his aura without holding back at all. He was actually a transcendent mortal 8-dan primary stage expert, a 20-year-old transcendent mortal 8-dan cultivator. Even in the Hongyuan Empire, he was probably the best of the best. Sweeping his gaze across the room, Xianxia walked to the center of the room and clasped his fist. "Master Teacher Xianxia pays respect to King Huai." "Are you Xianxia?" Before the middle-aged man could say anything, the young man glared at him coldly. Seeing that the other party wasn't going to stand on ceremony, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to respond. Without waiting for the other party to respond, he turned around and sat down on the guest seat opposite him. Seeing Xianxia's attitude, the young man's face darkened. "I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" Even though he was standing behind the old man, as a transcendent mortal 8-dan cultivator, he was a respected figure no matter where he went. Yet, the other party actually ignored his question. He was being too arrogant. "I heard you." Xianxia turned around and replied seriously. "Then, why aren't you replying?" The young man harumphed. "King Huai, I believe you should be able to guess the reason why I'm here." Xianxia clasped his fist once more as he turned to the middle-aged man. Seeing that the other party had ignored him once more, the young man's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. "I'm talking to you, are you listening to me or not? Answer my question first." "Of course, King Huai will answer your question." The young man roared furiously. "Sure." Xianxia nodded. "Speak." "I'm asking you if you are Xianxia," the young man harumphed. Xianxia turned to King Huai and said, "I heard that a few of my students have been invited over by King Huai as guests. I'm here today to take them away." The young man's body swayed weakly, and he nearly fainted from anger. At this moment, how could he not know that the other party was toying with him? He had no intention of answering his question at all. "How dare you make a fool out of me? Do you know who I am?" With a furious bellow, a powerful aura burst forth from the young man's body. Even though his cultivation was beneath Yi Wentian's, his physical prowess seemed to be greater than Yi Wentian's. This was especially so when he was enraged. His body seemed to have doubled in size. His exposed muscles were tightly knitted together, giving him a ferocious appearance. With just a look, it was clear that he possessed a powerful physical body. "You?" Seeing that the other party was infuriated, Xianxia's face remained impassive. Why should I care who you are? I was conferred a title by the Mingshi Tang school, and I once stood against an otherworldly demon single-handedly. No matter where I go, I am revered and respected. How dare a mere cultivator like you act so arrogantly before me? Who gave you the guts to do so? As Xianxian spoke, he drove his soul depth and infused his voice with the impartation of heaven's will. Coupled with the disposition of a celestial master teacher, he exuded an inviolable aura. It made people feel that blaspheming him was akin to blaspheming a god. The young man was taken aback. The reason why master teachers were known as the #1 occupation in the world wasn't just because of their name. They also possessed a sufficiently high standing that all cultivators and occupations had to respect them. Anyone who dared to offend them would be challenging the Mingshi Tang school and the entire human race. This was the authority of a master teacher, and it was also the respect that the occupation deserved. It was just like how if one dared to insult an emperor, regardless of who they were, their entire family would be executed. Even though master teachers weren't that strict, they weren't people who just anyone could yell at them. Otherwise, how could the Mingshi Tang school establish its rules and pacify the world? When the young man saw Xianxian, he only thought that the other party wasn't strong and wanted to show him his authority, but he had forgotten about this. Being questioned by Xianxian and the impartation of heaven's will, he was rendered speechless, and his face paled. Seeing how the young man was suppressed by his soul depth, Xianxian's eyebrows shot up as he continued, I am a guest of King Huai Manor, and before His Highness has even spoken, you, an attendant standing by the side, dared to yell at him. Do you even respect His Highness? Do you even respect the elder standing before you? The young man's body swayed weakly, and the ferocious aura he had just exuded immediately dissipated. His body trembled uncontrollably. When he heard that the other party was Xianxian, he was too preoccupied with lecturing the other party that he forgot that he was a guest of King Huai Manor. He had indeed overstepped his boundaries. Disregard of seniority, and don't know your place. You aren't welcome here. Scram. Xianxian flung his sleeves furiously. The young man was at a loss for words, and his complexion grew more and more awful. After a moment of hesitation, he walked out of the room. Xianxian's current soul depth had already reached 19. 1, making him significantly stronger than most 6-star master teachers. Even though the young man was a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert, he was still far from matching up to Xianxian. Every single one of Xianxian's words had caused the young man to lose himself. At the center of the room, the middle-aged man, King Huai, and the seated elder didn't expect that Xianxia would be able to beguile the young man with just a few words. They glanced at one another in bewilderment. Wasn't the other party a 4-star master teacher? Why would even a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert fall for his tricks? Enough. Helpless, the elder shook his head. Hung Long, the voice wasn't loud, but it felt like a sudden clap of thunder. The young man's body stiffened. His mind, which had been bewitched by Xianxian's impartation of heaven's will, immediately recovered. He abruptly turned around and glared at Xianxian with a ferocious gaze. He was on the verge of going insane. As a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert, he was intending to teach Xianxian a lesson. Yet, he ended up being bewitched with just a few words and walked out of the room. The immense frustration he felt left him on the verge of exploding. I'll kill you. Roaring furiously, the young man stomped on the ground and charged forward. Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The elder frowned. Yes. The young man's body trembled, and his aura immediately dissipated. He retreated to the back and fell silent. However, the way he looked at Xianxian was still as if he was looking at the murderer of his father. If he could, he would tear the other party into pieces. Xianxian couldn't be bothered to respond to such gazes. Even though he wasn't a match for the other party, if they were anywhere else, he would have been able to kill 10 of them easily. Given how many Saint Realm puppets he had at his disposal, they weren't to be trifled with. Ignoring the young man, Xianxian turned his gaze to the elder. He was well aware of the prowess of his impartation of heaven's will. After being bewitched, he found it difficult to regain his senses. Yet, with just a few words from the elder, he was able to recover fully. The elder's strength was truly frightening. Most likely, the other party's strength far exceeded that of anyone he had ever met. Even Mo Gaoyuan, Mo Shi, didn't possess such strength. Xianxia students are indeed guests in my residence. I'll have someone invite them over right now. Seeing the difference in attitude between the two parties, the middle-aged man, King Huai, chuckled awkwardly before hurriedly passing down instructions. An attendant hurriedly walked over. "Thank you, Your Highness." Hearing that the other party was indeed a guest and didn't seem to have done anything to them, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he asked doubtfully, "My students are a little mischievous, so they shouldn't have disturbed Your Highness. If they have offended Your Highness in any way, I, Zhang Xian, am willing to bear the consequences." Disturbed? How can that be? Zhangxia's students are exceptionally talented, and I can't be more than delighted to see them. Knowing that it was impossible to hide the truth from a master teacher, King Huai shook his head and decided to drop the pleasantries. Instead, he revealed the reason. "To be honest with you, the reason why I invited Zhangxia's students over is because Elder Yuan asked me to." "Elder Yuan?" Zhang Xian was perplexed. "What Elder Yuan?" He didn't even know the other party, so why would he invite his students over? "I am Yuan Qing, an elder of the Wujiang Empire Yuan clan." The elder before the young man stroked his beard and said, "You are Elder Yuan? Wujiang Empire?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. On the way here, Yu Feier had told him about the various Tier 1 empires and Tier 2 empires under Han Yuan Empire. However, he had never heard of Wujiang Empire before. Could it be a conferred empire? Conferred empires were a tier higher than Tier 1 empires, and they had 7-star master teachers in their ranks. Despite the young man's brazen roar, King Huai didn't get angry and even tried to mediate the situation. This meant that the other party's standing was extremely high. If the other party was really from a conferred empire, then everything would make sense. Take Princess Yu Feier and Xing Yuan for example. Even Yu Wendian had to tread carefully when they went to Miryu Empire. That's right. The elder chuckled. Despite his young age, Zhangxi's soul depth has already surpassed that of an ordinary 6-star master teacher. Even among the master teachers I have met, he can be considered as one of the strongest. He is indeed a young hero. Surpassed that of an ordinary 6-star master teacher? Duke Huai was stunned and jumped in fright. He had sent his men to look into Zhang Xian, and the other party was only a 4-star master teacher in Miryu Empire. At most, he would be a half 5-star master teacher. He thought that it would take many years for the other party to achieve greatness, but who could have known that his soul depth had already reached such a high level? Soul depth was the hardest to cultivate. Many people failed the master teacher examination despite reaching a certain level in their cultivation due to their lacking soul depth. The young man before him possessed a high soul depth despite his low cultivation. This meant that as long as he was given sufficient time, he would surely become a 6-star master teacher. If such a person was allowed to grow, his name would surely resound throughout the world. It seemed like he would have to befriend him. Hearing the other party's evaluation, Zhang Xian frowned. His soul depth was 19.1, and without the Stone of Insight, even a 6-star master teacher wouldn't be able to see through it. Yet, the other party was able to say it so easily. The other party's eye of discernment and cultivation were truly fearsome. With a grim expression, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and said, "Elder Yuan, thank you for your praise. Cultivation and talent, there's no way I can praise you unfairly. Since Zhangxi's surname is Zhang, may I know if he is related to the Zhang clan of the Sage clan?" Elder Yuan asked doubtfully. "Sage clan? Zhang clan?" Zhang Xian shook his head. "I don't know them, so it doesn't matter." He was an orphan and a transcender, so he had never heard of any Sage clan or Zhang clan. "No problem?" Elder Yuan was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. "Regardless of whether you are related or not, to be able to cultivate your soul depth to such an incredible level at the age of 20, as well as to be able to do things calmly and without arrogance, it's no wonder young Master Tao thinks so highly of you and only recognizes you as his teacher, unwilling to give up on you no matter what." "Young Master Tao?" Zhang Xian frowned. "You mean Yuan Tao?" He only had a few students, and the other party's surname was Yuan, so it wasn't difficult for him to guess. But, wasn't Yuan Tao an orphan? Did he grow up in Xianxia Kingdom's Earth Emperor City? When did he become the young master of the boundless empire's Yuan family? That's right. We found young master through the resonance of our bloodline. He told us about the time he spent with you. Thank you for taking care of us all this time. Elder Yuan nodded. This? Xianxia scratched his head. Bloodline resonance, search. Could it be that Yuan Tao was the long-lost young master of the Yuan clan? Wasn't this a little too inconceivable? If that was the case, the Yuan clan must be a fearsome existence. Why would they place their so-called young master in a remote place like Tianxian Kingdom? As young master Tao's teacher, Xianxia, do you know that he possesses an ancient bloodline? Seeing through the other party's doubts, Elder Yuan asked with a smile. He possesses the emperor's ancient bloodline. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia had used the Library of Heaven's Path to detect Yuan Tao's bloodline at first glance. This was also the reason why he accepted him as his student. Just like the innate body, there were many types of bloodlines. Ancient bloodline, new bloodline, inheritance, mutation. The emperor's bloodline belonged to the ancient era, and it was one of the most powerful bloodlines in terms of defense. Despite knowing so many people, even Mo Gaoyuan wasn't able to recognize him. Yet, the other party was able to tell that he possessed an ancient bloodline with a single glance. Most likely, he really had a bloodline relationship with Yuan Tao. Xianxia sure has a sharp eye of discernment. Elder Yuan nodded. Indeed, young Master Tao possesses the purest emperor's ancient bloodline in the clan. Furthermore, I didn't expect it to be awakened by Xianxia. Clan? Our boundless Yuan clan rose to prominence through the emperor's ancient bloodline. Our entire clan possesses this bloodline, but as time passed, the bloodline became thinner and thinner. Elder Yuan's eyes glowed. It's fortunate that the heavens have mercy on us. This generation has allowed young Master Tao to possess a complete ancient bloodline, and we have successfully found it. The rise of our clan is just around the corner. Xianxia was taken aback. Then, he recalled the young man who had just spoken. That fellow's muscles were tensed up. With a single look, it was clear that he had cultivated his physical body to an extremely high level. Xianxia thought that he was an expert in physical body cultivation, but it turned out that he was from the same clan as Yuan Tao, possessing the emperor's bloodline as well. The emperor's bloodline granted one with invincible defense. If one cultivated it well, one's physical body would be even stronger than one's Xinqi cultivation. It was no wonder Xianxia was perplexed. The emperor's bloodline was an incomparably rare ancient bloodline. How could it appear in Yuan Tao's body? He didn't expect the other party to have such a powerful clan backing him. Since Yuan Tao is the young master of your clan, why would he end up in Tianxian Kingdom? Unable to hold himself back, Xianxia asked. How could such a powerful clan allow a young master with such a pure bloodline to end up in the outside world? This is something that we ancient bloodline clans are helpless about. As time passes, the bloodline will grow thinner and thinner. In order to restore the ancient bloodline, we would usually use teleportation formations to send our offspring to ancient ruins to allow them to grow freely. Only in such a place can one's bloodline recover. Elder Yuan said. The ancient bloodline could only be preserved in ancient ruins. Remaining in a clan forever would only cause the bloodline to grow thinner and thinner, eventually disappearing altogether. A place left behind by the ancient times? You mean that Tianxian Kingdom belongs to such a place? Xianxia was astonished. He had thought that a kingdom like Tianxian Kingdom, which didn't even have an official rank, would be the most remote and lowly of kingdoms. Could it be that it belonged to some ancient ruins? Indeed. The war between the otherworldly demonic tribe and mankind has affected the entire continent, and the places that aren't affected by the war are ancient ruins. These places are relatively backward, and there aren't any teleportation formations. In fact, even Mingshi Tang didn't manage to enter it, so it's isolated from the world. Elder Yuan explained with a bitter smile. After listening for a moment, Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. It seemed like Tianxian Kingdom fit the description perfectly, no Mingshi Tang, no teleportation formations. It was located in a remote area with thin spiritual energy. Such ancient ruins are located at the edge of the continent, and they cover a vast area. Even though they know that their descendants have been sent to such a place, they don't know the exact location, so they can only search for it. However, most of them didn't manage to survive. Elder Yuan shook his head. They had no choice but to send their descendants away through teleportation formations, but it wasn't up to them to decide where they would be sent to and whether they would be able to survive or not. Many of their descendants had lost their lives in such a manner, and only a handful of them had managed to recover their ancient bloodline. Fortunately, the two of them had managed to find Yuan Tao, who had recovered his ancient bloodline. How could they not be agitated? After chatting for a while longer, Xianxia finally came to a realization. Back then, the war between the otherworldly demonic tribe and mankind had affected a vast area, and the only places that weren't affected were the ancient ruins. Even though such places were closer to the ancient era, they were still far too backward. Be it cultivation techniques or battle techniques, they were far too lacking. Without anyone to take care of their descendants, it was hard to say whether they would be able to survive, needless to say, recover their ancient bloodline. But this was the only way for them to succeed. Otherwise, if their bloodline was allowed to grow thinner and thinner, no matter how powerful a clan was, they would eventually be devoured by other powers and disappear into the annals of history. To possess a teleportation formation capable of sending humans over, the Yuan clan is probably even more fearsome than I had imagined. Upon understanding all of this, Xianxia fell into deep thought. Legend had it that only grade 8 formations would be able to teleport living beings over. To be able to construct a grade 8 formation and successfully send their descendants over, how could the Yuan clan be ordinary? Since we have found young master, we intend to bring him back to our clan to receive his heritage. However, young master Tao insists on meeting you and receiving your approval. Thus, we hope that Xianxia can agree to it. Elder Yuan spoke of his request. It wasn't easy for him to find a young master with a complete bloodline, so naturally, he wanted to bring him back to receive his heritage. However, the other party insisted on receiving his teacher's approval before he could leave. The young man behind the elder felt that a mere 4-star master teacher wasn't worthy of being their young master's teacher, thus leading to the earlier scene. This, Xianxia hesitated. Just like Xiaoya back then, Yuan Tao was faced with a dilemma as well. It was indeed best for him to return to his clan with the ancient emperor's bloodline, just that, after spending so much time together, he didn't know when they would meet again. In fact, he was reluctant to part with them. I have heard of the method Xianxia used to awaken young Master Tao's bloodline, and it is indeed a novel method. However, our Yuan clan has a complete heritage after all. As long as young master returns to our clan, he will surely be able to awaken his unique constitution even faster, thus increasing his cultivation speed. I hope that Xianxia will agree to it. This is for his own good. Elder Yuan looked at Yuan Tao expectantly. Through their conversation, he had learned of the relationship between young Master Tao and his teacher. If his teacher were to say no, there was no way young Master Tao would leave with them. But, they bore the heavy responsibility of their clan. Since they had found their young master, naturally, they had to bring him back. How could they allow him to wander outside? I know. Sighing deeply, Xianxia sighed in disappointment. There was no such thing as a never-ending banquet in the world, and there was no such thing as a master and disciple who would always be together. Sometimes, it was better to let go of one's hand at a suitable time to allow one's student to develop further. Take Xiaoya for example. After going to the Glacier Plain Court, she might be able to develop further, and her current cultivation might even be on par with his. There was also Lu Chong. He might not have reached the ancient domain of the soul oracles yet, but once he did, his achievements would surely be on par with his. Elder Yuan has said so much, but you still don't agree to it? Young Master Tao possesses the Emperor's bloodline, and it's only a matter of time before he becomes a massive dragon. It's true that you are a master teacher, and your talent isn't bad either. However, in terms of physical body cultivation, you are far too lacking. You aren't worthy of being young Master Tao's teacher. Seeing the hesitation on Yuan Tao's face, the young man by the side bellowed coldly. You are saying that I am not worthy of being Yuan Tao's teacher? Xianxia's face darkened. That's right. The young man sneered coldly. If you're not convinced, we can have a physical duel. If you lose, you'll have to obediently let young Master Tao come with us and admit that you're unworthy of being our teacher. If you win, I'll even acknowledge you as my teacher. How about it? Do you dare to accept my challenge? The young man roared. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The other party was a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert. Even though he didn't use any battle techniques earlier, he could still tell that the other party possessed a powerful physical body. Even though Zhang Xian's total offense exceeded 10 million ding, it was still impossible for him to break through the other party's defense and defeat him, not to mention, the other party's physical strength was only 4 million ding. If he couldn't even defeat Zhang Xian, what right did the other party have to be young Master Tao's teacher? It could be said that despite the other party's reckless actions, he had grasped Zhang Xian's weakness and used it against him. On top of that, he could avoid the impartation of heaven's will. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. Let me ask you, do you dare to accept my challenge? The young man harumphed coldly. Humph. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, Zhang Xian flung his sleeves furiously. Just as he was about to speak, an excited voice suddenly sounded, "Teacher." Turning around, Zhang Xian saw Yuan Tao, Xingyang, Wang Ying, and the others walking over. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, their faces were filled with agitation. It had been a month since he last saw them, and their cultivation had improved significantly. Regardless of whether it was their spirit, or cultivation, they had all grown significantly stronger. From this, it could be seen that they hadn't been slacking off during this period of time. Young Master. Sun Chang also walked over. At this moment, Butler Sun had already reached Transcendent Mortal 3-dan Yin-Yang Realm Intermediate stage. Even though he was still slightly lacking compared to Wang Ying and the others, for someone like him who had never been diligent in his cultivation, this was already an impressive feat. Seeing how the crowd was brimming with energy, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel comforted. All of a sudden, a surge of pride welled up in his heart. He turned to the young man standing not too far away and said calmly, "Very well. We'll only be using our physical bodies in this duel." Physical duel? Teacher. Yuan Tao and the others were taken aback by Zhang Xian's words. Even though their teacher had improved swiftly, it would still be difficult for him to defeat a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert who specialized in physical body cultivation. Don't worry. He's just a clown. Watch me slaughter him. With a light smile, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back, exuding an air of invincibility. Since the other party had already put it this way, as a teacher, if he still didn't make a move, how could he face his students and guide them in the future? It's good that you dare to compete. Come on. Not expecting the other party to really agree to his request, the young man laughed heartily as he leaped to the center of the hall. With a slight jolt, the muscles on his body began to tighten, and even his height seemed to have increased by a few notches. He gave off a ferocious aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Don't worry. Seeing the other party jump into the arena, Zhang Xian did not follow. Instead, he faintly smiled and looked at Duke Huai, who was not far away. "Duke, this one may have to trouble you. I wonder if there is a secret room here. I have some matters that I need to take care of." Secret room? Of course. Duke Huai was still vexed over how he could forge a good relationship with Xianxia when he heard those words. With a wave of his hand, Jia, the smooth wall at the side of the hall slid open, revealing a side chamber. As a duke of a Tier 1 empire, there would usually be several such secret rooms set up in the guest hall to discuss confidential matters. With a formation set up in such a place, no matter how formidable one was, it would be difficult for them to see through it. Thank you. Zhang Xian chuckled as he walked in and closed the door. With a flick of his wrist, his clone appeared before him. With just his physical body, which only possessed a might of 4 million ding, it would be difficult for him to teach the other party a lesson. However, his clone was different. His clone was forged from the 9 Hearts Lotus, and even if he were to use his full strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from the other party. In terms of physical strength, no matter how powerful that young man was, he wouldn't be a match for the other party. That's how it is. Go and beat him up. Zhang Xian instructed as he relayed the previous matter to his clone. Don't worry. The clone nodded. He changed into Xianxia's clothes and walked out. In any case, the main body was hidden in the secret room, so no one would be able to see it. Come. Upon seeing Xianxian walk out, the young man sneered coldly. Jai. Jai. His disposition grew stronger and stronger, and with a flick of his wrist, the air around him began to crackle, as if it would explode at any moment. When one's physical body reached a certain level, the prowess it wielded was on par with Xianxia. The young man possessed the emperor's bloodline, and even though it was thin, it was still extremely powerful. On top of that, due to the long heritage of his clan, he possessed a formidable physical body cultivation technique. As such, his physical body cultivation had already surpassed that of Xianxia, reaching transcendent mortal 8 Dan. With a light chuckle, the clone walked to the center of the hall. Humph. Seeing that a mere consonant spirit realm lad dared to challenge him in a physical body battle, the young man's face turned savage. Stomping on the ground, he charged forward. Hong Long, his speed was so fast that a deep rumbling of thunder echoed in the air. Before he could even reach Xianxian, the air around him had already exploded, forming a massive sphere that enveloped him. Teacher, seeing how the other party had exerted his full strength without any hesitation, Yuan Tao clenched his fists tightly. Even though the other party was from his clan, he was still lacking compared to his teacher in terms of intimacy. Wang Ying and the others also tensed up. They were well aware of their teacher's strength. A month ago, when they parted ways with him, he was only at clarifying turbidity realm. Even though he had made a breakthrough, he was still only at consonant spirit realm. Against a transcendent mortal 8 Dan, the gap was simply too huge. It could be said that the two of them weren't even on the same level. Don't worry. Since the young master has agreed to the duel, he won't lose. Sun Chong said. Before his students, the young master had always maintained his dignity as a teacher. Wang Ying and the others thought that it would be extremely difficult for the other party to win. It wasn't because they didn't believe in the other party, but because the gap in their cultivation was simply too huge. Furthermore, their teacher was an upright person, so it was impossible for him to do anything immoral. But Yuan Tao didn't think so. Having spent so much time with the young master, he knew what kind of person he was. Had he ever done anything that he wasn't confident of, since the other party dared to agree to the duel, he must be prepared to pummel the other party into a pulp. Otherwise, why would he ask for a secret room before the duel? Won't lose? Wang Ying and the others were skeptical. At the center of the hall, seeing that the young man was going all out to attack him, the teacher didn't bother dodging. Instead, he raised his arm and threw a punch right at the other party. A direct attack? Seeing such a duel, everyone's eyebrows shot up. Even Elder Yuan frowned in bewilderment. Elder Yuan was well aware of the young man's strength and defense. Even an ordinary transcendent mortal 8 Dan intermediate stage expert would find it difficult to breach his defense. Yet, a mere consonant spirit realm cultivator like you actually dared to face him head-on. Aren't you courting death? Pong, the two fists collided, and a powerful shockwave swept across the area. The ground beneath the two of them began to crack. Just as the young man was in the midst of his excitement, he suddenly felt as if his fist had struck a steel plate. An intense soreness spread through the bones in his palm. Kacha! Kacha, his fist shattered in an instant. Following which, he felt a powerful might surging through his arm, threatening to crush him. His entire body was sent flying. Due to the limitations of his cultivation, the strength of his clone might be inferior to the other party. However, the physical body forged from the 9 Hearts Lotus was incomparably resilient, comparable to a god artifact. The young man's full-strength attack felt as if he had been struck by a hammer. How could he possibly withstand it? How could you possibly possess such a powerful physical body? Narrowing his eyes, the young man was on the verge of going insane. Not only did he possess the emperor's bloodline, but he also cultivated the powerful body-tempering cultivation method of his family. It could be said that he was invulnerable to all weapons. Even if a spirit-grade high-grade weapon were to stab him, it might not be able to pierce his skin. Yet, the other party's fist had shattered his bones. Am I the one with the emperor's bloodline, or are you? How could you possibly possess such a powerful physical body? Roaring furiously, the young man was just about to stabilize his body when the sight before him blurred. Unknowingly, the other party had already appeared behind him. Pung, his body collided with the other party once more. Kacha! Kacha, yet another crisp sound rang out. The bones that he had been proud of after cultivating for so many years cracked once more. The excruciating pain left the young man frenzied. With his other intact arm, he immediately turned around and struck out with his elbow. The other party was indeed an expert in close-quarters combat. If it had been any other cultivator, they would have surely dodged or even parried the attack. However, Xianxia remained motionless on the spot. Pung, an elbow struck the young man's head. This is great, the head was the weakest part of the human body. Seeing that he had struck the other party's head, the young man's eyes lit up in delight. However, he still felt a sharp pain in his arm. The bones in his elbow had shattered as well. What in the world is going on? The young man cried. His emperor's bloodline possessed unparalleled defense, and he thought that he would be able to crush the other party as easily as he could. Yet, who would have thought that the other party would be completely unharmed after his consecutive attacks? It was as if he was fighting against a Saint-tier artifact. Are you for real? This, by the side, Elder Yuan's eyes widened in shock. With his eye of discernment, it went without saying that he could tell that Xianxia was only passively taking a beating. To be able to shatter most of the bones of an expert who cultivated his physical body, this was way too powerful. Putting aside the young man, even he, who had cultivated his physical body for countless years, wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Could it be that he had mistaken the young master for someone else? That Xianxia was the one who possessed the true emperor's bloodline, and that young master Tao wasn't? Teacher, is that powerful? Wang Ying, Yuan Tao, and the others stared at one another in astonishment. After not seeing them for a month, they thought that they had improved greatly, but their teacher's improvement seemed to be even greater. To be able to shatter the other party's bones, there was probably no one else who could do such a thing. Kacha! Kacha! The same look of shock appeared on King Huai's face as well. While everyone was still in a state of disbelief, they saw Xianxia shattering the young man's legs once more. Then, he stood quietly at the center of the hall, looking at them with an impassive expression. His voice was calm and unperturbed. May I ask? Given the strength of my physical body, am I qualified to be Yuan Tao's teacher? The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at one another, unable to say a single word. You said that the other party's physical body wasn't strong enough to guide the emperor's bloodline. Now, the other party was just standing there, waiting for you to pummel him. Yet, he had already shattered most of his bones. What else was there to say? Everyone turned to look at the young man, only to see him lying on the ground. His body was twisted in an irregular manner, unable to stand up. You are qualified to be young Master Tao's teacher. The young man was on the verge of tears. Ever since he started cultivating his physical body, he had never met with such a situation. He had used his full strength to pummel the other party, but the other party was completely fine. On the contrary, his bones were shattered. Putting aside him, even the elders were incapable of such a feat. Was he still human? If only I knew that your physical body was this strong, I wouldn't have provoked you. I might as well have rolled away obediently. At least, I wouldn't have been injured. Now that my bones were shattered to such an extent, what would I do in the future? There is no end to cultivation. Even though we possess the emperor's bloodline, it doesn't mean that our physical bodies are invincible. Xianxia has taught you a lesson and taught you that there's always a higher mountain and a higher mountain. Sighing, Elder Yuan flicked a pill into the young man's mouth. The reason why he didn't stop the other party from challenging Xianxia was also because he wanted to test Xianxia's physical body. However, he didn't expect it to be this strong. The pill melted in his mouth, and a moment later, the young man recovered slightly. He struggled to his feet with sweat dripping down his forehead. Now that your bones are shattered, I'm afraid that you won't be able to cultivate your physical body anymore. Seeing the state the young man was in, Elder Yuan sighed. The greatest fear in cultivating one's physical body was that one's bones would be damaged. Now that most of his bones were shattered, it was impossible for him to recover even with the help of good medicine. It could be said that this fellow's cultivation had gone down the drain due to this battle. Even though there were healing pills in the clan that could heal one's injuries. The young man wasn't the core of the clan, and his bloodline wasn't that pure, so he wasn't qualified to use them. Yes. The young man replied with a sorrowful expression. His strength was already beneath the clan, and now that he had lost his cultivation as well, it was easy to imagine how tragic his fate would be in the future. All right, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. It's not considered a loss for you. Elder Yuan did not say anything more. Instead, he looked at Xianxia with admiration in his eyes. Xianxia is so young, yet he has cultivated his physical body to the point of perfection. It's really admirable. Would you be interested in joining the Yuan family? With your understanding of the fleshly body and your age, as long as you work hard, it is only a matter of time before you become a foreign delegate. Go to the Yuan family? Duke Huai's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. What the limitless Yuan family represented, Xianxia and the others didn't understand, but he was very clear. If he could become a guest elder, even if it was just an ordinary disciple, he would definitely not hesitate to do so. Just as he thought that Xianxia would agree to it straight away, the latter shook his head disdainfully, not interested. Duke Huai's body trembled as he said anxiously, Xianxia, do you know the true meaning behind the title of Boundless Frontiers Yuan family's foreign chamberlain? Who cares about the meaning behind it? I'm not interested. Xianxia waved his hands dismissively. No matter how formidable he was just a subordinate. He was a man who was going to become a 9-star master teacher. Clan and power were nothing to him. Besides, he couldn't afford to become a foreign chamberlain under his student. That's a pity. Seeing the other party reject him without any hesitation, Elder Yuan shook his head and sighed. Xianxia, our young master, Xianxia hadn't said a word on how to decide Yuan Tao's fate. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't go against his young master's will. Sigh. Sighing deeply, Xianxia turned to the young man not too far away and said, Yuan Tao, come over for a moment. Teacher. Taken aback, Yuan Tao walked over. Rubbing the plump man's head, Xianxia revealed a complicated gaze. Cultivate well when you return to the clan. Don't sully my reputation. Teacher, Yuan Tao's eyes reddened, and put he kneeled onto the floor. I won't leave, I want to follow behind you. Xianxia shook his head. Since the Yuan clan possesses the complete heritage of the emperor's bloodline, you should follow them. This way, you'll be able to cultivate faster and improve faster. If you follow behind me, you'll only become a hindrance. Yuan Tao froze. Alright, as my Xianxian student. There's no need for you to be wishy-washy. When you return to the clan, try to awaken your unique constitution as soon as possible so that I can see your accomplishments. Xianxia waved his hands. Even though he was reluctant to part with Yuan Tao, he still had to leave. His student was like a little bird. No matter how well he tamed them, it was impossible for them to spread their wings and soar into the sky. Because, that was the world that belonged to him, only by letting go and allowing them to soar would he be able to walk further and further. Only then would he be able to weather the storm and become a true expert. Yes. Seeing his teacher's determination, Yuan Tao gritted his teeth. Elder Yuan, this student of mine is a little mischievous. I'll have to trouble you to take care of him in the future. After making arrangements for Yuan Tao, Xianxia turned to Elder Yuan. Xianxia, there's no need to say that. Elder Yuan's face turned grim as he looked at the young man before him in admiration. He could see the relationship between the other party and Yuan Tao. Even so, knowing that his student had a better future ahead of him, he still sent him away without any hesitation. This breadth of mind and insight was something that most master teachers couldn't compare to. As long as he didn't die, this Xianxia would definitely have a bright future ahead of him. Yuan Tao is my direct disciple. If I were to learn that he has been wronged or treated unfairly, I'll look for the Yuan clan personally. After saying those words, Xianxia's face darkened. Even though his current strength was lacking, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to do so in the future. If the other party really dared to mistreat Yuan Tao, he wouldn't mind taking a look at the background of the Yuan clan. Don't worry, young Master Tao has a complete ancient bloodline. Our clan values him greatly, so how could we possibly mistreat him? Elder Yuan chuckled. It had been more than 10,000 years since the clan had seen such a complete ancient rhino-dragon meridian. They treated it as a treasure, so how could they possibly mistreat Yuan Tao? That's good. Xianxia nodded his head. Stretching his hand, he grabbed the wine cup on the table not too far away. Allow me to offer a toast to Elder Yuan. This, grabbing the wine cup might seem ordinary, but Elder Yuan's eyes narrowed and his body jolted. Xianxia was around 1.5 meters away from the table, and yet, he was able to grab it without using the slightest bit of Xinqi. This meant that, his arm had expanded by at least half a meter in an instant. To expand his arm without using Xinqi, could it be that his bones and muscles have been cultivated to the undying realm? Elder Yuan's body stiffened. Legend had it that when one's physical body reached a certain level, not only would it become incomparably tough, it would also become extremely flexible. Regardless of whether it was one's bones or muscles, they would be able to extend in a manner that defied logic. Even if one were to be beaten into a meat patty, they would still be able to recover to their original state. As such, this realm was also known as the Undying Realm. Even though it wasn't truly undying, it was already an incredible feat to be able to stretch one's muscles and bones freely. Even in their clan, only the legendary old ancestor was capable of such a feat, yet, the young man before him was able to extend his arm by more than half a meter without using any Xinqi. Even if he hadn't reached the Undying Realm yet, he wasn't too far from it. To have cultivated his physical body to the limits, reaching the Undying Realm at the age of 20, how was this possible? Just what kind of monster was the young man before him? It was no wonder why the young man would lose. Even he was far from being able to match up to the other party's physical body. Previously, he thought that the other party was just joking when he said that he would find the Yuan clan, but at this moment, he didn't think so anymore. Regardless of the other party's cultivation, as long as his physical body had reached the Undying Realm, his future achievements would be limitless. Even if the Yuan clan was a powerful clan with tens of thousands of years of heritage, they would still tremble before the other party. By the time Yuan Tao looked over once more, the young man had already finished the wine in his cup and returned to the secret chamber. When he came out once more, his face had reverted back to its former tranquil state. Let's go. Xianxia beckoned for Yuan Tao to leave with widened strides. Let's go. Xingyang and the others shot a glance at Yuan Tao before following behind him. Having been in the same lineage for so long, they had already forged a deep bond with one another. Now that they were leaving so abruptly, they couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. Xianxia, seeing how Xianxian left without any hesitation, Elder Yuan was just about to say something when the young man flicked his wrist, and a gourd of wine flew over. Catching it, Xianxian heard the other party's voice. Reconnect your broken bones and drink this medicinal wine. Once you recover, your bones will be as good as new, and it won't affect your cultivation. This, taken aback, Elder Yuan hurriedly passed the gourd of wine over to the young man. He had already reconnected his broken bones with his Xinqi, and knowing that the medicinal wine could help him recover from his injuries, he gulped it down without any hesitation. Gugugugu, as soon as the medicinal wine flowed down his throat, a surge of warmth immediately flowed through his lower abdomen, and a numbing sensation appeared in his broken bones. A few breaths later, he was already able to stand without the support of his Xinqi, and his injuries were completely healed, as if he had never been injured in the first place. This, narrowing his eyes, the young man's eyes reddened in agitation. Elder Yuan's body stiffened as well. Recovery. Saint medicine? Even in their clan, a medicine of this tier was incomparably precious. Yet, the other party tossed it out so casually. This favor was simply too great. Xianxia. Thank you. Knowing how precious it was, the young man immediately kneeled onto the floor. He had spoken harshly to Xianxian previously, but not only did the other party not bear a grudge against him, he even gave him such a precious medicinal wine, repaying enmity with kindness, magnanimity. This was the demeanor of a true master-teacher. It was no wonder why young Master Tao would pledge his life to him. His character and magnanimity were truly worthy of respect. While Xianxian was filled with gratitude, Yuan Tao was also clenching his fists tightly, and tears were streaming down his cheeks. It was his teacher who didn't despise him for being the worst examinee in the academy and accepted him as his student. It was his teacher who turned him from a brute who had never learned any cultivation technique into a transcendent mortal expert. It was his teacher who put in so much effort to find medicinal herbs to awaken his unique constitution. It was his teacher who spent an entire night modifying his cultivation technique. Teacher. Don't worry. Once we return to the clan, I'll surely cultivate diligently so that I won't let you down. Yuan Tao made a solemn vow in his heart. Yesterday, when I was copying the video, I missed out a portion of it. As a result, I missed out on Zhaoya's naked act. Today, I'll republish it on my official account so that everyone can pay attention to it. Sweat. Just search for Sweeping the World on WeChat and follow me. Sun Chang, find a place to stay in the next 2 days. I want a place with a good environment and not far from the academy. Walking out of Duke Huai Palace, Xianxia turned to look at Sun Chang. As a student of the Master Teacher Academy, he was qualified to reside in the academic sea. However, Xingyang and the others were different. Under normal circumstances, they weren't qualified to reside in the academic sea. This was also the reason why Hongshi and the others agreed to Duke Huai's invitation without any hesitation. It wouldn't be a problem for him to stay for a few days, but if he stayed for a long time, he would definitely be criticized. Rather than causing trouble, it would be better for him to prepare in advance. This way, it would be more convenient for him to conduct his lessons, and he would feel more at ease. Yes. Sun Chang nodded. He was the butler, so he was in charge of all the basic necessities of life. All they had to do was focus on cultivating. Teacher, I feel like I'm about to break through. Just as Zhang Xian was about to return to the academic sea, he suddenly heard Wang Ying's voice. Turning around, he saw that the other party's Xianxia was flowing furiously through her acupoints, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough at any moment. She was currently at Yin Yang Realm Pinnacle. Once she achieved a breakthrough, she would reach Transcendent Mortal 4 Down Clarifying Turbidity Realm. For the past month or so, she had been cultivating diligently and had long reached the pinnacle. However, she hadn't been able to find an opportunity to do so. At this moment, knowing that her teacher was feeling terrible, she was actually on the verge of breaking through this bottleneck. Great Violet Wing Beast. Zhang Xian knew that it was a matter of luck that could not be delayed. Thus, with a thought, he established a telepathic link with the spirit beast in the sky. After which, with a flick of his Xianxia, the crowd leaped into the sky and landed on the back of the spirit beast. Several dozen breaths later, he returned to the academic ocean and arranged for Xingyang and the others to stay in his room. After which, he stood beside Wang Ying to guard him. At Clarifying Turbidity Realm, one's soul and physical body would be separated from one another. Even though Zhang Xian had the simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art, achieving a breakthrough to the next realm wasn't an issue. However, it was still a little difficult for one to achieve a state where one's Xianxia was as one. Zhang Xian knew that only by enduring the pressure would he be able to reap the greatest benefits. Thus, he chose not to make a move. Instead, he chose to protect the other party. Gugugugu, as his Xianxia flowed through his body, all of his acupoints opened up, devouring spiritual energy. Suddenly, Wang Ying let out a cold snort, and a thick aura gushed out from the Baihui acupoint above his head. Rumble, the separation of turbidity and clarity, Transcendent Mortal 4 Down Clarifying Turbidity Realm. Reaching this realm was like being reborn. Wang Ying's entire person was like an unsheathed longsword, emitting an astonishing aura. This is a breakthrough in the state of mind? Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows. Just like master teachers, cultivators had their own soul depth as well. The latter's soul depth was oriented toward understanding while the latter's soul depth was oriented toward combat. Normally, when one broke through to the clarifying turbidity realm, even if one's cultivation increased, it was impossible for one to exude such a sharp aura. Clearly, this was a breakthrough in one's state of mind, reaching a higher realm, clear as water, pure as gold, crimson heart state. What a great opportunity! Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. In the martial artist realm, one's physical body and quintessential qi were very important. After cultivating to the clarifying turbidity realm, one's mental state became very important. This involved the purity of one's soul. With the increase of one's state of mind, one's future cultivation would be like a dragon entering the sea. It would become smoother and faster. Humans were creatures with thoughts. Regardless of whether it was cultivation or life, as long as there were distractions, it would be impossible for one to be completely focused on one's task. The Crimson Heart state allowed one to cast aside all distractions and focus on one's cultivation. Under such circumstances, one's cultivation speed would increase by more than several folds, It could be said that upon reaching this realm, Wang Ying's cultivation speed would only grow faster and faster, far surpassing that of Xingyang and the others. Even though this lass isn't willing to speak, she does have a stubborn mind. Shaking his head, Xianxia smiled bitterly. Of his students, Wang Ying's talent was beneath Zhao Ye's, her perseverance was inferior to Lu Cheng's, her quick thinking was inferior to Xingyang's, her cunning was inferior to Yuan Tao's, and her worldly wisdom was inferior to Lu Yang's. But all along, she had been improving the fastest, and she had even comprehended the Crimson Heart state. It seemed that being meticulous and calm like water was the greatest talent in cultivation. Her cultivation is getting faster and faster, and she should be able to use consonant spirit realm cultivation techniques soon. I haven't, knowing that the other party's cultivation was on the right track, and there was no need for him to guard her anymore. Xianxia rubbed his glabella. Even though he was currently at consonant spirit realm pinnacle, it was due to the white-robed lady and the means of a soul oracle that he had managed to achieve a breakthrough. As such, he didn't have a Heaven's Path divine art in his head yet. He had to find it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Wang Ying were to achieve a breakthrough once more, he would be unable to impart anything to her. Paying no heed to his students, Xianxia walked out of the room. Upon finding Hongshi, Xianxia asked, "Hongshi, do you have any consonant spirit realm and cosmos bridge realm cultivation technique manuals?" Cultivation technique manuals? I do have some. How many do you need? Hongshi was taken aback. The more the better. Xianxia nodded. Wait a moment, let me take a look. Hongshi walked out, and not too long later, he returned with dozens of books in his hands. Even though Xianxia had no idea what Xianxia was up to, he still found a few of them and said, "There are a total of 40 consonant spirit realm cultivation technique manuals and 3 cosmos bridge realm cultivation technique manuals." Of the 50 geniuses who had passed the examination from Miryu Empire, most of them were at consonant spirit realm, so it wasn't too difficult to find cosmos bridge realm cultivation technique manuals. Thus, he only managed to find a few in the possession of Fengshi, Luoshi, and the others. 40. Xianxia stretched his hand across the books and shook his head. To others, 40 was a huge sum, but to Xianxia, it was far from sufficient to form a Heaven's Path divine art. Passing the books back to Hongshi, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Where can I find more of them?" "The more the merrier." "How many do you need?" Seeing that even 40 books weren't enough, Hongshi leaped in shock. Even he would need at least several months to comprehend all of them. Yet, it was still not enough? Just how many did he need? More than 1,000. Xianxia replied. 1,000? Hearing those words, Hongshi staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Even though all kinds of cultivation technique manuals had sprung up after Hongshi created Mingshi Tang, it was still extremely difficult to find more than 1,000 of them. After all, every single cultivation technique was the culmination of a cultivator's painstaking effort. As long as there were enough seeds and someone to take care of them, it would be easy to find as many as one wanted. Paying no heed to the other party's astonishment, Xianxia asked, "Indeed. Do you know where I can find them?" This, seeing that the other party wasn't joking, Hongshi rubbed his glabella and said, "The Master Teacher Academy should have them. Putting aside a few thousand, I should be able to find even 10,000 of them." The Master Teacher Academy was a gathering place for master teachers from all over the world. There were all kinds of cultivation technique manuals and secret manuals there. Putting aside a few thousand, one could even find 10,000 of them. However, Xianxia wasn't an official student of the academy yet, and he didn't have any academic credits either. Right. After muttering to himself for a moment, Hongshi's eyes suddenly lit up. There will be a trade fair for the freshmen these few days, and there are cultivation technique manuals there as well. You can head over there to take a look. With so many freshmen in the academic sea, it shouldn't be too difficult to find 1,000 of them. Trade fair? Xianxia was taken aback. Most of the freshmen from the various empires have their own cultivation technique manuals, and they bring along the specialties of their respective empires. A few days before the examination, there will be a trade fair for the freshmen to get to know one another. Secondly, it's also an opportunity for the freshmen to exchange resources and cultivation experiences so as to improve their chances of clearing the examination. Hongshi said. Alright. Where will the trade fair be held? Let's head over to take a look. Hearing that there would be such a trade fair, Xianxia's eyes lit up. It's on the trading ship at the center of the academic sea. Xianxia pointed. There was a massive lake at the center of the academic sea. Xianxia had thought that it was just a scenic spot, but who could have thought that the trade fair would be located on it? Walking out of the residence, Xianxia headed for the lake, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the destination. Even though it was already spring, the chill of winter hadn't dissipated yet. A light breeze blew along the surface of the lake, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill. Looking into the lake, several thousand meters away, Xianxian saw a massive ship in the middle of the lake. From afar, it was hard to tell how many people there were on the ship. There's a small ferry over there. There was no road for several thousand meters. Xianxia scanned his surroundings and soon, he saw a small ferry. The two of them walked over. Walking up to the ferry, Xianxia asked, "How much does it cost to head to the trade fair?" "A middle-tier spirit stone." The ferryman was an elder, and he glanced at Xianxian. "A middle-tier spirit stone? Are you trying to rob me?" Xianxian widened his eyes in shock. Even a low-tier spirit stone was an expensive price to pay for such a short distance. Yet, this fellow actually wanted a middle-tier spirit stone. Wasn't this fellow a little too greedy? "Rob? If you don't think that it's expensive, you can always walk across the water. This is the academic lake, and there are many transcendent mortal 7 Dan and 8 Dan spirit beasts in it. Don't blame me for not warning you if you die." Seemingly used to such a sight, the elder chuckled lightly. While there were spirit beasts on land, there were even more in the water. In fact, the number of spirit beasts in the lake was even more complex than those on land. Given the size of the lake, there were many high-tier spirit beasts. Transcendent mortal 7 Dan and 8 Dan spirit beasts weren't much of a threat at all. Upon reaching consonant spirit realm, even if one couldn't fly, it wasn't too difficult for one to walk across the water. However, if there were spirit beasts in the lake, one wouldn't dare to do so. The slightest carelessness could lead to one being swallowed whole. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Just as he was considering whether he should board the ferry or not, a middle-tier spirit stone suddenly appeared in the elder's hands. Following which, 2 figures leaped onto the ferry. "Ferryman, set sail." Taking a closer look, the 2 figures were none other than Senior Feng and the young man whom Xianxian had defeated with a single finger previously. Standing on the ferry, the young man looked at the oar in the elder's hands as he slowly advanced forward. With a sneer on his face, he said, "To think that you can't even bear to fork out a single spirit stone, and you still want to go to the trade fair." Xianxia had defeated his Senior Feng with a single finger before everyone. Even though Xianxia had gone easy on him, the other party's reputation had still been tarnished. As such, he still harbored a deep grudge against Xianxia. Seeing how the powerful Xianxia was actually unwilling to fork out even a single middle-tier spirit stone, he couldn't help but mock him. However, before he could finish his words, the duo on the shore suddenly leaped into the air. They landed on the back of a massive great violet-winged beast. The massive spirit beast flapped its purple wings, and ripples appeared on the surface of the water, causing the ferry to tremble violently and nearly capsize. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from sight, heading toward the ship by the lake. A half-transcendent mortal 9 Dan great violet-winged beast? Senior Feng and the young man's eyelids twitched in astonishment. They were both transcendent mortal 5 Dan cultivators, and even if they had aerial tamed beasts, they would only be at Cosmos Bridge realm at most. At their level, they would still be killed by a transcendent mortal 7 Dan or 8 Dan spirit beast. However, the great violet-winged beast was different. As a half-transcendent 9 Dan spirit beast, it would probably be killed before it could do anything to them. And as expected, before they could finish their thoughts, a transcendent mortal 8 Dan fish leaped out of the water and attempted to devour Xianxian and the young man whole. However, before it could even come close, it was already noticed, and with a swipe of its claw, it was crushed to death. Even its inner core was captured in the palm of the young man's hand. How could he have such a powerful tamed beast? Senior Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and his voice sounded hoarse. Wasn't he only at consonant spirit realm, to tame a half 9 Dan spirit beast as his tamed beast? How in the world did he do it? Initially, the other party was reluctant to spend a middle-tier spirit stone on him, so he thought that he had the upper hand. However, upon seeing this sight, he realized how laughable his pride was. With such a powerful tamed beast, they could just fly over. Who would want to sit on a slow ferry, putting aside paying for it? He wouldn't even take the ferry if he had to pay for it. Senior Feng, look, why aren't they moving forward? Raising his head, he saw the great violet-winged beast that Xianxia was riding on had stopped in midair, seemingly in no hurry to move forward. Didn't they ride on an aerial spirit beast so that they could reach the trade fair faster? Why were they stopping there? Perplexed, the great violet-winged beast flapped its massive wings once more, and it dived straight down to the surface of the water. Hula, another transcendent mortal 7 Dan or 8 Dan aquatic spirit beast was crushed to death, and its inner core was taken away. After doing this, the great violet-winged beast floated in midair once more, and a moment later, it dived down to the other side of the water once more. Are they hunting? The duo and the ferryman glanced at one another, and they nearly burst into tears. To others, this lake was a land of slaughter. Yet, this fellow treated it as a cornucopia, coming here to fish. How can the great violet-winged beast capture a spirit beast in the water? While he was shocked, he felt even more incredulous. It was undeniable that the great violet-winged beast was powerful, but, no matter how powerful it was only an overlord of the sky. Spirit beasts in the water had their own way of survival. Even if it could not defeat the great violet-winged beast, it was still able to escape easily. How could it possibly capture the great violet-winged beast so easily? It was as if he knew where the spirit beasts in the water would swim in advance. Once he attacked, he would definitely not miss. How did he do it? Indeed. More importantly, no matter how formidable the great violet-winged beast is, surely it won't be that easy for it to kill a transcendent mortal 8 Dan spirit beast. Even if a half 9 Dan cultivator was able to defeat an 8 Dan cultivator, it was impossible for him to be that much stronger than a half 9 Dan cultivator. This was especially so for spirit beasts. Due to their superior defensive prowess, it was still possible for them to withstand a few blows in a battle. However, the great violet-winged beast was able to find the flaws of the spirit beasts in the water and kill them in a single move. Wasn't this a little too powerful? On the other hand, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the spirit core in his hand. He needed capital to purchase items at the trade fair. Given that he was penniless at the moment, there was no way he would let so many spirit beasts escape unscathed. The inner cores of transcendent mortal 8 Dan spirit beasts could be used as medicinal herbs, formations, and even cultivation techniques. Thus, the value of them was considerable. As for how he could locate these spirit beasts, with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path, as long as they wanted to attack, it would be a walk in the park for him to pinpoint their weak points. In less than an hour, Xianxia had already killed more than a dozen transcendent mortal 8 Dan spirit beasts and 20 transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beasts. Their inner cores piled up in his storage ring. Most of the transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beasts in the lake have been killed. Let's head to the trade fair. After circling around the lake a few more times, Xianxia couldn't find any more spirit beasts. Thus, he waved his hands in disappointment. Even though there were many spirit beasts in the lake, there was only a limited number of them within a certain range. Nevertheless, they couldn't withstand his relentless slaughter. In the past half a day, he had already killed most of the great violet-winged beast. Even if there were any left, they were in the minority. Knowing that there was no point in staying here any longer, the great violet-winged beast flapped its wings and flew toward the ship that was heading toward the trade fair. Not too long later, Xianxia and Hongxue leaped onto the ship. The ship was extremely large, spanning several hundred meters in length. In the spacious cabin, there were many stalls lined up one after another. All kinds of resources were sold here, and the place was bustling with activity. Do you see that? Those two are the fellows riding on the great violet-winged beast to hunt on the lake. To think that the lake that others fear so much has become a hunting ground. Is that fellow really a freshman? Those who aren't freshmen aren't allowed to stay here. Tamed beasts have to communicate with one another in order to better coordinate with one another. Even with the help of an elder, they have to grow up together for them to be able to cooperate so well. This great violet-winged beast has a lifespan of over 200 years, whereas the other party isn't even 30 yet. Indeed. Despite not even reaching Transcendent Mortal 6 Dan, he managed to tame a half 9 Dan spirit beast. When did spirit beasts become so easy to tame? The news of the great violet wing beast hunting on the lake had spread far and wide. Upon seeing the duo, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment, as if they were looking at a monster. Those who were able to participate in the trade fair were all talented master teachers from the various powers. Naturally, they could tell that the great violet wing beast was the tamed beast that Xianxia had tamed. Just that, for a consonant spirit realm lad to tame a half 9 Dan spirit beast, no matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out what was going on. The difference was simply too huge. It was as if an ant had tamed a divine dragon. It was truly unbelievable. Most likely, the great violet wing beast was severely injured, and Xianxia happened to save it, thus earning its gratitude. That's possible. After a moment of shock, a theory surfaced in their minds. It wasn't impossible for a low cultivation cultivator to tame a high-tier spirit beast, but it required a great deal of luck. Humph, he's just a lucky fellow. Coming to this realization, the shock on Xianxia's face gradually disappeared. At the end of the day, master teachers still had to rely on their strength. If they were lucky, they might be able to accomplish one or two things. However, once they entered the academy, they would still have to rely on their strength. Xianxia, what should we do? Xianxia didn't expect to cause such a huge commotion. To be stared at by so many people as soon as he arrived at the trade fair, he couldn't help but feel nervous. It's fine. With a smile, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a spirit beast inner core appeared in his palm. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he declared, Transcendent Mortal 7 Dan Spirit Beast Inner Core for a Consonant Spirit Realm Cultivation Technique Manual. As long as it's suitable, I'll trade it for 1 inner core. 1 inner core for 1 inner core? Xianxia. Xianxia's body swayed weakly, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Wasn't this a little too cheap? Even though the great violet wing beast was incomparably powerful, he had only obtained a few dozen inner cores from it. If he were to trade it for 1 inner core, wouldn't he be making a huge loss? Are you telling the truth? As long as it's a Consonant Spirit Realm or Cosmos Bridge Realm Cultivation Technique Manual, I'll be able to trade it for 1? As expected, upon hearing those words, the eyes of the crowd immediately lit up. None of them dared to believe what they were hearing. In this world, there were many different kinds of cultivation technique manuals. Most of them weren't unique cultivation technique manuals, but they weren't secrets either. As long as one collected them, it wasn't too difficult to find thousands or even tens of thousands of cultivation technique manuals of the same realm. There were many master teachers who had compiled cultivation technique manuals for themselves. As such, while these cultivation technique manuals might be valuable to others, they weren't worth much to master teachers. To be able to trade a Transcendent Mortal 7 Dan Inner Core for a single one of them was definitely a huge profit. I swear on my reputation as a master teacher that I will never cheat anyone. As for Cosmos Bridge Realm Cultivation Technique Manuals, I'll trade a Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Inner Core for 1. Xianxia chuckled softly. However, the prerequisite is that it has to be suitable. If it's not suitable, I won't accept it. Rest assured, regardless of whether it's suitable or not, I'll just touch it. There's no need for me to look at the title or the content. If it's not suitable, I won't open it. Thus, you don't have to worry about your cultivation technique being leaked. Even if it's suitable, I'll return it to you after a single look. I won't ask for the original copy or even make a copy of it. If it's not suitable, you won't open it? You won't look at it? Even if it's suitable, you won't leave. You're exchanging it for a Transcendent Mortal 7 Dan and 8 Dan Inner Core just by looking at it once. That's a good deal. Hearing Xianxia's words, the eyes of the crowd lit up. Since they wouldn't be able to read the cultivation technique manuals without opening them, they couldn't help but feel excited. I have 22 Consonant Spirit Realm Cultivation Technique manuals here. Take a look and see if there's anything suitable for you. Amidst the discussions, a master teacher walked up and took out a pile of books with a flick of his wrist. Xianxia smiled faintly as he swiped his finger across the books. After which, he shook his head and said, "My apologies, but none of your books are suitable for me. You don't have any suitable books." The master teacher shook his head in disappointment upon hearing that he was unable to make the exchange. Shaking his head, he retreated. He retreated, and the surrounding people all nodded when they saw this. The other party was right. Xianxia had only touched the books, not flipped through them. Touching them. Even the most formidable person wouldn't be able to decipher the contents. As long as the cultivation technique wasn't leaked, there was nothing for him to worry about. Allow me, the allure of transcendent mortal 7 Dan and 8 Dan inner cores was simply too tempting. Unable to hold back their curiosity any longer, the crowd took out their cultivation technique manuals and walked up to Xianxia. Soon, the cultivation technique manuals before Xianxia were piled up like a mountain. However, through his touch, he only managed to find 2 suitable books. Of course, he had only mentioned these 2 books casually. If they weren't suitable, the difficulty would be too great, and the crowd would lose interest in them. My apologies, but I'll stop here for today. Why don't you all go back and look for more? From tomorrow onward, I'll exchange my Cosmos Bridge Realm Cultivation Technique manuals for 2 Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Spirit Beast Inner Cores. 2 hours later, Xianxia finally stopped and glanced at the crowd apologetically. He had already collected quite a few Consonant Spirit Realm Cultivation Technique manuals, but there were only a few Cosmos Bridge Realm Cultivation Technique manuals. A single manual for 2 Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Inner Cores? If he really succeeds, he will be rich, indeed. In any case, he's only going to look through it once, so it doesn't matter whether the manual is unique or not. Tomorrow, I'll make a few copies of our Cosmos Bridge Realm Cultivation Technique manuals and send them over. I'll go as well. Hearing Xianxia's promise, the crowd burst into a frenzy once more. There were even some who hurriedly gathered around the 2 lucky winners to see what kind of cultivation technique had caught Xianxia's eye. Let's go. Ignoring the excited crowd, Xianxia nodded to Hongxue before leaping onto the back of the aerial beast and heading back. Seeing how Xianxia was leaving while they could only sit on the ferry, the crowd couldn't help but feel envious. There was indeed a huge gap between people. This was especially so for Senior Feng and the young man. They were on the verge of tears. They had come here with the intention of selling their goods, but who would have thought that everyone would be attracted by Xianxia? Their goods had been on display for an entire day, but not a single person had bothered to look at them. They felt so stifled that they could spurt blood. Seeing Xianxia and the others leaving, they could only return to the scholarly ocean with their tails between their legs. This was too much of a blow for them. This had happened 3 times in a row. If this were to continue, they might just knock their heads against the wall and die here. Returning to his residence, Xianxia cultivated the Consonant Spirit Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art once more so that the Jinqi in his body would be purer and more stable. After which, he sorted out the cultivation technique manual and imparted it to his students. At this moment, Wang Ying had also awoken from her breakthrough. Her body was brimming with energy. Seeing that she had taken the lead once more, Xingyang, Lu Yang, and the others hurriedly tried to catch up. Their teacher had a total of 6 direct disciples. Xiaoya and Lu Chong had already left, and now, Yuan Tao had gone to a powerful clan to receive his heritage. If they didn't hurry up, they would really be the last in line. Knowing how they were feeling, Xianxia explained the flaws of each of them in detail. By the time he was done, it was already midnight. The next day, Xianxia headed to the trade fair once more. This time, the crowd had prepared quite a few Cosmos Bridge Realm Cultivation Technique manuals for the trade. Just like yesterday, Xianxia casually chose a book to pique the enthusiasm of the crowd. At other times, he would say that it wasn't suitable for him and frantically search through the books in his head. In less than 2 days, he had already collected more than 700 books. While he was still unable to compile a complete Heaven's Path Divine Art, there was still hope for him. After a day of hard work, they agreed to exchange 3 Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Inner Cores for a copy of the book, and the excitement of the crowd grew once more. As tempting as Xianxia was, the number of Cosmos Bridge Realm Cultivation Technique manuals he could offer was dwindling. After all, most of them were geniuses from Tier 2 empires. While Cosmos Bridge Realm Cultivation wasn't too high in Tier 1 empires, in their country, it was already close to reaching the pinnacle. Even if they had secret manuals, there wouldn't be too many of them. Thus, after a whole day of hard work on the 3rd day, there were only less than 200 books. There were more than 200 books in addition to the previous 700+ books. he was not far from 1000. If the cultivation technique manuals were of a sufficiently high level, he would be able to compile several hundred books into a complete Heaven's Path divine art. Just as Xianxia was about to gather all of the cultivation technique manuals together to see if he could succeed, an expectant voice suddenly sounded. I don't have any cultivation technique manuals, but I do have a battle technique manual. What do you think? Raising his head, Xianxia saw a young man looking at him expectantly. I am really in need of a Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Inner Core, Battle Technique Manual? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before asking, what kind of battle technique is it? Let me take a look. All right. The young man flicked his wrist, and an ancient bamboo scroll appeared in his hand. It was an ancient book, and with just a glance, it was apparent that it had been there for many years. This is a movement technique manual, just that, it's a little incomplete. The young man said awkwardly. He had obtained this book by chance during a training, and he thought that it was extremely valuable. However, due to the incomplete cultivation technique manual, he was unable to cultivate it even if he had it, so he had no use for it. This time around, he was in urgent need of a Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Inner Core to forge a pill. It would be best if the other party was willing to trade it with him, but if not, there was nothing he could do about it. Movement technique? Hearing the other party say that it was an incomplete battle technique, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before reaching his finger over. A secret manual appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Flipping it open, Xianxia saw 4 words written on it, Heaven-Treading Movement Technique. Xianxia swiftly flipped through the contents, and he couldn't help but shake his head. This cultivation technique was of a high tier, and it was extremely valuable as well. However, just as the other party had said, it was incomplete. Even the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to restore it to its original state, so it was impossible for him to cultivate it. It could be said that, it was a complete piece of trash. The other party wanted to exchange this for his Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Inner Core? Wasn't he being too greedy? Shaking his head, Xianxia was just about to reject the other party's offer when a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Right, this heaven-treading movement technique shares many similarities with the red dust heaven ascending steps. Is it possible to fuse them together? The red dust heaven ascending steps was a secret manual that Xianxia had coincidentally obtained back then. After compiling a collection of movement technique manuals, it allowed him to fly even before reaching Saint Realm. However, there was a huge flaw to it as well, and that was that it consumed a huge amount of Xianxia. Furthermore, other than his Heaven's Path Xianxia, he was unable to sustain it for long periods of time. All along, he hadn't been able to find a suitable movement technique manual to make up for the 3 flaws. Would this incomplete secret manual work? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Thus, he placed the 2 secret manuals together. Compile! Exclaiming in astonishment, a ray of light flashed, and a new secret manual appeared. Xianxia quickly flipped it open, and the 2 secret manuals indeed formed a new red dust heaven ascending steps. There are no more flaws? Flipping through the contents of the secret manual, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. After fusing the incomplete heaven-treading movement technique with the red dust heaven ascending steps, the 3 flaws of the secret manual had disappeared. If he were to cultivate according to the new secret manual, even if he were to fly in the air, he wouldn't fall from the sky for several hours. In other words, the flight ability of the secret manual had already reached the level of a saint. There was no longer the danger of falling from the sky like before. This is great. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in excitement. This secret manual would greatly increase his chances of survival. What is useless to others is actually useful to me. Looks like I'll have to collect more secret manuals in the future. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, Xianxia chuckled softly. This incomplete secret manual would be useless in the hands of anyone else. However, with him, he would be able to make up for the flaws of the other secret manuals. Your secret manual might be useless to me, but since you require a Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Inner Core, as fellow master teachers, it's only right for us to help one another. Thus, I'll give you one. Feeling delighted, Xianxia kept the secret manual into his storage ring. Then, he passed a Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Inner Core over. Just the fact that it was able to make up for the flaws in the red dust heaven ascending steps and make it flawless meant that this incomplete secret manual was worth a single inner core. Thank you. The young man didn't harbor much hope for this secret manual, but to think that it would actually work. His face reddened in agitation. Even an incomplete secret manual will work? I have 2 of them here. I have an incomplete secret manual as well. Seeing that Xianxia was willing to accept even an incomplete secret manual and offer a sufficiently high price for it, the crowd burst into an uproar. As time passed, there was no sect that didn't have at least a dozen incomplete secret manuals. In the eyes of the crowd, this secret manual was nothing more than trash. To think that it could be sold for money. Wasn't this fellow a little too foolish? In an instant, another pile of incomplete secret manuals appeared on the floor. Xianxia began collecting them one by one, but a moment later, he couldn't help but shake his head. While it was true that incomplete secret manuals could be used to supplement the content of a secret manual, they had to have the main body first. Without the main body, it would be useless no matter how many he collected. After collecting a few more secret manuals, Xianxia realized that they weren't of much use to him. Thus, he decided to stop. Returning to his residence, Xianxia instructed the others not to disturb him before going into seclusion. Let me see if I can compile a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation technique. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. In the past few days, he had collected close to 1,000 Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation technique manuals, and he had just collected quite a few incomplete ones. Perhaps, he might just be able to compile a Heaven's Path divine art. Focusing his attention, Xianxia muttered softly in his mind, and a book appeared before his eyes. Cosmos Bridge Realm Heaven's Path divine art. Flipping through the book, Xianxia chuckled. He thought that he would only be able to compile a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation technique manual once he entered the academy and expended his academic credits. Who could have thought that he would be able to complete it in advance? With this cultivation technique, he would be able to reach Cosmos Bridge Realm and become a transcendent mortal 6-dan expert. I'll practice the red dust heaven ascending steps first. Placing the book by the side, Xianxia didn't panic. Instead, he focused his attention on the flawless red dust heaven ascending steps. He had already practiced this battle technique once, so it was much easier for him to cultivate it again. Driving his Xianxia through his meridians, Xianxia's aura became lighter and more ethereal. At the same time, his gaze also became more profound. Hong Long, after an unknown period of time, a bottleneck suddenly burst open in his body, and he felt as light as a feather. Xianxia, who was seated cross-legged on the floor, began floating around the room. As expected of the flawless red dust heaven ascending steps, the Xianxia consumption is so low. Feeling the Xianxia consumption in his body, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Previously, with this battle technique, as long as he flew, his Xianxia would flow like a torrent. Even though he had been cultivating diligently for the past few days, he still couldn't help but feel his heart palpitating. However, with the Xianxia flowing through his body at this moment, he was able to maintain it for several hours straight. Not only so, his speed had also increased significantly. While it was still lacking compared to the great violet wing beast, it was already comparable to most transcendent mortal 5-dan and 6-dan aerial spirit beasts. Furthermore, as his cultivation rose, his flight speed would also increase as well. Right. Should I be able to fuse the Heaven's Path movement art with it? After flying for a moment, Xianxia was just about to land and rest when a thought suddenly popped into his head. The red dust heaven ascending steps was a type of movement technique, and so was the Heaven's Path movement art. While the latter was a movement technique that allowed one to run on the ground and the former to fly in the air, they were both movement techniques. Could they be fused together? Once they were fused together, what kind of might would they produce? Let's give it a try. Immersing his consciousness into the library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia placed the 2 books together. Compile. A book materialized before him. This. Flipping it open, Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. The content of the book was a complete mess. Putting aside the content of the book, he couldn't even read through it. It was as if he couldn't comprehend it at all. Just a single glance at it would leave him dizzy. Seems like I was still too naive. After flipping through the book, Xianxia shook his head helplessly and tossed it to the ground. These two books were the most accurate cultivation techniques that had been filtered out by the library and could no longer be filtered. Thus, the contents were completely blended together. Although it had become a book, it was like oil and water, completely separated. It was a mess, and there was no way to cultivate it, just like abalone, durian, loquat, watermelon, milk, and black-bone chicken. These were delicacies when eaten individually, but when mixed together, it was as if he had to throw away the pot. It seems like the Library of Heaven's Path is only able to extract a single cultivation technique. It isn't able to fuse them together. Shaking his head, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. A moment later, determination flashed across his eyes. Since the Library of Heaven's Path is unable to fuse them together, can I try fusing these two movement techniques together? The Library of Heaven's Path was able to gather the correct contents of similar cultivation techniques and fuse them together. It was just like fusing flour into dough, but due to the difference in their essence, it was impossible to succeed. The Heaven's Path movement technique and red dust heaven ascending steps were fundamentally different. As such, the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to fuse them together. However, just because the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to do so didn't mean that Xianxia couldn't either. They were both movement techniques, and the only difference was that one was in the air while the other was on the ground. As long as he could handle it properly, he might be able to fuse them together and increase his flying speed significantly. With this thought in mind, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Let's try executing the Heaven's Path movement technique in midair. Xianxia felt his blood boiling. Without any hesitation, he took in a deep breath and executed the Heaven's Path movement technique. Put on, but before he could complete his circulation, the red dust heaven ascending steps in midair abruptly came to a halt. His entire body stiffened, and with a dull thud, he plummeted to the ground, creating a crater. Something's wrong. With a face full of dust, Xianxia's complexion darkened. He thought that it would be easy, but to think that it wasn't the case. Given his current soul energy, it was easy for him to multitask. However, when the Xianxia of the two cultivation techniques, it would flow through the same meridian, they would collide with one another. And it would fall. It seemed like fusing cultivation techniques wasn't as easy as he had thought. That's right, if it was easy, this kind of technique would be everywhere, and there wouldn't be so many detailed classifications. When I try out the Heaven's Path movement art, I should circulate the red dust heaven ascending steps. After failing once, Xianxia was not discouraged. He narrowed his eyes and changed his train of thought. Previously, when he executed the red dust heaven ascending steps, he had also executed the Heaven's Path movement art. Perhaps, he might be able to succeed. While he was fusing the martial techniques, outside the room, Sun Cheng walked in. Looking at Jingyang who was practicing his spear, he asked, "Where's the young master?" "Teacher is in closed-door training, no one is allowed to disturb him." Putting away his spear, Jingyang exhaled a breath of air, which spread into the distance like white silk. During this period of time, not only did he cultivate his cultivation technique, he also did not fall behind in his martial techniques. Under Xiangxi's constant guidance, his comprehension of the spear became stronger and stronger, and his spear techniques became more and more powerful. His rank and cultivation were definitely far inferior to Wang Ying's, but his battle prowess might not be too far off. Closed-door training? Sun Cheng scratched his head. All right then. When the young master comes out of closed-door training, tell him that I have already found a place to stay, and I can move in now. You have already found a place to stay? Putting away his spear, Jingyang's eyes lit up. There were master teachers everywhere in the Master Teacher Academy. Even though Hongshi and the others didn't say anything about it, they weren't used to living here either, and they had long wanted to move out. Don't celebrate too early. It isn't easy to find a place in the vicinity of the Master Teacher Academy, so I only managed to find a temporary residence. It's just a small courtyard, a few rooms, and a residence. I'm afraid that I won't be able to find anything. Even if I do, it will be at an exorbitant price. Sun Cheng said. The Master Teacher Academy was home to countless young experts from various empires, and most of them came from powerful clans. Since Xianxia was able to find a place for his students to stay, they could do the same as well. It could be said that most of the residences in the area had already been bought, and even if they were able to find one, it would be at an exorbitant price. It wasn't something that they could afford. After all, they were still very poor. Let's find a place to stay first, Xingyang nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, this isn't a long-term solution. It's fine for us to stay here, but what if the old master comes over? How can an 8-star master teacher like him live in such a small courtyard? Sun Chang shook his head. I still have to discuss with the young master about what we should do next. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly heard a loud thud. It sounded like someone had fallen to the ground. Didn't you say that the young master is in seclusion? What is that sound? Sun Chang was taken aback. Just as he was about to push open the door to see what was going on, a dull thud sounded once more. Following which, the wall before them shook, and a human head popped out from it. Teacher. Young master, upon seeing the appearance of the human head, the duo froze for a moment. So. With a flash, their respected young master and teacher was sent flying once more, crashing into the opposite wall, creating a huge hole. Pung 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 pung, Zhang Xian was sent flying like a rubber ball, crashing back and forth against the wall. After a few hits, the sturdy room collapsed with a resounding boom. Upon seeing this sight, Sun Chang and Xingyang glanced at one another, and their mouths twitched uncontrollably. Wasn't he cultivating? Why was he crashing into the wall? What kind of ultimate move required him to do that? Look at how swollen his head is. Just as they were perplexed by the sight before them, Zhang Xian crashed into a tree in the courtyard, and his head was buried in it. Only his 2 legs were left twitching non-stop. Teacher, Xingyang finally recovered from his shock. He rushed forward and pulled Zhang Xian down from the tree. His face was dark and gloomy. Teacher. Are you all right? Young master, it's just a lack of money. Don't take things too hard. Sun Chang also hurried over and comforted him out of goodwill. Cough cough. Hearing those words of consolation, Zhang Xian felt stifled. Waving his hands, he said, I'll be heading out for a while. Sun Chang, get Hongshi to compensate for the damage here. Ignoring the conflicted looks on the duo's faces, Zhang Xian leaped into the air. The great violet-winged beast flew over upon hearing his call, and the duo made their way out of the city under the cover of the night. He lived in such a small place, and even if he were to tear it down, he wouldn't be able to fuse it together. Thus, he decided to find a more spacious place. Not too long later, they arrived at a hill outside of Hongyuan City. The night breeze blew gently, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The chirping of birds and insects in the surroundings created a tranquil atmosphere. Let's do it here. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhang Xian looked for spirit stones to recover the Xinqi he had expended before continuing with the fusion. Pung 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 pung, soon, the sound of a head crashing into a tree echoed in the forest. At the same time, agonizing cries could be heard. It was as if the werewolves had appeared under the moonlight, leaving behind a terrifying legend. The next day, is Xianxia back? Hongshi paced around the area anxiously. Last night, when he heard that the house had collapsed, he rushed over, only to see Xianxia flying away. He thought that the other party would be out cultivating and would be back soon. Yet, after an entire night, he was nowhere to be seen. Today was the day of the Master Teacher Academy's entrance examination. If he missed it, it would be impossible for him to enter again. Young master left last night, and he hasn't returned since. Sun Chang shook his head in bewilderment. His young master had always been a normal person, so why would he suddenly go crazy and knock his head against the wall yesterday? Not only so, he even stayed out the entire night. It couldn't be that he had really committed suicide, could it? Turning to Xingyang and the others, Sun Chang asked, yesterday, which one of you provoked young master? None of us. Xingyang and the others were also perplexed. Teacher said that he would be going into seclusion to cultivate, so we really don't know anything else. Yesterday, their teacher had said that he would be going into seclusion to cultivate, and then, he started knocking his head against the wall and trees. As for why, they really couldn't figure it out. Then, what's going on? Sun Chang's lips twitched when he heard that the young master had made such a drastic move. Just as he was about to look for the young master, he saw the worrisome young master walking over, covered in dust and grime. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like he was cultivating at all. Instead, he looked more like a beggar who had rolled on the ground the entire night. "Young master, you," Sun Chang hurriedly rushed forward with a worried look on his face. "I'm fine," Xianxia shook his head. Turning to the elder, he said, "Hongshi, let's go. Can you really take the entrance examination in such a state?" Seeing the other party's state, Hongshi's lips twitched as well. Others would bathe and change their clothes in order to leave a good impression on the examiner. Yet, the other party looked as if he had just gone out to beg for a meal, and his eyes were bloodshot. From the looks of it, he hadn't slept the entire night. Can he really take the entrance examination? It's fine. Zhang Xian waved his hands. He had been experimenting the entire night, and he had exhausted his Xianxia 5 times. Even so, he had been knocked half to death, but he still hadn't succeeded. There were simply too many factors involved in fusing battle techniques. Even for Zhang Xian, it would take some time before he could succeed. However, even though he had failed, his control over the red dust heaven ascending steps had improved significantly, and his speed had also improved significantly. At the same time, his comprehension of battle techniques had also reached a whole new level, and his fighting prowess had increased significantly. However, it was a pity that he hadn't had the time to cultivate the Cosmos Bridge Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. As such, his current cultivation was still at Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle. Alright, let's go then. Seeing that Zhang Xian was fine and that the entrance examination couldn't be delayed, Hongshi didn't say anything else. The duo boarded the aerial spirit beast of the academy, and they swiftly flew toward the Hongyuan mountain range's Leiyuan Peak. Leiyuan Peak was only 200 li away from the scholarly ocean, so it didn't take them more than 15 minutes to land on the ground. Most of the freshmen who had come to take the entrance examination had already arrived, and from afar, one could see a huge crowd. There are more freshmen this year than before, around 30,000 of them. I heard that the academy only accepts 20,000 freshmen each year. In other words, 10,000 freshmen will be eliminated in the entrance examination this time around. Hongshi said with a hushed voice. 30,000 freshmen? 10,000 freshmen? Zhang Xian's lips twitched as he widened his eyes in disbelief. As expected of the Master Teacher Academy of a Tier 1 empire, it sure was fearsome. Back when he was in Myriad Kingdom City, there were only around 1,000 Master Teachers in total. Yet, as soon as the Master Teacher Academy opened, there were already 30,000 half 5-star and 4-star pinnacle Master Teachers. Just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. However, after learning about the geography of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, it made sense. The Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy was the only Master Teacher Academy under a conferred kingdom. Not only did it accept students from Hanyuan Empire, it also accepted students from other Tier 1 empires as well. Dozens of Tier 1 empires, innumerable sects, Mingshi Tang, and talented master teachers could be found there. It was no wonder Tianxian Kingdom was known as the land of ancient times. Without a single master teacher, it was indeed backward. We didn't form an alliance with the other powers, so the students will have to rely on you, Xianxia. Fengshi, Luoshi, and the others stepped forward. Even though they had some conflicts with Xianxia previously, they were all master teachers, and they belonged to the same power. The stronger the other party was, the stronger the Miryu Empire would be as well. After the past few days, they had come to a consensus. Don't worry. Glancing at the students around him, Zhang Xian nodded. Including him, there was a total of 50 master teachers from the Miryu Empire, and most of them were 4-star pinnacle, clarifying turbidity realm cultivators. With such strength, they couldn't be considered outstanding among the 30,000 freshmen. If they wanted to stand out and clear the examination, it could only be said that it would be extremely difficult. This was also the reason why they had decided to form an alliance with the Golden Sea Empire and Golden Sea Empire back then. They thought that even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't be too far behind, and they would be able to compete fairly. Yet, who could have thought that the other party would be so powerful that they were nearly reduced to meat shields? It was fortunate that Xianxia had turned the tides. Without an alliance, they could only place their hopes on Xianxia. They hoped that he would be able to lead them through the examination and not be eliminated midway. Thank you. Luoshi, Fengshi, and the others clasped their fists. If it had been anyone else, they would have surely made things difficult for them back then. However, Xianxia didn't harbor such thoughts at all. Be it in terms of character or bearing, he was someone whom they couldn't compare to. Recalling everything that they had done previously, they couldn't help but feel deeply ashamed of themselves. "You're too polite." Seeing their expressions, Xianxia chuckled softly. He was just about to exchange a few pleasantries when a nonchalant voice suddenly sounded from not too far away. "This is the person who defeated you?" Turning around, he saw the senior brother Feng from the Golden Sea Empire, whom he had defeated previously, walking over with a young man behind him. The one who spoke was precisely this young man. He was tall and had long limbs. His skin was dark, and his eyes were cold as if lightning was flowing within them. "Cosmos Bridge Realm," Xianxia frowned. Xianxia didn't bother concealing his aura at all, and his Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation emanated an aura reminiscent of the blazing sun, exerting immense pressure on those around him. At Cosmos Bridge Realm, one's soul would form a bridge with nature, allowing one to become closer to nature and become one with it. While Consonant Spirit Realm cultivators weren't weak either, they were nothing before such experts. Even though he had reached Cosmos Bridge Realm, putting him on par with Luo Chichi and the others, the emblem pinned on his chest showed that he was still a 4-star cultivator. Cosmos Bridge Realm was only the most basic requirement for one to reach the 5-star examination. One would also have to possess 5 5-star supporting occupations and a soul depth of 15.0. As such, there were many Grade 1 students in the Master Teacher Academy who were unable to meet the other requirements, and thus, they were unable to make a breakthrough. This was clearly the case with the one in front of him. But even so, it was still a fearsome feat to be able to reach such a level before even entering the Master Teacher Academy. He could be considered as a genius even among the freshmen. "Yes." Senior Feng nodded. Hearing Senior Feng's confirmation, the young man frowned. He had been acquainted with this Senior Feng for quite some time now, and he thought that the other party would at least be a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator. But, what the heck was this fellow before him? His body was dirty, as if he hadn't bathed for days. His eyes were bloodshot, and it was clear that he hadn't rested well. Even though his head and face had recovered, there were still bruises left behind from his injuries. If he wasn't mistaken, he had been pummeled to the point that he was unrecognizable not too long ago. More importantly, even though the other party's cultivation was at Consonant Spirit Realm pinnacle, he didn't seem to be too powerful at all. If it had been anywhere else, could such a person really be able to pummel his good friend to such an extent? Losing his confidence? "Brother, you don't underestimate him. Xianxia possesses extraordinary strength. He was able to defeat me with a single finger." Fearing that the other party wouldn't believe him, Senior Feng explained. But by the end of his words, even he couldn't help but fall into a daze. "Was that fellow really the one who injured me? Why does it feel like I was defeated by a beggar, a single finger?" Brother Yu shook his head. With a sharp gaze, he turned to Senior Feng and asked, "You are Xianxia? Since you have defeated Senior Feng, do you dare to have a match with me?" "Have a match?" Shaking his head, Xianxia was just about to say that he was too busy to spare the time when he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. "Do you have a stake?" It just so happened that he was a little short on cash, and he didn't even have enough money to rent a house. It would be great if someone was willing to bet some money on him. Back then, Sun Chang hadn't had a chance to sell the treasures he had obtained from the mystical treasure hall. Furthermore, he wasn't familiar with Hongyuan City either, so it was unlikely that he would be able to sell them anytime soon. Thinking about it, he didn't have much savings left. "Stake?" Brother Yu was taken aback. "That's right. If you wish to have a match, how can you not take out a stake?" Xianxia waved his hands. He didn't have the time to waste on such matters. If he wanted to have a match without taking out some substantial benefits, how could he afford to waste his time? Do you know what I want to compete with you on?" Brother Yu frowned with an awful look on his face. No matter what, they were both master teachers, reputable figures. Wasn't it a little too unscrupulous to ask for a stake right from the start? Besides, it's one thing for a Consonant Spirit Realm cultivator to not fear me, but to think that you don't even know what we are competing with. Are you certain that you will win? Arrogant, arrogant. His impression of this fellow had fallen to the lowest point in the blink of an eye. I don't care what you want to bet on. As long as there's a stake, it's fine. Ignoring the other party's attitude, Xianxia waved his hands casually. Since you are so confident, I'll grant you your wish. Harumphing coldly, Brother Yu flicked his wrist, and a pile of spirit stones appeared before him. Here are 1,000 middle-tier spirit stones. As long as you win, you can take them away. 1,000 middle-tier spirit stones? Xianxia asked. That's right. Given your cultivation, you must have never seen so many spirit stones before, right? However, don't worry, if you lose. I don't want your spirit stones. All I want is for you to apologize to me for your rudeness in front of all of the freshmen. Brother Yu sneered coldly as he placed his hands behind his back and spoke arrogantly. The Miryu Empire wasn't ranked among the top tier 2 empires in the first place. On top of that, given the other party's wretched appearance, as well as the fact that he kept talking about stakes, it was clear that he was a poor man. 1,000 middle-tier spirit stones was definitely a huge sum for someone like him. Apologize? You're thinking too much. Seeing that the other party was rambling on, Xianxia waved his hands and interjected, 1,000 middle-tier spirit stones is too much trouble. Why don't we make a bet? A single spirit stone? How can a single middle-tier spirit stone be considered a bet? Even if I were to spend it on my subordinates, it would be worth more than that. Hearing that the other party was only betting a single gold coin, Brother Yu sneered coldly. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt Senior Feng nudging him. Perplexed, he turned his gaze over and saw Xiangxi's hand, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Unknowingly, a spirit stone had appeared in his hand. It was sparkling and dazzling, shining with a dazzling light that made people feel dizzy. High-grade spirit stones. Brother Yu's lips trembled as his body swayed. That's right, one upper-level spirit stone. Xianxia looked at him calmly. Brother Yu felt his vision darken and he almost fainted. Although his net worth was not low, he only had mid-grade spirit stones. High-tier artifacts were items that only saints could trade for, and to casually use them as a wager. Are you really a consonant spirit realm cultivator from the Miryu Empire? He had thought that the other party was a poor beggar when he first saw him. Yet, who would have thought that the other party would actually take out a high-tier spirit stone right from the get-go? Are you insane? What? Nothing? What's the point of betting if you don't have the money? Scram to the side, I don't have the time to play with you all. Seeing the other party's twitching face, Xianxia sneered in disdain. Since the other party didn't even have a high-tier spirit stone, why was he acting all high and mighty here? Seeing the other party's expression, Brother Yu and Senior Feng's eyes darkened in rage. What the heck was this? They were here to embarrass the other party, but in the end, they ended up being the one being embarrassed instead. Especially that expression of his, it was as if he couldn't be bothered to compete with them because they were poor. Fine, let's bet then. Brother Yu flung his sleeves furiously and harumphed. Very well then. Where did you put your high-tier spirit stone then? Take it out and let me take a look. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do if you insist on going back on your words. Nowadays, there are plenty of people who put on an act even though they don't have the money. Xianxia said. You, Brother Yu. Clenched his fists tightly. He knew that he would be asking for trouble if he were to get angry with the other party. Thus, he turned to Senior Feng and said, hand over your aerial strike talisman. Brother Yu, this thing, hearing that he was going to hand over the aerial strike talisman, Senior Feng's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Don't worry. Do you think that he'll be able to defeat me? Brother Yu placed his hands behind his back and replied confidently. All right then. Recalling Senior Feng's identity and the content of the examination, Senior Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding. Flicking his wrist, he took out a jade token and passed it over. Brother Yu took the jade token and held it in his hand. This aerial strike talisman is forged by a saint. It's able to withstand an attack from a Saint 1 Dan expert without sustaining any damage. Its value is definitely on par with a high-tier spirit stone. Aerial strike talisman? Xianxia stretched his finger over and touched it. After which, he nodded in satisfaction. This thing is indeed worth a high-tier spirit stone. Alright, I'll bet on it. Alright then, let's bet on whose result will be better in the examination later on. Seeing that the other party had agreed to it, Brother Yu's lips curled up. Outstanding results? Xianxia frowned. Didn't they say that they were going to hunt spirit beasts? What did outstanding results mean? Just as Xianxia was about to ask, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Silence. Everyone subconsciously stopped their conversation and turned their gazes forward. Soon, they saw an elder floating in the air. Saint, Xianxia frowned. Even though the other party was flying, he could clearly sense that the other party's flight was a result of his control over nature and the acknowledgement of the heavens. It wasn't driven by Xianxia. It was just like a bird and a balloon. The latter was supported by the air, allowing it to fly in the sky even without moving. On the other hand, the moment the wings of the former stopped flapping, it would plummet to the ground. The red dust heaven ascending steps was akin to a flying bird, requiring one to constantly drive it with Xianxia in order to travel freely. However, this was clearly not the case for the elder before him. His cultivation must have reached Saint Realm. I am Mo Zhu, an elder of the academy. I am in charge of the entrance examination this time around, the elder said as he gazed down warmly from the sky. Upon hearing the introduction, a freshman standing in front of Xianxia exclaimed, "He is Elder Me?" Is Elder Me very famous? Another freshman asked in confusion. There are 10 great master teachers in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and all of them have reached 6-star pinnacle. They are conferred the title of the 10 great elders, and they are responsible for the management of the academy. Elder Me happens to be one of them. Do you think that he is famous? The freshman asked with a hushed voice. 10 great master teachers? The second freshman widened his eyes in shock. Those who had heard of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy would have heard of the 10 great master teachers. The 10 great master teachers were chosen by a gathering held every 50 years in Hongyuan Empire and countless other Tier 1 empires, and they were conferred by the Emperor of Conferred Empire, Mingshi Tang. The 10 great master teachers were of extremely high standing, and even the Emperor of Hongyuan Empire had to treat them as his students. They enjoyed the most precious resources and privileges of Mingshi Tang. All of the students felt honored to be able to study under them. They had thought that such formidable master teachers were far away from them, but who could have thought that they would meet one before even entering the academy? Indeed. Elder Me is one of the 10 great master teachers, and his supporting occupation is beast taming. To think that he would appear in this hunting competition. The first freshman sighed, his eyes glowing with excitement. The 10 great master teachers were legendary figures. To be able to see them with his own eyes, he found it hard to contain his agitation. Beside him, Brother Yu's face was also pale, but his eyes were shining with excitement. I believe that all of you are already aware of the details of the examination. I have placed countless spirit beasts in this Leiyuan peak. Interrupting the crowd's excitement, Elder Me, who was hovering in the air, chuckled and said, "These people are all ferocious by nature. They have repeatedly injured others, and they deserve to die. I will imprison him on a mountain peak, and you can go up and hunt him. As long as you can kill a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle spirit beast and obtain its inner core, you'll be considered to have cleared the trial." Transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle spirit beast? Savage by nature, repeatedly injuring others? This test is going to be very difficult. Even though Elder Me had only said a few words, as master teachers, they immediately understood the crux of the matter. Their excitement from before had been replaced by solemnity. Spirit beasts were massive, and their fighting prowess was formidable. Transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle spirit beasts could even face a consonant spirit realm master teacher and escape easily. Most of the freshmen participating in the examination were at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle, so it would be difficult for them to defeat spirit beasts of the same cultivation realm, not to mention, the spirit beasts were savage by nature, and they had experience in killing and injuring others. Be it in terms of intelligence or experience, they were far stronger than spirit beasts who had never been through killing. No wonder they have to form an alliance. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Previously, he had been perplexed as to why there was a need to form an alliance when it was just a hunt. However, after hearing Elder Me's words, he finally understood why there was a need to form an alliance. The entrance examination was dangerous. It seemed like the Master Teacher Academy was just as Luo Chichi had said. Survival of the fittest wasn't an easy place to be. The time limit is 1 day. In other words, you have to obtain the inner core and rush back here before sunset. Only by doing so will you be considered to have cleared the examination. Otherwise, it'll be considered a failure. In other words, you aren't fated to join the Master Teacher Academy. Elder Mi continued, also, allow me to remind everyone that there are transcendent mortal 4 Dan spirit beasts on the mountain. There are also 5 Dan and even 6 Dan spirit beasts. While you are hunting spirit beasts, you have to be careful not to be killed by them. Everyone had already heard of this news, so they weren't too surprised by it. Master teachers had to be outstanding in all aspects on top of their fighting prowess. In order to hunt spirit beasts, one had to be careful not to be killed by them. This was a testament to one's comprehensive ability. Elder Mi, if one is able to kill a transcendent mortal 5 Dan or 6 Dan spirit beast, how will one's score be determined? After a moment of silence, a freshman asked. Hee, good question. Elder Mi stroked his beard. This will determine the score of the freshman. Those with high scores will be assigned to better classes and receive the guidance of higher-ranked teachers. In fact, if one is outstanding, he might even win the favor of an elder. Favor of an elder? Everyone's breathing hastened. To be able to become an elder of the Master Teacher Academy, one had to be at least a 6-star master teacher. Under the guidance of such a person, one's cultivation would surely soar. Regardless of whether it was in terms of standing or resources, they would be able to enjoy the highest level of privileges. As for how the score is determined, it's very simple. It's through a point system. Elder Mi said. Points? Everyone was perplexed. That's right. Points are allocated according to the grade of the spirit beasts killed. A transcendent mortal 4 Dan pinnacle spirit beast is worth 1 point, a consonant spirit realm primary stage spirit beast is worth 10 points, an intermediate stage spirit beast is worth 20 points, an advanced stage spirit beast is worth 30 points, and a pinnacle spirit beast is worth 40 points. As for a cosmos bridge realm primary stage spirit beast, it's worth 100 points, an intermediate stage spirit beast is worth 200 points, and so on and so forth. Elder Mi said. By accumulating points on an individual, one will be able to achieve better results. Of course, one can also split the points equally to clear the examination. For example, if 10 of us work together to kill a consonant spirit realm primary stage spirit beast, we can split the 10 points equally. In other words, all 10 of us will be able to clear the examination. 10 of us will be able to kill a consonant spirit realm primary stage spirit beast? That's great. Upon hearing those words, the eyes of the weaker freshmen lit up, and they clenched their fists tightly. Individually, it would be difficult for them to slay a transcendent mortal 4 Dan pinnacle spirit beast. However, if they were to work together, things might be different. Knowing what the crowd was thinking, school head Mo explained, master teachers were born to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe, and they view the world as their responsibility. Not only do they have to be strong individually, they also have to trust one another and help one another. Hearing those words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Master teachers weren't individuals but a collective. Only by working together and entrusting one's life to one's companions would they be able to cooperate better and trust one another. Alright, that's all. Now, let's talk about the rules. Elder Mi said with a grim expression. In this examination, master teachers aren't allowed to kill or steal from one another. In other words, you aren't allowed to lay your hands on other master teachers just to earn more points. If you are caught doing so, you will be stripped of your qualification and never to be accepted by the academy. At the very end, his voice sounded like a massive boulder falling from the sky, causing the surrounding air to freeze. The wrath of a saint could shatter the world. Even though it was just his face that was livid, the transcendent mortal experts didn't dare to refute him. Master teachers aren't allowed to kill one another? Wasn't it allowed in the past? That seems to be the case. However, it could easily incite conflict between master teachers, so the examination was intentionally cancelled. Sigh, I was still hoping to steal the inner core from another master teacher, but it seems like that won't work. Spirit beasts were intelligent animals. Knowing that there would be so many people surrounding it, it would surely hide itself. How could it possibly be found so easily? Many of the stronger freshmen had already planned to make a move on it. However, upon hearing that it wasn't allowed, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, most of them heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy for them to kill a spirit beast, and it was likely that they would be severely injured. If the spirit beast were to be snatched away, it would be too late for regrets. Elder me, since master teachers aren't allowed to steal from one another, then, can master teachers with tamed beasts make use of their tamed beasts to hunt others? Senior Feng asked. Hearing his words, everyone's gazes immediately turned to Xianxia. Xianxia had been trading spirit beast inner cores for cultivation technique manuals at the trading fair, so most of the freshmen knew of him. They knew that he had a half-9 Dan Great Violet Wing Beast. If that fellow were to use this fellow to hunt, who would be a match for him? Given that he was capable of flight and possessed formidable fighting prowess, he would surely be the champion. Master teachers with tamed beasts can be considered as their own strength as well. However, tamed beasts can only be used once. No matter how many inner cores one obtains after that, it won't be considered as a result of the examination. Elder Me waved his hands grandly. Taming beasts was also considered as one's own strength. However, relying solely on one's tamed beast would make the examination meaningless. Tamed beasts can only be used once? All right. Hearing those words, Senior Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Since it could only be used once, it was impossible for Xianxia to defeat Brother Yu. Alright, are there any other questions? Don't break the rules and lose your slot. After explaining the tamed beasts, Elder Me scanned the crowd once more. Elder Me, then, if someone possesses a grade 5 formation, can he use it? Another master teacher asked. Grade 5 formation, high-tier weapon, and other items that are beyond one's cultivation. Just like with the tamed beast earlier, it can only be used once. Elder Me said. The crowd asked a few more questions, and Elder Me answered them one by one. Soon, everyone had a clear understanding of the examination, and they understood the painstaking effort the Academy had put into designing it. Alright, if there aren't any more questions, the examination shall officially begin. You may proceed up the mountain. Seeing that there were no more questions, Elder Me waved his hands grandly. Let's move out. Alright. Hearing the command, the 30,000 freshmen immediately rushed toward Leiyuan Peak like a swarm of locusts. The earlier they got there, the greater their chances of hunting spirit beasts would be. Xianxia, don't forget our bet earlier. Whoever has the highest score will be the victor. Seeing the crowd heading up the mountain, Brother Yu turned to Xianxia and sneered coldly. Then, he led Senior Feng up the mountain as well. Let's go too. Seeing that the crowd had left, Xianxia turned to Luo Xian, Ruohuan Gongzi, and the others behind him and said. Master teachers like Xianxia weren't qualified to enter the freshman examination, so they could only watch from the outside. As such, they could only rely on themselves for the rest. Luo Xian and the others nodded. Let's head over there. Knowing that everyone was following his lead, Xianxia took a look at the surroundings, and his eyes eventually fell on a narrow valley. Thus, he led the way. The master teachers from the Miryu Empire also followed closely behind him. Not only was Leiyuan Peak steep, it occupied a vast expanse of land. There were countless ravines, boulders, and vegetation. 30,000 people might be a huge number, but compared to the sheer size of the mountain, it seemed insignificant. The passageway that Xianxia had chosen was sparsely populated, and there weren't too many people around. Even the weakest among the group was at Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle. Traveling at an incredible speed, it only took them 10 minutes to enter the forest. The lush vegetation obscured the sun, and the entire mountain range emanated a chilling aura. The mountain forest was completely silent, without the slightest sound. It was hard to tell if the people who had entered earlier had chased away the animals, birds, or if they knew that so many master teachers were going to hunt them down, so they chose to hide in advance. Xianxia, where do we go? After walking for a while, Luo Xian and the others couldn't help but feel anxious, let alone a spirit beast. They didn't even see a strand of beast fur. Leiyuan Peak is vast. As long as a spirit beast hides, it won't be easy to find it. However, there's no need to worry. I am a beast tamer, so I have already found some clues, Xianxia chuckled. Putting aside his identity as a master teacher, he was also a beast tamer who was proficient in the beast language. Even though the forest seemed empty, it couldn't escape the eyes of a beast tamer. Not to mention, he had the eye of insight as well. If he really wanted to find it, no matter how well he hid, he would not be able to escape. After walking for a while more, Xianxia suddenly stopped. He called for everyone to be silent, and with a flick of his wrist, a long sword appeared in his hand. Voila, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a streak of sword chi slashed down on the steep cliff before him. Just as everyone was wondering why the stone was being split apart, they heard a loud boom and the stone shattered. Following that, a gray figure rushed out. Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle Spirit Beast. Howling Wind Wolf, he didn't expect this guy to be hiding in the rocks. I'll leave it to you guys. I'll go ahead and take a look. Knowing that a spirit beast of this level wouldn't pose much of a threat to Luo Xian and the others, Xianxia didn't make a move. Instead, he leaped forward. This valley was slanted upwards. Although there were steep rocks everywhere, there was also dense vegetation. His feet tapped back and forth on the tree branches, and in a short while, he had traveled 7 to 8 kilometers. Xianxia came to a halt and frowned. Is this the mark of a herd of beasts? Even though there weren't many marks on the ground, through his eye of insight, he could easily tell that a herd of beasts had passed by not too long ago. Blueback ferocious bear, steelfang panther, southern yellow tiger, golden arm ape. There are at least a dozen different kinds of spirit beasts in this herd, and they are all at consonant spirit realm, known for their speed. After a moment of observation, Xianxia came to a conclusion. Different kinds of spirit beasts would leave different marks as well. With a single glance, Xianxia was able to recognize at least a dozen of them. These spirit beasts were usually hostile toward one another, but for them to be walking together at this moment, it was likely that just as Elderme had said, they had already banded together to hunt down the humans. Xianxia, just as Xianxia was about to continue observing the spirit beasts, Luo Xian and the others suddenly caught up to him. A clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle spirit beast was indeed nothing to them, and they were able to kill it easily. However, there were simply too many people in their group, and killing 1 or 2 of such spirit beasts was no different from trying to put out a fire with a cup of water. Everyone, lower your voices. Let's do something big. Xianxia said with a smile. Since there were at least a dozen transcendent mortal 5-Dan spirit beasts passing by, it was only right for them to find a way to eliminate them. As long as they killed all of them, they should be able to accumulate sufficient points. If it were any other team or alliance, even if they knew that there were more than a dozen consonant spirit realm spirit beasts ahead of them, they wouldn't dare to charge in recklessly. However, Xianxia was different. His cultivation had already reached transcendent mortal 5-Dan pinnacle, and as long as he willed it, he would be able to slaughter all of them single-handedly. Do something big? Everyone was perplexed. Based on my observation, there should be a group of consonant spirit realm spirit beasts passing by. As long as we kill them, we should be able to accumulate sufficient points. Xianxia chuckled. Consonant spirit realm spirit beasts? Everyone's eyes glowed in excitement. Given that a consonant spirit realm primary stage spirit beast was worth 10 points, they should be able to accumulate sufficient points for 5 of them. As for whether there would be any danger, didn't Xianxia have a half 9-Dan tamed beast? If there was any danger, it would be more than enough to make a move. Follow me. Paying no heed to the thoughts of the crowd, Xianxia immediately dashed forward, following the traces left behind by the spirit beasts. Something is wrong. A moment later, he came to a halt. Ruohuan Gongzi walked up and asked, "What's wrong?" There are traces of a formation up ahead, but there aren't any signs of a battle. Xianxia frowned. What do you mean? The crowd was perplexed. There are traces of a formation up ahead. In other words, someone has been lying in ambush here. Since there aren't any signs of a battle, it can only mean that the spirit beasts didn't fall for the trap. Xianxia explained. Spirit beasts are naturally sensitive to spiritual energy. Perhaps they have noticed the formation and chose to hide. Luo Xian interjected. Spirit beasts were far more sensitive to smell and touch than humans, so it shouldn't be surprising for them to notice the formation ahead of time. This is a grade 5 green firmament beguilement formation. Even a consonant spirit realm master teacher wouldn't be able to notice it if he were to pass by. Xianxia shook his head. It wasn't that easy. Even though the other party had removed the formation, there were still traces of it. With Xianxia's eye of discernment, he should have been able to determine the type and tier of the formation. The green firmament beguilement formation was known for its concealment ability. Without using the eye of insight, it would be difficult for even him to notice it. Needless to say, a bunch of spirit beasts, he didn't believe that a bunch of consonant spirit realm spirit beasts would possess a sharper eye of discernment than his. Then what's going on? Hearing the words green firmament formation, the crowd frowned. I have no idea either. Let's follow them to take a look. Xianxia also had no idea what was going on, but there was nothing for him to worry about. Judging from the traces, it seemed like the spirit beasts had left not too long ago. As long as they continued to follow them, they should be able to find out what was going on. All right. Knowing that Xianxia was right, the crowd followed behind him. As Xianxia proceeded forward, he continued searching for traces of his tracks. 10 minutes later, he came to a halt once more. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Ruohuan Gongzi walked up to him and asked, "What's wrong this time?" Someone passed by here earlier and used the scarlet blood pill as bait, but the spirit beasts didn't fall for it and left stealthily. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia said. Scarlet blood pill? It's a grade 5 pill. Consonant spirit realm spirit beasts aren't able to resist it at all. Xianxia was getting more and more perplexed. If it had been any other item, the spirit beasts might still have been able to resist it. However, the scarlet blood pill could nourish one's bloodline, and it was extremely beneficial to spirit beasts. Yet, it was still able to resist the temptation. Unlike humans, spirit beasts didn't possess the intelligence of humans. If they knew that it was a trap, there wouldn't be so many tamed beasts tamed by humans. It could be said that it was a coincidence that it was able to avoid the formation once, but now, it was even able to resist the temptation of the scarlet blood pill. More importantly, the person who set up the formation and the person who used the scarlet blood pill to lure the spirit beasts have disappeared. Xianxia continued. Disappeared? Could it be that they were killed by them? Luo Xian narrowed his eyes. To be able to take out a grade 5 formation and a grade 5 pinnacle pill, there was no way that they would be an easy opponent. If so many of them had been killed, it was unlikely that they would have been able to stand against them. No. If it was a battle, there would surely be traces left behind. Putting aside a bunch of consonant spirit realm spirit beasts, even a transcendent mortal 8-dan or 9-dan cultivator would find it hard to kill a group of master teachers in a single breath. Xianxia shook his head. Those who were qualified to participate in the examination were all elites among the master teachers. They had a bright future ahead of them, so there was no one who didn't have some means to protect themselves. Putting aside a dozen consonant spirit realm spirit beasts, even if there were several transcendent mortal 8-dan or 9-dan spirit beasts, it would still be impossible for them to kill a group of master teachers without leaving any traces behind. Then, everyone was perplexed. If I'm not mistaken, those people must have noticed the spirit beasts and secretly followed them. Xianxia revealed his deduction. Followed them? Otherwise, the formation wouldn't have been dismantled so cleanly, and the pills have been taken away. There isn't a single trace on the ground at all. Xianxia said. Discovered the spirit beasts? That can't be right. Since the spirit beasts noticed them, they must have left discreetly. Wouldn't it be dangerous for them to continue following them? Ruohuan Gongzi remarked as he thought of the crux of the matter. That's the reason why I'm perplexed. Xianxia nodded. Since the spirit beasts were able to notice the formation and the traps laid by humans in advance, they should have left discreetly so as to escape unnoticed. But now, not only did the first group notice them, the second group noticed them as well. It was as if the spirit beasts were intentionally leaving their tracks for others to find. This was indeed a matter worth pondering over. Let's continue pursuing them, knowing that it was impossible for them to find the answer here. Xianxia pinpointed the marks left behind by the spirit beasts and continued pursuing them. The crowd quickly followed suit. Soon, an hour later, they had circled around the mountain, and they had already noticed several ambushes. There were even signs of battle. However, the marks were extremely simple. Most likely, the spirit beasts had retreated after encountering the spirit beasts. Could it be that they realized that someone was tailing them and retreated out of fear of incurring trouble? Luo Xian asked. That's possible. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to say something, someone from the crowd suddenly shouted, "Look, there are people in front." The crowd walked forward and saw 3 freshmen sitting on the ground. Their bodies were stained with blood, and they seemed to have sustained some light injuries. The 3 of them were only at Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle. Upon seeing so many people, their faces immediately warped in shock. "We haven't hunted any spirit beasts yet." After saying those words, they recalled that snatching was forbidden among master teachers, and they heaved a sigh of relief. "I've seen them before. They're from Luoyuan Empire." Luo Xian sent a telepathic message over. Xianxia nodded. Just like Miryu Empire, Luoyuan Empire was a Tier 2 empire. Back in the academic sea, they lived in close proximity to one another, so they were able to recognize one another. "Were you injured by the spirit beasts?" Xianxian turned to the trio and asked. "That's right." Knowing that they bore no hostility, the trio didn't try to hide the truth. "It shouldn't have been a problem for a dozen consonant spirit realm spirit beasts to kill you. Why did you leave after sustaining light injuries?" Xianxian frowned. It was already a walk in the park for a consonant spirit realm spirit beast to kill 3 transcendent mortal 4-Dan master teachers, needless to say, a dozen of them. If they were to make a move, the 3 of them would be dead in less than a breath. There was no need for them to leave after sustaining light injuries. "You. How did you know that we were attacked by a dozen consonant spirit realm spirit beasts?" One of the master teachers was taken aback. "We are currently tracking those spirit beasts, so of course we know." Xianxian replied. "Oh, we aren't too sure either. We were just moving when we encountered so many spirit beasts. We thought that we were doomed, but they only attacked us once before turning around and leaving, as if afraid of something." The master teacher replied. "They were probably afraid that you would catch up to them," another master teacher interjected. Not too long after the spirit beasts left, the group of people immediately caught up to them. Most likely, they were afraid that they would be on their tail, so they didn't dare to stay any longer. If they were afraid that we would follow them, they would surely be furious at humans. At this point, Luo Xian had also noticed the problem. If this group of people really discovered them and were afraid that they would be caught, they would definitely not show any mercy if they encountered other humans who tried to stop them. Could they only lightly injure them? "What's up ahead?" Raising his eyebrows, Xianxian could not help but ask. "Ahead of us is the skyline, one of the most dangerous valleys on Leiyuan Peak," the first master teacher said. "The most dangerous? Oh no." Xianxian suddenly thought of something and leaped up. He rushed forward hastily, and the others followed closely behind him. Not long after, they arrived at a huge valley surrounded by precipitous cliffs. Looking up from below, the sky was like a straight line, giving off a feeling that one man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Ding 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 ding, even before arriving, Xianxian could already feel a surge of Xinqi and the sound of weapons clashing against one another. "There's a battle ahead." Hearing the voice and feeling the surge of Xinqi, how could the crowd not realize that there was a battle ahead? Perplexed, they turned their gazes over. "We'll know once we go up and take a look," Xianxian pointed. It was a high point in the canyon. Countless rocks stood in midair, covering a large area. One could clearly see the scene in front of them from above. Rushing up, the crowd's faces paled. Several hundred spirit beasts had surrounded the 200 master teachers. There were consonant spirit realm and cosmos bridge realm spirit beasts among the spirit beasts, and every single one of them was incredibly powerful. Even though there were quite a few master teachers surrounded by the spirit beasts, many of them still sustained severe injuries under the onslaught of so many spirit beasts. "We are being surrounded." Could it be that those spirit beasts intentionally revealed an opening to lure the master teachers over so that they could annihilate them? Everyone's lips twitched, and their faces paled. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, if they were to be surrounded by so many spirit beasts, there was no doubt that they would die, even though Xianxia had the half-9 Dan Great Violet Wing Beast with him, the ladder was simply too huge, and the skyline before them was too narrow. Even if they managed to reach it, they wouldn't be able to move freely. If anything went wrong, they might even fall into danger under the encirclement of so many spirit beasts. Zhang Xian's face turned grim. His soul depth was far higher than that of the others, and his ability to analyze the situation was also much deeper than theirs. When he first noticed that the group of spirit beasts had turned around and left, he had already harbored suspicions. From the looks of it now, it was indeed a scheme: blue-backed ferocious bear, steel-fanged panther, southern yellow tiger, golden-armed steel ape. These were spirit beasts that specialized in speed on land. Even a Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage master teacher would find it hard to catch them if they were to sprint at full speed. Yet, they were intentionally taking a detour to lure more and more master teachers over. Just that, they didn't expect to lure the humans here to surround and annihilate them. Alliance, everyone had been thinking of working together to hunt the spirit beasts, but never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the spirit beasts had already formed an alliance. The bait was the bait, and the ambush was the ambush. The division of labor was clear and orderly, and they intended to annihilate the humans in one fell swoop. Fearsome, if they hadn't encountered the spirit beasts, would they have fallen into their trap as well? Xianxia, what should we do? A master teacher asked anxiously. As a master teacher, it was their duty to step forward to save their comrades. But, even if they were to rush over, it would be impossible for them to do anything at all. In fact, even if the great violet wing beast were to arrive, it would be impossible for it to save so many people. The responsibility of a master teacher is to protect mankind. No matter how dangerous it is, we must ensure that the lineage of mankind doesn't die out. If we don't save our comrades when they are in danger, it will be a breach of our principles, and it will be difficult for us to advance any further in the future. But, if we really intend to save them, it would be futile even if all of us were to be wiped out. Indeed. Given the current situation, we don't know whether we should save them or not. The crowd fell silent. Given their strength, it was impossible for them to save the humans. If they didn't save them, they would only be watching helplessly as their comrades were killed. They would surely feel guilty, and they would lose the moral values that they had always held on to. We have to save them, but it's impossible for us to enter just like that. Zhang Xian frowned as he tapped his sleeves with his fingers. Then what should we do? The crowd turned their gazes over. At this moment, everyone was placing their hopes on the young man before them, hoping that he could create another miracle. Do any of you have the formation flags and blueprint for the Grade 5 beguilement formation? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before turning to the crowd. I do. A master teacher from Luoyuan Empire replied. As a formation master, he was capable of setting up formations to capture spirit beasts. This was also the reason why he dared to travel alone. Otherwise, given their strength as clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle cultivators, they wouldn't have dared to leave alone. Give it to me. Zhang Xian stretched out his hand. All right. Knowing that it was for the sake of saving his comrades, the master teacher nodded. With a flick of his wrist, a pile of formation flags and a jade token appeared before him. This is a Grade 5 primary illusory footsteps beguilement formation. It was created by the formation master of our empire, Tao Ran. However, it's extremely troublesome to set up this formation. Even though I have studied it for 3 years, it will still take me at least 2 hours to set it up. More importantly, given how narrow the gorge is, how are we going to set it up? The master teacher asked doubtfully. Even if he were to set up this formation, it would take him at least 2 to 4 hours to set it up. Besides, setting up a formation required one to study the terrain and use a compass to find the nodes where the spiritual energy in the area intersected. Putting aside whether he could set up the formation or not, even if he could, it was unlikely that the master teachers would be able to hold on for too long under the assault of so many spirit beasts, not to mention, how were they supposed to set up the formation if they didn't head over? If they were to head over, they would be surrounded as well, and even if they didn't die, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Of the 200 master teachers trapped here, there were bound to be formation masters as well. Even so, what could Zhang Xian possibly do? Let me take a look first. Paying no heed to the other party's words, Xianxia tapped on the jade token and infused his Xianxia into it. Following which, the illusory footsteps beguilement formation appeared before his eyes. Flaws. Xianxia muttered as he stared intently at the jade token. However, his consciousness was already immersed in his mind. The illusory footsteps beguilement formation was a type of beguilement formation created by formation master Tao Ran of Luoyuan Empire. It was capable of making use of the terrain to beguile life forms, and once trapped, even a Cosmos Bridge realm expert would find it difficult to escape. Browsing through books in the Library of Heaven's Path was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, Xianxia had already memorized all of the key points of the formation. Opening his eyes once more, he turned to the crowd and asked, "Do you have any spirit stones on you?" "Spirit stones?" The crowd nodded in agreement. "We have some." Even though middle-tier spirit stones were valuable, most 4-star pinnacle and half 5-star master teachers would still have some on them. "Take them all out. Prepare 10 spirit stones each. If it's not enough, borrow from others," Xianxia instructed. "All right." The crowd nodded. 10 middle-grade spirit stones was more than enough for him to take out. Seeing that everyone had prepared their spirit stones, Xianxia instructed, "We have a total of 53 people now. Excluding me, there are 52 of you. Split into 4 groups, named East, West, South, and North." Even though they had no idea what Xianxia's intentions were, they could only follow his instructions. Thus, the crowd nodded and split into 4 groups. As master teachers, they moved swiftly. In just 10 breaths, they were done. "All right, prepare yourselves. Later on, listen to my instructions and execute them strictly. The slightest mistake, and we might not be able to save them." With a grim expression, Xianxia looked at the crowd. "Xianxia, don't worry. We will listen to your arrangements." Even though the crowd was still doubtful, seeing the determination and confidence in Xianxia's eyes, they nodded in agreement. The 3 master teachers from Luoyuan Empire were still intending to question Xianxia on the matter, but upon seeing the attitude of the crowd, they could only swallow their words. Taking a deep breath, they looked at the young man before them with doubt in their eyes. This young man wasn't the oldest among them, so why did everyone trust him so much? In their view, unless an expert of Elder Mi's caliber were to make a move personally, no one would be able to save them. Could it be that this fellow really had a solution? Everyone, please follow Lao Ye's Weibo. Search for Qidian sweeps the world's edge with V authentication. There is a handsome photo of Laowa on it. Just as they were perplexed, the young man before them suddenly picked up the formation flag and stared intently at the terrain below, seemingly calculating his position. Xianxia is going to set up the illusory footsteps beguilement formation. Seeing Xianxia's actions, the eyebrows of the 3 master teachers shot up. Putting aside the fact that the ravine was narrow, the spiritual energy in the area was in a state of chaos. Even their compass was unable to locate the node of the formation, so how could they possibly set it up? Under such circumstances, even a 6-star or 7-star formation master would find it hard to succeed. More importantly, if they were to attempt to set up the formation, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they would be exposed. With so many spirit beasts around them, they might just turn around and attack them instead. None of them would be able to escape. Is this the solution you came up with? There's no need to panic. Since Xianxia says that he can save them, he must be confident of it. Seeing through their nervousness, Ruohuan Gongzi consoled them with a smile. He had interacted with Xianxia for the longest time, and he understood the latter the best. That young man seemed to possess boundless magic. Every single time, he would be able to turn the tables around easily. Take that otherworldly demon for example, how could he possibly be able to convince anyone to commit suicide? Yet, he was able to pull it off. Given his strength, how could he possibly be qualified to be here? It was the means of the young man that allowed him to succeed. Even though it might seem difficult, perhaps the young man might still be able to pull it off. Let's just hope so. The trio shook their heads with bitter smiles. While they were conversing, Xianxia had already finished surveying the terrain. Taking in a deep breath, he sent a telepathic message to the group. "Prepare yourselves." Hearing those words, the group gathered their concentration and held the spirit stones tightly in their palms. who, just as they were wondering what the young man would do next, the latter suddenly leaped forward and dashed toward the area where the spirit beasts and humans were fighting. This. Everyone's eyes narrowed in shock. That was the center of a battle between several hundred spirit beasts. Are you sure that you were trying to save them and not kill yourself? Roar. 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 As expected, upon seeing a person flying over, the spirit beasts surrounding the master teacher roared furiously and launched a flurry of attacks toward the master teacher. The attacks of the spirit beasts were as swift as a hurricane. Putting aside Xianxia, even a transcendent mortal 7-dan expert would die if struck by it. Who, just when everyone thought that it would be difficult for him to dodge and that it was highly possible that he would be killed before he could even reach him, the young man who was flying in the air suddenly shifted 3 feet to the right in a strange manner. The distance of 3 feet was not to be underestimated. Yet, the joint attack from before had instantly landed on empty air. Roar. Seeing that their attacks were ineffective, the spirit beasts flew into a rage. Roaring furiously once more, they launched several dozen attacks at Xianxia. It was different this time. Earlier, the combined might of the many spirit beasts had been so great that it was nearly impossible for Xianxia to withstand it. Now, however, the attacks were scattered all over the place, sealing off all paths of escape. These attacks might be weak, but if one were to be struck by them, one would surely be severely injured. If one were to fall to the ground, one would be surrounded. Putting aside saving others, it would be difficult for one to even protect oneself. The master teachers couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. Judging from the strength of the spirit beast's attacks, it was unlikely for them to kill a consonant spirit realm expert in midair. However, if one were to be struck by them, one would surely be severely injured and fall to the ground. By then, even without attacking, just the sheer weight of these spirit beasts would be enough to trample one to death. Look! Just as everyone was filled with worry, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone turned their gazes over, and what they saw left them dumbstruck. Xianxia, who was moving forward by stepping on the boulders, seemed to be able to predict the positions of the attacks in advance. Even though it was dangerous, he was able to dodge every single one of them without suffering the slightest injury. It was as if he was dancing on top of a sword. Despite the danger, he didn't suffer any damage at all. It's his incredible calculation ability, and fearsome eye of discernment. Everyone narrowed their eyes. As master teachers, they knew how difficult this task was. One had to understand the habits of the spirit beasts, their attack methods, the might of their moves, their speed. Only then would one be able to do so. In other words, while standing here, not only did Xianxia calculate the positions of the formation flags, he even calculated the possible attacks of the spirit beasts, as well as their means of escape. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to move so smoothly. How much calculation ability did he need to do so? How powerful was his eye of discernment? Was he still human? Oblivious to the shock and frenzy of the crowd, Xianxia's figure flickered non-stop, and 10 breaths later, he finally arrived above the encirclement of the crowd. Taking a deep breath, his eyebrows shot up, and Jinqi shot out from his palms. Go! Wing wing wing, the several hundred formation flags in his hands immediately emitted a shrill buzz, and so, they scattered into the surroundings simultaneously. This is the skill that only 7-star formation masters are able to use. 100 flags sealing void? The master teacher who had passed the formation flags to Xianxia previously paled, and he nearly fell from the boulder. 100 flags sealing void? What is that? Everyone was perplexed. This was a term used by formation masters. Most master teachers didn't have this occupation as their supporting occupation, so they didn't know much about it. Legend has it that 7-star formation masters possess incredible mental prowess. Even without using a compass, they are able to find the corresponding nodes of the formation flags and throw them out simultaneously to set up a formation in an instant. How did he do it? The master teacher's lips quivered in astonishment. Formations weren't static. They had to be adapted to the environment to carry out all kinds of modifications. Even a 7-star formation master would only be able to set up low-grade formations such as grade 4 or grade 5. Given that the young man before him was only at consonant spirit realm, it was already a stretch for him to be able to set up a grade 5 formation, and yet, he was still able to use such a profound technique. Are you for real? I can't be seeing things, right? Hung Long, amidst the master teacher's shock, the formation flags had already begun falling. Some pierced into the crowd while others landed on the walls of the valley. The flags fluttered in the wind, but there was no movement at all. This is bad. This is an area of chaotic spiritual energy. Without a source of spiritual energy to replenish the formation, even if I set up the formation flags in the right place, I won't be able to activate them. Seeing that there was no formation despite the formation flags falling, the master teacher's eyebrows shot up once more. The reason why he was able to set up a grade 5 primary formation despite not having reached Cosmos Bridge Realm wasn't due to his talent but because he had already tamed the formation flags and infused them with his teacher's energy. Under the condition that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was stable, the formation would be able to maintain its circulation and unleash the might of a formation. But at this moment, a battle was going on below. The valley was filled with spiritual energy, and there was no discernible pattern to it. Even if the formation flags were placed in the right place, they wouldn't be able to activate their teacher's energy to activate the formation. Prepare yourselves. East, 2 fists to the left, throw out the spirit stones in your hands. West, 4 fists to the right. Just as the master teacher was at a loss over what to do, the anxious voice of the young man suddenly sounded in his ears. Yes. He had no idea what the other party was up to, but there was no time for him to think too much about it. The master teachers of the 4 groups immediately drove their Xianxia and threw out the spirit stones in their hands. Woo-woo, 52 master teachers shot out their spirit stones simultaneously, and a total of 520 spirit stones flew right above the spirit beasts. Roar! Upon seeing so many spirit stones, the spirit beasts were taken aback, and they hurriedly launched their attacks toward the sky. Voila, the powerful attacks were like a tempest. Under the barrage of attacks, the spirit stones shot out by the 4 groups abruptly changed their trajectory. It's over, the master teachers clenched their fists tightly. Judging from Xianxia's tone, he must have calculated the direction in which they would shoot out their spirit stones. Now that the spirit beasts had altered their trajectory, the plan that they had come up with would be for naught. Wing 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 wing. Just as they thought that their plan was doomed, the spirit stones from the 4 groups abruptly changed their trajectory and arrived at the spot beneath Xianxia's feet simultaneously, colliding with one another. Hung Long, as soon as the spirit stones collided with one another, they exploded simultaneously. In an instant, a surge of concentrated spiritual energy gushed toward the formation flags below. This, Xianxia, knew that the spirit beasts would attack in advance. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment, and they nearly bit their tongues. The situation before them was still within Xianxia's calculations. In other words, he had long predicted that the spirit beasts would attack upon seeing the spirit stones, and he had even calculated the direction in advance to have the spirit stones collide with one another, resulting in a surge of concentrated spiritual energy. This, even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they still felt as if they had seen a ghost. Activate! Just as everyone's faces were pale from fright, Xianxia bellowed coldly in midair. He stomped his feet on the ground, and a surge of Xianxia shot out. Wung, the formation flags, which had absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy from the spirit stones, began to vibrate, and a dense mist immediately shrouded the spirit beasts and the master teachers within it. Illusory Footsteps Beguilement Formation, activate. To use the spiritual energy from the spirit stones to alter the chaotic Xianxia of the battle and activate it. How familiar must one be with the Illusory Footsteps Beguilement Formation? Even the creator of this formation, Master Tao Ran, isn't capable of such a feat. The 3 master teachers from Luoyuan Empire trembled in fear. Even though it had only been a few breaths, that fellow was simply too freaking frightening. Step by step, the feat that everyone thought was impossible seemed to be as easy as spinning silk from a cocoon in the hands of the other party. Once the formation is formed, all of the spirit beasts and master teachers will be trapped. As long as we deal with them properly, we should be able to save the master teachers. Seeing the formation taking shape, Luo Xian, Ruo Huan Gongzi, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. With the Illusory Footsteps Beguilement Formation trapping the spirit beasts and master teachers, it was impossible for them to continue fighting. Even if they were unable to save the master teachers, they could at least ensure the safety of the master teachers for the time being. Indeed. As expected of Xianxia, to be able to think of such a method. The crowd nodded in agreement. Hong Long, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they thought that there was hope to save the master teachers, the formation below suddenly rumbled, and the mist began to churn. This is bad. These spirit beasts are too formidable. They intend to break the formation with brute force. The master teacher from Luoyuan Empire exclaimed in alarm. Even though it would be difficult for a non-formation master to decipher a formation, as long as one possessed sufficient strength, it was still possible for them to do so. Taking the current situation as an example, even if Xianxia were to be trapped by a grade 3 formation, even without using the Eye of Insight or the Library of Heaven's Path, he would still be able to destroy the formation with a single punch. No matter how formidable a formation was, there was a limit to how much it could withstand. Once the limit was exceeded, it would be rendered useless. It could be said that in front of absolute power, everything else was fleeting clouds. Even though the illusory footwork beguilement formation had reached grade 5, it was only at primary stage. It was easy for it to trap a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert, but it would be difficult for it to trap a cultivator stronger than that. The strongest of these spirit beasts was only at Cosmos Bridge Realm, but with their sheer numbers, even a transcendent mortal 7-dan perfect harmonization realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand their combined might. If all of them were to be channeled into the formation, the illusory footwork beguilement formation would surely collapse. Destroy the formation with brute force? Hearing those words, the crowd came to a realization, and their faces paled. Just as they thought that there was hope for them to save the others, the formation was about to collapse. What should they do? Were they supposed to watch helplessly as the formation collapsed, placing the master teachers in grave danger once more? Would all of their efforts go down the drain? Given your understanding of the formation, don't you have any ideas to salvage the situation? Luo Xian couldn't help but ask. The others also turned their gazes over as well. He was the one who had provided the formation, and the formation flags were his as well. Was there any way to salvage the situation? Salvage the situation? The master teacher shook his head. With a bitter smile, he said, "There is indeed a way, but it's a pity that it's not possible." Not possible? Tell us what it is. With so many of us here, we should be able to resolve it. Luo Xian hurriedly said. There were more than 50 master teachers here, and there were quite a few of them who specialized in formations as well. As long as there was a way, they should be able to resolve the issue. At this juncture, it's useless to have so many people. The master teacher sighed. To tell you the truth, this formation is only at grade 5 primary stage. If a 5-star formation master were to reinforce it personally, he would be able to raise it to intermediate stage or even advanced stage. With that, even if the spirit beasts were to work together, they wouldn't be able to breach the formation. 5-star formation master? Xianxia's comprehension of formation should be on par with a 5-star formation master. Is he unable to do it? Ruo Huan Gongzi asked. Xianxia's understanding of formations was truly astounding. Since he could easily set up a 5-star formation, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to maintain it, right? You don't understand what I mean. By 5-star formation master, I am referring to a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator. Even though Xianxia's comprehension of formations wasn't weak, his cultivation was still only at consonant spirit realm. Without sufficient strength, you won't be able to activate the energy that teacher left behind in the formation flags. No matter how you attack, it will be useless. That great teacher said. This, with livid faces, everyone clenched their fists tightly. If it was any other matter, they would surely be able to achieve a better result if they worked together. However, the Cosmos Bridge Realm, the array formation looked like it would collapse at any moment. It was impossible for anyone to break through to such a realm. In such a short time, if he couldn't succeed, he wouldn't be able to reinforce the formation. That brother you from before has reached Cosmos Bridge Realm, but it will be too late for us to find him now. Luo Xian gritted his teeth. He knew that brother you had reached Cosmos Bridge Realm, but he had no idea where the other party was at the moment. Furthermore, there was a conflict between the other party and the others, so it was impossible for him to make a move to save the other party. Why don't you all leave and seek reinforcements? Otherwise, once the formation collapses and the spirit beasts break free, We won't be able to escape from this calamity." Hesitating for a moment, the great teacher scanned the surroundings. However, before he could finish his words, the crowd suddenly stopped talking and turned their gazes to the front with frenzied gazes. "What's wrong?" Frowning, the great teacher raised his head as well, and what he saw left his mouth widening in shock. Standing on the boulder in front of them, Xianxia glanced down at the formation, which was on the verge of breaking apart. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, and his aura began surging. Hung long long, his acupoints opened, and he frenziedly absorbed the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Due to the incredible speed at which he was absorbing the spiritual energy, a thunderous rumbling echoed in the air. A rainbow-like bridge appeared above his head, connecting the heavens and the earth, making him look like an undefeatable demonic god. He is trying to achieve a breakthrough to Cosmos Bridge Realm? The great teacher's lips trembled, and he nearly burst into tears. Other consonant spirit realm pinnacle cultivators would require the protection of a teacher, sufficient resources, and many days of arduous training to achieve a breakthrough to Cosmos Bridge Realm. Yet, this fellow actually attempted a breakthrough right away upon seeing that the formation was on the verge of collapse. You can't play around like that. Boom! While the great teacher was still trembling in shock, Xianxia suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the bridge in front of him. Following which, his cultivation began to surge furiously. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, the young man opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp, and his every movement seemed to be in harmony with nature. Cosmos Bridge Realm. He achieved a breakthrough just like that? Isn't this a little too easy? Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They had seen cultivators achieve breakthroughs quickly, but this was the first time they had seen someone achieve breakthroughs so quickly. To achieve a breakthrough from Consonant Spirit Realm to Cosmos Bridge Realm in just 3 breaths. Brother, are you sure you aren't a top-notch expert? There's no time to continue. Ignoring the frenzied crowd, Xianxia lowered his head to look at the shaking formation below. Under normal circumstances, given that he had already obtained the Cosmos Bridge Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art, he should have pushed for a breakthrough to Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle. However, the formation was on the verge of collapse, so there was no time to spare. Stabilize. Frowning, Xianxia flicked his finger, and a surge of Xinqi immediately surged toward the formation. Jai. Under the nourishment of the Heaven's Path Xinqi, the thinning mist beneath began to surge once more. Under the frenzied attacks of the beasts, the shaking illusory steps bewildering formation gradually stabilized. He succeeded. He managed to stabilize it once more. The eyes of the crowd gleamed in excitement as they turned to look at the young man once more with admiration in their eyes. To be able to achieve a breakthrough to Cosmos Bridge Realm so easily. Was he still a human? This was especially so for Ruo Huangongzi, Luo Xian, and the others. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and they nearly fainted from shock. They had witnessed the breakthrough from Yin-Yang Realm to Clarifying Turbidity Realm during the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Tournament, and yet, in just a short period of time, he was already a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert. In the past, they had thought that they would be able to compete with him, but at this very moment, they had lost all confidence in themselves. Alright, the illusory steps bewildering formation has stabilized. Let's find a way to save them. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia returned to the group. Theoretically speaking, it's possible, but the beasts inside are all spirit beasts. How are we going to save them? The crowd asked. The illusory steps bewildering formation had trapped both parties, preventing them from fighting. Theoretically speaking, the master teachers should be safe, but it wouldn't be that easy to save them. The spirit beasts were only trapped in the formation, not dead. If anyone were to charge in, they would be surrounded by the beasts, making it nigh impossible for them to escape. On the other hand, if anyone were to attempt to escape, they would be faced with the beasts as well. It could be said that as long as the beasts and the master teachers remained in the formation, no matter how powerful one was, it would be impossible to save them. Unless the people inside could fly out. Even if they could fly, they would have to find the life gate of the illusory steps bewildering formation first. Under the effects of the illusory steps bewildering formation, everything was fake. If one could escape just by jumping, it wouldn't be worthy of being a grade 5 formation. Simple. You all wait here while I go in to save them. Xianxia said calmly as he gazed at the illusory steps bewildering formation. Xianxia, you mustn't. You might be a formation master, but you can't differentiate between north and south in the illusory steppes bewildering formation. If you were to be surrounded by spirit beasts, you would be in deep trouble. Everyone leaped in shock. Not only were there master teachers in the illusory steppes bewildering formation, there were also several hundred spirit beasts. Even if you have just achieved a breakthrough to Cosmos Bridge Realm, you won't be able to kill so many of them. Trap me? Xianxia shook his head. Instead of replying, he instructed, make some preparations. When the others come out, treat those who need treatment. After saying those words, Xianxia leaped right into the illusory steppes bewildering formation. Xianxia, the crowd nearly fainted on the spot. If they were to fall into the illusory steppes bewildering formation, they would surely die. What should we do? Amidst the crowd, a master teacher exclaimed. Calm down. Xianxia has never done anything rash. Since he dared to jump in, he must have a plan in mind. Ruohuan Gongzi said. Others might not know Xianxia well, but he did. He knew that Xianxia would never do anything that he wasn't confident of. Since he had chosen to jump in, he must have a plan in mind. Indeed. Didn't Xianxia say so earlier? He told us to prepare to save them. Since he dared to say so confidently, he must have a plan. Luo Xian said. A plan? What kind of plan could he possibly have? Even if he has a deep understanding of formations, it's impossible for him to stand against so many spirit beasts. Unless he can circle around the spirit beasts and save the people inside. Since Xianxia was able to achieve a breakthrough to Cosmos Bridge Realm and set up a grade 5 formation so easily, he might really be able to pull it off. After a brief discussion, the crowd hurriedly turned their gazes toward the illusory steppes bewildering formation, only to see Xianxia disappearing into the illusory steppes bewildering formation. Given how there were so many spirit beasts, it was impossible for Xianxia to force his way through. The only way was to circle around them and save the people inside. But, to circle around several hundred spirit beasts in the illusory steppes bewildering formation, was Xianxia capable of doing so? Roar! 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 Just as everyone was panicking, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the illusory steppes bewildering formation. It seemed like Xianxia had met with the spirit beasts. Shit, he met with them, that meant that he was in danger. What do we do? Everyone was anxious, and they could not wait to rush down to help. However, before they could make a move, the roar from before sounded once more. However, this time it was no longer a roar of rage. Instead, it sounded as if it had seen something terrifying. It was filled with fear and horror. Roar? Roar? Roar, following which, a series of cries of agony sounded as if a pig was being slaughtered. It was as if the spirit beasts in the illusory steppes bewildering formation had met with a monster instead of Xianxia. What's going on? Everyone stared at one another in bewilderment. It's the middle of the month, please give me 2 monthly votes. Amidst the mist, Xianxia slowly made his way forward. Activating his Eye of Insight, the grade 5 beguilement formation was nothing to him. While the spirit beasts within were unable to see him, he was able to clearly see their every move. With a light tap of his foot, he silently appeared behind a spirit beast, stretched out his hand, and pressed down lightly. Putong, the spirit beast collapsed to the ground, severely injured. After achieving a breakthrough to Cosmos Bridge Realm, Xianxia's Xinqi prowess had reached 5,500,000 ding, putting him on par with a Cosmos Bridge Realm advanced stage cultivator. While these spirit beasts weren't weak, how could they possibly withstand his might? Cosmos Bridge Realm Primary Stage 4 million ding, Intermediate Stage 4,800,000 ding, Advanced Stage 5,600,000 ding, Pinnacle 6,200,000 ding. Struggling to raise its head, the spirit beast was just about to take down the person who had ambushed it when it suddenly heard a voice speaking in the language of beasts. Submit or die. Roar. Considering how powerful the other party was, the spirit beast gritted its teeth and kneeled down without any hesitation. As soon as it submitted, it felt a surge of energy gushing into its body. Not only did it heal its injuries, its bloodline also became purer under the nourishment of the surge of energy, and it was on the verge of achieving a breakthrough. Roar? The spirit beast's eyes reddened. Knowing that it was time for it to submit, it bowed down wholeheartedly. After instructing the spirit beast to remain where it was, Xianxia continued forward. Even though the elder me had said that these spirit beasts were vicious and that it wouldn't be a big deal to kill them, they were still living beings. Taming them was much better than killing them. Of course, if they were unwilling to submit to him, he wouldn't mind killing them as well. As Xianxia ventured deeper into the mist, the cries of agony of the spirit beasts echoed incessantly. More and more spirit beasts were tamed, and more stubborn ones were killed. While walking, Xianxia made use of this opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy in the surroundings to reinforce his cultivation. Within the beguilement formation, there was an aura vortex formed by the shattering of more than 500 spirit stones. Since he could use it to achieve a breakthrough and save some spirit stones at the same time, why not? 2 hours later, he successfully reached Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle. As for the hundreds of spirit beasts, they were either tamed or killed. There were only a few left. With his cultivation reaching Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle, his Xianxia prowess had been raised to 8 million ding, which was already comparable to a perfect harmonization realm primary stage cultivator. If he were to add in the 4 million ding from his physical body and 3,200,000 ding from his soul cultivation, he would be able to put up a fight even against a transcendent mortal 8 Dan primary stage expert. If he encountered the young man from the Yuan clan again, he would be able to defeat him easily even without using his clone. The spirit beasts are more or less dealt with. We can remove the formation now. Activating his Eye of Insight, Xianxia swiftly scanned the area once more, and upon confirming that all of the spirit beasts had been dealt with, he chuckled softly before stomping his foot on the ground. Whoosh, the formation stopped, and the fog-filled valley appeared before everyone once more. At the very center of the fog, more than 200 master teachers were seated on the ground, panting heavily as they tried to recuperate from their injuries and recover their Xianxia. Initially, he wanted to hunt, but who knew that he would fall into the trap of a spirit beast and fall into its trap? If not for the sudden appearance of the young man who had set up the beguilement formation, they would have already been wiped out. I recognize that young man. He's Xianxia from the Miryu Empire, Xianxia. He possesses a half-9 Dan Great Violet Wing Beast tamed by the Spirit Beast Pavilion. I was fortunate enough to meet him once during the trade fair. After recovering for some time, a pale-faced master teacher reported. Even though it was just a glimpse, he was still able to recognize the young man. That young man had once used the inner core of a transcendent mortal 8 Dan spirit beast to trade for a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation technique manual, causing a huge commotion. Those who had been to the trade fair would have heard of him. However, only a small portion of the 30,000 freshmen had been to the trade fair, so most of them were unaware of his existence. A half-9 Dan tamed beast? If that's the case, does that mean that we are saved? A master teacher clenched his fists expectantly. It won't be that easy. A slightly older master teacher shook his head. There are more than 400 spirit beasts here, and half of them have reached Cosmos Bridge Realm. On top of that, given how narrow the valley is, even a true 9 Dan spirit beast wouldn't be able to survive, let alone a half-9 Dan spirit beast. Besides, the other party set up a beguilement formation in order to save us. If the other party can't even enter, how can he possibly save us? While a single spirit beast might not be strong enough, the combined attack of several hundred of them was a fearsome force to be reckoned with. Just like soldiers, even a top-notch expert could be wiped out if they were to work together. This was also the reason why the Empire was so powerful. No one dared to defy its orders. Such was the situation before them. The fact that 400 spirit beasts were able to set them up meant that they had already formed an alliance. On top of that, the narrow valley made it difficult for the aerial spirit beasts to avoid them. If they were to attempt to save them, they would probably be killed before they could even reach them. Even if they were to charge into the beguilement formation, given the massive size of the great violet wing beast, it would be easy for them to notice their presence. It could be said that even if they were to set up a maze formation that would allow them to be safe for a short period of time, it would still be impossible for them to be rescued. Then, we can only wait for our deaths? The master teacher asked with an awful complexion. Don't think too much about it. Rest well and recover your stamina. We'll see what happens when the time comes. We can only hope that Elderme knows that we are in danger and makes a move personally. Otherwise, no one among the freshmen will be able to save us. The older master teacher sighed. In truth, he was also partly to blame for their current predicament. He had been too greedy, and in the end, he had walked right into the trap. Wait a moment, ding. Sure. Why do I hear the cries of agony coming from the spirit beasts outside? Do you think that Xianxia has already entered the beguilement formation? Another master teacher asked. He had heard quite a few cries of agony coming from the spirit beasts over the past few days. Could it be that someone had already made a move? You are still too naive. Xianxia shook his head. We can't see anything at the moment, so the cries of the spirit beasts are clearly a ploy to lure us in. Even if that isn't the case, it's probably the effect of the beguilement formation. Lure them in? I'm a 4-star beast tamer myself, and I've come into contact with spirit beasts for quite some time now. As such, I am able to discern the cries of the spirit beasts. Even though the cries of agony from the spirit beasts sounded more like excitement and flattery. It's clear that the spirit beasts are delighted to hear those cries of agony from the spirit beasts, thinking that we are already trapped. Xianxia said. As a beast tamer, even though he didn't understand the language of beasts and couldn't understand what the spirit beasts were saying, he could still discern the emotions of the spirit beasts. There were cries of agony and excitement in the spirit beasts' cries. Clearly, the spirit beasts had come up with a plan to capture them all in one fell swoop. Alright, let's find a way to recover our stamina and wait for the next battle. At this point, Xianxia was just about to warn the crowd not to take any chances when the formation suddenly shook violently. This is bad, the formation is about to break. Grab your weapons and prepare for battle, an anxious voice sounded as the other master teachers hurriedly stood up. The faces of the other master teachers also turned grim. But before they could finish their words, the beguilement formation suddenly came to a halt. Following which, they saw a young man slowly walking over to them. Everyone was taken aback. Alright. You are all saved. The young man said impassively. We are saved? The crowd was stunned. Only at this moment did they realize that the spirit beasts that had attacked them a moment ago were all kneeling on the ground with respectful gazes. And the young man was walking among them, reminiscent of an invincible emperor. He tamed all of them? He managed to tame more than 400 spirit beasts in just 2 hours? Soon, the crowd came to a realization, and they nearly fainted from shock. Others would have to fawn over spirit beasts and use all kinds of treasures to tame them. Yet, this young man actually managed to tame so many spirit beasts in just 2 hours. Was this for real? They weren't the only ones who were shocked. Ruohuan Gongzi and the others thought that they would be in for another tough battle after seeing the formation disappearing. However, upon seeing this sight, they nearly fainted from shock. To tame more than 400 spirit beasts in just 2 hours, brother, you are going to defy the heavens. Wait a moment, look. Xianxia's cultivation. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Hearing those words, the crowd hurriedly turned their gazes over. With a single glance, their bodies staggered, and they nearly fell off the boulder. 2 hours ago, Xianxia had just achieved a breakthrough to Cosmos Bridge Realm, and his aura was brimming with energy. It felt as if a river was flowing endlessly within him, giving one the feeling of a myriad of streams converging into the sea. Myriad of streams converging into the sea. This is Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle, a breakthrough to perfect harmonization realm. Didn't he just achieve a breakthrough to Cosmos Bridge Realm? Rubbing their eyes furiously, everyone felt as if they were going insane. They had seen cultivators who cultivated quickly, but this was the first time they had seen someone who could cultivate so quickly. To advance an entire cultivation realm from primary stage to pinnacle right after achieving a breakthrough, are you cultivating, or are you eating? Even if you are eating, you shouldn't be able to cultivate so quickly. Xianxia must have used some kind of secret art to raise his cultivation in order to save those spirit beasts. Otherwise, how could he possibly tame so many spirit beasts in such a short period of time? Indeed. Unless one's cultivation surpasses the other parties, how could one possibly tame 400 spirit beasts? The crowd clenched their fists tightly together. As master teachers, they knew how difficult cultivation was. To raise one's cultivation in such a short period of time, one had to pay a price. Most of the spirit beasts before them had reached Cosmos Bridge realm, so there was only one way to tame them, to surpass them in cultivation, to be willing to pay a price to raise his cultivation in order to save others. His character was truly worthy of respect. These spirit beasts that I have killed and tamed should be sufficient for you to earn your points. There's no need for you to continue. Let's return and complete the examination. At this moment, Xianxia's impassive voice echoed in the air. Following which, the young man leaped up the walls of the canyon and leaped higher and higher into the air. Sufficient for us to earn our points? Does Xianxia mean that we should bring these spirit beasts and inner cores back to complete the examination? He's going to give all of these spirit beasts that he has tamed and killed to us? This? With grim expressions, the crowd stared at the young man disappearing into the depths of the canyon. Clenching their fists tightly, their eyes reddened. Not for themselves, but for mankind, this was a true master teacher. Xianxia might not care about these spirit beasts, but are we really going to be so thick-skinned as to claim these spirit beasts as our own? After a moment of silence, Dingshi couldn't help but survey the surroundings. If not for Xianxia, we would have been dead by now. If we were to covet his tamed beasts and the fruits of his hunt, we would be no better than beasts. They were all master teachers, and they had their own values and dignity. They were already extremely grateful to Xianxia for saving their lives. If they were to covet the other party's belongings, how could they face others in the future? How could they face their ideals and values? Since everyone has such thoughts, allow me to propose a suggestion. Dingshi scanned the surroundings. At this moment, Ruo Huangongzi, Luo Xian, and the others also walked up from the boulder. Dingshi, please speak. Everyone turned to look at Dingshi. Since Xianxia wants us to stop here, we should listen to him and bring these spirit beasts back to complete the examination. However, at this point, Dingshi paused for a moment before continuing. Each of us only needs a single point to clear the examination. As for the remaining points, I would like to put them all under Xianxia's name. That's only right. Indeed. These spirit beasts were tamed and killed by Xianxia, so naturally, they should be under his name. Hearing those words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Elder Mi had already said that points could be accumulated and shared among many people. Since these spirit beasts were tamed and killed by Xianxia, they only needed a single point to clear the examination. The remaining points would be left to Xianxia. A master teacher of such conduct was qualified to stand out from the crowd and be recognized by all of the teachers and elders in the academy. This was something that they should do, and it was in line with the ideals that they held in their hearts. After coming to an agreement, the crowd swiftly descended the mountain with the spirit beasts and inner cores. Oblivious to the crowd's decision, Xianxia leaped out of the valley and flew up the steep mountain range. The taming of so many spirit beasts had verified some of his conjectures. Previously, he had noticed that the spirit beasts were luring the humans in an orderly manner, setting up an ambush for them. That had left him with a doubt. How did these fellows know the whereabouts of the humans, and how did they avoid the traps? The spirit beasts in charge of luring the crowd in were all only at consonant spirit realm, so it was impossible for them to notice a trap that even most master teachers were unable to detect. Unless there was someone guiding them from behind. That was why Xianxia made a move to save Xianxia and tamed a spirit beast to gather information. Sure enough, he managed to get some information out of him. The reason why they were able to succeed and trick so many humans was indeed because they had the guidance of a spirit beast behind them. An early-stage consolidation realm spirit beast. The Thousand Ant Hive Queen. He raised his eyebrows. Through their communication, they already knew who the mastermind behind this was, an early-stage consolidation realm spirit beast, the Thousand Ant Hive Queen. The Thousand Ant was an extremely rare savage beast. It was about the size of an ant and could fly freely in the mountains without being discovered. To an expert, such a small creature was nothing much, and they could easily kill it. However, what was truly frightening was the thing behind it. The Wasp Queen, the Thousand Ant Hive Queen, was roughly the size of a human. While it was unable to fly, it was able to control tens of thousands of thousand ants and use them as its eyes to cover an area. The reason why the spirit beasts were able to predict the ambush of the humans was due to the myriad ant hive queen controlling the thousand ants. Why would the Thousand Ant Hive Queen help these spirit beasts? Xianxia frowned as he advanced. The Thousand Ant Hive Queen was a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast, and with so many thousand ants under its command, it was more than capable of predicting the movements of the humans. As such, it would be extremely difficult for the freshman to harm it. There was no need for it to take the risk of allying with the other spirit beasts to deal with the humans. If Elderme were to find out about this, he would surely kill it. No matter what its motive is, I have to obtain the Thousand Ant Hive nest. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia was still unable to figure out what the other party's motive was. Thus, he shook his head and decided not to pursue the matter any further. He had tamed so many spirit beasts and hunted so many of them, so naturally, he wouldn't be so magnanimous as to hand it over to another master teacher. However, upon hearing about the Thousand Ant Hive Queen, he suddenly recalled a treasure that he desperately needed. Thousand Ant Hive Nest. The reason why the Thousand Ant Hive Queen was able to summon its thousand ants and bring them wherever it wished was because of this artifact. Similar to a storage ring, the Thousand Ant Hive Nest had a unique dimension within it. However, due to the spiritual energy within it, it was able to store living beings. In other words, as long as one had the Thousand Ant Hive Nest, one could store even a human within it. Storage rings were unable to store living beings, so it was extremely troublesome for one to trade with one's clone. However, if one had the Thousand Ant Hive Nest, one could simply place one's main body within it when one needed to summon one's clone. At the same time, one could also store the great violet winged beast within the Thousand Ant Hive Nest. This was especially so for a beast tamer like Xianxia, who had tamed so many spirit beasts. As long as he was willing to, he could store all of his tamed beasts within the Thousand Ant Hive Nest and bring it with him wherever he went. As soon as he used it, he would be able to form an army of spirit beasts. As such, when he heard about the Thousand Ant Hive Nest, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. As long as he could obtain it, it was more important than anything else. In fact, he couldn't even be bothered to send the spirit beasts and the master teachers down. The ant hive nest was bound to know that he had saved everyone. If it were to escape or hide somewhere, it would be difficult for him to find it again. With the ripples in his eye of insight, the Thousand Ant Hive Nest, which other master teachers would have been unable to see with their naked eyes, flapped their wings and flew swiftly in a certain direction. Concealing his aura, Xianxia silently followed behind the Thousand Ant Hive Nest. Since the Thousand Ant Hive Nest obeyed the orders of the Ant Hive Nest, as long as he followed it closely, he would surely be able to find it. With his current strength and control over his cultivation, it wasn't too difficult for him to hide from the savage beasts of the Thousand Ant Hive Nest. Along the way, Xianxia encountered quite a few examinees who had fallen into the traps of the spirit beasts. Seeing that they weren't too dangerous, he decided to ignore them. An hour later, he finally arrived at the waist of Leiyuan Peak. At this point, he was already several thousand meters away from the ground. The air was even colder than before, and white clouds lingered in the air. It felt as if he was walking amid the clouds. As he climbed higher and higher, the number of spirit beasts and examinees began to dwindle. There was barely anyone around. Could it be in the valley ahead? Seeing that the Thousand Ant Hive Nest had dived into a lush valley, Xianxia hid behind a tree and discreetly peered ahead. The valley was vast and spacious, stretching as far as the eye could see. Around 300 to 400 meters ahead, there was a massive cavern shrouded in darkness. To think that I would meet an acquaintance here. Xianxia smiled. To his surprise, he saw two familiar faces in front of the cavern. They were the Brother Yu who wanted to make a bet with him. At this moment, Brother Yu and Senior Feng were standing together outside the cavern, and they were holding on to an incense stick. The smoke from the incense stick drifted into the cavern. Beast-scale incense? It's no wonder that fellow dared to make a bet with me. To think that he had such a trump card. Taking a closer look at the incense stick, Xianxia nodded. This incense stick was different from ordinary incense sticks. There were grayish patterns on its surface, reminiscent of scales. Once lit, the smoke would flow in a straight line according to the will of the one who lit the incense stick. This incense stick was forged from the scales of high-tier spirit beasts, and it carried a unique fragrance that was fatally attractive to low-tier spirit beasts. If one were to inhale too much of it, it could even induce hallucinations, causing one to fall into a deep slumber. The reason why that fellow came all the way here to make a bet with him was probably because of this. Putting aside the high price of the beast scale incense, the forging method was said to have been lost. Xianxia had no idea where the other party obtained it from, but as long as he lit it up, countless spirit beasts would be willing to hunt for it. From the looks of it, that fellow must have hunted quite a few spirit beasts and obtained quite a few inner cores. Could it be that he had found the 1000-ant hive queen and was intending to hunt it down? Brother Yu, is there really a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast in there? At the entrance of the cavern, Senior Feng asked in disbelief. Don't worry. I prepared a long time for this examination. Not only did I prepare the beast scale incense, I even prepared a seeking mouse. Brother Yu chuckled, and a snow-white mouse leaped out from his embrace. The seeking mouse was a unique species of savage beast. It possessed an extraordinarily powerful nose, and as long as it caught a whiff of something, it would be able to track it down even if it was millions of li away. Back then, when Lu Chong attempted to sneak into Lin Lang's book collection vault, he was found by the Lin clan through this object. This isn't an ordinary seeking mouse? Taking a closer look, Feng Wu noticed a black line on the seeking mouse. It extended from its head all the way to its tail, and he was perplexed. He had seen seeking mice before, and they were as white as snow. Why would there be a black line on its head? Of course not. Ordinary seeking mice are only savage beasts, so how can they find the location of spirit beasts? This is a golden seeking mouse, a type of seeking mouse. It has already reached the level of a spirit beast, and it has been feeding on the feces of high-tier spirit beasts since young. Once released, it can easily locate spirit beasts within a radius of several dozen li. Stroking the seeking mouse lightly, Brother Yu remarked gleefully. He had spent a huge sum of money to purchase this seeking mouse, and the reason behind it was so that it could shock all of the elders in the examination. And from the looks of it, it was indeed effective. It was the one who said that there was a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast here. Brother Yu chuckled. What if a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast isn't bewitched by the beast scale incense? What should we do? Hearing the other party's confirmation, Feng Wu couldn't help but worry. Xianxia's cultivation was only at half Cosmos Bridge realm, and Brother Yu was only at Cosmos Bridge realm primary stage. If the perfect harmonization realm spirit beast hadn't been bewitched by the beast scale incense and charged out, they would have been doomed. It's not like you haven't seen the effects of the beast scale incense. As long as one hasn't reached Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan, it would be impossible for them to withstand its effects. Besides, don't worry, even if it isn't bewitched, I have other means to deal with it. There won't be any danger. Brother Yu nodded confidently. Knowing that there was a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast in the cavern, he still dared to charge in. How could he possibly be unprepared? Not only did he have the beast scale incense, he also had a grade 5 formation plate in his possession. It would be fine if that fellow didn't come out, but once it did, he would make sure that it would never return. The beast scale incense does have the effect of knocking out spirit beasts, but to knock out the myriad ant hive queen, it's impossible. Seeing this sight, Xianxia shook his head. The beast scale incense had a unique hallucinatory effect. Ordinary spirit beasts, even transcendent mortal 7 Dan pinnacle ones, would find it hard to escape from its trance. However, the myriad ant hive queen was different. Given that it could split its consciousness to control thousands of myriad ants, how powerful was its soul? How could it be that easy to knock out the myriad ant hive queen? If the myriad ant hive queen were to come out, it would be troublesome. I have to get my hands on the myriad ant hive nest. If they find out that this is where the myriad ant hive queen is, it won't be easy for me to get my hands on it. Xianxia didn't mind the safety of the duo. After all, since the myriad ant hive queen was able to take out something as valuable as the beast scale incense, there was no guarantee that she wouldn't have something even more formidable in her possession. What he was thinking about at the moment was how he couldn't let the other party know what was inside the myriad ant hive nest. The ant hive queen was incredibly rare, and it was hard to find a second one even in the entire Hongyuan Empire. It was already a stroke of luck for him to encounter one. If it were to fall into the other party's hands, it would be impossible for him to obtain it again. No one would be willing to sell a spatial artifact that could store life. Should I knock them out? Xianxia stroked his lower jaw. If he wanted to obtain the myriad ant hive nest, the best way was to barge in. Given that the duo was blocking the entrance, he would have to knock them out first. Forget it. Since this is an examination, Elder Me might be aware of it. If I were to be accused of robbery and fail the examination, it would be a huge loss for me. As soon as this thought appeared in Xianxia's mind, he shook his head. The ability of a saint was something that he couldn't comprehend. Since Xianxia had emphasized on not robbing the myriad ant hive nest, it would be troublesome if he were to knock them out and take the spirit beast away. Clone. With a thought, Xianxia's clone appeared before him. Communicating his thoughts to the other party, Xianxia executed the red dust heaven ascending steps and flew toward the cavern under the cover of the dense vegetation. No matter how well one maintained one's movement technique, one would still make a sound upon contact with the ground or leaves. However, there was no such concern when one was flying. As long as one didn't want to be noticed, even a perfect harmonization realm expert wouldn't be able to notice him. It didn't take long for him to arrive at a spot just several dozen meters away from the cavern, and he hid himself. So much of the beast scale incense's smoke has entered. It should be able to knock out that spirit beast. Should we go in and take a look? Senior Feng was relieved to hear Brother Yu's confirmation. His face flushed with excitement at the thought of obtaining the inner core of a consolidation realm spirit beast. Previously, Elder Me had said that a clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle inner core would be worth 1 point, a consonant spirit realm primary stage would be worth 10 points, intermediate stage would be worth 20 points, advanced stage would be worth 30 points, and pinnacle would be worth 40 points. A Cosmos Bridge Realm Primary Stage Spirit Beast was worth 100 points, a Cosmos Bridge Realm Intermediate Stage Spirit Beast was worth 200 points, and so on and so forth. A Perfect Harmonization Realm Spirit Beast Inner Core was worth 1000 points, obtaining so many points was equivalent to killing 10 Cosmos Bridge Realm Primary Stage Spirit Beasts. Even though most of the students possessed unparalleled talent, it was still sufficient for them to obtain a good placing. Don't be in such a hurry. Spirit beasts at the consolidation realm have a stronger soul. It's best to wait a little longer and not be careless. Brother Yu was also very excited, but he restrained himself a bit better than the other party. Although he was very confident in the beast scale incense, it was still a consolidation realm spirit beast. It was better to be safe than sorry. All right. Senior Feng nodded, and his eyes glowed in excitement. As long as we can kill this spirit beast, Brother Yu's points will be close to 2,000. Even if that Xianxia is able to borrow a half-9 Dan spirit beast once, he won't be able to get that many points. Just thinking about Xianxia left him feeling stifled. After being defeated by the other party with a single finger and humiliated repeatedly, his confidence had been shattered. If Brother Yu could defeat the other party this time, it would be a huge boost to his confidence. No matter how powerful the tamed beast is, we have to find the spirit beast first. If we can't even find the spirit beast, how are we supposed to earn points? Brother Yu sneered coldly as confidence gleamed in his eyes. So what if it was a half-9 Dan tamed beast? At the very most, he would only be able to find a Cosmos Bridge Realm spirit beast. Would he be able to find a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast? If he couldn't find one, it would be impossible for him to earn more points than him. Indeed. Senior Feng nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the sound of wind suddenly sounded outside the valley. Someone is here. Brother Yu's face darkened. Senior Feng also hurriedly turned his gaze over. It wasn't easy for them to find such a formidable spirit beast, and they didn't want others to lay their hands on it. It's the trail left behind by a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast. Just as Xianxia was preparing himself, the howling of the wind outside suddenly stopped, and a deep voice sounded in his ears. Perfect harmonization realm spirit beast? Hearing the voice, the eyebrows of the duo twitched. They had just said that they had found a spirit beast, and someone had already noticed it. Could it be that the other party was here to snatch it from them? Hoo-hoo. Just as they were perplexed, the sound of the wind grew further and further away. It seemed like the master teacher had gone off to chase after the perfect harmonization realm spirit beast. Look after the beast scale incense, I'll head over to take a look. Clenching his fists tightly, Brother Yu could no longer hold himself back. After saying a few words, he took a step forward and rushed out of the valley. Could there be another perfect harmonization realm spirit beast somewhere else? That person was chasing after the other party? surely it couldn't be such a coincidence. Walking out of the valley, Brother Yu saw a figure dashing up the mountain. However, it was already too far away for him to see clearly. As for the traces of the spirit beast, Brother Yu was unable to find anything at all. This is a good chance. Seeing that Brother Yu had arrived at the entrance of the valley, Senior Feng also turned his attention to the area outside the valley. On the other hand, Xianxia chuckled softly, and he dived straight into the cavern. Naturally, the person who had spoken earlier was his clone. His goal was to attract the other party's attention so that he could find a way to enter the cavern. As for why he didn't use his own voice, he could at least avoid the other party realizing that he had fallen for his trap. Ignoring his clone, Brother Yu, and Senior Feng, Xianxia entered the cavern and immediately activated his Eye of Insight to scan his surroundings. The cavern was dark and cold, and it was hard to tell how deep it was. There was a layer of myriad ants lying on the ground. It seemed like they had fainted from the beast-scale incense. The beast-scale incense was capable of fainting even transcendent mortal 6-dan spirit beasts, so it was natural that some savage beasts wouldn't be able to withstand it. Xianxia slowly flew into the cavern, and a moment later, his eyes lit up. Not too far away, there was a football-sized beehive hanging on the cliff wall. It felt as though it was forged from jade, and with a single look, it was clear that it was no ordinary object. Beside the beehive was a snow-white spirit beast. It was around the size of a human, and it was chubby. From afar, it looked no different from a snowman. This is the myriad anthive queen? Xianxia was taken aback. He had read about this life form in books, but he had never seen one before. He thought that it would be similar to the myriad anthive queen, with its many claws and ferocious appearance. Who could have thought that it would actually look like this? Perplexed, Xianxia lost control of his Xianqi, and a sliver of it leaked out. The snow-white myriad anthive queen seemed to have noticed something, and it immediately turned its gaze over. So, in the next instant, it was right before Xianxia, and its claws slashed down on him. As expected of a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast, its offensive prowess was truly astounding. Even before its claws could reach Xianxia, one could already feel an intense pressure pressing down on him, as if threatening to tear the air apart. In the perfect harmonization realm, one's strength would be purer, more compatible with nature, and one's soul would be stronger as well. This claw might seem simple, but it was infused with one's spirit, energy, and spirit, making it nigh impossible to withstand. Humph! Knowing that it was impossible for him to hide any more, Xianxia stretched his body, and in midair, he threw a punch at the myriad anthive queen. Driving his Cosmos Bridge realm pinnacle cultivation furiously, along with the strength of his physical body and soul, he was on par with the transcendent mortal 8-dan cultivator. Gotcha! Before the myriad anthive queen could even react, its snow-white body was already sent flying. It crashed into the wall, creating a huge depression. In a clash of pure strength, it was simply too weak. If not for the unique constitution of spirit beasts, it would have died on the spot. After being sent flying with a single punch, the myriad anthive queen seemed to have realized how powerful the person before it was. With a jolt of its body, it leaped out of the wall and headed straight for the beehive. Knowing that the person before it was dangerous, it wanted to snatch the beehive and escape. Trying to escape? Knowing that it would be difficult for him to get his hands on the myriad anthive nest once it was snatched away, Xianxia executed the Heaven's Path movement art. In an instant, he appeared before the myriad anthive nest and raised his palm to block the other party's path. Driving his Xianqi, Xianxia sealed the surrounding air. With his cultivation reaching Cosmos Bridge realm pinnacle, it would be difficult for even a perfect harmonization realm expert to break through his barrier. Wang, seeing that the human was preventing it from snatching the beehive, the myriad anthive queen panicked. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. I mustn't fight with it. Xianxia knew that he would be in deep trouble if he were to continue fighting with that fellow, especially with the myriad anthive bees around him. If they were to awaken, no matter how high his cultivation was, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. Thus, he drove his Xianqi and sent a palm strike toward the myriad anthive bees. Pong! Suffering a heavy blow, the myriad anthive queen crashed into the wall once more, spurting large mouthfuls of blood. This time, Xianxia had used too much strength. Even as a spirit beast, the myriad ant-hive queen was still severely injured. Submit to me and become my tamed beast, and I can help you raise your cultivation and recover from your injuries. Otherwise, die. After severely injuring the myriad ant-hive queen in a single move, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and began speaking in the ancient beast language. After which, a surge of pure heaven's path Xianxia gushed forth from his body. It felt as if the pores of one's body had been opened up. Wang! 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 Sensing the purity of the surge of Xianxia and the injuries it had sustained, the myriad ant-hive queen knew that if it hesitated any longer, the other party would surely kill it. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, it continued speaking. Let's make a contract. Knowing that the myriad ant-hive queen was willing to submit to him, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. With his heaven's path Xianxia and the ancient beast language, taming spirit beasts had become much easier than before. Not too long later, the contract was completed. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Xianxia raised his head to look at the beehive before him with a bizarre expression. After taming the myriad ant-hive queen, Xianxia was already able to communicate with it telepathically. Naturally, he had gained some understanding of the myriad ant-hive queen as well. Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but roll around in astonishment. This football-sized beehive was indeed capable of accommodating life. However, its diameter was only about 2 meters. It could only accommodate himself and the queen bee at most. He had been intending to send in the great violet-wing beast as well to form an army of spirit beasts, but from the looks of it now, he could only dream about it. The myriad ant-hive queen can be divided into many tiers, and the myriad ant-hive queen is the weakest of them all. As such, the nest it builds is also of a lower tier. Unless I can raise its tier and help it evolve, the nest will only be this big. Soon, he understood the reason. This myriad ant-hive queen was of the lowest tier, and its hive could only accommodate itself at the very most. If it wanted a larger hive, it would have to evolve. It was no wonder that this thing could be hidden in the mountain peak and be safe. Perhaps in the eyes of a true expert, even if this beehive existed, it would be useless. It would be better not to have it. What the hell is this? Xianxia had thought that he would definitely be rich after finding this item. Who could have thought that this would be the result? Xianxia could only smile bitterly. There are spiritual energy fluctuations inside. Let's go in and take a look. Just as Xianxia was about to rush over helplessly, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the cavern. Following which, footsteps could be heard. Brother Yu and Senior Feng seemed to have noticed something, and they were about to rush in. Previously, during the battle between Xianxia and the myriad ant-hive queen, he was unable to conceal his aura. Be it the movement of his Xianxia or the ramming of his spirit beast into the wall, he had caused a huge commotion. It was impossible for him not to be noticed. Let's enter first. Xianxia's brows furrowed, and he could no longer care about his helplessness. With a thought, the myriad ant-hive queen was stowed into the ant-hive nest. Following which, he stowed it into his storage ring. Although it was a spatial item, the beehive was rather special. It could be placed in a ring and carried around. Otherwise, carrying a football-sized thing on his back every day, even the dumbest person would be able to tell that something was amiss. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, he heard hurried footsteps at the entrance of the cavern. Following which, a night illumination pearl was tossed into the cavern, illuminating the surroundings. Oh no! He didn't expect the other party to enter so quickly. If he were to be discovered, he would really be in an awkward position. Frowning, Xianxia flicked his finger. Bang! The night illumination pearl that he had just thrown into the cave immediately exploded, and the cave returned to darkness once more. Knowing that there was no time to hesitate, he stomped on the ground. Whoosh! Executing the Heaven's Path movement art, Xianxia's figure blurred, and before Brother Yu and Senior Feng could react, they were already out of the cavern. Shocked, the two of them hastily got into a defensive stance. However, the other party had no intention of fighting them. In the blink of an eye, the other party disappeared. He hurriedly chased after them, only to see that the valley outside was completely empty. There was not even a shadow of a person. The spirit beast is gone? Returning back to the cavern, they looked around the area, but the spirit beast was nowhere to be seen. Brother Yu and Senior Feng glanced at one another. If they still couldn't figure out what was going on, they would really be fools. Damn it. It wasn't easy for me to knock out the spirit beast, but it was snatched away. Who is it? With a roar, Brother Yu almost went crazy. In his opinion, he must have knocked out the spirit beast, and that fellow snuck in and killed it before placing its corpse into his storage ring. Otherwise, why was there no trace of a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast even though there were signs of a battle? He had spent so much effort on the beast scale incense, only to end up benefiting someone else. It was already a blessing that he didn't explode on the spot. That was close. Outside the valley, Xianxia shook his head. It was fortunate that he hadn't been noticed. Otherwise, if the other party were to accuse him of stealing the spirit beast, he would have been in deep trouble. It was fortunate that he had reacted quickly and destroyed the night illumination pearl, turning the cavern dark. Otherwise, given the pair's eye of discernment, they would have surely recognized him. After advancing a while, Xianxia flicked his wrist and released the ant-hive queen. He still had some doubts that he needed to ask. Why did you instruct the spirit beasts to fight against the humans? Based on his understanding, the myriad ant-hive queen wasn't a benevolent spirit beast, and it had no ties with the other spirit beasts either. Why would it go through so much effort to instruct them to fight against the freshmen? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? It was the Byzantium Helios beast who forced me to do so. The ant-hive queen replied. By using the ancient beast language, Xianxia was able to communicate with the ant-hive queen. Byzantium Helios beast? Xianxia frowned. He had read quite a few books in the beast hall, and he knew of most savage beasts and spirit beasts. However, what was the Byzantium Helios beast that the other party was talking about? He had never heard of it before. Yes. The Byzantium Helios beast came a few days ago. Not only did it ask me to assist the spirit beasts, it even gathered all of the spirit beasts together to fight against the humans. The ant-hive queen explained the matter. You mean to say that the Byzantium Helios beast gathered all of the spirit beasts on Leiyuan Peak a few days ago to fight against the freshmen today? Xianxia was getting more and more doubtful. If the Byzantium Helios beast really wanted to protect the spirit beasts, it should have known that there would be another trial a few days ago and allowed them to escape, to fight against the humans. Could it be that it wanted to kill these geniuses? How powerful is the Byzantium Helios beast? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. I'm not too sure either. All I know is that it possesses unfathomable strength, and we aren't a match for it at all. The ant-hive queen shook its head. Oh, right. It is currently at the peak of the mountain, and many of the tasks are being directed by it. At the peak of the mountain? Xianxia was taken aback. To command the spirit beasts to fight against the humans, what was the background of the Byzantium Helios beast? Why would it do such a thing? Yes. The ant-hive queen nodded. After asking a few more questions to clarify the situation, Xianxia couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. The spirit beasts on the peak were indeed captured by the Elder Me. However, a few days ago, the Byzantium Helios beast had appeared out of nowhere and requested the cooperation of the spirit beasts to deal with the humans. In order not to be sacrificed for the examination, the spirit beasts agreed to it without any hesitation. Due to the unique nature of the myriad ant-hive queen, it became the intelligence provider, and the Byzantium Helios beast personally led the spirit beasts to surround the humans and fight against the master teachers. If we allow the Byzantium Helios beast to continue commanding the spirit beasts, the master teachers will surely suffer heavy losses. Placing the ant-hive queen back into the ant-hive nest, Xianxia stroked his lower jaw. Even though it had nothing to do with him whether the master teachers were eliminated or even killed, he couldn't help but feel infuriated at the thought of it. I should head over to see what kind of person this Byzantium Helios beast is. To think that a mere spirit beast would dare to lay its hands on the master teachers, completely disregarding the authority of the Elder Me and the Master Teacher Academy. Xianxia was curious to see just how many brains this fellow had. Leaping forward, Xianxia began flying toward the peak of the mountain. Leiyuan Peak was more than 10,000 meters tall, and the mountain was filled with snow all year round. Even a transcendent mortal expert would need at least half a day to reach the peak. Xianxia was able to fly using the red dust heaven ascending steps, so it didn't take him too long to reach the peak. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the peak. The peak covered an area of at least 100 li, and it was covered in white snow. The light reflected off it seemed as if it would burn one's eyes if one were to stare at it for too long. Given Xianxia's cultivation, he wasn't afraid of being burned. However, the sight of the white snow still made his eyes sore. Thus, he could only activate his eye of insight to scan his surroundings. Knowing that there might be a spirit beast of unknown strength up there, Xianxia didn't dare to get careless. Thus, he changed into a white robe and flew forward slowly. There are footprints of a spirit beast. After flying for a while, Xianxia soon saw a series of massive footprints in the snow. These footprints were around half a meter long, and they were deeply embedded in the snow. From this, one could tell that the owner of the footprints had a massive and heavy body. What kind of spirit beast is this? Xianxia frowned. The more he looked at it, the more perplexed he felt. These footprints bore some resemblance to those of a human, but there was something different about them. He had read quite a few books on spirit beasts, and he had even heard of the myriad ant-hive queen. However, he had never seen the owner of these footprints before. Regardless of what it is, as long as I can find the footprints, I'll be able to find it. Knowing that he would be able to find the other party as long as he followed the footprints, Xianxia decided to fly forward. After flying for a while, a massive straw hut appeared in his sight. The footprints extended all the way to the straw hut before vanishing. Straw hut? Could it be that someone is living up there? Spirit beasts usually resided in caverns or straw huts. Could it be that someone was living there, and this fellow was a tamed beast? If that was the case, what was the other party's motive? Could it be the otherworldly demonic tribe? Is it trying to kill so many master teachers? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. If there was anyone who wanted to kill master teachers, it could only be the otherworldly demonic tribe. For the Byzantium Helios beast to lead the spirit beasts to hunt down the master teachers, it was highly likely that this bizarre race was involved. Otherwise, how could it possibly hide at the very top of the mountain without being noticed? Let me take a look. Holding his breath, Xianxia approached stealthily. As expected, he saw a massive spirit beast lying on the ground. Its lantern-like eyes were slightly closed, and it was hard to tell whether it was awake or asleep. Is this the Byzantium Helios beast that the myriad ant-hive queen spoke of? I've never seen it before. Taking a look at the massive fellow, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Its entire body was green, reminiscent of a massive ape. It was indeed a species that he had never heard of before. There was no record of it in the books, so naturally, he didn't know much about its strength, personality, and capabilities. Given that it was an unfamiliar spirit beast, its strength was likely to exceed transcendent mortal 7 Dan, and even Xianxia couldn't help but shudder in fear. Hoo. Just as Xianxia was about to advance closer to take a look, he suddenly heard the sound of a gust of wind in the distance. Following which, he saw an aerial spirit beast flying over from afar. This fellow exuded a powerful aura, and even from a distance, he could already feel an immense pressure pressing down on him. It was a transcendent mortal 7 Dan aerial spirit beast. It should be in cahoots with the Byzantium Helios beast. Seeing how the massive fellow didn't bother concealing its aura and how the Byzantium Helios beast didn't seem to be bothered by it, Xianxia knew that the two of them knew each other. Thus, he quickly hid behind a pile of snow. His movements were extremely light, and he was dressed in a white robe. As such, even though the other party was in the air, it didn't notice him at all. Today, Laowa will be uploading a picture of Wang Ying on the public account at 8 p.m., so feel free to follow him. Just search for Sweeping the World on WeChat and follow him. The transcendent mortal 7 Dan aerial spirit beast stopped in front of the straw hut, and with a flap of its wings, it swept up a cloud of snow. Roar! The aerial spirit beast stood up and roared furiously. If it had been any other beast tamer, they would surely have been unable to understand what the aerial spirit beast was saying. However, Xianxia was proficient in the ancient beast language, so he was able to understand the entire conversation. Lord, I have already followed your instructions and trapped those master teachers. There are at least 200 to 300 of them, and there are at most 1,000 of them. They are unable to escape for the time being, and most of them are already injured. The aerial spirit beast replied. Upon reaching transcendent mortal realm, spirit beasts possessed intelligence on par with humans. Even though they were unable to set up formations or forge weapons like humans, they possessed their own thoughts and were able to follow orders. Take Xianxia's current tamed beast, the Great Violet Wing Beast, for example. For the sake of the draconic granite beast, it was willing to wait for 50 years, even going so far as to cause trouble for the Miryu Empire Beast Hall. They are indeed encircling the master teachers. Hearing the words of the aerial spirit beast, Xianxia's face turned livid. This aerial spirit beast had already reached transcendent mortal 7 Dan, and it was capable of flight. If it were to make a move, the master teachers would surely be caught off guard. Most of the master teachers who had come to take the examination were at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle. Even if a portion of them had reached consonant spirit realm, they would still be no match for this aerial spirit beast, not to mention, it was also commanding innumerable vicious spirit beasts. There were at least 200 to 300 of them, and at most 1,000 of them. It seemed like the master teachers he had saved were only the minority. There were bound to be more master teachers who had fallen into the other party's trap. Since these two fellows dared to lay their hands on the freshmen of the Master Teacher Academy, it was likely that they had a close relationship with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Well done! The Byzantium Helios beast climbed up from the straw hut, and with a leap, it walked out. On its grayish skin, thick fur stood up one after another. Even though it hadn't released its cultivation, it felt as if its strength was as deep as the abyss, making it difficult for one to see through it. I have insight. Xianxia tried to peer into the Byzantium Helios beast's cultivation, but he realized that he couldn't see through it at all. You can't see through it? Could it be that he has reached transcendent mortal 9 Dan or perhaps surpassed it? Even though Xianxia was only at Cosmos Bridge realm pinnacle at the moment, his fighting prowess was already comparable to that of a transcendent mortal 8 Dan primary stage cultivator. With a single glance, he was able to see through spirit beasts of that level, and even those who had reached transcendent mortal 9 Dan, as well. On the other hand, the spirit beast before him was as massive as a mountain. Could it be that it was a transcendent mortal 9 Dan spirit beast, or perhaps, it had surpassed that level? Surpassing the 9th level was equivalent to the half-saint realm. A spiritual beast of this level could already be considered a sacred beast. It was no wonder Xianxia had never heard of such a high-tier life form. After all, a low-tier beast hall like the Miryu Empire wasn't qualified to record it. Astonished, Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight slightly, and it immediately caught the attention of the Byzantium Helios beast. Xianxia hastily stopped his observation and tightly closed all the acupoints in his body. Even if it wasn't a half-saint beast, it was still a transcendent mortal 8 Dan saint beast. Given his current strength, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. The heaven's path Xianxia was incomparably pure, and with his superior control over his physical body, even a saint would find it hard to notice him. The Byzantium Helios beast glanced at him, but it didn't seem to notice anything amiss. Thus, it turned its attention back to the aerial spirit beast. Did any master teachers notice it? The Byzantium Helios beast asked. No one noticed it. However, the 200 master teachers who were trapped in the sky of Sliver have been rescued, and, at this point, the aerial spirit beast seemed to be finding the matter hard to believe. What? The Byzantium Helios beast looked at Xianxia with an imposing aura. Even the weather above the mountain seemed to have darkened. It's a saint beast. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Even though he didn't pay any further attention to the aerial spirit beast, he had felt this aura from the elder me before. Without a doubt, it had reached saint realm, not half-saint or nascent saint. It was a true saint. For a saint-tier spirit beast to make a move against so many freshmen. Cold sweat trickled down Xianxia's back. Given the Byzantium Helios beast's strength, even if all of the freshmen were to work together, they wouldn't be a match for it. Not to mention, these freshmen came from all over the world, and they weren't united at all. Furthermore, these spirit beasts have severed their connection with me. It seems like they have betrayed us. The aerial spirit beast said anxiously. Severed their connection with me? How dare you betray me, how dare you? The Byzantium Helios beast narrowed its eyes. Which spirit beasts did they betray? After this matter is over, I will teach them a lesson. They are the blueback ferocious bear, steelfang panther, southern yellow tiger, golden arm ape. I have also lost contact with the myriad ant-hive queen. The aerial spirit beast continued. Lost contact? What do you mean by that? Did you check on it? The Byzantium Helios beast asked. The myriad ant-hive queen was its source of intelligence. Even though it was a saint beast, it was impossible for it to cover the entire Leiyuan peak with its consciousness. Most likely, it has been killed. The aerial spirit beast bellowed furiously. I lost contact with the myriad ant-hive queen, so I flew over to its nest and saw two master teachers furtively packing up the beast-scale incense. Beast-scale incense? That thing has a dizzying effect. Are they intending to make a move on the myriad ant-hive queen? The Byzantium Helios beast bellowed furiously. That should be the case. After knocking those two fellows out, I entered the nest and searched around. There were signs of a battle, but the myriad ant-hive queen was nowhere to be seen. Thus, in a fit of rage, I snatched their storage rings. The aerial spirit beast hurriedly explained. I am a spirit beast, so I am unable to cultivate Xianxia. As such, I am unable to determine if the myriad ant-hive queen has been captured or killed by them. After saying those words, the aerial spirit beast flicked its massive claws, and two storage rings flew over to the Byzantium Helios beast. In order to activate a storage ring, one had to first kill the owner of the storage ring before using one's Xianxia to open it. However, the aerial spirit beast didn't kill Senior Feng and Brother Yu, and it didn't have any Xianxia in its body either, so it was unable to open the storage ring. Let me take a look. As a saint beast, the Byzantium Helios beast had many means at its disposal. Taking the storage ring, it stroked the surface of the ring with its massive paw. Following which, its powerful soul entered the storage ring. A moment later, it shook its head and said, the myriad ant-hive queen isn't inside, and it doesn't have an inner core either. Most likely, it has escaped. Go and look for it. Yes. Hearing that its companion was fine, the aerial spirit beast heaved a sigh of relief. While the aerial spirit beast was forcefully wiping away the soul imprint on the storage ring, two figures lying on the ground suddenly spurted a mouthful of blood and woke up. They were Brother Yu and Senior Feng, who had been knocked out by the aerial spirit beast earlier. Having their soul imprint forcefully wiped away, even they felt a splitting headache and sustained some internal injuries. Our clothes. Storage rings. Lowering their heads to take a look, they felt as if they were on the verge of going insane. Fearing that they might have other storage rings on them, the aerial spirit beast had even stripped them of their clothes. At this moment, not only were they stripped of their possessions, they were also completely naked. What in the world happened? They were here to capture the aerial spirit beast, but the aerial spirit beast ended up stripping them naked and leaving them here, and even snatching away their storage rings. Can anyone tell us what happened? Could it be that the aerial spirit beast was also raping them as well? They hurriedly lowered their heads to take a look, and upon realizing that they hadn't been violated, they heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, tears began flowing down their cheeks. It was just a moment ago that they had vowed to challenge Xianxia to a duel, but now that things had turned out this way, how could they possibly compete with him? Putting aside competing, if they didn't find a spirit beast to hunt, they wouldn't even have a single point to clear the examination. What in the world was this? The other master teachers had gathered beast hides, bones, and even inner cores, but they had tossed away their storage rings and clothes, leaving them completely naked. It was fortunate that no one had seen them, or else there would be no need for them to take the examination at all. Standing up, Brother Yu hurriedly found a leaf to cover his private parts before speaking with a look of indignation. Let's find a spirit beast and find a way to kill it before making some clothes. Let's find a way to earn some points first. Senior Feng hurriedly nodded. The urgent matter at hand was for them to find something to wear. Otherwise, even if there weren't many people around, it would still be embarrassing for them to wander around the mountain naked. It's fortunate that I still have the beast-scale incense with me. I should be able to deal with Cosmos Bridge Realm spirit beasts. After putting on the leaf, Brother Yu felt a little more refreshed. Lowering his head, he saw that the half-burnt beast-scale incense was still there. The spirit beast that had assaulted them hadn't taken it away. Seeing that they still had it, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, they weren't completely broke. With this, they might even have a chance to turn the tables. After all, even though Xianxia wasn't weak, it would still be difficult for him to defeat a Cosmos Bridge Realm intermediate stage spirit beast. On the other hand, with this incense, they might be able to defeat the spirit beast and obtain its inner core. Let's hurry up. With a stomp of their feet, the two of them rushed up the mountain peak without caring about anything else. The higher the mountain, the higher the tier of the spirit beast. Only then would they have a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, they would have to admit defeat. As their speed increased, the leaves on their bodies began to rise, revealing their snow-white and pitch-black skin. As long as the myriad ant hive queen is still alive, it will surely send its myriad ants to inform us. Since it isn't around, we might have to trouble you to make a few more trips. Make sure that nothing goes wrong. The Byzantium Helios beast said. Don't worry. The flying-type spirit beast nodded its huge head and made a solemn vow. Without the myriad ant hive queen to relay the message, they could only rely on this aerial spirit beast to patrol the area and relay the news. Let's go down. The Byzantium Helios beast waved its massive paw. Yes. The aerial spirit beast replied. With a flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, and a moment later, it disappeared from sight. Most likely, it had descended the mountain. After the aerial spirit beast left, the Byzantium Helios beast's muscles tensed up, and its massive body floated into the air. It turned its head to the side, and a sharp glint flashed through its eyes. That fellow hiding there, you can come out now. This time, it wasn't speaking the beast language but the human language. I have been discovered. Hearing those words and seeing that the other party was looking in his direction, Xianxia's body tensed up, and his blood immediately turned cold. He thought that he had hidden himself well, but who could have thought that he would still be discovered? That's right, if it were a half-saint or nascent saint, with his ability to conceal his aura and seal his acupoints, it would be difficult to detect him. However, it was a different story for saints. Upon reaching this level, one would be able to perfectly blend in with their surroundings. Their every action would carry their own might. Not to mention hiding, even if one were to hide in the snow or buried in the ground, one would still be able to be caught. The level of existence of a saint had already surpassed that of a transcendent mortal, reaching a higher realm. In the end, you still found out. Knowing that there was no point in hiding anymore, Xianxia took a deep breath and stood up. It was likely that the other party had noticed the disturbance in his eye of insight earlier. Considering that the other party was conversing with the aerial spirit beast in the beast language, it didn't seem to be worried that the other party would leak the secret, so it chose to remain silent all this while. Only after the discussion was over did they decide to capture him. A new master teacher? The Byzantium Helios beast asked. Upon reaching the saint level, one's level of life would change, and one would be able to speak the human language. Yes. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to play any tricks before the other party, Xianxia nodded. To be able to reach Cosmos Bridge Realm pinnacle even before entering the academy, and to be able to find this place, not bad. Even if he isn't one of the top freshmen, he isn't far from it. Upon seeing through Xianxia's cultivation, the Byzantium Helios beast nodded. Not bad. Smiling faintly, Xianxia's expression did not change much. However, his feet were planted on the ground and his palms were hidden behind his back, as if he was doing something. Don't play tricks in front of me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my temper. Seemingly noticing Xianxia's movements, the Byzantium Helios beast harumphed coldly. Temper? Xianxia shook his head and looked at Xianxia calmly. You're right. I'm also afraid that I might lose control of my temper and beat you to death. What did you say? The Byzantium Helios beast was taken aback. It stared at the young man before it as if it was looking at a monster. It was a saint beast, and the other party was only a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator. If the other party wanted to kill it, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just his soul alone would be sufficient to kill it. Yet, the other party actually dared to say that he had lost control of his temper and killed it? Do you know what life you're talking to, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth? Are you that confident? With a livid face, the Byzantium Helios beast harumphed coldly. A sharp glint flashed across its eyes, threatening to burn the other party alive. It's not that I'm confident, I'm just speaking the truth. How about this, I'll give you a chance. Acknowledge me as your master, and I'll spare your life." With his hands behind his back, Xianxia looked indifferent. "The ignorant are fearless. Looks like you don't know who you're talking to. Since that's the case, I'll make you pay the price." Not expecting that an ant-like figure would actually dare to make it acknowledge him as its master and even declare that he wouldn't kill him, the Byzantium Helios beast's face turned livid. All of the fur on its body stood on end, and with a furious roar, it stretched its massive palm forward. Hula, in the blink of an eye, the dense spiritual energy formed a gigantic palm in front of him. It seemed as if it could cover the entire world as it descended from the sky, as if it could destroy the entire mountain with a single thought. Saint beasts might not be able to cultivate their Xianxia, but at their level, they possess the ability to move mountains and fill up oceans. Every single movement of theirs is infused with power. Putting aside destroying a mountain, they can even wipe a country of Xianxia kingdom from the face of the earth with ease. Thus, before this palm even landed, all the snow on the ground melted away, giving off the feeling of a falling mountain or a meteor striking the ground. Courting death? You are the one who is courting death. Facing such a powerful palm strike, Xianxia didn't bother dodging. Instead, with a faint smile, he clapped his hands together and said, "Vicious, kill him." Even though the other party was a saint, he still had some trump cards up his sleeves. He had obtained more than 20 puppets from the underground chamber, and all of them possessed the strength of a saint. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to defeat a Saint One Dan Saint Beast, not to mention, he still had a powerful existence who claimed to have fought with Xianxia before. Vicious, even though that fellow was trapped in the Book of Heaven's path and was unable to move, his strength was still undeniable. Putting aside a single Byzantium Helios beast, even 10 of them wouldn't be a match for him. Hong Long, along with the movement of his palm, a book suddenly appeared in midair, and a beating heart floated out from the pages. "Break!" A voice sounded. Voila! As if a command from the heavens, the palm strike of the Byzantium Helios beast shattered as if it was made of glass, and it dissipated into wisps of spiritual energy. What? Seeing the young man's artifact shattering its attack with just a single word, the Byzantium Helios beast narrowed its eyes in shock, and it nearly fainted on the spot. As a Saint One Dan pinnacle cultivator, it could be considered as one of the strongest existences in the entire Han Yuan Empire. It thought that it would be a walk in the park to deal with a Cosmos Bridge realm lad, but who could have thought that the other party's artifact would be able to shatter its attack with a single word? Flee! A strong sense of danger welled up in its heart. Without any hesitation, the Byzantium Helios beast leaped into the sky. As a saint beast, even though it didn't have wings, it was still capable of flight. Even though the young man before it wasn't strong, the artifact in its hand was simply too powerful. If it were to continue fighting, it would surely be at a disadvantage. With me here, you want to flee? Dream on. Barely after flying several dozen meters into the sky, a nonchalant voice suddenly sounded. Following which, an intense killing intent surged into its mind, causing its vision to darken. Otherworldly demonic tribe, the Byzantium Helios beast narrowed its eyes, and the killing intent within its body dissipated in an instant. Putong. It plummeted from the sky and crashed headfirst into a pile of snow. Little Vicious, not bad. It seems like you weren't bluffing. Not expecting Vicious to be so formidable as to shatter the other party's attack with a single word and send the Byzantium Helios beast plummeting from the sky with a single thought, Xianxia stroked the heart in the book in satisfaction. Vicious' body twitched, but he was unable to utter a single word. Upon seeing this sight, the Byzantium Helios beast nearly spurted blood. Even though it had no idea what was sealed in the book, it was certain that it was a figure standing at the very top of the master-teacher continent. It had thought that the other party was its teacher or guardian, but who could have known that? Instead, the other party was stroking it as if it was a pug. Are you for real? Just who in the world is this fellow? That heart is an expert of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Could that young man be an otherworldly demon trying to sneak into the Master-Teacher Academy? A thought suddenly came to Xianxia's mind, and his entire body turned cold. Legend had it that members of the otherworldly demonic tribe royal family were capable of disguising themselves as humans or even master-teachers. Back then, there was one such person who managed to successfully disguise himself as a master-teacher and nearly defeat Mingshi Tang, if not for Kongshi's timely discovery, the ones who would have been defeated would have been mankind instead of the otherworldly demonic tribe. The young man before him was no different from a human, and on top of that, he was able to sneak into the Master Teacher Academy as a master teacher. Could he really be an otherworldly demon king? Otherwise, how could he possibly treat such a powerful expert like a pug? I will kill you. The eyes of the Byzantium Helios beast immediately reddened. If his conjecture was right, he mustn't allow that young man to sneak into the Master Teacher Academy. Otherwise, the entire academy would be destroyed, and even mankind would be in deep trouble. With a slap on the ground, the massive body immediately charged toward Xianxia. The powerful aura it exuded was reminiscent of a sharp sword, threatening to tear a person apart. Lie down. Just as Vicious was about to find an opportunity to negotiate with the other party to free him, he suddenly saw the massive fellow charging at him once more. Furious, he bellowed furiously. Do you think that I can't control you anymore? To dare to kill a celestial master teacher who wields control over the heavens, how audacious. Hong Long, following his bellow, the killing intent unique to the otherworldly demonic tribe pierced into the Byzantium Helios beast's mind once more. As if a fly that had been swatted, the Byzantium Helios beast fell to the ground and slid forward. Even though his strength was still far from his peak, it was still a walk in the park for him to deal with a Saint Wendan beast. It was no different from killing a mosquito. I will kill you. Lying on the ground, the Byzantium Helios beast glared at Xianxia with crimson eyes as it roared frenziedly with indignation in its voice. You want to kill me that badly? Seeing the Byzantium Helios beast's attitude, Xianxia was rendered speechless. This lackey of the otherworldly demonic tribe was indeed arrogant. Most likely, he had seen through Xianxia's talent and wanted to kill him to prevent any future troubles. Indeed. Even if I die before I kill you, I won't rest in peace, the Byzantium Helios beast roared furiously. All right then, hearing those words, Xianxia snapped his fingers and pointed forward. Everyone, go up and kill it. Voila, more than 20 puppets immediately leaped out from the surrounding snow. Xianxia had placed his hands behind his back to hide the storage ring that contained the puppets in the ground, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Since the Byzantium Helios beast was bent on killing him, there was no need for him to hold back. Roar. The puppets let out roars and charged forward at the same time. One of the puppets charged forward and kicked the Byzantium Helios beast in the face, sending it flying. Before the latter could react, another puppet had already positioned itself behind it and sent a punch flying. Pung 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 pung, the Byzantium Helios beast was sent flying back and forth, and large mouthfuls of blood spewed from its mouth. Otherworldly demon puppets? They are indeed kings of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Damn it, damn it. Seeing the other party throw out so many otherworldly demon puppets, the Byzantium Helios beast roared furiously. To be protected by the will of an otherworldly demon expert and possess so many otherworldly demon puppets, what else could it be other than a powerful figure of the otherworldly demonic tribe? It was a pity that it hadn't seen through him earlier and killed him as soon as it attacked. It was too late to say anything now. More than 20 Saint Wendan puppets were attacking simultaneously. Putting aside the Byzantium Helios beast, even a Saint 2 Dan or 3 Dan expert would have no choice but to flee for their lives, not to mention, the Byzantium Helios beast had been struck by the killing intent in its heart, rendering it immobile. After countless punches and kicks, the Byzantium Helios beast felt its vision turning dark, and its head was on the verge of exploding. Do you admit defeat? Acknowledge me as your master now, and I can spare your life. Just as it thought that it would be pummeled to death, the young man's impassive voice sounded. It's the end of the month, please give me 2 monthly tickets. At the foot of Leiyuan Peak, a streak of light shot over, and a man and an aerial spirit beast descended from the sky. Elder me. The figure clasped his fist with a smile. Pavilion Master M.O. Elder me hurriedly returned the greeting. It was no other than the head of the Han Yuan Empire Mingshi Tang Pavilion, M.O. Gao Yuan. Even though he wasn't one of the 10 great master teachers, his standing and strength were on par with them. Langya Saint Beast. Elder me turned to the aerial spirit beast and clasped his fist. M.O. Gao Yuan's tamed beast was a Saint Wendan primary stage Langya beast. As fellow saints, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. Paying respects to Elder me, the saint beast spoke in the human tongue. After greeting Mo Gaoyuan, Elder Mi asked doubtfully, "May I know the reason behind Pavilion Master Mo's visit?" The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and the Hongyuan Mingshi Tang Pavilion belonged to the same faction, and they were both under the jurisdiction of a conferred empire. "I heard that there are many geniuses here, so I'm just here to take a look." Mo Gaoyuan smiled. Since the entrance examination was about to begin, Xianxia would surely be here as well. Thus, he decided to make use of this opportunity to build a good relationship with the other party and look into Xianxia's situation. Hearing that the other party was fine, Elder Mi heaved a sigh of relief and stroked his beard with a smile. There are indeed many geniuses here, but it's still unknown whether they can clear the examination or not. "Oh? Why do you say so, Elder Mi?" Mo Gaoyuan was perplexed. Since it was an examination, most people should be able to clear it. Otherwise, there would be no point in setting up the examination. Isn't the examination a transcendent mortal 4-Dan pinnacle spirit beast? It shouldn't be too difficult for these talented master teachers to clear this mission. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy examination was a grand affair of the Hongyuan Empire. As the head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, how could he not know about it, even though 4-star pinnacle master teachers were lacking in strength to face a transcendent mortal 4-Dan spirit beast? It shouldn't be too difficult for them to clear the mission. The Master Teacher Academy is a place to recruit master teachers. It isn't a matter of strength or brute strength that will be accepted into the academy. Isn't it a little too easy if it's just a hunt? Elder Mi chuckled. The examination this time around isn't going to be as simple as you think. "Oh?" Pavilion Master Mo was taken aback. Exchanging glances with the Langya Saint Beast, the both of them turned to look at Xianxia curiously. Master teachers weren't butchers. Their primary goal was to educate others, and if they were unable to do so, they would kill them. Even if the spirit beasts captured by Leiyuan Peak had done all sorts of evil deeds, there was still a chance for them to turn over a new leaf. There was no need for them to be so ruthless. Previously, when they heard about the assessment rules, they also felt that it was strange. But after hearing Elder Mi's words, they felt that it was not as easy as they had heard. Perhaps there was something else hidden. On the surface, this examination is a hunt. Whoever obtains the most inner cores will be the victor, but in truth, it is a test of a master teacher's adaptability and reaction, as well as their ability to deal with danger. There was no need for him to hide anything from Mo Gaoyuan, so Elder Mi smiled. Actually, the spirit beasts on the mountain have already coordinated with one another. As long as the freshmen enter the mountain range, they will fall into their traps and be surrounded. Encirclement? Mo Gaoyuan frowned. These are the future of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Knowing what the other party was worried about, Elder Mi assured, "Don't worry, the encirclement of the spirit beasts will only prevent them from escaping and injure them. They won't die." These were the future of Mingshi Tang, the pillars of mankind. Even as one of the 10 great master teachers, he dared not slaughter them. The spirit beasts were only encircling them, not exterminating them. Otherwise, how could Dingshi and the others have survived until Xianxia arrived to save them when they were surrounded by several hundred spirit beasts? It was just that the situation was too urgent, so no one thought of it. Even Xianxia didn't pay much attention to it. "I see." Mo Gaoyuan heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes glowed brighter and brighter. The alliance between the spirit beasts, the trap, and the battle of wits with the master teachers. Regardless of whether they are able to see through it or not, this is a good training for the freshmen. It will teach them that even beasts aren't creatures that they can kill and plunder as they please. At the same time, it will also nurture their teamwork, making them realize that an individual's capability is insignificant in the examination. As expected of Elder Mi, impressive. Having fallen for the spirit beast's ploy, the freshmen understood that master teachers weren't omnipotent. They had already learned this lesson before entering the academy. Hearing the compliments, Elder Mi nodded with a smile. The idea is good, but the ones carrying it out are spirit beasts. Only a 6-star pinnacle beast tamer like Elder Mi would be able to pull it off. Mo Gaoyuan remarked in awe. Since there were 30,000 master teachers in the examination, there should be at least 20 to 30,000 spirit beasts on the mountain. How powerful must one be to make so many unruly fellows obey his commands and surround the master teachers without killing them? Me? How could I possibly be capable of that? Naturally, I must have borrowed the strength of the saint beasts. Elder Me shook his head with a bitter smile. Even though he was a 6-star pinnacle beast tamer, taming tens of thousands of spirit beasts and making them obey his commands was still beyond his means. Saint beasts? Elder Me's Inferno Dragon Saint Beast? Mo Gaoyuan was taken aback. Everyone knew that school head Mo had a Saint 1 Dan intermediate stage tamed beast, the Inferno Dragon Saint Beast, which possessed extraordinary strength. Inferno Dragon? That fellow has a violent personality, so it would be a blessing if he didn't get into trouble. How could he possibly do such a thing? I paid a heavy price to invite the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast to help me. Elder Me smiled bitterly. Byzantium Helios? The tamed beast of the old principal? Mo Gaoyuan narrowed his eyes. Elder Me nodded. If it's him, then there's no need to worry. The old principal never returned from the training, and although the academy's affairs are temporarily handled by the 10 grade elders, his position in the academy is actually similar to the principal's. No one would dare to go against him. With it leading the spirit beasts, those fellows won't dare to retaliate. Mo Gaoyuan chuckled. The Byzantium Helios Saint Beast is proficient in the ancient beast language. With it, there won't be any problems in the trial. Elder Me replied. Ever since the disappearance of the old principal, the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast had been listless and listless. Mo Gaoyuan had to pay a heavy price for it to agree to his request, and even now, the price he had to pay still made his heart ache. Even so, the outcome was still satisfactory. With the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast, who was proficient in the ancient beast language, there wouldn't be any problems in the trial. Saint Beasts could speak the human language, so logically speaking, they should be able to translate the ancient beast language to the beast tamer. However, knowing the syllables and the corresponding meaning and speaking them out were two different things. The ancient beast language was designed to complement the unique constitution of spirit beasts. Even if one knew the syllables, one didn't know how to pronounce them, and without the corresponding cultivation technique, it was impossible for one to speak them out. As such, it was difficult for even beast tamers to learn the ancient beast language from a saint beast. Besides, saint beasts were already capable of speaking the human language, so there was no need for beast tamers who had reached 6-star and above to learn the ancient beast language. With the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast making a move, there shouldn't be any problems. I just hope that it won't be so strict and give the students a chance to pass the trial. If it were to be so strict that not a single student passed the trial, that would be disastrous. Mo Gaoyuan said. The standing of the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast in the academy was equivalent to that of the principal, and it had always been strict with its tasks. If it were to be too strict, it might just be difficult for the freshmen to pass the trial. Don't worry, I've already discussed this with the Saint Beast. We'll keep them here for the time being, and when it's about time, we'll let them pass. Elder Me nodded. Halfway through his words, he suddenly smiled and pointed forward. Look, there are already people who have successfully descended the mountain. Mo Gaoyuan followed the other party's finger and saw a group of people descending the mountain, heading in his direction. It was only noon, and there was still some time before the afternoon. Since they had returned at this time, they must have cleared the trial and were here to report. Back. That. What is that? Upon seeing the group of people, Elder Me was just about to walk over to check his score when his eyes suddenly widened. Behind the group of people, there were several hundred spirit beasts with drooping heads, reminiscent of defeated roosters. This. It seems like they have been tamed? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Mo Gaoyuan's lower jaw fell to the ground. As a master teacher and beast tamer, it was clear that the spirit beasts had been tamed by someone. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lowered their head and looked at him with such gentleness. 200 people tamed 400 to 500 spirit beasts. Didn't the Spirit Beast Alliance intend to surround the students and teach them a lesson? Didn't the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast organize it personally? This. What was going on? On the other side. You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Dream on. The Byzantium Helios Saint Beast gritted its teeth. It was the tamed beast of the old principal. Even though the old principal was most likely dead, it was impossible for it to submit to an otherworldly demon. Even beasts had their own principles. Having followed the old principle for so many years, it had long placed the interests of mankind above all else. Even if it were to die, it would never submit to an enemy. Dream on? Not expecting the saint beast that had colluded with the otherworldly demonic tribe to be so unyielding, Xianxia shook his head and commanded, "Continue pummeling it until it submits." Hearing the command, the puppets began pummeling it once more. 5 minutes later, the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast, known as the strongest fighting prowess in the academy, was already on the verge of death. "Forget it, it doesn't matter even if you don't submit to me. I will ask you a question now, and you must answer me honestly. Otherwise, even if your physical body dies, I can still extract your soul and refine it into a living hell." Seeing how stubborn the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast was, refusing to acknowledge its master even though it was on the verge of death, Xianxia shook his head. Turning to the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast, he asked, "Were you sent here by the otherworldly demonic tribe to slaughter the master teachers? As long as you tell me the exact location of the otherworldly demonic tribe, I can grant you a swift death." "The otherworldly demonic tribe sent me?" The Byzantium Helios Saint Beast raised its swollen eyes and nearly fainted. "Sent by your master, it was Elder Me who begged me for 2 whole months, preaching all kinds of righteousness and promising me all kinds of benefits. That's why I came here. My goal is to temper the freshmen so that I can groom more powerful master teachers for my master. What does this have to do with the otherworldly demonic tribe? Instead, it's you, using the heart of an otherworldly demon expert to deal with me, then using the otherworldly demon puppets to pummel me. And finally, yet, you asked me if I was sent here by the otherworldly demonic tribe. Don't you have to put the blame on me like that? Why? Are you still unwilling to admit to it?" Seeing the other party's lips twitching uncontrollably, Xianxia frowned. If this fellow refused to admit to it, he wouldn't mind using a more powerful technique, soul refinement. The soul refinement art of soul oracles allowed one to extract one's soul and refine it to death. It was extremely effective in interrogation and interrogation. However, doing so would result in the death of the target. It was simply too cruel, so Xianxia didn't want to use it. To think that this fellow would be so stubborn, he had heard the conversation in the beast language just now. "You ordered your aerial spirit beasts to attack the master teachers, and yet, you still refuse to admit to it? Do you really think that I can't do anything about it? Do you believe that I can kill a few of you in a matter of minutes? If you want to kill me, go ahead. I might be a beast, but I'm not a coward. I won't allow you to humiliate me as you wish, and I won't do anything that will let my master down." The Byzantium Helios Saint Beast gritted its teeth. The other party was clearly trying to smear its name. If it were to relent, its reputation would be ruined. Even if it were to die, how could it face its master? The old principal had spent his entire life fighting to protect mankind. As a tamed beast, if it were to succumb to the otherworldly demonic tribe and spout nonsense, it would surely die of guilt. "Continue beating it up." Not expecting the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast to be so stubborn as to die in order to protect its master, Xianxia frowned and flung his arm. Cough cough, just as the puppets were about to charge forward, Vicious suddenly spoke up, "Xianxia, if you continue beating it up, I fear that it might die here." Hearing those words, Xianxia realized that the puppets were extremely vicious, and the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast was on the verge of death. If they were to continue beating it up, it might really die on the spot. What should I do? Xianxia rubbed his glabella in frustration. Other spirit beasts would submit to him as long as he gave them a sweet date, but this fellow would rather die than submit to him. Even though he was speaking viciously, he couldn't really kill the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast. If the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast were to die, no one would know who ordered it to attack the master teachers. As long as the otherworldly demons were still around, the Master Teacher Academy would be in grave danger. As long as he was still a student of the Master Teacher Academy, he didn't wish to be schemed against. "How about this? I'll heal it first, and you guys beat it up. Let's see if you can make it yield." After pondering for a long time, Xianxia came up with an idea. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a wine gourd and infused his Xianxia into it. After the previous incident, Xianxia realized that it was extremely convenient to conceal his Heaven's Path Xianxia with wine, so he bought quite a few wine gourds to carry with him. Xianxia poured the wine in the gourd on the Byzantium Helios beast, and it took 2 hours for the Byzantium Helios beast to fully recover from its injuries. Xianxia was only at the Cosmos Bridge realm at the moment, so his Heaven's Path Xianxia allowed him to heal wounds of the same Cultivation realm easily. When his external injuries were all healed, he had 4 puppets press down on his limbs. 2 puppets tore open their mouths and forced half a pot down his throat. After pouring in 4 to 5 gourds consecutively, it took more than an hour for his internal injuries to recover. Alright. Let's continue. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that this fellow had recovered from his injuries. Since he couldn't beat him to death, he would take it slow. Aren't you afraid of getting injured? Since that's the case, I will continue treating your injuries. If this goes on, one day, you won't be able to hold on any longer. Roar. Hearing Xianxia's instructions, the puppets grew excited. Roaring furiously, they charged forward and pummeled the Byzantium Helios beast frenziedly. Not too long later, the Byzantium Helios beast's body swelled up once more, and it seemed like it was on the verge of death. Once more, the Byzantium Helios beast consumed his Xianxia to treat the Byzantium Helios beast's injuries. After 3 consecutive rounds, the Byzantium Helios beast's eyes dimmed. However, it still didn't reveal anything regarding the otherworldly demonic tribe. From the looks of it, it was extremely loyal to its master. Let's call it a day then. Raising his head, Xianxia saw that the sun was already setting in the west. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to clear the examination if he didn't return soon, he could only stop his actions. To think that even a saint beast wouldn't submit to him after such a long time. But then again, this fellow wasn't even afraid of death, so what was the point of pointing out its flaws? If it didn't fear death, what was there to fear? It would only be a waste of time for him to continue. Thus, he could only drag it out and see when the Byzantium Helios beast would submit. In any case, he had plenty of time. This fellow is so huge, I can't possibly carry it around, right? Regardless of whether he returned or not, he had to bring this fellow along with him. Just that, how was he supposed to bring such a huge fellow along? He could still carry it, but this was a saint beast. If others were to learn that it had been beaten up so badly, the matter regarding Vicious and the puppet might very well be dug out. Since this matter concerned the otherworldly demonic tribe, it was best for him to be careful. Besides, he had just arrived at the Master Teacher Academy, so it would be best for him to keep a low profile. There was no need for him to cause a huge commotion and let everyone know that he was capable of killing even saint beasts. The myriad ant hive nest might be a little small, but if I roll this fellow up, I should be able to fit it in. After taking a closer look, Xianxia stroked his lower jaw. The Byzantium Helios beast bore some resemblance to an ape-type spirit beast. Even though it was rather large, if one were to place its head into its pants and tie it up with a rope, it might be able to fit into a 2-meter-wide ant hive nest. In his previous life, there were some yoga practitioners who were able to squeeze their way into a small fish tank with ease. Let me give it a try. Without any hesitation, Xianxia took out a spirit beast pelt from his storage ring, cut it into a rope using the glacier rain sword, and passed it over to the puppets. The puppets pummeled the Byzantium Helios beast into a half-dead state before rolling it up and tying it up with a rope. Then, they stomped on it and pummeled it a few times. In any case, the other party was a saint beast, so it possessed incredible vitality. On top of that, it was nourished by his Xianxia, so it wouldn't be easy for it to die. After circling around the ant hive nest, Xianxia realized that it was about enough to fit the Byzantium Helios beast. Flicking his wrist, he took out the ant hive nest and kept it. Pung! Inside the ant hive nest, the myriad ant hive queen was squeezed to the edge of the nest, and its face was plastered to the wall. Its body was distorted into a character, and it looked as if it was on the verge of shattering. It was slightly smaller than a human, and it had been able to live comfortably in the 2-meter-wide ant hive nest. However, with the appearance of the Byzantium Helios beast, it felt as if it was about to puke. It was fortunate that its physical constitution was still decent, or else it would have been crushed to death. Alright, hang on for a while. When I find a place to stay, I will let you out. Knowing that the ant hive nest was cramped, Xianxia instructed sheepishly. Regardless of whether it was the Byzantium Helios beast or the myriad ant hive queen, it would still be a little too shocking. Thus, it would be best for them to squeeze in the ant hive nest for the time being. Keeping the ant hive nest back into his storage ring, Xianxia scanned the surroundings, and with a flick of his hand, 2 storage rings fell into his palm. They were the storage rings he had snatched from the hands of Brother Yu and Senior Feng. The Byzantium Helios beast had been pummeled to the point of near death by the otherworldly demon puppets, so naturally, he had lost his storage ring. With his eye of insight, it wasn't too difficult for Xianxia to locate it. With a tap of his finger, he infused a droplet of fresh blood into the storage ring. The Byzantium Helios beast had already erased the soul imprint on the storage ring, so it could acknowledge him as its master. There are so many spirit beast inner cores here. It should be enough for me to clear the trial and win the bet. It seems like there's no need for me to hunt anymore. Scanning the storage ring, Xianxia immediately noticed quite a few spirit beast inner cores. Through the beast scale incense and the seeking mouse, Brother Yu and Senior Feng had managed to hunt quite a few spirit beasts by themselves. It was obvious that they had cleared the trial, but now that Xianxia had lost the seeking mouse, it would be difficult for him to hunt so many spirit beasts within half a day. Not only so, there were several thousand middle-tier spirit stones in the storage ring. All kinds of treasures and even formations could be found in the storage ring. Those 2 fellows sure are rich. But this is good as well. This will solve my problem. It just so happened that Xianxia was a little poor at the moment, and these 2 storage rings would solve a lot of his problems. As for whether he should return them or not. You must be joking, it wasn't like he was the one who snatched them. After all, he had put in so much effort to pummel the Byzantium Helios beast into such a state. Just as Xianxia was about to place the storage ring into his pocket, a thought suddenly came to his mind. With a flick of his wrist, a jade token appeared in his palm. It was the aerial strike amulet that Brother Yu had used to make the bet with him. Xianxia had used the Library of Heaven's Path to check on it, and it was indeed a valuable artifact. He thought that he would only be able to obtain it if he won the bet, but he didn't expect to obtain it so easily. With this, I won't have to fear even a Saint One Dan cultivator anymore. With a smile, Xianxia kept the amulet close to his body. Back then, his dragon scale protective amulet had saved his life several times. This aerial strike amulet was even more valuable than the dragon scale protective amulet. With it on him, even if he were to be assaulted by a Saint One Dan cultivator, he would still be safe. As long as he could dodge the assault and release Vicious and the puppet, the situation would surely turn around. It's a pity that I didn't manage to capture the seeking mouse. Keeping the storage ring and the other treasures, Xianxia shook his head regretfully as he recalled the seeking mouse. The seeking mouse could be used to track down spirit beasts or other treasures, so it was definitely an invaluable treasure. That aerial spirit beast had only taken the storage ring and not the seeking mouse. Perhaps it had let it go because it was a spirit beast. Once the seeking mouse was out of control, it would be nigh impossible to capture it with its sensitive nose. Let's return. Xianxia looked around the thatched cottage, but there were no other treasures to be found. Disappointed, he kept the puppet and Vicious back into his storage ring and flew down the mountain. Previously, after beating up the Byzantium Helios beast, he had the myriad ant hive queen send a message to the aerial spirit beast to have it release the master teachers. As long as the master teachers stopped attacking the spirit beasts, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to slay a few spirit beasts. There was no need for him to worry. After all, he was here to undergo the trial as well. If he were to die under the assault of spirit beasts, he could only blame it on his own incompetence. He had no obligation to save them. Executing the red dust heaven ascending steps, Xianxia traveled swiftly. He passed by a few valleys, and there were indeed signs of battle. From the looks of it, both the spirit beasts and the master teachers had sustained some injuries, but it didn't seem to be too severe. It was still within the acceptable range. Along the way, Xianxia encountered a few spirit beasts, but they were all killed with a single punch and their inner cores were taken away. Soon, Xianxia arrived at the foot of the mountain. Seeing that there were already people ahead of him, he found a secluded area to land and followed the crowd down the mountain. The flat ground at the foot of the mountain was already filled with master teachers. There were several long lines that extended all the way to the front. At the front of each line were several senior master teachers. They were in charge of assessing the number and grade of the inner cores obtained by the examinees. Those who failed the examination could only retreat to the side. Following behind the crowd, Xianxia scanned the area ahead. There were quite a few people who passed the examination, but there seemed to be even more who failed. The examination this year is truly difficult. Out of the 30,000 examinees, around 20,000 have failed the examination. This is simply too difficult. We thought that we would be able to clear the examination with ease, but who could have thought that we would be ambushed by the spirit beasts and suffer heavy losses? We were ambushed as well. Our alliance of 300 people was forcefully scattered, and 50 of us were severely injured. After fighting for 2 hours, the spirit beasts suddenly dispersed at noon. That was when we found an opportunity to kill a few of them. However, most of us were still unable to clear the examination. The spirit beasts that trapped us also dispersed at noon, but we weren't as lucky as you all. Too many of us were injured, so we could only rest on the spot. Even with all of the inner cores we obtained, we didn't manage to clear the examination. Walking for a moment, Xianxia suddenly heard conversations in the surroundings. It seems like we didn't cause too much trouble. Hearing the conversation, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had discovered the otherworldly demonic tribe's ploy early on, or else the Byzantium Helios beast would have surely succeeded. If that had happened, it was hard to say how many of the 30,000 master teachers would have survived. The Mingshi Tang would have suffered heavy losses. This contribution. I guess I won't report it to the Mingshi Tang Guild. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia eventually decided to swallow his pride. Ruining the otherworldly demonic tribe's ploy and saving tens of thousands of talented master teachers was a huge contribution. If he were to report it, he would be rewarded handsomely. He should be able to obtain several dozen high-tier spirit stones easily. However, if he were to do so, it would be difficult for him to explain the matter regarding Vicious and the otherworldly demon puppets. Those 2 items were his greatest trump cards at the moment, and they were more valuable than any high-tier spirit stones. Thus, he could only give up on this huge contribution. What a pity. Xianxia felt his heart ache when he thought about how he had to keep a low profile after doing such a good deed. The reward for the Mingshi Tang was very generous. If the reward was really dozens of high-grade spirit stones, it would be enough to cultivate to the saint level. However, it wasn't as if he had returned empty-handed. There were valuable aerial strike talismans, all kinds of spirit stones, and most importantly, the myriad ant hive nest and the Byzantium Helios beast. If it comes down to it, I should just kill the Byzantium Helios beast and use its meat to make soup, its bones and claws to forge weapons, and sell its fur and inner core. With its identity as a saint beast, I should be able to exchange it for quite a sum of spirit stones. Rubbing his chin, Xianxia fell into deep thought. Even though he couldn't obtain the Mingshi Tang as a reward, he should be able to sell the Byzantium Helios beast for a decent price if he were to skin it. Once the examination is over, if that fellow still refuses to speak up, I'll just strip him of his clothes. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. However, I'll have to make sure to keep a low profile when selling it. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome to explain where this fellow came from and how he was killed. The Byzantium Helios beast was a Saint One Dan pinnacle expert. In Hongyuan Empire, it could be considered as one of the strongest existences there. If a freshman who had just entered the Master Teacher Academy were to kill one and skin it for sale, it would surely cause a huge uproar. If that were to happen, how could he reject the 10 great master teachers if they were to take him in as their disciple? Just the thought of it left him with a headache. How could he possibly keep a low profile? He had already made up his mind before coming to the Master Teacher Academy to study peacefully and leave once his cultivation reached a certain level. He couldn't afford to cause such a huge commotion like he did back in the empires and kingdoms. He was a master teacher, and it would be beneath his dignity to be viewed as the king of destruction. While Xianxia was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the conversation ahead. Right, I heard that someone returned at noon today, and not only did he clear the examination, his score is shockingly high. A master teacher who was in the know said with a hushed voice. Returned at noon? Shockingly high? Who could it be? How could he be so formidable? The second master teacher was in disbelief. I'm not too sure either. I heard from the seniors in front that the person with the highest score is still far from it. Highest score? Are you talking about Senior Hu from Wanyu Empire? I saw him take out 27 inner cores with my own eyes, and there were quite a few Cosmos Bridge Realm inner cores among them. All in all, his score is more than 700 points. His score is even higher than 700 points. Are you for real? The second master teacher widened his eyes in shock. Most of them didn't even manage to score a single point, and yet, Senior Hu from Wanyu Empire had taken out 27 inner cores, which had caused a huge uproar. They thought that such a score would be sufficient for him to clinch the top spot, but who could have thought that the person who returned at noon was even stronger than that? I'm not too sure either. I only heard a few words from the seniors, so I'm not too sure about the details. More than 700 points? That person who returned at noon is indeed quite formidable. It seems like there are quite a few geniuses among the freshmen. Hearing the conversation, Xianxia couldn't help but nod in agreement. The inner core of a transcendent mortal 4-Dan pinnacle spirit beast was only worth 1 point, and a Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage inner core was only worth 100 points. Thus, to obtain more than 700 points, one had to slay at least 6 to 7 Cosmos Bridge Realm spirit beasts. Most of the freshmen were at transcendent mortal 4-Dan pinnacle, and consonant spirit realm was already considered to be quite high. So far, the only Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator he had seen was Brother Yu. Even with that fellow's strength, it would still be difficult for him to slay 7 Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage spirit beasts. Yet, this formidable figure had returned at noon, and yet, he had already obtained more than 700 points. His strength was truly fearsome. Most likely, he wouldn't pale in comparison to Xianxia at all. I should find an opportunity to meet him. I really want to see just what kind of formidable figure could groom such a formidable genius. The more he thought about it, the more fearsome Xianxia felt. Far from it? Could it be that he has more than 1,000 points? Even if it's 1,000 points, it doesn't mean much at all. Just as Xianxia was contemplating the matter, a cold harumph echoed. Hearing those arrogant words, the master teachers who were conversing with Xianxia immediately frowned. They hurriedly turned their gazes over, and with a single glance, they immediately took a step back. 2 young men were walking over with widened strides. Even though they were dressed in beast skins, they were unable to conceal the powerful aura they emanated. One of them was a half-Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator while the other had a majestic aura reminiscent of a raging river. They were both true Cosmos Bridge Realm experts. It was no wonder they were so confident. With their strength, even if a Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage spirit beast were to face them, it would be hard for them to deal with them. Just that, why would such powerful figures walk over in beast skins like a bunch of barbarians? More importantly, the beast skins were in an unkempt state, as if something had gnawed on them. It was as ugly as it could get. Furthermore, the weaker one was even carrying a pouch made of beast skin on his back. For a half 5-star master teacher to carry a pouch on his back. Could it be that he didn't even have a storage ring? That was way too uncouth. Xianxia also turned his gaze over, and only then did he realize that the 2 newcomers were 2 familiar faces. They were the 2 whom he had made a bet with. Brother Yu and Senior Feng, weren't the 2 of them dressed in fluttering robes, looking elegant and unrestrained? Their appearance, playing with fire, ignoring the shocked gazes of the crowd, Brother Yu turned to Xianxia and asked with a smile, "Xianxia, it's good that you're back. Do you dare to verify your points with us?" Even though they had been robbed clean by a ferocious spirit beast in the afternoon, the beast scale incense had been left behind. With this, not only had they successfully completed their mission, they had even hunted quite a number of spirit beasts in the afternoon. In fact, they had even hunted more spirit beasts than they had in the morning. With such a trump card, it wouldn't be a problem for them to defeat Xianxia. Perhaps, they might even be able to become the top scorer of the freshmen. Sure. Xianxia nodded. Even though he had been too focused on interrogating the Byzantium Helios beast, he still had quite a number of inner cores in his possession. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to defeat the 2 of them. Seeing that the powerful master teacher dressed in beast skin was going to verify the points with Xianxia, the crowd hurriedly stepped aside. Soon, the trio arrived at the front of the crowd. "I have a bet with Xianxia, so I would like to trouble the seniors to verify our points." Looking at the few seniors in front of him who were in charge of the examination, Brother, you didn't dare to put on an act. He clasped his fist and bowed. A bet? The senior who was in charge of the examination frowned. That's right. I have a high-tier spirit stone bet with Xianxia, and the one with the most points will be the victor. I fear that he might go back on his word, so I hope that you can be the judge. Brother, you said. A high-tier spirit stone? What a huge bet. Hearing the contents of the bet, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Even the senior who was in charge of the examination was stunned. Even grade 2 students of the Master Teacher Academy couldn't possibly fork out such a huge sum for a bet. To bet a high-tier spirit stone right off the bat. The freshmen these days are getting bolder and bolder. Very well, I'll be the judge. The examiners nodded. Stretching out his hand, he said, take out your inner core. All right. Brother Yu waved his hand, and Senior Feng stepped forward, took down the bundle on his back, and opened it. Voila, a pile of inner cores fell to the ground. So many. Cosmos Bridge Realm, Perfect Harmonization Realm. What's that? Crimson Inner Core. That is, the inner core of a Perfect Harmonization Realm primary stage spirit beast? How is that possible? Indeed. The aura emanating from the inner core is reminiscent of a saber, causing one's eyes to hurt and one's skin to burn. Only a Perfect Harmonization Realm cultivator is capable of such a feat. To be able to kill a Perfect Harmonization Realm spirit beast and obtain its inner core. No wonder he dared to make such a claim. I'm afraid that the number 1 spot is going to change hands soon. Indeed, seeing the inner cores on the ground, the crowd was stunned for a moment before a huge commotion broke out. Putting aside how many points the other inner cores were worth, just the inner core of a Perfect Harmonization Realm primary stage spirit beast was worth at least 1,000 points. Even the genius whom the seniors were talking about this afternoon couldn't match up to that. It was no wonder the other party was so arrogant. He did have the qualifications to do so. Even Perfect Harmonization Realm spirit beasts can be killed? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. He had checked the storage ring, but there wasn't any beast scale incense in it. This meant that the two of them were still carrying it. Since that was the case, it wasn't entirely impossible for them to hunt Perfect Harmonization Realm spirit beasts. Even though Leiyuan Peak had been mostly cleared out by Elder Me, there were still Perfect Harmonization Realm spirit beasts around. As long as they searched carefully, they should be able to find quite a few of them. The spirit beasts surrounding the master teachers had dispersed. Without a leader to coordinate their movements, and with a treasure like the beast scale incense in hand, their chances of killing spirit beasts had increased significantly. As such, it wasn't a big deal for them to obtain so many spirit beasts. Just that, why were those two fellows dressed in beast skin? Did the aerial spirit beast strip them of their clothes as well? Wasn't this a little too much of a prank? It was no wonder the beast skin looked as though it had been gnawed on by a dog. Without their storage rings or weapons, it would have been difficult for them to be neatly trimmed. Most likely, they had been torn out forcefully. How pitiful. Xianxia looked at the other party with pity in his eyes. Two talented master teachers had been stripped naked by a spirit beast and thrown into a valley. Just the thought of it was incomparably pitiful. While Xianxia was filled with sympathy for Xianxia, Brother Yu didn't share the same sentiments. Basking in the astonished exclamations of the crowd, he placed his hands behind his back proudly before turning to Xianxia and said, I've taken out my inner core. Xianxia, what about yours? Mine? Knowing that this was a bet, Xianxia didn't think too much into it. With a light smile, he flicked his wrist, and a pile of inner cores fell out. Along the way, he had killed a few Cosmos Bridge Realm pinnacle spirit beasts. Adding the ones that the two of them had obtained previously, he had a huge pile of inner cores. However, there weren't any Perfect Harmonization Realm inner cores among them. Luoyang Beast, Blue Smoke Beast, Seven Feelers Beast. Why do they look so familiar? Upon seeing the inner cores that Xianxia had tossed out, Brother Yu and Senior Feng glanced at one another in astonishment. The inner cores that had been snatched away by the spirit beasts in the morning seemed to overlap with those of Xianxia. Perhaps, the spirit beasts on the mountain are of similar species. After hesitating for a moment, he thought to himself. Their storage rings were stolen by a spirit beast, so it was impossible for it to be related to Xianxia so coincidentally. The only possibility was that there were many spirit beasts on the mountain and everyone was hunting the same ones, so it was not a big deal. Even though there's quite a lot of inner cores, they're still lacking compared to ours. That fellow is bound to lose. After recovering from his shock, his eyes lit up. This Xianxia had defeated Senior Feng with a single finger and had even taken out a superior spirit stone as a wager. Due to this, Xianxia had been feeling a little uneasy. However, when he saw the number and type of inner cores that Xianxia had taken out, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. With a light chuckle, Xianxian's confidence returned. Clasping his fist, he turned to the seniors in front of him and said, "Seniors, please verify my score." "All right." Seeing that both sides had taken out so many inner cores, the seniors were shocked and lowered their heads to check. A moment later, one of the seniors stepped forward and said, "This junior has a perfect harmonization realm pill, 3 Cosmos Bridge realm pills, 26 Consonant Spirit realm pills, and 18 Clarifying Turbidity realm pinnacle pills. That's a total of 2,658 points. 2,500 points? That is insane. I thought that senior who of Wanyu Empire's 700 points was already incredible enough, but who could have thought that this fellow would be even more vicious? 2,000 points. That is probably going to break the record. It's no wonder why he's so arrogant. With such strength and capability, it's impossible for him not to be arrogant. I wonder how many points the master teacher who came this afternoon has. However, compared to 2,600 points, he shouldn't have much of an advantage. A huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. Everyone else didn't even manage to obtain a single point, but that fellow actually managed to obtain more than 2,000 points. Just the thought of it was frightening. How many points do you think that Xianxia has? After recovering from their shock, everyone turned their gazes to Xianxian curiously. Considering how the two beast-skinned master teachers were able to obtain so many points, considering that Xianxia dared to bet with him, it was likely that he wasn't weak either. That Xianxia has 5 Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle, 3 Cosmos Bridge Realm Primary Stage, and 13 Consonant Spirit Realm Pills. Altogether, he has a total of 2,580 points. Another senior in charge of assessing the score reported. 2,580? Only 70 points short, what a pity. Hearing the total points, the crowd was taken aback for a moment before a huge commotion broke out. It wouldn't be a big deal if the gap was huge. However, given that both of them had more than 2,000 points, and there was only a difference of less than 100 points, it would be a huge pity to lose. Not enough? Xianxian was taken aback as well. Initially, Xianxian thought that it would be difficult for the two of them to defeat him after their storage rings were snatched away by the aerial spirit beast. Who could have thought that with just a single beast-scale incense, they would be able to turn the tables around? Incredible. As expected of the geniuses of the other powers, it seemed like they were not to be underestimated. If I lose, do I really have to give the high-tier spirit stones to the other party? Not expecting to lose, Xianxian didn't think too much about it. Given that he didn't have enough points at the moment, he couldn't possibly just give away the high-tier spirit stones that he had painstakingly obtained. Should I take out the myriad ant-hive queen? Xianxian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. If he were to take out the myriad ant-hive queen, the matter of them being monitored would surely be exposed. The otherworldly demonic tribe's scheme against so many master teachers through the Byzantium Helios beast would also come to light. In the end, it would be no different from taking out the Byzantium Helios beast. No matter what he did, he would only stand out too much and become the target of everyone. But since they had already made a bet, was he really going to lose the high-tier spirit stones to the other party? Alright, the result is out. Xianxia, what else do you have to say? Seeing that he had won, Brother Yu clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes glowed in excitement. What else do you have to say? Xianxian shook his head. This is the total points of the two of you. It doesn't mean that you have won against me. Indeed, this is the total points of both of them. How can it be counted as one? If the two of them were to hunt together, Xianxia would still be the victor. Everyone was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since the two of them were hunting together while Xianxia was the only one, it was clear that the latter was the victor, right? Elder Me has said that we are allowed to pick any points we want when we work together. I will only take 77 points, and the rest will go to brother Yu. Seemingly expecting Xianxia to say such words, Senior Feng said with a smile. Shameless. If he only takes 77 points, that means that brother Yu has 2,581 points, a single point higher than Xianxia. He must be doing it on purpose. But this is a rule left behind by Elder Mi, no one can say anything about it. Hearing Senior Feng's words, the crowd was rendered speechless. Elder Mi had said that they were allowed to pick any points they wanted when they hunted together. Yet, this fellow only took 77 points, leaving brother Yu with 2,581 points. In other words, he was only 1 point higher than Xianxia. How shameless! Seniors, may I know if this is acceptable? Ignoring the commotion of the crowd, Senior Feng clasped his fist. This, after a moment of hesitation, the group nodded. Since it was a rule, there was no way they could go against it. That's good. Xianxia, what else do you have to say now? Even if I take 77 points, brother Yu will still be 1 point higher than you. You will still lose. Senior Feng's lips curled up. After being defeated by this fellow time and time again, he had finally managed to embarrass the other party. Wave after wave of exhilaration washed over him, and he felt as if he could soar into the sky at any moment. Xianxia rubbed his glabella. The other party was right. Even if that fellow took 77 points, brother Yu would still be 1 point higher than him, and he would still lose the duel. Shaking his head, Xianxia turned to the seniors and asked, Seniors, may I know if the time for the hunt is over? Time? One of the seniors turned around and saw an incense stick on a stone pedestal not too far away. At this moment, smoke was rising from the incense stick, and it was about to reach its end. The requirement for the trial was 1 day. It wasn't just a general rule, but a precise timekeeping. Although the sun was setting in the west, there was still some time before the day was over. Only when the incense completely burned out would the trial be considered over. There's still around 10 minutes left. After calculating the speed at which the incense stick was burning, the senior said. 10 minutes? Yes. The senior nodded. Why? Do you think that the time for the hunt isn't over yet? Do you think that you can make it in 10 minutes? Hearing the conversation between the duo, brother Yu knew what the other party was getting at, and he burst into laughter. Most of the spirit beasts below the waist of the mountain had already been killed. Given that they were at the foot of the mountain, it would take more than 10 minutes to reach the waist of the mountain, not to mention, they still had to find the spirit beasts. If they really wanted to turn the tables, they might not even be able to do it in an hour. That was wishful thinking. It's true that we don't have enough time. Looking at the incense stick, the other master teachers couldn't help but shake their heads. To hunt a spirit beast on such a tall mountain within 10 minutes, unless one was capable of flight, otherwise, it would be impossible. Just admit defeat. Even if you have 10 minutes, it's impossible for you to succeed. Besides, I only said that you need 77 points. If you only need a single point, you will have to kill a Cosmos Bridge Realm Spirit Beast or 2 Continent Spirit Realm Spirit Beasts. Do you think that you can do it? By the side, Senior Feng sneered coldly. There was a difference of 78 points between them. If he only needed a single point, Xianxia would have to obtain 78 points in order to surpass brother Yu. The inner core of a Continent Spirit Realm Pinnacle Spirit Beast was worth 40 points. In other words, he would have to kill 2 of them, unless he killed a Cosmos Bridge Realm Spirit Beast. However, it was a pity that they had only managed to find a handful of Cosmos Bridge Realm Spirit Beasts after searching the area for an entire day. To think that he would be able to kill one and bring back its inner core in less than 10 minutes, wasn't that just a dream? It won't be easy for me to do it. Ignoring the doubts of the crowd and Senior Feng's mockery, Xianxia rubbed his glabella and said, It's a pity that I don't want to lose yet. I can only give it a try. After saying those words, he suddenly raised his head and let out a shrill cry. Woo-woo! Hearing the cry, a massive great violet winged beast flew over. With a flap of its broad wings, it disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, heading straight for the mountain peak. That, half-9 dan-tamed beast of yours? It can only be used once. Did you not use it during the day? Senior Feng and brother Yu glanced at one another, and their faces suddenly turned ghastly pale. It's useless, Xianxia exclaimed. He couldn't be bothered to use the great violet wing beast to hunt for Cosmos Bridge Realm and Perfect Harmonization Realm spirit beasts. As for high-tier spirit beasts like the Byzantium Helios beast, it would be useless even if he used it. He would rather use Vicious and his puppets instead. It's useless, Brother Yu and Senior Fang's mouths twitched, and they were on the verge of tears. Before the examination, they had consulted Elder Mi on how to deal with high-tier spirit beasts. The answer they received was that they could only use it once. They thought that the other party must have used the strength of his tamed beasts to obtain so many inner cores, but who could have thought that he would only summon them now? 10 minutes might be difficult for them to capture a spirit beast, but to the half-9 Dan Great Violet Wing Beast, that was nothing at all. It couldn't be that the tables had turned just like that, right? If that was the case, they would surely cry themselves to death. Even if we use the Great Violet Wing Beast, we might not be able to capture the spirit beast. Even if we do, we might not be able to return within 10 minutes. There's still hope for us. Even though he was depressed, Brother Yu still gritted his teeth. So what if the other party used the Great Violet Wing Beast? They hadn't lost yet. No matter how powerful the Great Violet Wing Beast was, it wouldn't be easy for it to capture a Cosmos Bridge Realm spirit beast and bring it here within 10 minutes. Alright, we'll just have to wait then. Ignoring Brother Yu's words, Xianxia turned his gaze to the sky. When they were descending the mountain earlier, he had taken note of the locations where spirit beasts could be found. Thus, he had informed the Great Violet Wing Beast that it wouldn't be too difficult to capture 1 or 2 spirit beasts. It just depended on the tier of the spirit beasts. It would be best if the spirit beasts were at consonant spirit realm. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, the Great Violet Wing Beast suddenly flapped its massive wings, and it flew back to Xianxia once more. Clutching one of the aerial spirit beasts tightly in its massive claws, the Great Violet Wing Beast flew back to Xianxia. That was fast. But why does the spirit beast look so familiar? Seeing how the Great Violet Wing Beast returned in less than 2 minutes, Xianxia nodded. However, upon seeing the spirit beast in its hands, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Why did this fellow look so familiar? Wasn't this the fellow who had reported to the Byzantium Helios beast and snatched Senior Fang's and Senior Fang's storage rings? It seemed like this fellow had been flying when the Great Violet Wing Beast bumped into it. But this guy, Xianxia's lips twitched as he hurriedly turned to look at Brother Yu and Senior Fang. As expected, the two of them had bloodshot eyes, and they were baring their fangs, looking as if they were about to eat someone alive. That's the guy. The heavens really have eyes, that's great. Unless one was capable of flight as well, it would be nigh impossible to catch an aerial spirit beast. They had already made up their minds to look for that fellow after the examination. Yet, who could have thought that in less than half a day, that fellow would be captured by Xianxia's spirit beast? The heavens really had eyes. In this way, not only would they be able to get their revenge, they would also be able to get back the storage rings that they had stolen from them, and their points would be even higher. Xianxia, have your tamed beast throw this fellow down. I have some personal grievances to settle with it. With a roar, Brother Yu's hatred overflowed. Throw him down? Seeing this guy, Xianxia shook his head and raised his head to greet him. Hearing those words, the Great Violet Wing Beast hesitated for a moment before releasing its grip on the spirit beast. Who, the transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beast immediately plummeted toward Brother Yu like a cannonball. Great, I want you dead. Seeing that he was being thrown down, Brother Yu suddenly recalled the rage he felt when a master teacher was stripped clean. Thus, he leaped into the air. Xianxia ripples reminiscent of flames formed on his fist as he charged toward the spirit beast. What is he trying to do? I have no idea. That spirit beast was captured by Xianxia, and he wants to kill it. What does he mean by that? Seeing how that fellow was frenziedly attacking the spirit beast captured by Xianxia's tamed beast, the surrounding master teachers glanced at one another in bewilderment. Hong Long, while they were still perplexed by this situation, the transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beast suddenly regained its senses. With a flap of its wings, it stabilized its body and raised its claws. Even though it was caught off guard, it was already a transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beast, and on top of that, it had the upper hand in terms of weight. Pung, as the fist and the claw collided, Brother Yu immediately felt as if a mountain was crushing down on him. An incomparably powerful might gushed into his body, causing his mouth and nose to bleed. So, his body abruptly plummeted in the opposite direction, and as though a cannonball, he crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater. Pooh, fresh blood spurted from his mouth. In an instant, he was severely injured. No matter how talented he was only a transcendent mortal 6th-dan primary stage cultivator. Compared to a transcendent mortal 7th-dan spirit beast, there was still a huge gap between them. Brother Yu, not expecting such an outcome, Senior Feng hurriedly rushed forward to help Brother Yu up. When he raised his head once more, he saw the transcendent mortal 7th-dan spirit beast flapping its wings and flying into the distance. Xianxia, that fellow is flying away, anxious, Senior Feng exclaimed. He was determined to exact vengeance on that fellow. Once it flew away, there was no way it would return. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Senior Feng urged, then why don't you capture it back? Capture it back? I wish to do so as well. However, my tamed beast can only be used once. I've already used up the opportunity to capture that fellow. If I were to use it again, it would be considered as breaking the rules. Xianxia said with a conflicted look on his face. Of course, he couldn't capture that fellow. Otherwise, news of the Byzantium Helios beast would be leaked, and he would be in deep trouble. Since that was the case, he might as well release it. Pooh, hearing those words, Brother Yu, who had just recovered a little of his Xianxia, couldn't help but spurt another mouthful of blood. He clearly saw that fellow's meridians were sealed by the great violet-winged beast, so how could it recover as soon as he released his grip? Furthermore, even if it did recover, wasn't it a little too forceful? It was as if the great violet-winged beast had intentionally added a surge of strength into its throw. This, while Brother Yu was spurting blood, Senior Feng's body also staggered. Back then, he was the one who had said that Xianxia had a formidable tamed beast, and that was why Elderme set the rule that the tamed beast could only be used once. He thought that this rule would embarrass that fellow, but who could have thought that he would end up shooting himself in the foot? As long as you capture that spirit beast back, I'll admit defeat, spurting a mouthful of blood, Brother Yu bellowed furiously. As long as he could retrieve his storage ring, he would have profited even if he had to admit defeat. You admit defeat? Then, where's the airstrike talisman that you're going to lose to me? Xianxia looked over. Brother Yu's body stiffened. My item was stolen by this guy. Only by capturing him can I get it back, don't worry, as long as we capture that fellow, I'll give you. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia continued. This won't do. Take out the strike talisman first. I'll make sure that it's still there before ordering the spirit beast to make a move. Otherwise, if I violate the rules because of this and fail the test, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Xianxia waved his hand. Brother Yu was so furious that he could explode on the spot. Don't worry, Yu Qing, am a master teacher. Even if I don't have the aerial strike amulet, I'll still compensate you with high-tier spirit stones. I won't let you suffer a loss. Knowing that he couldn't take it out now, he could only grit his teeth and beg. Then, you mean to say that there aren't any more void strike talismans? Ignoring his words, Xianxia continued. Yu Qing cried. Can we not mention the airstrike talisman? I just want you to capture that fellow. If you can capture it, then so be it. If you can't, then so be it. If we don't talk about it anymore, can we not talk anymore? Brother Yu, that fellow has already flown away. Just as Yu Qing was about to say something, Senior Feng suddenly tugged on his arm. He hurriedly turned his gaze over, only to see that the sky had already darkened. The transcendent mortal 7th-dan spirit beast had already flown far away, and there wasn't a single trace of it left behind. If it was just a moment ago, that fellow could still be found on Leiyuan Peak. However, at this moment, it must have flown further and further away in fear. Damn it, the more Yu Qing thought about it, the more furious he felt. Roaring furiously, he struggled to his feet and glared at Xianxia furiously. All right, time's up. At this moment, one of the seniors suddenly shouted. Everyone turned their gazes over, only to see that the incense in front of them had just finished burning. 10 minutes had passed. Gritting his teeth, Yu Qing bellowed, Seniors, he didn't manage to capture the spirit beast, so his points are lower than mine. This means that he has already lost. Since you want to make things difficult for me, I'll make things difficult for you too. Lost? Xianxia shook his head. My tamed beast captured a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast, and if not for his interference, I would have surely obtained its inner core. At the same time, my points would have also increased by 1,000. Not only did he intentionally stop me from capturing the spirit beast, he even tried to get me to break the rules so that I would be expelled. More importantly, he didn't even have the money to make a bet with me, and yet, he wanted to scam me of my high-tier spirit stones. Xianxia took a step forward and said righteously, I hope that senior will uphold justice for me. This, seeing that the duo was asking them to uphold justice, the seniors glanced at one another hesitantly. To be honest, it was indeed Yu Cheng's fault for going back on his word. Otherwise, Xianxia would have surely won. But Xianxia didn't have as many points as the other party. If one were to look at the results, it was indeed a loss for him. The two of you are the cream of the crop among the freshmen, so there's no need to incur grudges over this matter. Why don't we just forget about the bet? A moment later, one of the seniors spoke up. No. Since we made a bet, we have to abide by it. A loss is a loss, there's no reason for it. Yu Qing harumphed. Since he couldn't exact his vengeance, he had to teach that fellow a lesson, otherwise, this matter would surely become a laughingstock, and it would be difficult for him to clear his name. This, seeing how doubtful Yu Qing was, the seniors hesitated for a moment before one of them said, Why don't we leave this matter to Elder Me? Those two had yet to enter the academy, but their fighting prowess was already on par with them. Once they entered the academy, they would surely shine brightly. Even the seniors didn't want to offend them. All right. Yu Qing nodded. With his high points, he had nothing to fear even if he were to face Elder Me. All right then. Tell me your names, I'll register the results first, the senior said. I am Yu Qing, and he is Xianxia. Harumphing coldly, Yu Qing began to introduce them. However, before he could finish his words, the eyes of the seniors suddenly widened in shock. They stared at the young man not too far away, and their voices quivered in agitation, as if they had seen their idol. Xianxia? You are, the master teacher of the Miryu Empire, Xianxia, Xianxia? Indeed, I am Xianxia. Seeing the attitude of the seniors, Xianxia scratched his head in bewilderment. I didn't even bring out the Byzantium Helios beast, and I'm already keeping a low profile. What do you all mean by that? Even my score isn't as high as Yu Cheng's. Xianxia wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. The other master teachers also glanced at one another, not knowing what was wrong with the seniors. He is Xianxia, Xianxia. Suddenly, the senior student yelled. What? He is Xianxia? So it's you. Heroes indeed come from the younger generation. Xianxia, I am grade 2 Lu Chuang. Nice to meet you. If you have any difficulties in the academy, feel free to look for me. I am grade 2 Yi Jijun, and I work in the academy's enforcement division. Are you free tonight? I'll hold a welcoming dinner for you. Welcoming dinner is too mundane. Xianxia, I know that you are a beast tamer, and I happen to have 2,000 beast crystals with me. There's no point in keeping them, so I'll give them to you. You don't have to stand on ceremony with me, it would mean that you aren't treating me as your brother. You have the cheek to take out just a few beast spirit stones? You must be joking. I have a beast blood pill here. Hearing the shout, the seniors in charge of the examination immediately rushed over and stared at Xianxia as though they were looking at a family member. Their eyes glowed with excitement, and they completely disregarded their dignity as master teachers. This. Not expecting the seniors to react in such a manner upon hearing his name, Xianxia rubbed his nose in confusion. Could it be that the news of him pummeling the Byzantium Helios beast had been leaked? That shouldn't be the case. When he pummeled the Byzantium Helios beast, he had instructed Vicious to keep an eye on the surroundings. Even the Elder Me wouldn't be able to spy on Vicious. Since the news hadn't been leaked, why were they acting so crazily? He did not kill any high-rank spirit beasts, nor did he display his strength. He looked very ordinary. Could it be that he was like a firefly in the dark night? His ordinary appearance could no longer conceal his dazzling brilliance. With this thought in mind, Xianxia couldn't help but lower his head to take a look. The other party was also dressed in an ordinary master-teacher robe. There didn't seem to be anything special about him. His aura had also been suppressed to consonant spirit realm pinnacle. Under the effects of his heaven's path Xianxia, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to see through his cultivation. He didn't understand what was going on, but Yu Qing was about to go crazy. I'm the one who clearly won. Okay, I won the bet, and my points are more than 2,000. I'm the cream of the crop. Yet, instead of talking to me, you chose to talk to a loser, asking him about his well-being, treating him to a meal, and giving him gifts. Do you have to be so obvious in fawning over me? How shameless. The corner of Yu Qing's mouth twitched and his eyes reddened. Seriously, I'm the winner. I really did win, not this Xianxia. Senior Feng swallowed his saliva, feeling like he was going crazy. He had thought that after defeating Xianxia, he would be able to wash away his previous humiliation and soar into the skies in excitement. Yet, it turned out that someone was the one who soared into the skies instead. However, it wasn't him but the other party. He was still in the mud, not even lifting his head. What's going on? Why are you piling them together instead of examining them properly? What is this? Just as everyone was feeling lightheaded, a bellow sounded. Following which, a stern-looking middle-aged man walked over. It's Bai Yang, Baisha from the disciplinary hall. He has always been a stern person. I heard that Baisha is Elder Mi's direct disciple. Even though he's a 6-star low-tier master teacher, his standing in the academy isn't low. Direct disciple? There must be a mistake in your information. It's said that Elder Mi hasn't taken in any direct disciples yet, and Baisha is only his direct disciple. Regardless of whether he's a direct disciple or a direct disciple, we have to look up to him. Hearing the bellow and seeing the middle-aged man walking over, hushed voices sounded from below. Baisha's cultivation and master teacher rank weren't particularly high, but he was extremely famous in the academy. Due to him following closely behind Elder Mi, many people had thought that he was the latter's direct disciple. Baisha. As expected, upon seeing the middle-aged man's arrival, many of the seniors leaped in shock. Not daring to surround Xianxia anymore, they hurriedly stepped aside. The reason why teacher sent you here to examine the candidates is because of your diligence and diligence. Who told you to befriend him privately? Baisha glared at them authoritatively. The aura of a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert emanated from him, exerting immense pressure on everyone. 5-star master teachers corresponded to transcendent mortal 6-dan, 7-dan, and 8-dan. To become a 6-star master teacher, one had to be at least 9-dan. Even though this Baisha was only a 6-star low-tier master teacher, his cultivation had already reached transcendent mortal 9-dan pinnacle, making him seem unfathomable. Yes, hearing the reprimand, the faces of the seniors reddened, and they didn't dare to say a word. Hurry up and conduct the examination. Baisha waved his hands grandly. The many seniors who were filled with excitement just a moment ago hastily returned to their seats. Humph. Seeing them leave, Baisha heaved a sigh of relief. Lifting his head to look at Xianxia, the stern expression on his face disappeared. Instead, he clasped his fist and bowed. Brother Xianxia, teacher invites you over. Senior? Baisha addressed him as senior? Could it be that Elder Mi intends to accept Xianxia as his direct disciple? It's no wonder, the seniors are fawning over him. Elder Mi is one of the 10 great master teachers. As his student, one's standing is even higher than most of the teachers. Not to mention Baisha's respect, he would be able to do as he pleases in the academy. Indeed. To be accepted as his direct disciple after just a single examination before even officially entering the academy. Why do I feel so giddy? Hearing Baisha's sudden greeting and respect, everyone shuddered in fear. For a 6-star master teacher to address him in such a manner, it could only mean that Elder Mi intended to accept him as his direct disciple. But, didn't he just arrive? Didn't he just undergo the entrance examination? How did he catch the eye of Elder Mi, who had never accepted a direct disciple? All of a sudden, his luck was way too good. Elder Mi? All right then. Seeing that the crowd was getting more and more lively, Xianxia knew that if he were to continue staying here, he would surely attract even more attention. Thus, with a sigh, he could only give up on the thought of keeping a low profile and follow Baisha. A moment later, he disappeared from the crowd's sight. Why? I clearly won, I clearly won. Seeing Xianxia leave, especially since Baisher was the one who invited him away, Yu Cheng's eyes reddened in agitation. He intentionally made a bet with a genius in order to force himself to shock the world. Despite being robbed by a spirit beast, he was still able to score more than 2,000 points. Did Eldermy not notice how outstanding he was? Why would he accept someone who had lost to him as his student? You won? You sure? Do you know how many points Xianxia has? Seeing that Yu Cheng was on the verge of losing his mind, a senior couldn't help but look at him sympathetically. How many points? Didn't you all calculate it just now? 2,580 points? Yu Cheng asked. They had just calculated it just now, and the other party was 78 points lower than his and Senior Fang's. Did they forget about it in the blink of an eye? 2,580? The senior sneered and shook his head. Do you think that you can win the favor of Eldermy with just this bit of points? Then. Yu Cheng blinked his eyes. This Xianxia came here together with him, so why didn't he score more than 2,000 points? To tell you the truth, his total score is 43,724 points. After saying those words, fear could still be seen in the senior's eyes. 43,000 points? This. How is this possible? Yu Cheng nearly fainted from shock. His lips quivered. Didn't he just take the inner cores of the Luoyang beast, Viridian Smoke beast, Seven Feeler beast? How did he score so high? He wasn't the only one who was perplexed. The master teachers in the surroundings also turned to look at Yu Cheng doubtfully. They had seen the scene of Xianxia examining the inner cores. How did his score suddenly become 40,000 points? Wasn't the difference a little too huge, given that each Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage spirit beast was worth 100 points? In other words, he had to kill at least 400 Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage spirit beasts to achieve that. How was that possible? How could it be so high? Xianxia single-handedly saved more than 200 trapped master teachers and tamed more than 400 Consonant Spirit Realm and Cosmos Bridge Realm spirit beasts. How could he not have earned 40,000 points? Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, the senior flung his sleeves and said, "You should know that taming is much more difficult than hunting." Tamed 400 spirit beasts? This, 40,000 points? Could it be that Xianxia is the unparalleled genius who returned this morning? Hearing the conversation, someone finally came to a realization. Previously, they had heard from the seniors that the highest score had been announced earlier in the afternoon, and it was so dazzling that they couldn't believe their eyes. Initially, they thought that it would be 2,000 to 3,000 points at most, but who could have thought that it would be 40,000 points? Furthermore, it was the low-profile Xianxia who stood aloof from worldly affairs. That's right, it's indeed Xianxia. His results have been out since this afternoon. Both Eldermy and Pavilion Master Mo Gaoyuan are eager to meet him. Do you think that it's possible for you to achieve victory with just 2,000 points? Hearing the crowd's words, the senior nodded before harumphing once more. You are truly overestimating yourself. After all, of the 30,000 freshmen who had gone by the surname Zhang, there were at least 1,000 who went by the surname of Zhang. Given that they were all master teachers, it was natural for them to address him as such. However, it was different for a person named Xianxia from the Miryu Empire. There was only one person, it was the genius who had broken all records and left even Eldermy in awe. Honestly speaking, the senior still found it hard to believe what had happened earlier in the afternoon. It was one thing if this Xianxia was only an expert in beast taming, most importantly, he was low-key and introverted, as well as indifferent to money, which was admirable. More than 200 master teachers and 400 spirit beasts, and each of them only wanted a single point. They insisted on giving the points to this Xianxia to thank him for saving their lives. Even now, he still couldn't help but feel shocked when he thought back to the scene. After hearing the descriptions of the other master teachers, he couldn't help but feel even more impressed. For a master teacher to tame so many spirit beasts, he wasn't greedy, arrogant, or greedy. He didn't expect others to repay him, and he left without seeking credit or fame. In fact, he didn't even leave his name behind. This magnanimity and attitude was something that most master teachers would never be able to achieve in their entire lives. On his official account, Laowa has posted a fanfic written by a book friend. Everyone can follow it, Princess Feier's fanfic. Just search for Sweeping the World on WeChat and follow me. Posted at 8 p.m. sharp, but more importantly. According to the other master teachers, Xianxia had used a secret art to forcefully raise his cultivation from Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage to pinnacle in order to save a life. If it had been anyone else, they would have been more than happy to flaunt their strength. Yet, the other party had intentionally suppressed his cultivation to make it seem as though he was a consonant spirit realm cultivator. If not for Yuqing announcing his name, they wouldn't have been able to recognize him at all. This kind of nonchalant attitude was something that no master teacher could imitate. You dare to compare yourself to him? What can you use to compare yourself to him? Just your mouth. Harumphing coldly, the seniors glanced at Yuqing in disdain. If it had been in the past, they would have respected Yuqing for obtaining more than 2,000 points. However, compared to Xianxia, Yuqing was simply too lacking. It wasn't just in terms of strength but also character. Xianxia was willing to sacrifice himself for other master teachers without asking for anything in return. But what about you? Seeing the other party's tamed beast capture a spirit beast, you intentionally chased it away and played around with your points. You are truly shameless and despicable. We are all geniuses, but why is there such a huge difference between us? Seeing the looks of disdain directed at him by the seniors, Yuqing's body swayed weakly. He turned to the others, only to see that they were also looking at him with disdain. His vision darkened, and he spurted another mouthful of blood. The heck? Wasn't it just a bet? Not only did he lose all of his treasures due to a spirit beast, he even became the target of ridicule and mockery. What the heck was this? Yuqing and Fengwu glanced at one another, and they burst into tears. This. Baisher, may I know the reason why Elder Mi is looking for me? At this moment, Xianxia was still in a daze. He couldn't make sense of what was going on. Back then, in his hurry to chase after the myriad ant hive queen, he hadn't paid much attention to the spirit beasts. As such, he didn't know that the master teachers he had saved had placed all of the spirit beasts' points under his name. As such, he thought that his points were lower than Yuqing's. You don't know? Seeing the other party's expression and words, Baisher was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but feel impressed. Did you see that? This was the magnanimity of an expert. When others did a good deed, it was already good enough that they did not ask for anything in return. When he did a good deed, not only did he not ask for anything in return, he even completely forgot about it. His breadth of mind and magnanimity were beyond compare. Of all the people he had seen, other than the old principal, there was no one who could compare to him. How would I know? Xianxia shook his head. He had only met Elder Mi once, and they were so far apart that he didn't know why he was looking for him. Don't worry, it's a good thing. We'll know in a while. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Baisher led the way. After walking for a while, a thatched cottage came into view. Although it was called a hut, it was actually a pavilion. It looked like it had just been built not long ago. Two old men sat inside and seemed to be talking. Hall Master Mo? Taking a closer look, Xianxia recognized the two of them. One of them was schoolhead Mo, and the other was an old acquaintance of his. He was the person who had given him the high-tier spirit stone as a reward, Pavilion Master Mo Gaoyuan. Teacher, Xianxia is here. Oblivious to Xianxian's thoughts, Baisher stepped forward. Oh? You are Xianxia? Elder Mi stood up and looked at Xianxia. The more he looked at Xianxia, the more satisfied he felt. His aura was introverted, and there was no glint to it. With just a look, it was clear that he was a highly cultured person. Xianxia pays respect to Elder Mi and Hall Master Mo. Xianxia clasped his fist. Oh? Xianxia, this is the first time we're meeting, right? Mo Gaoyuan asked. That's right. Xianxia was taken aback. Only then did he recall that the one who had met Hall Master Mo the last time was Xianxia, and he had never interacted with the other party before. Speaking of which, this was the first time they were meeting. Hall Master Mo's reputation has spread far and wide, and I have heard Xianxia introduce you to him. Naturally, I would recognize you now. Xianxia replied calmly. Indeed. To be able to deduce my identity just from the introduction, as expected of a genius. Mo Gaoyuan nodded. He had made a name for himself a long time ago, and he had even taken out a upper-rank spirit stone as a reward. If the other party couldn't guess his identity, he would be letting down his reputation as a genius. Oh? Hall Master Mo, what do you mean by that? Do you know each other? Hearing the other party's tone, Eldermy turned to look at him doubtfully. Wasn't he a freshman this year? Why did Hall Master Mo seem to be acquainted with him? We can't be considered as acquaintances, I have only heard of Xianxia's name. You should have seen it for yourself, but this is actually the first time we've met, Mo Gaoyuan said. Without the other party's permission, he didn't dare to divulge the matter regarding Xianxia. Thus, he could only speak vaguely. You have heard of his name? Eldermy was even more perplexed. Who was the person before him? A 6-star pinnacle master teacher, the head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, a renowned figure in the Miryu Empire. Even if Xianxia was a top-notch genius, he was only an insignificant figure in the Miryu Empire. How could he possibly have heard of his name? Pavilion Master Mo is an old acquaintance of my teacher, so you know of my name. Seeing how the other party found it difficult to explain, Xianxia spoke up. Acquainted? Eldermy was taken aback. Then, he turned to Mo Gaoyuan and asked, May I know who your teacher is? Hearing that Xianxia had tamed more than 400 spirit beasts within 2 hours, Mo Gaoyuan was tempted to take him in as his disciple. In his view, since Xianxia came from a remote place like the Miryu Empire, his teacher couldn't possibly be a formidable figure. Thus, it wasn't a big deal for him to take him in as his disciple. However, seeing that Mo Gaoyuan was acquainted with his teacher, and from the tone of his voice, he couldn't help but ask. It wasn't a big deal for Mo Gaoyuan to take him in as his disciple because his teacher was of a lower rank. However, if the other party was of the same rank, it wouldn't be too appropriate. This was especially so for direct disciples. They were extremely concerned about their reputation and reputation. If they were to accept a disciple without investigating the matter properly, it would be akin to how Cao Xiong fought over Lu Yang back then. It would be a slap in the face, and there was a high chance that they would part on bad terms. My teacher is Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Xianxia? Eldermy frowned. He pondered for a long time, but he couldn't recall hearing this name. Thus, he turned to Mo Gaoyuan and asked, This Xianxia is, this? Mo Gaoyuan hesitated, not knowing how to reply. My teacher isn't famous, so it's normal for Eldermy to not know of him. Seeing Pavilion Master Mo's dilemma, Xianxia spoke up. Not famous? Eldermy was perplexed. As the head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, Mo Gaoyuan's standing was extremely esteemed. If the other party was just an ordinary master teacher, what couldn't he say? I'll just speak the truth then. Xianxia, I'm indebted to you for your guidance. Seeing how indignant the other party was, Mo Gaoyuan was afraid that his old friend might have offended someone he shouldn't have. Thus, he hurriedly spoke up. Guidance? Could it be that? Narrowing his eyes, Eldermy hurriedly turned to look at the young man before him. Usually, master teachers of the same rank would use terms like correct, discuss, exchange, and learn from one another. Only master teachers of higher rank would use the term guidance. For Mo Gaoyuan to be so cautious, could it be that Xianxia's teacher was a master teacher who surpassed him? He and Pavilion Master Mo were both 6-star pinnacle experts. If the other party surpassed him, wouldn't that mean that the other party was a 7-star pinnacle expert? Yes. Knowing what the other party was thinking, Mo Gaoyuan hurriedly nodded. This? Eldermy's face paled, and he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He was only a 6-star pinnacle expert. Accepting the student of a 7-star master teacher as his student was clearly overstepping his boundaries. May I know if Xianxia's beast-taming technique was imparted to him by Xianxia? Even though the situation was awkward, Mo Gaoyuan still couldn't accept it. A student could have many teachers, be it cultivation, beast-taming, painting, medicine. If the other party's beast-taming technique wasn't imparted to him by Xianxia, it wouldn't be considered rude of him to accept the other party as his beast-taming student. It was just like how Xianxia accepted Luo Qiqi as his apothecary student. Even if Xianxia was a 7-star master teacher, as long as he didn't teach him beast-taming, it wouldn't be considered an offense. It was indeed imparted to him by my teacher. Seeing through the other party's intentions, Xianxia hurriedly explained. Even though Elder Mi was powerful and was one of the 10 great master teachers, he didn't want to acknowledge the other party as his teacher. Firstly, the identity of Xianxia wasn't easy to explain. Xianxia had always been an invincible figure in his eyes. At the very least, he was a 7-star master teacher. If he were to abandon such a formidable master teacher and acknowledge a 6-star master teacher instead, wouldn't that mean that he wasn't even comparable to Elder Mi? Secondly, he hadn't even accepted Kongshir's disciple yet. If he were to accept this fellow, wouldn't Kongshir be so infuriated that he would come back to life on the spot, even though the entire continent knew that Kongshir had passed away? After the previous disciple acceptance, he felt that things weren't that simple. Besides, he was a celestial master teacher, an existence acknowledged by the heavens. Even if he were to acknowledge the other party as his teacher, this fellow wouldn't be able to accept it. Then, what about smithing? Not only am I skilled in beast taming, I'm skilled in smithing as well. Seeing that Xianxia was the one who had imparted beast taming to him, Elder Mi continued. Outsiders knew that he was skilled in beast taming, but they didn't know that he was a top-notch expert in smithing as well. Smithing was imparted by my teacher as well. Xianxia continued. Then, what about the way of medicine? Elder Mi was still unwilling to give up. Cough cough, enough. Xianxia is a genius, and he isn't someone whom you and I can fathom. Seeing how his old friend was unwilling to give up, Mo Gaoyuan couldn't help but interject. Sai, as you know, the reason why I haven't accepted any direct disciples is not because I don't want to, but because I haven't found a true talent yet. Knowing that Pavilion Master Mo meant well, Elder Mi shook his head with a bitter smile. It wasn't that he hadn't met any geniuses over the years, but none of them had met his standards. His criteria for accepting a direct disciple wasn't about talent but a good temperament. As a master teacher, one had to shoulder the responsibility of the world. This Xianxia had forcefully raised his cultivation in order to save others, and he didn't even ask for anything in return. Just based on these 2 points, his character and temperament met the criteria. The reason why he had paid such a huge price to invite the Byzantium Helios beast to assess the freshman was so that he could find a suitable candidate for himself. It wasn't easy for him to find one, so naturally, he wasn't willing to give it up. I know what you're thinking, but, Mo Gaoyuan hesitated for a moment before continuing. Xianxia's strength. Just as Mo Gaoyuan was conflicted over whether he should reveal a little of Xianxia's strength so that his old friend would give up, a senior in charge of the examination suddenly rushed over. Reporting to Elder Mi, we've finished assessing all of the freshmen's points. You've finished assessing the points? Elder Mi's eyes lit up. How many freshmen have passed in total? Reporting to Elder Mi, a total of 6,487 people have passed. 6. Only 6,000? Elder Mi was stunned. According to the rules of the academy, 20,000 students had to pass the examination before they could advance to the Master Teacher Academy. Yet, only 6,000 students had passed. Didn't that mean that they would have to eliminate another 20,000 students, for a proper examination to end up in such a state? How was he supposed to explain it to the academy? Yes. The senior nodded. Elder Mi's complexion turned awful. Didn't the Byzantium Helios beast promise him that it would ensure that the 20,000 students would pass the examination? Why is it so strict? Why is it only 6,000? That fellow had always been reliable, so why was it so unreliable this time? Hearing the passing rate, Xianxia was taken aback. When he first arrived, he saw that nearly half of the students had cleared the examination, so he thought that the passing rate would be around the same. However, from the looks of it now, it wasn't as easy as he thought. It's all that Byzantium Helios beast's fault. I must teach him a lesson when I get back. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. If not for the otherworldly demonic tribe spy messing around, how could the passing rate be so low? The Master Teacher Academy might not be a problem to him, but to the other master teachers, it was a blessed land for them to advance their cultivation. Being able to enter meant that they would be able to achieve great things in the future. Just as Xianxia was thinking about how he should deal with the Saint Beast, he suddenly heard Elder Mi clasping his fist and looking at him anxiously. The 2 of you, please wait here for a moment. I have some matters to attend to. After saying those words, he leaped into the air and flew away. He wanted to ask the other party what the hell the Byzantium Helios beast was up to fail so many people. Executing his St. One Dan pinnacle cultivation, Xianxia's speed soared, and it only took him a few minutes to reach the top of the mountain. Elder Byzantium Helios. While in midair, Xianxia called out. As the tamed beast of the old principle, the Byzantium Helios beast was much older than him. Even the other 9 master teachers had to address the other party respectfully as their elder. Hearing no response, Xianxia walked up to the straw cottage, and just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The snow-covered ground before him was now riddled with depressions, and there were signs of spiritual energy gathering in the surroundings. This is the aftermath of a battle between Saint Realm experts. As a 6-star master teacher, Xianxia possessed a sharp eye of discernment. With a single glance, he could tell that this was the aftermath of a battle between Saint Realm experts. Could it be? Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia hurriedly pushed open the door and walked into the straw hut, clenching his fists tightly. The Byzantium Helios beast had always been a lazy beast. Under normal circumstances, it would have been resting in there. But for the Byzantium Helios beast to be completely empty, and there were battle marks all over the ground, didn't this mean that something had happened? Who is it? How dare you assault Senior Byzantium Helios in the Master Teacher Academy? Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The Byzantium Helios beast was the tamed beast of the old principle, and it represented the honor and dignity of the Hunyuan Master Teacher Academy. To make a move on the Byzantium Helios beast here meant that the other party was openly challenging the Hunyuan Master Teacher Academy and disrespecting Mingshi Tang. He floated in front of the thatched hut and looked at the marks on the ground. Judging from the size of the craters, they should have been left behind by Senior Byzantium Helios. As for the other footprints, they are slightly larger than normal. Xianxia walked up to one of the footprints and pinched the ground with his fingers. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. Slaughter Chi? It's an otherworldly demon. As a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, he had a deep understanding of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Judging from the faint killing intent emanating from the footprints, it was clear that they were left behind by an otherworldly demon. 1, 2, 3. More than 20 Saint Realm otherworldly demons worked together to deal with Senior Byzantium Helios? After counting the number, school head Mo clenched his fists tightly. It was no wonder why the Byzantium Helios beast had disappeared. To think that there would be more than 20 Saint Realm otherworldly demons here, this was the territory of the Hunyuan Master Teacher Academy. How could an otherworldly demon sneak into the crowd and capture the Byzantium Helios beast without being noticed? This won't do. I have to report this matter to the Academy and Mingshi Tang immediately. The appearance of 20 otherworldly demons was a huge matter that could affect the stability of mankind. He had to investigate the matter as soon as possible, or else the entire Hunyuan city could be in danger. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia dared not hesitate any longer. He quickly flew down the mountain and returned to the gazebo. What's wrong? Seeing his old friend rushing back with an awful complexion, Mo Gaoyuan was perplexed. This, Elder Mi shot a glance at Xianxia, but he didn't say a word. The appearance of a Saint Realm otherworldly demon was a huge matter. Even as one of the 10 great master teachers, he didn't dare to take such a risk. Since the two of you have important matters to discuss, I won't disturb you anymore. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Xianxia knew that it wasn't convenient for him to speak in his presence. Thus, he clasped his fist and smiled. Actually, it's nothing much. Hearing that the other party was leaving, Elder Mi felt a little embarrassed. It was just a moment ago that he wanted to take the other party in as his disciple, but now that he had something to discuss with him, it was clear that he was treating the other party as an outsider. After a moment of hesitation, school head Mo said, "This matter is of great importance, but I trust Xianxia's character, so there's no harm in telling you about it. I have found traces of the otherworldly demonic tribe." "What realm are they at?" Mo Gaoyuan asked. "They are stronger than me, and there are quite a few of them," Elder Mi deduced. Even though there were more than 20 Saint Realm experts surrounding them, given Senior Byzantium Helios's strength, he should have been able to send a message out. Yet, the fact that nothing was left behind meant that there was an expert beyond Saint One Dan among them. "Even stronger than you?" Mo Gaoyuan's face turned grim. On the other hand, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He had already suspected that the Byzantium Helios beast was an otherworldly demon spy, and from the looks of it now, his suspicions were confirmed. Without a doubt, the Byzantium Helios beast was the tamed beast of the Saint Dan otherworldly demon, otherwise, why would the Byzantium Helios beast be so loyal to him? I have indeed saved so many master teachers. Xianxia nodded in agreement. If the scheme of the Byzantium Helios beast and the otherworldly demon had succeeded, it wouldn't just be a problem of the 20,000 master teachers failing to clear the trial. The Master Teacher Academy would be in grave danger as a result. Even though he hadn't been in this world for long, as a master teacher, he still had to uphold the responsibilities of a master teacher. If he could stop an otherworldly demon spy, he would never back down. I hope that the two of you will keep this matter a secret. I will hold a meeting with the 10 great master teachers to resolve this matter as soon as possible. After which, Elder Me instructed. The duo nodded. Since the matter concerned the otherworldly demonic tribe, they had to keep it a secret. Otherwise, it could easily incite panic among the Master Teacher Academy. Pavilion Master Mo hesitated for a moment before asking, The more confidential the news, the better. Right, what should we do with the freshmen? This? Elder Me rubbed his glabella in distress. He was troubled as well. He had thought that with the Byzantium Helios beast leading the examination, it wouldn't be a problem for them to clear the 20,000 students. Who could have thought that the Byzantium Helios beast would be besieged by the otherworldly demonic tribe, and it was currently unknown whether he was dead or alive. Initially, they had planned to accept 20,000 students, but only 6,000 or so had passed. How could they explain this matter to the Master Teacher Academy? If they were to conduct the examination once more, it would truly be a joke. Furthermore, it would be a huge loss for the Master Teacher Academy to only accept 6,000 students. Xianxia pondered for a moment before saying, Elder Me, I have an idea. Please speak. Elder Me and Pavilion Master Mo turned to look at Xianxia. Didn't you say that we can split the points we obtain from the joint hunt? Xianxia smiled. I have more than 40,000 points now. Even if we split it among everyone, it should be more than enough for us to distribute it to the freshmen who don't have any points. This, Elder Me was taken aback. You worked hard to earn these points, how can you? It's fine, there's no point in keeping the points. You said that there are otherworldly demons who intend to launch an assault on us. Since that's the case, it's best for the team to be as large as possible. These geniuses have been selected from all over the Master Teacher continent, and giving them a chance is equivalent to giving mankind a future and hope. I hope that you can let go of those etiquette. Xianxia waved his hands. Given how many points he had, it was useless for him to keep them. Thus, he might as well do the other party a favor and accumulate some reputation for himself. In order to reach a higher rank as a master teacher, not only did one's cultivation have to be high, one's reputation was also very important. If one couldn't achieve such a feat, how could one be worthy of the title master teacher? This? All right. Since Xianxia has made such a decision, I won't turn you down. I'll inform all of the master teachers of this matter right now. Hearing Xianxia's words, Elder Me clasped his fist with a grim expression. He was still thinking about the individual, but the other party had already thought of mankind and how to make master teachers stronger. This is the magnanimity of a master teacher, Xianxia remarked in awe. If he had only treated Xianxia as a junior previously, at this moment, he was definitely treating him as an equal. How magnanimous must one be to be able to do such a thing? As expected of Xianxia's direct disciple, his eye of discernment and knowledge were on a completely different level. I'll have to trouble Elder Me then. Xianxia clasped his fist. I'm the one who should be troubling you. If not for your actions, I wouldn't even know how I would have ended the examination. How about this, I'll owe you a favor. Elder Me said. If the other party didn't distribute the points to the other party, going by the rules, they would only be able to recruit 6,000 people. If so, the examination would become the greatest joke in the world. His dignity as one of the 10 great master teachers would be tarnished as well. It could be said that the other party had not only saved the fates of countless master teachers, he had also saved his dignity as well. This, Xianxia scratched his head. Actually, favors were useless. If only he could give him a few high-tier spirit stones, accept it. It's not easy to get a favor from Elder Me. I've known him for more than 200 years, but I've never received a favor from him. Seeing that Xianxia was still unwilling, Mo Gaoyuan hurriedly said. As one of the 10 great master teachers, Elder Me had always been a man of integrity, not even accepting a direct disciple. From this, it could be seen how high his expectations were. It wasn't easy to owe a favor from such a person. Thank you, Elder Me. Xianxia could only nod his head reluctantly. If others were to know that he was only interested in high-tier spirit stones instead of a favor from Elder Me, they would surely kick him to death. Which of the 10 great master teachers of Hanyuan Empire wasn't a renowned figure? A favor from them was something that no amount of money could buy. If Xianxia were to use this favor to exchange for high-tier spirit stones from the royal family of Hanyuan Empire, he would probably be able to exchange for dozens of high-tier spirit stones. Furthermore, it would be a favor that he couldn't ask for more. To think that you would turn down such a valuable gift. Why don't you just die? Pavilion Master Mo, please wait here for a moment. I will go and make arrangements for the freshmen. After that, I will gather the other master teachers with you. After obtaining Xianxia's approval, Elder Me turned around and left, leaving Mo Gaoyuan and Xianxia alone in the gazebo. Xianxia, may I know if Xianxia is here? After a moment of silence, Mo Gaoyuan turned to look at Xianxia. The reason why he had gifted a high-tier spirit stone to Xianxia as a reward for the duel was to forge a good relationship with Xianxia. My master's whereabouts have always been uncertain. I don't know where he is exactly. Xianxia explained casually. After which, he turned to look at Xianxia and said, I heard from teacher that there are some problems with the opening of your Zhukang acupoint. May I know if it's possible for you to resolve them now? Speaking of which, I would like to thank Xianxia personally for his guidance. Mo Gaoyuan's expression froze as he hurriedly clasped his fists. If not for Xianxia's guidance, he might have walked further and further down the wrong path, and it would have been impossible for him to reach St. Tudan for the rest of his life. But now, with the Xinqi in his body nourishing his acupoints once more, he could finally make a breakthrough. It was precisely because of this that he knew just how terrifying Xianxia was. With just a single glance, the other party was able to see through his problems. Not only did the other party point them out, the other party was even able to help him improve as he cultivated. The other party's ability was so strong that even 10 of him would not be able to match up to the other party. The so-called 10 great master teachers of Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy were nothing more than a joke before the other party. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I have always been an indifferent person. Since I am willing to offer you pointers, it means that fate has brought the two of you together. There's no need to be too stubborn. Xianxia chuckled. Yes. Mo Gaoyuan nodded. In order to comprehend the mysteries of the world, some of the more brilliant master teachers paid particular attention to fate. Without fate, it was impossible for them to offer guidance. Since Xianxia was willing to offer his guidance, he didn't expect anything in return. Furthermore, even if he wanted to repay Xianxia, he would have to do so first if the other party was interested in him. If the other party wasn't interested in him, then everything would be for naught. Right, since Elder Me is a 6-star pinnacle beast tamer, why don't I see his tamed beast? May I know what kind of saint beast his tamed beast is? Xianxia suddenly recalled something and asked. Even though he was certain that the Byzantium Helios beast was a spy of the otherworldly demonic tribe, he still couldn't help but harbor some doubts. After all, given how close Leiyuan Peak was to the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, it was truly bizarre for such a formidable saint beast to reside on the mountain without being noticed. It's a Inferno Dragon Saint Beast. M.O. Gaoyuan replied, not knowing why Xianxia would ask such a question. Fire Dragon Sacred Beast? Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. He had never heard of such a saint beast before, but it was fine as long as it wasn't the Byzantium Helios beast. Indeed, this tamed beast. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Mo Gaoyuan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. What's wrong? Seeing his expression, Xianxia looked at him doubtfully. It's nothing much. It's just that this Inferno Dragon Saint Beast doesn't have much time left. Mo Gaoyuan sighed. Not many days left? Xianxia was even more puzzled. The lifespan of spirit beasts had always been longer than that of humans, and this was especially so for saint beasts. It was indeed rare for them to die before their master. Yes, it's the fire dragon saint beast. There are some problems with its cultivation. Let's not talk about this matter. Emo Gaoyuan shook his head and fell silent. In truth, he had only learned of this news from Elder Me, otherwise, it would be inexcusable for a tamed beast to not come over when its master was here. All right then. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to talk about it, Xianxia decided not to probe any further. Hu Qing was a 4-star pinnacle master teacher from a Tier 2 empire in Qingyuan. His cultivation was only at clarifying turbidity realm advanced stage, not even reaching pinnacle. He came from an extremely remote place, and he had paid a huge price in order to pass the examination. This was especially so during the final round of the Master Teacher Tournament. In order to advance to the next round, he had risked his life and suffered 17 grievous wounds before he succeeded. The reason why he had risked his life was because he was different from others. Even if others were unable to enter the Master Teacher Academy, they could still stay in the local Mingshi Tang Academy and enjoy the best treatment there was. However, he had no other choice. There was only a single medicinal herb that could save his life, and this herb could only be exchanged for with academic credits of the Master Teacher Academy. In other words, only by becoming a student of the academy would he be able to continue living. He had thought that no matter how difficult the entrance examination was, as long as he worked hard, he would be able to pass it. But to his dismay, he realized that it was futile even if he put his life on the line. He had tried to hunt spirit beasts to pass the examination, but he was surrounded by them and nearly lost his life. It wasn't easy for him to escape, but he had paid a heavy price. Not only had he sustained severe injuries, he hadn't even earned a single point. Without points, he would be unable to become a student of the academy. In other words, it would be impossible for him to obtain the medicinal herb, and soon, his illness would act up and he would die. This won't do. I must succeed. Enduring the excruciating pain, Hu Qing struggled to his feet and walked over to the genius whom he had just witnessed, Yu Qing. He had seen the duel earlier, and he knew that the other party had more than 2,000 points. As long as the other party was willing to give him a single point, he would be able to become a student of the academy, and his life would be prolonged. Brother Yu. I am Hu Qing, a master teacher from Qingyuan Empire. As long as Brother Yu is willing to give me a single point and allow me to pass the examination, I am willing to do anything for you to repay your kindness. Gritting his teeth, Hu Qing clasped his fist and said. Even though it was beneath his dignity as a master teacher, as long as he could live, he was willing to accept any humiliation. Give you a single point? Who do you think you are? Just as Yu Qing was fuming over his loss to Xianxia, upon hearing a fellow whom he didn't even know asking for a single point, his face darkened. He only had a total of 2,000 points, and he was still thinking about whether he could win the favor of Elder Me and earn the respect of the other elders. Even if he were to give it to you, the others would still come asking for it. If he were to make the first move, wouldn't all of his previous efforts go to waste? Hu Qing's face reddened, and he felt as if his face was being torn apart by the other party. With his head lowered to his chest, he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and kneeled onto the floor. I only beg of Brother Yu to give me a single point and allow me to pass the examination. As long as you agree to it, I will do anything for you in the future without any hesitation. A transcendent mortal 4-dan advanced stage cultivator who hasn't even reached transcendent mortal pinnacle yet. Even if you want to be my subordinate, it's useless. Scram. Otherwise, do you believe that I won't throw you out right now? Yu Qing harumphed coldly. What the heck was this? If it were a consonant spirit realm expert, he might have agreed to it. However, a fellow who hadn't even reached clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle actually wanted to negotiate with him. He had spent countless treasures and even had to endure the humiliation of a transcendent mortal 7-dan spirit beast in order to obtain his points. How could he give them away so easily? If you can't obtain any points, it means that you are incapable. If you are incapable, you won't be qualified to enter the academy and become a student. Don't continue to embarrass yourself here. Senior Feng also stepped forward. Compared to Xianxia, they were nothing much. However, compared to the other master teachers, they had already walked to the forefront. Thus, they were worthy of pride. Indeed. Scram to the side. If you can't obtain any points, why are you asking for it? If that's the case, don't call it the Master Teacher Academy, just call it the Beggar Academy. If you can't obtain any points, you can only blame yourself for not working hard enough. It seems like Mingshi Tang isn't fated with you. Leave. Don't embarrass the dignity of a master teacher here. The master teachers in the surroundings also waved their hands. Asking for it in such a manner was truly a disgrace to the dignity of master teachers. If word were to spread, how would the number one occupation in the world have the face to impart knowledge to the world? Failure meant failure. Since the elderly had set the rules, they naturally couldn't break them. Yes, knowing that there was no hope left, Hu Qing stood up and clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he felt as if his dignity had been blown away by the spring breeze, leaving nothing behind. Master teachers might be noble, but humans are selfish by nature. As long as there were benefits, there would be humanity. No one could be truly selfless. Forget it. Shaking his head, Hu Qing knew that even if he abandoned his pride, no one would give him a single cent. Rather than that, he might as well leave with some dignity. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard the sound of the wind above him. Elder Mi's figure appeared in the air, and his voice resounded in the surroundings. A total of 6,487 people have passed the examination this time around. Those who failed to earn any points have failed the examination and are not fated to join the Master Teacher Academy. Not fated, the faces of the 20,000 people who did not pass the test turned pale. Even though they had expected this outcome, they still found it hard to accept the truth after hearing Elder Mi's words. However, there's no need for you all to feel conflicted. After learning of the news, the Miryu Empire's Xianxia came to look for me. He is willing to share his points with all of you so that everyone can pass the examination. He will allow our Mingshi Tang to grow stronger and stronger. After much consideration, I have agreed to it. In other words, from today onward, all of you will be freshmen of the Master Teacher Academy. Elder Mi said with a wave of his hand. He's going to share his points with us? Xianxia is willing to share his points with us? Everyone was stunned. Hu Qing's face paled, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Tears flowed down his cheeks. He had begged the other party to give him a point, even kneeling down, but the result was that there was none. On the other hand, Xianxia was willing to share his points with the others so that everyone could pass the examination. This was how a master teacher should be, magnanimous and caring for humanity. Xianxia, thank you. Hu Qing's body stiffened, and his knees caved in once more. From now on, you are my benefactor. I will do whatever you ask of me without the slightest frown. Gritting his teeth, Hu Qing swore a vow. This time, he kneeled down willingly. While those who had failed the examination were grateful to Xianxia, Yu Qing and Senior Feng's body swayed weakly, and their vision turned dark. They had just rejected a single person who wanted to share his points with them, and yet, that fellow was willing to share his points with them, allowing everyone to pass the examination. Did he have to slap their faces so quickly? Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Yu Qing hurriedly scanned the surroundings, only to see countless freshmen looking at him with disdainful gazes. It was as if they were saying, "We are all master teachers, but there is such a huge gap between us." Pooh! Unable to hold it in any longer, Yu Qing spurted a mouthful of blood at the same time. Senior Feng also felt his vision turning dark, and he lost all confidence in himself. What in the world was this? Why did nothing good happen to them as long as they were involved with Xianxia? Alright, arrange for them to stay in the academy. Tomorrow, we'll start choosing our teachers. After explaining the matter, school head Mo arranged for the seniors to lead the freshmen to their lodgings in the academy before returning to the gazebo. Xianxia, you shouldn't stay with them. You won't be able to cultivate in that kind of dormitory. Follow me back to the academy first, and I'll arrange for you to stay in your own residence. As one of the 10 great master teachers, he had the authority to make arrangements for the accommodation of the students. Naturally, a top genius like Xianxia couldn't stay in the same dormitory as the others. Thank you, Elder Mi. Understanding the other party's intentions, Xianxia clasped his fist. He had too many secrets, and it would be best if he could stay alone. Mo Gaoyuan had his Langius Saint Beast come over, and the three of them stepped onto its back. Then, they flew toward the academy. With the seniors and Baisher around, there was nothing for them to worry about. The Saint Beast flew swiftly, and before long, a massive academy appeared before their eyes. Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy housed 100,000 master teachers. There were lakes and mountains in the academy, and from a bird's-eye view, it looked like a royal city. Even the myriad kingdom city of the League of Nations paled in comparison. It was no wonder why it was said that the top geniuses of countless empires gathered here. Just in terms of size, it was something that those smaller kingdoms and empires couldn't compare with. This is the elite district, a place where only the most outstanding master teachers of each grade can stay. Take my token and look for the students in charge to arrange accommodation for us. Pavilion Master Mo and I will report this matter to the other elders. Not long after, the Langius Saint Beast stopped in front of an area. Elder Mi flicked his wrist, and a token fell into Xianxia's hands. Taking the token, Xianxia lowered his head to take a look. There were mountains and rivers below, and exquisite courtyards lined up side by side. Every single courtyard had a spirit-gathering formation set up around it. Even before entering, one would feel refreshed and energized. As expected of the elite district, it's indeed extraordinary. Taking a look, Xianxia nodded in approval. These spirit-gathering formations were of a much higher tier than the formation plates he had inscribed. All of them were 6-star, and with the various means he had up his sleeves, it was likely that he would be able to cultivate faster here than anywhere else. It seemed like those who were able to stay here were the most outstanding geniuses of the academy. Otherwise, even with the wealth of the Master Teacher Academy and the Mingshi Tang Academy, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Alright, I'm going down. Without any hesitation, he leaped down from the back of the Langius Saint Beast. Elder Mi and Mo Gaoyuan glanced at each other. The holy beast beneath them flashed and flew straight ahead. News regarding the otherworldly demonic tribe was of the utmost importance, and they couldn't afford to waste any time. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived at a sealed room. There were a total of 11 seats in this room, and each seat represented one's identity. It was the seat of the 10 great master teachers and the old principal. The room was sealed off by a powerful formation. No matter what was discussed, it would not leak out. Why did you summon us here so urgently? Shortly after the two of them sat down, a few elders pushed open the door and walked in with a deep frown on their foreheads. The last time they were summoned was when the old principal went missing. What could have happened this time around for Elder Mi and Pavilion Master Mo to mobilize so many of them? Take a seat first. We'll talk about it when everyone is here. Elder Mi waved his hands. The few elders who had just entered nodded and sat down. Not too long later, the door opened once more, and a few more elders walked in. Soon, all 11 seats were filled. Elder Mi, Pavilion Master Mo, what's the matter? A white-bearded elder who seemed to be the oldest among them waved his hands. Elder Mi nodded. Flicking his wrist, he took out a record crystal and said, "Before I speak, please take a look at this," after which, he tapped his finger, and a pile of rubble from the battle appeared before everyone's eyes. Back when he was on the mountain, he had already recorded the traces that he had seen. Seeing the rubble on the record crystal, the elders were bewildered. However, after taking a closer look, a deep frown appeared on their faces. These are the traces left behind by the otherworldly demons? What happened to Senior Byzantium Helios? The white-bearded elder couldn't help but ask. Everyone quickly turned their gazes over. As one of the 10 great master teachers and a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, he was able to deduce who had fought with the otherworldly demons just by looking at the traces left behind by the record crystal. Senior Byzantium Helios has gone missing. Elder Mi said. Gone missing? The master teachers were stunned. Even Mo Gaoyuan couldn't believe his ears. Previously, when they were outside, Elder Mi had only said that he had found traces of the otherworldly demons, but he hadn't gone into detail. Even he couldn't have imagined that the Byzantium Helios beast would be surrounded by the otherworldly demons. It's like this, Elder Mi didn't dare to hide the truth, so he recounted the agreement he had with the Byzantium Helios beast and the situation on the mountain. How dare they come to Hongyuan City to abduct the Byzantium Helios beast? If we don't capture those otherworldly demons, where will the dignity of our master teacher academy be? The white-bearded elder waved his hands as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. The 10 great master teachers ruled over the entire academy, and each of them was in charge of a school. Take Elder Me for example, he was also the head of the Beast Tamer School. The white-bearded elder was the head of the martial arts school, Su Chongqing. This isn't a matter of dignity but Senior Byzantium Helios Beast Safety, a female elder harumphed. The head of the Terpsichore School, Wei Ronxue. Senior Byzantium Helios Beast is the tamed beast of the old principle, and we have gone through life and death situations together. We have slain countless otherworldly demons together, and we have made great contributions to the academy. If something were to happen to him, how can we face our principal in the future? How can we remain as one of the 10 great master teachers? Indeed. Senior Byzantium Helios Beast Safety can't be compromised. We don't have any leads on him at the moment, so we mustn't act recklessly. Elder Me waved his hands. What we should do now is to investigate the matter and find out where Senior Byzantium Helios Beast is. If he's still alive, we'll try to save him. If he's really killed, we'll have to exact vengeance for him even at the cost of my own life. I agree. However, I think that it would be best for us to do this discreetly. If we were to make too much of a ruckus and alert the enemy, we might end up falling into their trap instead. Indeed. Since the otherworldly demons dared to make a move on Senior Byzantium Helios Beast, there's a good chance that they'll make a move on our academy as well. While investigating the matter, we should be careful not to fall into their trap. Another 2 elders said. That's exactly what I'm worried about as well. I'm afraid that the otherworldly demons are intentionally leaving behind traces to lure us into their trap. Elder Me said with a frown. The traces left behind on Leiyuan Peak were extremely obvious, and he had been worried that the otherworldly demons were plotting against him. Otherwise, he would have already scouted the area. Senior Byzantium Helios Beast is far stronger than any of us here. If even he can't withstand the otherworldly demons, it'll be difficult for us to save him even if we find him. After a moment of discussion, the head of the apothecary school was unable to come up with a solution. The crowd nodded in agreement. The Byzantium Helios Beast was a St. One-Dan Pinnacle cultivator, the same cultivation realm as them. However, as a Saint Beast, its fighting prowess far surpassed that of the rest of them. Yet, even it was unable to withstand the otherworldly demons' attack, and it didn't even have the time to warn them. From this, it could be seen how fearsome the otherworldly demons were. If such a powerful opponent were to be found, what could they possibly do? In a few days' time, Conferred Empire's Musher will be here to appoint a new principal. At the same time, he'll be investigating the cause of the death of the old principal. We can report this matter to him and have him investigate the matter. The head of the apothecary school said. This? The crowd hesitated. If they were to report this matter to the higher-ups, wouldn't it make them look weak? I know what you are worried about. To be able to trap Senior Byzantium Helios Beast discreetly, the other party's strength far exceeds our expectations. We have to report this matter to the higher-ups. The head of the apothecary school said. The apothecary school was the #1 school in the Master Teacher Academy, and as one of the 10 great master teachers, his words carried far more weight than the others. All right then, the crowd nodded. Just as they were about to continue discussing what they should do next, the head of the apothecary school flicked his wrist, and a communication jade token appeared in his hand. Taking a look at it, his eyebrows shot up. Everyone, follow me. Musher has arrived. He has arrived? How did he arrive so quickly? Didn't he say that he would arrive in a few days' time? We really don't understand the actions of the elders. Have you forgotten? A month ago, he said that he would be able to arrive, but he still hasn't arrived yet. You're right. The crowd was perplexed. Musher from the Conferred Empire had said that he would be leaving the headquarters a month ago, but no matter how long they waited, he still didn't arrive. Just as they were about to leave, he suddenly arrived. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Amidst the discussions, the crowd walked out of the apothecary school and arrived at the main hall where the elders were receiving guests. There, they saw a white-bearded elder seated at the center of the hall. Not too far away from him was a young lady in her 20s. Musher. Upon entering the room, the crowd clasped their fists respectfully. Musher was a 7-star master teacher, a figure who stood at the pinnacle of the master teacher continent. Even they didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to him. Allow me to make some introductions. This is Luosher, a 6-star grandmaster teacher of mine. She is a junior of mine, and she wishes to be a substitute teacher here to temper herself. I'll have to trouble you to make the necessary arrangements for her. Musher stood up and gestured to the young lady beside him. Junior? Taken aback, the crowd quickly turned their gazes to the young lady, only to see her standing up and bowing deeply to the master teachers. Ruoxin pays respect to the elders. The young lady clasped her fist. 6-star master teacher? She managed to reach 6-star at such a young age? Everyone was taken aback. Lozozi seemed to be in her 20s, but she had already cleared the 6-star master teacher examination. Her background and standing were truly frightening. It seemed like Musher was lying when he said that she was his junior. It was difficult for a 7-star master teacher continent to groom a young 6-star master teacher in her 20s. Most likely, she was a descendant of a sage clan, and she had specially come here to temper herself. Only a sage clan could groom such a genius. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before. Luosher, you have already achieved such a feat at such a young age. How about this? I'll make the arrangements for you right now. May I know what you specialize in? Which school do you intend to join? The head of the apothecary school asked with a smile. Oh? Didn't you just recruit students? In my opinion, why don't we allow her to conduct a lecture and accept some students at the same time? Let's see how many students she accepts. Musher suggested. This? The head of the apothecary school was taken aback for a moment before nodding. All right then. Logically speaking, a new teacher shouldn't be qualified to conduct a lecture, but since Musher had made the request, there was no harm in agreeing to it. At the very most, it would just be a little troublesome. Furthermore, the more serious Musher's attitude was, the deeper the doubts in everyone's hearts grew. If Luosher wasn't a descendant of a sage clan, how could she possibly enjoy such treatment? If Luo Ruoxin was just an ordinary junior, he would have just tossed her aside without any hesitation. There was no way he would have instructed her so solemnly. More importantly, Luo Ruoxin was still acting as if it was a matter of course. Only a true sage clan could nurture such an attitude. Musher, after making arrangements for Luosher, the elders walked up to Musher and explained the matter regarding the otherworldly demonic tribe to him. I was still thinking that no matter who was appointed as the new principal, none of you would respect him, and it would be detrimental to the management of the Master Teacher Academy. After a moment of hesitation, Musher said, of the 10 of you, whoever finds the Byzantium Helios beast, rescues it, and wins its acknowledgement will be the next principal. Even though the 10 great master teachers were in charge of their respective master teacher academies, there was no doubt that they would compare themselves with one another. Otherwise, it was impossible for a new principal to be appointed even after the disappearance of the old principal for so long. Musher had also been troubled by the matter of appointing the new principal, but now that this matter had occurred, as long as anyone could find the Byzantium Helios beast and win its acknowledgement, they would be appointed as the new principal. This, all right. The crowd glanced at one another, and after a moment of hesitation, they nodded in agreement. This matter had just happened, and it was an extremely troublesome matter. Only by solving it would they be able to display their capabilities. If one of them managed to do it while the others were incapable of doing so, he would be qualified to command the others. Otherwise, the Master Teacher Academy would be in a state of disunity. While the elders were welcoming Musher, Xianxia headed to the very center of the elite sector. Elder Mi was in a rush to return to discuss the matter regarding the otherworldly demonic tribe, so he had no time to arrange a place for Xianxia to stay. Thus, he could only look for him himself. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a massive spirit vein beneath the ground. The further I go, the closer I'll be to the center of the spirit vein. The spiritual energy there will be more abundant, and my cultivation will be much faster. Slowly advancing forward, Xianxia sensed the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. Even in the same row of courtyards, there were differences between them. Most likely, the seniors of the academy had set up a huge spirit gathering formation below, and over the years, it had nurtured a powerful spirit vein. The further the courtyard was, the closer it was to the core of the spirit vein. Cultivating in such a place would definitely result in twice the results with half the effort, allowing one to advance rapidly. However, even if the spiritual chi here was dense, it was nothing to him. He used spirit stones to cultivate. No matter how dense the spiritual chi in the spirit vein was, how could it compare to this thing? In any case, he had just obtained the storage rings of Yuqing and Senior Feng, and he had quite a few of them with him. Furthermore, he had yet to gather the next tier of Heaven's Path divine art, so there was no need for him to rush things. As such, it didn't matter to him whether the courtyard was at the front or the back. As long as it was quiet, he would be fine. After walking for a while, a towering building came into sight. This was where Eldermy had told him to report in before he could claim a residence in the elite sector. Walking along the stone steps, Xianxia walked in. There wasn't anyone in the lounge other than a few seniors, and they seemed to be discussing some difficult problems they had encountered in their cultivation. I think that the Xianxia of the Northern Harmony palm should start from the left and stop at the right. This way, the Xianxia can circulate through the body and bring out its full might. I don't think so. If this cultivation technique was that simple, it wouldn't have taken us so many days to comprehend it. There must be some other problem with it. Teacher once explained that the cultivation technique should start from the south to the north, so I think it is something to do with the direction, the seniors discussed with deep frowns on their foreheads. Those who were able to study in the academy were at least 4-star pinnacle master teachers. Even though it was hard to tell what grade the seniors before them were, they seemed to possess incredible strength. As they weren't driving their Xianxia and activating the Eye of Insight, even Xianxia wasn't able to gauge their strength. However, it was unlikely that they were beyond Cosmos Bridge realm. Seniors. Seeing that the seniors were too engrossed in their conversation to notice him, Xianxia clasped his fist and greeted with a smile. You are. Hearing those words, the crowd finally came to their senses. Upon seeing a new face, they frowned. They were the students who ranked last in the examination every year, and they would be assigned by the academy to do menial chores such as cleaning and logistics. This was the elite sector, and those who were able to enter it were all top-notch geniuses. They would find it hard to focus on their cultivation, so naturally, they wouldn't have the time to clean their rooms, cook their meals, and wash their clothes. Those who had fallen behind in the examination were in charge of such chores. Serving geniuses was not only a way to temper them, but it was also a way for them to forge a good relationship with others. Perhaps they might be able to find a bright future after leaving the academy. This was precisely the reason why everyone in the elite sector knew who this person was. I am a freshman this year, and Eldermy has instructed me to stay here. I hope that you can make the arrangements for me. With a light chuckle, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out the token that Eldermy had given him. Eldermy? Taken aback, the seniors hurriedly stood up. Eldermy was the head of the Beast School, as well as one of the 10 great master teachers. Even though they were seniors, they didn't dare to slight him. Grabbing the token from Xianxia's hands, they took a closer look at it, and after confirming that there was no mistake, one of the seniors clasped his fist and said, Junior, please wait a moment. We'll bring you over after a short discussion. After saying those words, he beckoned the seniors to the side. The elite sector was located in different locations, and if the arrangements weren't made well, it would be easy for them to land themselves in trouble. How and where they should be placed was a huge problem. To be able to receive Elder Mo's personal arrangement, that Junior must be a talented individual. It just so happens that the top student of Block D has just been promoted to Grade 2, so there's no reason for him to be unable to move in. The first junior in Sector D? Not bad. One of the seniors nodded. The elite sector was divided into Sector A, Sector B, Sector C, and Sector D. They corresponded to Grade 4, Grade 3, Grade 2, and Grade 1 respectively. The closer one was to the center of the spirit vein, the better the location would be. Even though Xianxia was a freshman, he had received the personal arrangements of one of the 10 great master teachers, Eldermy. Such treatment was definitely top-notch among the Grade 1 students, and he was more than qualified to move into the first sector. Isn't it a little inappropriate for him to move in right after arriving? While some agreed, others disagreed. Indeed. Even though Qingyu has left, those behind him have been eyeing him covetously. I'm afraid that those fellows will be displeased if they arrange for him to move in as soon as he arrives. Another senior said. A 4-star Pinnacle Master Teacher was qualified to enter the Master Teacher Academy, but to become a 5-star Master Teacher and enter Grade 2, it would take many years. Generally speaking, 10 years was a bottleneck. In other words, even though the Master Teachers who had entered the Academy this year were already 4-star Pinnacle, it would take them at least 10 years to become a 5-star Master Teacher. From 4-star to 5-star, not only would one have to raise one's cultivation, one would also have to raise one's soul depth and eye of discernment. This was especially so for one's supporting occupations. Not only would one have to raise one of them, they would also have to reach 5-star in all of them. Just this aspect alone was enough to trap countless geniuses. This was also the reason why the Master Teacher Tournament was only held once every 10 years. In the past 10 years, the Academy had been relying on the Master Teacher Tournament to recruit new students. There were also those who had joined the Academy in the midst of the tournament, such as Yi Qian from the Miryu Empire. However, regardless of how one came to be, as long as one wasn't a 5-star Master Teacher, one wouldn't be able to advance to Grade 2. The first position of Sector D had always been occupied by a Grade 1 student named Qingyu. This year, he had just passed the 5-star Master Teacher examination, so the position had been vacated. Even though it was vacant, the Master Teachers who had been staying at the back wanted to move in. As such, if a freshman were to be placed in the Sector D, he would be ostracized by the others. What's wrong with that? Elderme has arranged it, so what can we do even if we are displeased? In any case, we aren't the ones who should be troubled over this. This is also a good opportunity to see how capable this freshman is to be bestowed with a token by Elderme. The first senior to speak chuckled. That's true. The others nodded in agreement. After the discussion was over, the few of them walked up to Xianxia and said, "We have already arranged a residence for you. This way please." After which, they led the way. Xianxia didn't turn them down and followed closely behind them. Soon, they arrived at a residence. Taking a look around, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. This residence was located at the very front. Not only was it filled with spiritual energy, it was also quiet. As long as they set up a formation, they would be able to kill the Byzantium Helios beast without anyone noticing. Xianxia, you can stay here. Here is the key. The senior opened the door and passed the key over. On the way here, they had learned of the young man's name, so they addressed him as Xianxia instead of Junior. Thank you. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to enter the residence, a young man suddenly walked up to him with an awful complexion. Huangxing, Zhou Tong, what do you mean by this? I have told you many times, but you refused to give me the key. Who is this? Why should we give it to him? When did such a person come to Grade 1? Why haven't I heard of him before? Do you think that you are Qingyu? Following which, another 2 people walked up to Xianxia. They were a man and a woman dressed in the robe of a 4-star Master Teacher, and they looked at Xianxia with displeasure. They were the Grade 1 seniors who resided in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th residences of Sector D. They had been eyeing the first seat for a very long time. Not only was the spiritual energy in the residence dense, it also represented their identity as the top Grade 1 students. Initially, when Qingyu left, the 3 of them thought that one of them would surely be able to enter the residence. However, they didn't expect Huangxing and the others to bring this fellow here. Who is this fellow? Where did you come from? You shamelessly moved in without any hesitation. Do you know what this position represents? Lin Fan thought. End of chapter 729. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.